Eastern Continent 9th Empire Linta District out on the wasteland. In the frigid month of December, winter was as merciless and cutting as ever, tirelessly harassing the Linta District, this southernmost stretch of imperial territory. A bone-piercing gale howled across the wilderness, draped in white, racing over sparse, withered yellow weeds that had long since surrendered. Frost clung to their stalks, a pledge of loyalty to the cruel season, as they bent low in the dawn of winter, leaning and collapsing in disarray. Only a few towering trees remained, their branches withered and lifeless, yet they still stood proudly upon the wasteland, looking down upon the silver-clad earth. Their stubborn silhouettes proclaimed defiance as they lifted their crowns, yearning for the arrival of spring. In one corner of the wilderness lay a mining site. A road of crushed rock and black ash stretched out from the open-pit mine. All around, chunks of dark ore were scattered across the ground, staining the pristine snow. Crude wooden houses dotted the perimeter of the mine in scattered clusters. Guards employed by the consortium stood in improvised watchposts, guns in hand, smoking idly with an air of boredom. Inside the mine compound, several dried medicinal herbs lay spread out to bask on stone slabs polished to a glossy sheen. A calloused hand picked them up, holding them under the faint winter sunlight, carefully examining the veins and coloration of each herb. The youth holding the herbs was 16 or 17 years old, wrapped in a thick fur-lined coat with a backpack on his shoulders. Soot smudged his face, which had been numbed by the cold, to a purplish red. Yet from the sculpted, sharply defined lines of his features, one could easily tell he was a rather handsome, refined young man. As he studied the herbs, his gaze grew increasingly bright, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. Duccio carefully placed the herbs into the wooden box he carried with him at all times. "Little sir, are you going down into the mine today?" a voice called out. Duccio turned to look. Not far away, a mine guard, gun in hand, gloved and dressed in a custom-made coat of the Ma Consortium, was waving at him. "Yes, I'm going down. I'll be right there." Duccio placed the herb-filled box into his backpack and strode toward the mine tunnel. At the entrance to the shaft, people were packed shoulder to shoulder. The bell that summoned the mine slaves to assemble rang out with a piercing, grating clamor. 40 to 50 mine slaves hurried in from all directions, wearing tattered coats smeared with black ash, cheap snow boots on their feet, wooden baskets on their backs, and combat shovels in their hands. Their vacant eyes converged at the mouth of the mine. Duccio had just arrived at the assembly point when he heard curses echoing out. "Move faster, you pack of imperial failures, you worthless slaves. What are those dead faces for? You damned stupid swine. Faster, faster, move. Don't drag yourselves along like some old crone with bound feet. It is 8 o'clock now. By 6 this evening, when you come out, anyone who has not met his quota of ore, I swear this winter will be the last of his life. Now take your lunches and get into the mine." The guards of the Ma Consortium, wielding batons or whips, shouted with vicious expressions carved across their faces. In the distance, a guard stationed at a vantage point clenched his cigarette between his teeth, exhaling clouds of smoke, as the heavy gun he manned was trained directly on the mine slaves. Duccio withdrew his gaze and stood quietly at the rear of the crowd. 20 years earlier, the Empire's 13th grand expedition against the Western continent had ended in failure. The elite corps, forged with the full strength of the Empire, was crushed like rotted wood under the joint assault of forces under the Church. From then on, the 1,000-year-old 9th Empire's grip on its various regions teetered on the verge of collapse. Across the vast, boundless imperial lands, many districts shaped by geography, culture, climate, and ethnic divisions were mutually exclusive and highly independent of one another. Local indigenous powers entrenched themselves in their own territories, feeding and growing like leeches. Rolling and swelling like a snowball, they became colossal entities of the region, the consortia. Hospitals, schools, enterprises, energy, cemeteries. For ordinary people, from birth until death, their lives could never be separated from the local consortium. A single serious illness could destroy an ordinary family, plunging them into crushing debt, until in the end they had no choice but to submit to the consortium. Those with capability became its henchmen, and those without fell into slavery. Every consortium controlled all economic lifelines within its territory. The only institution capable of counterbalancing them was the Imperial Tax Bureau. Sadly, those tax officials, like the contemporary emperor whose teeth had been pulled and spine broken by the failed expedition, cared only for collecting taxes. Matters of livelihood and welfare never reached their ears. As a result, in recent years, the consortia had grown ever more arrogant. These consortia, tyrannizing the locals and pursuing profit to the utmost, had in some measure driven the Empire's march toward mechanization, yet that did not mean they would abandon their exploitation of the lowest strata of society. Just like the mine before Duccio's eyes, all manner of intricate machinery had already stripped this site nearly bare of resources. Yet the consortium's managers still deployed large numbers of slaves to carry out a final search. They sought to harvest those meager gains that had slipped into corners too insignificant to notice. After all, from their perspective, all they spent were cheap, utterly worthless slaves. A single piece of ore was worth far more than a slave's life, was it not? As the Ma Consortium guards continued to curse and beat them, the previously numb crowd began to stir. It was not the turmoil of resistance, but of shoving and jostling, each person scrambling to rush into the mine first. Entering ahead of others meant reaching deeper shafts sooner, which made it easier to find a few pieces of ore that had slipped past the mechanical harvesters. It meant they might survive one more day without a beating. As for the days after that, who could care? Move your damn selves faster, you useless trash. Forgive me, little sir, when I say trash, I do not mean you. You don't have to go down if you don't wish to. The guard, his emotions still high and his voice hoarse from constant bellowing, broke into an apologetic smile when he noticed Du Xiu waiting in line to enter the shaft. Slaves were lowly devoid of worth and could be executed at will, but that common perception did not extend to Du Xiu even though he too was a slave. He was a slave of value. An apothecary. Yes, an apothecary. Damn it, who could say how such a figure from the Empire's elite strata had ended up in a place like this? The young guard curled his lip. Because of Du Xiu's presence, his curses for the other slaves were already far more restrained than usual. The consortia's oppression and persecution of the worthless lower classes were heinous beyond words. Yet their respect for individuals of value was unquestionable. Those consortia that knew only how to strip every last shred of surplus from the people, without principle or limit, had long since vanished into the dust of history. Thank you for your kindness. After all, I am a mind slave, going down is my duty. Du Xiu narrowed his eyes as he smiled. It was a sincere, simple smile. Beside him, a youth of similar age squeezed to his side and patted him on the shoulder. The two exchanged a glance, then joined the other mind slaves as they walked toward the tunnel together. The beam from the headlamp together with the row of incandescent lights fixed high on the rock walls drove back the darkness that lurked in the depths of the mine. Relying on the route branded in his memory, Du Xiu pushed steadily farther into the tunnels. The deeper they went, the worse the ventilation became. The air grew thick with a fermenting mixture of smells, rank sweat, fine dust, dampness, and a clammy, viscous reek. It was suffocating. The two of them stopped in a secluded corner of the mine. Lien Ruofei was half a head taller than Du Xiu, broad-boned, his hulking frame wrapped in filthy, padded winter clothes, so that he looked like a lumbering black bear in the gloom. Both of them were orphans raised in an orphanage since childhood. When the orphanage collapsed, they wandered the streets together for years until human traffickers sold them to the Ma Consortium. In the end, they were exiled to this place as mind slaves clinging to one another for warmth and survival. Lien Ruofei swept his shadowed gaze around them. After making sure no one was nearby, he raised his sapper's shovel and dug open a narrow slit in the rock. Inside lay dozens of pieces of, or wholly dark, yet speckled with silvery points. Relief softened his expression. These were precisely the secret tungsten ores the mind slaves were ordered to find. Sure, no one has been here, he murmured. What's left here won't be enough to meet quotas for many more runs, Du Xiu replied calmly. Let's hope our plan can be carried through smoothly. Du Xiu glanced around once more, confirming there were no traces of anyone else having visited, then nodded. The plan? We'll just have to take one step at a time, he said under his breath. By the way, did you finish preparing the potion? Lien Ruofei rubbed his hands together, expectation written plainly on his face. 2 years earlier, a potioneer had arrived at the mine, said to be someone from a losing faction in the Ma Consortium's internal struggle, banished here as punishment. Du Xiu and Lien Ruofei had deliberately fawned on him, helping him search for ores and attending to his daily needs. In return, the man had passed on some of his knowledge of potioneering. Lien Ruofei found those convoluted, intricate theories of potioneering utterly incomprehensible, as if he were staring at a text written for the heavens. Du Xiu, by contrast, seemed remarkably gifted. The principles of potioneering seemed to grow legs in front of him. Once he had glanced through them, they ran straight into his mind and lodged there. The Ma potioneer was astonished, calling him a prodigy, and personally guided Du Xiu through some foundational potioneering knowledge. Unfortunately, Du Xiu had only grasped the general outlines when the Ma potioneer died on a starless night, slain in a covert assassination. Du Xiu suspected it had been another skirmish in the Ma Consortium's internal strife, with Master Ma belonging to the losing side. Someone had consigned him to this remote mine, perhaps in a bid to spare his life. Yet others clearly did not wish for him to live, pursuing him all the way out here. As for the details, Du Xiu felt no curiosity, and he had no intention of avenging Master Ma. After all, he was only a mind slave, an unlucky laborer who had by chance stumbled upon the knowledge of potioneering. Yes, I managed to prepare 2 portions, he said. Du Xiu drew 2 packets of powder from his pack and handed one to Lien Ruofei. Strictly speaking, what he held was not true potion. Genuine potions demanded a meticulously calibrated experimental laboratory for their preparation. What he had made was only the lowest grade inferior semi-finished product. In the eyes of some exacting potioneers, it would not even qualify as half-finished. Du Xiu tipped the powder into his mouth and held it there. Then he unscrewed his canteen, took a small sip of water, and did not swallow. Instead, he rinsed his mouth, washing the powder through every corner of his oral cavity until it fully dissolved, only then gulping it down in one smooth motion. This crude preparation was a half-finished original force potion designed to help one better sense and draw in original force. For countless years, the Empire and the Church had waged war between the Eastern and Western continents. For ordinary citizens at the bottom of imperial society, there were only 2 paths to rise above the consortium's oppression and become someone who stood over others, awakening to original force and becoming a Yuanxiu or becoming a potioneer. Powerful Yuanxiu possessed abilities beyond the human norm, able to clash with the various ferocious beasts and swarms of insectoids that served beneath the Church. Potioneers, meanwhile, relied on their understanding of the myriad medicinal herbs scattered across the wilderness like stars in the sky to concoct all manner of mysterious, unfathomable potions. This was an age defined by war, and Yuanxiu and potioneers were among the brightest stars glittering in the firmament of the era. After the 2 of them had swallowed their preparations, Lien Ruofei took out a yellowed book. 3 characters were inscribed on the cover: Xianjun Method. This was the most widely circulated basic original force cultivation method within the empire. The imperial royal family and the various consortiums used the Qianjun method to screen the youths with potential for cultivation. Those who could through the Qianjun method sense and begin cultivating original force would be singled out for focused training and recruitment. Those who could not were destined to remain at the bottom of the empire. Once grown, they would simply seek posts in companies according to their abilities. There they would offer up their meager strength for the empire's prosperity and the extravagance of the upper classes. After a long while, Duxiu opened his eyes, a trace of desolation flickering in his gaze. He did not actually have to enter the mine today, but to find a quiet place to cultivate he had chosen to go in with the others. It was a pity he struck hard in the field of potioneering, yet when it came to original force cultivation, he behaved as cautiously as a timid child. As he got to his feet, Lien Ruofei also opened his eyes, his face impassive. Did you manage to cultivate original force? Duxiu could not help but ask. No. Lien Ruofei shook his head. Duxiu patted him on the shoulder. Then I feel much better, he said wryly. Lien Ruofei shot him an exasperated glare. Judging the time to be about right, the two packed up their things and prepared to leave. Lien Ruofei filled his basket to the mandated quota with secret tungsten, or while Duxiu placed only a few pieces inside, enough to keep up appearances. As they walked along the shaft, Lien Ruofei kept a wary eye on their surroundings and asked casually, has your headache flared up again lately? Duxiu rubbed his face, frustration edging his voice. Not yet, but it's probably coming soon. Since childhood, he had suffered intermittent headaches, and as the years passed, their frequency grew faster and their intensity sharper. In recent bouts, he had even blacked out entirely. If I die one day because of a headache, I won't be surprised, Duxiu said, smiling at himself in bitter jest. The curriculum of potioneers was vast and all-encompassing, and every potioneer was also a competent physician. Duxiu had already identified several herbs said to treat head ailments, yet they had done nothing. This inexplicable affliction still arrived on schedule, tormenting him until life felt worse than death. Suddenly, in the quiet shaft, the sound of boots grinding against loose stones broke the silence. The two halted and stared ahead, wariness tightening their faces. The mine's passages branched like a web, and ahead lay a junction with another tunnel. The air seemed to go still. Duxiu and Lien Ruofei exchanged a glance, but did not move, keeping their eyes locked on the intersection. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the tunnel at the junction, a young miner with darkened skin. Spotting Duxiu, he brightened and waved enthusiastically. Little sir, he called. In the mine, both the workers and the guards inevitably suffered fresh injuries and old ailments. When the Ma Potioneer had been stationed here, he treated many of them and was respectfully addressed as sir. After his departure, Duxiu inherited his mantle. Treating the common folks' illnesses was something he managed with ease, and so people had come to call him Little Sir. Just how much genuine respect lay behind those words, however, was hard to say. Oh, brother son, you're heading back too? Duxiu asked with a friendly smile. Yes, I had good luck today and managed to find enough, or ahead of time. Come on, let's head back together, son, said cheerful. Let's get out of this damned place as fast as we can. The Sun youth turned sideways and hitched up the basket on his back, revealing it full of ore. Sai Sun, you really have good luck managing to gather enough, or so quickly. Unlike me, I've searched for so long and still haven't found enough. Since you found that passage, let's look for other places. Little sir, you really crack jokes. You don't need to mine for ores anymore, the young man named Sun said with a smile. Still, let's gather more. After all, I am also a mining slave. Master Ma could be killed at night. I should just stick to the rules. Duxiu said, feeling a bit down when mentioning Master Ma. Suddenly, Lien Ruofei pointed at another mining tunnel with excitement. Shower, look, isn't that secret tungsten ore? Duxiu looked in the direction he pointed. Hey, it really is. Defei great eyesight. The two ran towards the other mining tunnel. Watching their figures disappear, the young man named Sun's expression darkened instantly. Beside him, a thin, middle-aged man holding an iron pick appeared. What's going on? The kid next to Duxiu has a basket full of secret tungsten ore, and it's a whole basket. The young man named Sun lowered his voice, pointing to the mining tunnel where Duxiu had disappeared. They went to that mining tunnel. The middle-aged man showed joy, but then seemed to remember something and hesitated. Should we swap out a couple of people? Don't touch Duxiu, we have a cold and some injuries, at least he can provide us with some medicine. Not touching Duxiu. Now that secret tungsten ore is getting harder to find if we don't gather enough, or as well get whipped and hung overnight. In this freezing weather, we want last through the first half of the night before turning into ice. Have you had enough of living? The young man named Sun threw the basket to the ground, scattering the ore everywhere. The basket contained mostly ordinary stones with only 4 or 5 pieces of secret tungsten, or far from the required amount. Let's rob someone else. Are you kidding? In this mining cave, which group is easy to mess with? Besides, Duxiu has a good relationship with the group led by the Big Python. Our people were killed by the Big Python. Don't you want revenge? In this mining area, the secret tungsten ore was mostly scraps, and as the mining slaves went deeper, it became increasingly difficult to find. The mining slaves had also split into several small groups to keep warm. Their group originally had 7 or 8 people, but last month, while collecting secret tungsten ore, they lost in a clash with the mining group led by the Big Python, leaving only the 2 of them. That's true, fine. The middle-aged man nodded after a brief thought. He had no particular fondness for Duxiu, but chose to spare him for future help if he ever needed it. However, since there were no better options, killing Duxiu was also fine. It was just bad luck for him. To avoid raising Du Xiu's suspicion, the two loaded their baskets filled with ore and followed the path Du Xiu had taken. The two arrived at the turn of the mining tunnel where Du Xiu's figure had disappeared. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long iron pick thrust out violently. The young man named Sun, eager to catch up with Du Xiu, showed fear at the sight of the pick, but the weight of the ore and his momentum made it impossible for him to react in time. The sharpened pick penetrated the neck of the young man named Sun without any obstruction. The boy holding the pick was none other than the expressionless Du Xiu. At the moment Du Xiu struck, Lien Ruofai's entrenching tool also whistled downwards towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's skull received a heavy blow, blood flowing from his forehead, his eyes nearly bursting. "You little brat, ambushing, early die." The middle-aged man grabbed Lien Ruofai's entrenching tool with his left hand while raising the iron pick in his right hand, ready to counterattack. Meanwhile, Du Xiu lifted his foot and kicked the young man named Sun in the abdomen. Gripping his bleeding neck, Sun retreated repeatedly with unwillingness in his eyes, ultimately collapsing to the ground, twitching and staring wide-eyed, lifeless. With his hands free, Du Xiu raised the iron pick and aimed it directly at the middle-aged man's heart. Blood from the forehead obscured the middle-aged man's vision, preventing him from noticing the danger immediately. Judging by Du Xiu's proficiency, it was obvious he had done this before. His actions were decisive and swift, a step ahead of the middle-aged man. Puff! Du Xiu drove the iron pick straight into the middle-aged man's heart. The iron pick in the middle-aged man's hand halted midair, just 5 centimeters away from Lien Ruofai's body, before dropping suddenly. He staggered back 2 steps, unable to believe his eyes as he looked down at the iron pick in his heart, followed by a sensation of pain radiating throughout his body. The middle-aged man slowly raised his head to look at Du Xiu. Having killed 2 people in quick succession, Du Xiu showed no signs of panic. Instead, he squinted his eyes and smiled at him. In the middle-aged man's eyes, emotions of astonishment, fear, and regret flickered one after another. He never expected that the seemingly harmless Du Xiu, who smiled at everyone and helped anyone with minor ailments, could be so. Had he known this, he would have been more cautious and at least not so careless in such an ambush-prone corner. He suddenly recalled the bodies in the cave that had not been claimed by any mining slave groups. Could it be that these 2 young men were responsible? With this question in mind, the middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes and breathed his last. Who would wander around the mining tunnel after finding enough secret tungsten ore? Who isn't afraid of being robbed, so they rush out to submit their ores? Those who harm others won't be harmed. Du Xiu curled his lip and rolled his eyes. Aside from sneering at the two's poor acting, he felt no other unusual emotions. Especially, he felt not a trace of guilt after killing. After all, during his time in the orphanage, when the headmaster made them stand in a line, choosing the remaining ones after others picked, and when the headmaster, unable to sell them, taught him to smile and act cute with a stick, when he was homeless, huddled in a corner, being beaten and robbed by other homeless people for food, when he became a slave, carrying, cradling, and dragging a basket full of ore through the bumpy mining tunnels. During those harshest times, he was all alone. No one taught the abusers to respect life. Even later, when he met the Ma family pharmacist, he had to serve him for months. Washing clothes, serving meals, mining, cleaning. It was only in the end that the pharmacist reluctantly taught him some knowledge of alchemy. When he displayed talent for alchemy, the pharmacist's attitude improved significantly, often implanting names and their misdeeds from the Ma family into his mind. They aimed to raise him as a machine for revenge. Unfortunately, Du Xiu believed his frame was limited and could not bear such a heavy burden. After digging a pit to bury Master Ma, he leveled things out. Whether he would hate himself down there, Du Xiu didn't know. Regardless, his thoughts were clear. Indeed, there are still some secret tungsten ores in the basket. After checking the baskets of the 2, Lien Ruofei picked out about 10 pieces of ore. Find a place to put them aside for tomorrow's use. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, Du Xiu emerged from the mine. The yellowed sky hung low with clouds, and the savage cold wind that had raged throughout the day had finally paused. The world returned to tranquility. The winter dusk fell with the setting sun casting its glow on the barren trees adorned with icicles. At the entrance of the mine, guards were tasked with counting the stones collected by the mine workers. Beside him stood several burly, fierce-looking guards, ever ready to take away any mine worker who failed to deliver the required amount of secret tungsten or for punishment. As Du Xiu stepped out, a young man with a rosy complexion, dressed in a standard uniform and draped in a cloak emblazoned with the Ma Corporation's emblem, waved at him. Du Xiu, come here. Du Xiu pointed to the basket behind him, indicating that he still had or to submit. Before the young man could speak, a nearby guard, looking exasperated, said, "Young sir, don't make a fuss. Didn't I tell you? Don't go down into the mine anymore. There are deaths happening there every day, and you just won't listen. Moreover, Captain Ma is calling for you, so hurry up. Don't give me a headache, all right?" The guard inwardly berated Du Xiu harshly. The mine was located in a remote wilderness surrounded by countless herbs, which served as one of their income sources. Captain Ma, the head guard, frequently ventured out to collect herbs, later asking Du Xiu to identify which ones were valuable and which were worthless. This was why the guards treated Du Xiu with such kindness. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I've caused you trouble," Du Xiu said apologetically to the guard. "Also, starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to go down into the mine anymore. You're too small, and it's too dangerous," the guard said sternly. "All right," Du Xiu replied casually, then set down his basket and jogged respectfully to the cloaked young man. "Captain Ma, judging by your complexion, it seems you had a good haul this time. Not bad, come with me." Captain Ma chuckled, seemingly reluctant to speak too much in front of others, and turned to walk towards a certain area. Inside the room, various decorations adorned the walls, with the most eye-catching being a colorful oil painting that covered an entire wall behind the chair. The oil painting depicted the opulent interior of a palace. A human dressed as a butler stabbed a remarkably handsome deity with a dagger from behind. The deity, who had been listening to a report from the insect queen, turned to look at the human butler, his face displaying disbelief. Before the deity, several insect queens were kneeling on the ground, looking up in shock at this scene. Beside the human stood a tall, fierce-looking wolf guardian, their expressions filled with a hint of excitement, extending their claws towards the deity. In the corners, on the walls, and in the void of the palace, countless bizarre, huge, and menacing beasts with varied expressions could be seen. The god-slaying painting is the most widely circulated piece in the empire. Though this was not the first time Du Xiu had seen this painting, he still found himself irresistibly drawn to it. Captain Ma plopped down onto a chair draped with white bear fur, resting his legs on the corner of the table. In the center of the table lay a pile of herbs of various shapes. Du Xiu, take a look at the quality of these herbs. He, as per usual, pick out the valuable ones and discard the worthless or toxic ones. All right, Captain Ma. Du Xiu withdrew his gaze from the god-slaying painting, nodded in response, and began to identify a herb while recording its value with a pen. This was not Du Xiu's first time doing such work. The secret tungsten mine located in a remote wilderness rarely saw visitors, and the often bored Captain Ma frequently went hunting to find herbs. After finding them, he would have Du Xiu identify which herbs were valuable, and the useful ones would be sold to the Hunters Guild by those transporting goods. Initially, Captain Ma did not trust Du Xiu's herb identification skills. Herbs that Du Xiu deemed worthless would be sent to others for identification as well. After several instances, Du Xiu's professionalism proved itself, and Captain Ma no longer doubted him. In fact, Du Xiu did not pocket anything for himself. The herbs he kept were indeed those that were either of little use or toxic. The herbs he used for potion making were obtained from ordinary guards. After all, those guards were not as difficult to deal with as Captain Ma. Captain Ma would at least search for some presentable and relatively rare herbs to bring back, while those guards sneaking out had little knowledge of the herbs' value and were almost picking them randomly, akin to pulling weeds. Half an hour later, Du Xiu divided the herbs into two piles. Captain Ma, the yield from this batch of herbs is quite good. This pile is estimated to be worth around 760 gold coins, fluctuating no more than 30 coins, while this pile of herbs is useless. Du Xiu handed Captain Ma a piece of paper with the names and values of the herbs. Not bad. You deal with those. Captain Ma nodded repeatedly after taking it, appearing quite pleased. In the fortress city, those generous women with some skills earned only half a gold coin in a night. Captain Ma nodded repeatedly after taking it, appearing quite pleased. In the fortress city, those generous women with some skills earned only half a gold coin in a night. Captain Ma nodded repeatedly after taking it, appearing quite pleased. In the fortress city, those generous women with some skills earned only half a gold coin in a night. And I still end up with nothing. All the mines are scattered across the wilderness located far from the city. Every 10 to 15 days, a dedicated person comes to deliver supplies to those stationed at the mines and to collect the ore. Old Lu is one of the heads of supply transport in the Ma Corporation. Like Captain Ma in other mining areas, he often goes out to search for herbs to sell. These muscle-headed brutes know nothing of the herb's value, and Old Lu almost earns half of his income with tears. However, at the secret tungsten mine, a potion maker unexpectedly appeared, which annoyed him greatly. Enough already. I haven't held you accountable for the money you scammed me out of before, so don't be ungrateful. By the way, what's the name of that little potion maker? Would you let him come with me? Old Lu said with interest. Come with you. In your dreams. Don't look at me like that. I'm not trying to take him away to scam you for your herbs. Rather, I want to introduce him to the potion company. Introducing a potion maker will earn a decent amount of money from above, and the reward will be split 50-50. The rarity and value of potion makers stem from their need to master knowledge of tens of thousands of herbs with varying powers found in the wilderness. This is just the basic entry-level requirement for potion makers. Further down, it would involve the chemical reactions of combinations of tens of thousands of herbs. Some simpler mixtures involve 2 herbs, while more complex combinations may include dozens or even hundreds of herbs. These intricate and precise chemical reactions of herbs deter countless people. Finding raw materials is easy, but potion makers are hard to come by. Thus, every faction is eager to recruit Captain Ma shook his head in refusal, saying, "No, this isn't about whether we can bear it or not. The secret tungsten ore belongs to a quasi-military controlled item. In a few days, all the miners, including Du Xiu, will be executed. Moreover, he is a disciple of Master Ma. Currently within the consortium, the senior executives in charge of the mining resources are staunch adversaries of Master Ma's faction. We cannot seek trouble for ourselves. Lastly, I've heard that Du Xiu has a severe head ailment. In the profession of an apothecary, the mind is paramount. He might lose his talent for alchemy at any moment. He is not worth the risk to protect." Alas, what a pity. Old Lu sighed after hearing this. By the way, this time we brought double the supplies compared to usual. It will be at least 20 days before we return to the mine, so keep track of the time. This is a desolate wilderness with no signal. If you run out of food, no one will care for you. Why are we sending so much this time? There will be a heavy snowstorm in the next few days, making the roads in the wilderness very difficult to traverse. Nonsense. Captain Ma secretly cursed. What difficult roads? It's just that he feels this place is far and lacking in profit, so he doesn't want to come. Did you bring alcohol this time? Yes, enough for your mining site to have a rebirth celebration. In the mining site, a row of modified high-power off-road vehicles was parked in the empty space. The extended truck bed was filled with various living supplies. The driver rolled down the window, smoking a cigarette and looking around with curiosity. The mine guards were escorting a group of miners who had just been pulled from the mine. They dragged their weary bodies to open the back of the vehicle to transport the supplies. As they pulled away the black cloth covering the goods, boxes of dried vegetables, meats, flour, fine wine, and a variety of other supplies came into view. Seeing the supplies, the miners showed no signs of excitement, and instead they displayed expressions of immense annoyance. These supplies had nothing to do with them. Every time they finished transporting, someone would search them. Anyone who dared to take even a piece of dried vegetable would be beaten black and blue and thrown out to starve. Dushio walked out of the room and exchanged a glance with Lien Ruofei, who was busy moving the goods. The former winked at him, and the latter nodded, heading towards a certain supply truck. The deity granted life to all things and created the world. He would die. The one who resembled him the most, and was usually the most loyal of the granted life, turned against the deity in a moment of panic, taking away wisdom and greed. The deity felt chaos erupted, and the granted life who triumphed in battle seized power and savagery. The last granted life who arrived was chosen by the deity, inheriting its bloodline and establishing the will to annihilate worlds. 10,000 years of time. The granted life who betrayed the true deity, humanity, established an empire. The granted life who triumphed in battle, the Wolf clan, established a tribe. The granted life who inherited the bloodline of the deity declared themselves as gods and established the Holy See. The wars between these three groups, the Empire tribe and the Holy See, have continued for 10,000 years. The Holy See is located on the western continent. The Empire and tribe are situated on the eastern continent. The relationship between the Empire and the tribe has been relatively mild for nearly 10,000 years. They coexist on the eastern continent with minor border skirmishes, but overall it remains stable. In their struggle against the Holy See, they often join forces to fend off the invasion of the Holy See's army. Dividing the eastern continent down the middle, the Empire is in the northern part, while the tribe occupies the southern part. On November 24th, the day of granting life. For the people of the eastern continent, today is a day worth celebrating. It was on this day 1,000 years ago that humanity officially gained freedom and was no longer enslaved by the deities. This is the most celebrated festive day of the year. For freedom, for rebirth, for the Empire. The secret tungsten mine is no exception. The icy and snowy landscape cannot diminish the enthusiasm of the guards' revelry. Of course, before that they needed to drive some pesky individuals out of sight. Get those damned miners into the mine. Today you have a day off. There will be no search for ores, but you can only enjoy your hurry, you pesky individuals. Grab some food and roll into the mine. You are not allowed to come out today. You can only emerge tomorrow morning. Anyone who comes out on their own and ruins our mood will definitely face dire consequences, I assure you. The guards waved their clubs, driving the miners away. Captain Ma, what about that young gentleman? One guard asked. Like the other miners, he should be sent into the mine. Captain Ma spoke softly. The secret tungsten mine would not last much longer, and Du Xiu was about to lose his value. Naturally, he no longer needed to maintain a friendship with a slave. Du Xiu was driven into the mine with the crowd. Du Gear, a youth leading 6 or 7 others, caught up with Du Xiu. The newcomer was named Demang, one of Du Xiu's friends. Their acquaintance was simple. Demang was injured and on the brink of death after a fight over ore, and Du Xiu extended a helping hand to gather the ore and heal his wounds. The reason Du Xiu chose to help Demang was straightforward. He was somewhat fierce and clear in his likes and dislikes. This made it convenient for him to leverage gratitude for his own gain. Yes, it was that realistic. It had nothing to do with kindness. He had a plan, and Demang had some utility, that was all. This is not a place for conversation. Let's go. Du Xiu nodded, and a group of people followed him toward a secluded mining path. The other miners from different groups merely glanced over and did not pay much attention. In their eyes, as the secret tungsten ore became increasingly difficult to find, it was expected that a weak individual like Du Xiu would align with Demang's gang. Thinking of this, each group retracted their gaze and led their teams deeper into the mine. Although they did not need to search for ores today, it was always wise to gather supplies in advance for tomorrow. Besides, who knows if the guards in the mine would get drunk and take pleasure in tormenting the miners. Last year's granting life day, a guard had taken a whim to go down the mine and brought up a few miners for a target practice game for their amusement. With this precedent, this year the miners unanimously hid deep in the mine. The faint black clouds piled high, giving a sense of an impending storm. Dark clouds lowered the heaven's head. In the open area, a few pieces of burning stone were placed under the firewood. These stones ignite with just a spark, making them the best materials for warmth and kindling. Snap! The flame from the lighter ignited the burning stones. Instantly, the woodpile crackled and flames burst. Dozens of bonfires were lit in succession. The entire mining site was surrounded by waves of heat, and everyone's faces glowed red. On the tables that were brought out, there were freshly sliced fruits, desserts, and fine wine. The chef set up a barbecue grill, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted all around. The supplies brought in yesterday the guards grouped together in 3s and 5s, forming small circles to chat about trivial matters in life influenced by factors such as rank, personal relationships, hometown, and personality. No one worried about the possibility of the miners escaping. These ordinary people lacking any power were no match for them. As long as one person remained sober, a casual pull of the trigger could take down a large number of them. Of course, no one believed any miner would dare to come out. Now that group of mice was likely exploring deep within the mine, struggling for the precious tungsten, or that needed to be submitted. The revelry continued unabated. The perspective expanded to encompass the entire empire. In the Ninth Empire, dozens of regions and countless fortified cities held various grand celebrations. Countless citizens of the empire donned new clothes and surged onto the streets. Children ran freely with balloons in hand. Groups of students made plans to enjoy their day. Couples embraced by the riverside at sunset, dreaming of an unseen future. The wealthy danced at their lavish parties, competing for attention and indulging from dawn till dusk. Countless beautiful young women hoping to marry into affluent families danced with abandon at the parties, exuding youthful energy, striving to attract and please those influential figures. They did not mind offering each other a wonderful night. At the ball, a dapper young man in a tailored suit cast his gaze upon a glamorous woman in the corner, pondering desperately how to display his gentlemanly demeanor. He decided to start by complimenting her attire. The man approached her with a raised glass, noticing her interest in him as well. Every fortified city was submerged in a sea of celebration. The distinction between city and wilderness was stark. The latter was filled only with the howling cold wind. In the afternoon, Captain Ma looked up as hexagonal snowflakes the size of fingernails fell from the sky and landed on his nose, melting rapidly as he exhaled hot breath tainted with alcohol. A chill slid down from his nose to his philtrum, which soon turned to warmth. Captain Ma touched his nose and raised his hand to take a look. It was blood. The warmth from his nasal cavity flowed uncontrollably, followed by an indescribable wave of weakness that washed over his entire body. The power within him felt as if it had been siphoned away, the weakness far heavier than after an intimate encounter. His legs trembled. Thud. Captain Ma collapsed to the ground, his eyelids feeling as heavy as if a boulder rested upon them. With all his strength, he opened his eyes, struggling to rise, and surveyed the surroundings. The crowd that had been drinking and celebrating just moments ago was now convulsing on the ground. The once noisy mine site suddenly fell silent, leaving only the crackling sound of burning wood. A minute later, as his consciousness faded into quietude, he saw a pair of dirty, snow-covered shoes. Captain Ma laboriously tilted his head back. A young man stood at the entrance of the mine, looking at him with a half-smile. "It's poison," Captain Ma suddenly realized. He slightly lifted his head, gazing up at the young man. The smile he had once regarded as obedient and respectful now appeared horrifying. Originally, he thought Du Xiu was merely a fortunate recipient of Master Ma's inheritance. Now it seemed that Du Xiu's talent as an apothecary was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Apothecaries were rare geniuses, and these talents needed a decade, or even more, to learn the foundational knowledge of thousands of herbs. To concoct a potion without guidance was an impossible dream. Yet Du Xiu had only studied under Master Ma for a year. He could only summarize the basic theories of herbs, and discussions about potion formulas were out of the question, as the so-called Master Ma was merely a novice apothecary. In contrast, Du Xiu not only learned about herbs, but also independently concocted potions in such a rudiment. Although poisonous potions were looked down upon by apothecaries, the ability to concoct a colorless, odorless, and highly toxic potion in such a short time demonstrated Du Xiu's terrifying talent as an apothecary. In an instant, Captain Ma recalled many things. Spare me. My life," he stammered, his voice weak and filled with humility. Thud. Du Xiu withdrew the iron stake from Captain Ma's neck, and blood soaked into the thin layer of snow on the ground. Even Ruan Fei Demang and others began to withdraw. The original defenses of the tungsten mine were as solid as a copper wall. However, as the ore was depleted, the Ma consortium withdrew its manpower, leaving only Captain Ma and a few dozen guards to defend, making the situation easy to handle. Huff. Du Xiu exhaled a puff of white air. He had waited a long time for this day. Last year, when he saw the mine guards drinking to excess on his birthday, Du Xiu formed this plan in his heart. He spent a year concocting the poison, devising the plan, and selecting the personnel. Everything was for the arrival of this day. What Du Xiu did not know was that without this plan, he would have faced a massacre once the tungsten ore was completely exhausted. One could only say that fate plays tricks. Du Xiu extended his hand, catching the ice crystals as they melted in his palm. "Pack up the supplies and prepare to leave here." The burly Demang picked up a gun from a guard's corpse and ran over, saying, "Brother Du, aren't we going to rest for the night anymore? Going out in this heavy snow isn't a good choice." Du Xiu shook his head. "We don't know how long this blizzard will last. We should leave here quickly while the snow hasn't blocked the roads." "All right." Demang, a true slave by birth, possessed the unique spirit and qualities of a slave, marked by obedience and loyalty to the strong. "Grab more fuel stones." "All right." About an hour later, a group of 9 had cleaned out the main living supplies in the mine and drove 3 vehicles into the wind and snow, leaving the tungsten mine. As for the remaining miners in the cave, they would discover a shocking surprise the next day, having turned from fear to astonishment. But would they be able to come out? Not long after, the vehicles left, muffled explosions echoed within the mine, followed by large clouds of dust swirling in the air. The collapse caused by the explosions buried all secrets. As the sun set, night descended. The snow grew heavier, and snowflakes the size of a baby's fist raced through the air like out-of-control racing cars. The overgrown wilderness, thick with thorns, was blanketed by a layer of snow measuring 30 to 40 centimeters. From a distance, the dim sky lightened by the heavy snow, the crystalline earth, and the cutting cold winds together formed a unique winter world of the wilderness. Let's rest here. Sitting in the passenger seat, Du Xiu glanced at the dense forest ahead. The tightly packed trees slowed the onslaught of the storm. They had left the tungsten mine for 7 or 8 hours. Although they could take turns driving, sitting for an extended period was still a considerable burden on the body. With the snowstorm intensifying, no matter how fast the wipers moved, they could not keep up with the accumulation of snow on the windshield. Now was the best time to stop and rest. With Du Xiu's command, Lien Ruofei slammed the brakes, burying the off-road vehicle in the snow. Okay, by the way, where are we going? Lien Ruofei pulled out 2 cigarettes, lit one, and handed the other to Du Xiu. Du Xiu took a deep drag, and a spicy sensation filled his chest. He had not smoked much before, but in the blizzard driving through the vast, indistinguishable wilderness, smoking could indeed refresh his mind, distract him, and ward off irritation. We're going to Burt City. It's the closest fortress city from here. Will the Ma Consortium be after us? No, the guards are dead. The mine collapsed, and there are no survivors in the secret tungsten mine. They want to find the murderer. The Ninth Empire, vast and sprawling, covers millions of miles with fortress cities scattered like stars, and between each city lies an endless wilderness. In the wilderness, countless savage beasts and insectoid races pose constant threats, accompanied by resources such as herbs, ores, and the remains of savage beasts and insectoid races. Ordinary people unable to cultivate and weak live in fortress cities, becoming fuel for the Empire's operation. Those with strength, such as primal cultivators, gunsmiths, and gene warriors, delve deep into the wilderness to acquire. Various hunting teams and hunter groups have emerged, becoming a hallmark of the era. In addition, there are some unscrupulous bandits and outcasts allied with the church. Various forces have jointly constructed a chaotic grand stage in the wilderness. The consortium's control within the cities is unquestionable, but in the wilderness, strength reigns supreme. Numerous bandits and outcasts would treat consortium caravans as fat sheep for plundering. It is entirely normal for mines to be raided. The vehicles they were driving all bore the emblem of the Ma Consortium, a pair of white. Wings. Driving these vehicles into the city, if questioned even slightly, would reveal their identities, akin to walking into a trap. Du Xiu got out of the car, unzipped his pants, and relieved himself in the snow, shivering, before climbing back into the vehicle. A night of silence. On the following morning, the blizzard lessened. The group set off again. The blizzard had concealed all the terrain under a blanket of snow. The map's significance had diminished. Du Xiu held a compass, directing them based on approximate bearings. After traveling for most of the day, they heard a rumbling sound in the distance as 4 or 5 vehicles appeared from the west. The vehicles also bore a pair of white wings. Upon seeing Du Xiu and the others, these vehicles approached them. "Brother Du, what should we do? Should we avoid them?" A panicked voice came from the walkie-talkie, not only from him, but also Lien Ruofei beside him, who looked equally tense, sweating profusely. "No need, keep driving normally," Du Xiu commanded through gritted teeth, eyeing the heavy artillery mounted on the nearby. In these conditions, they wouldn't be able to drive fast enough. And if the consortium people detected anything unusual at this distance, they wouldn't survive the concentrated fire from the earth. At that moment, a strange man's voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Avoid who? Which company do you belong to?" Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. They did not know that the Ma Consortium's walkie-talkie channels were all on the same frequency and would automatically connect within us. Not only the Ma Consortium, but almost all consortiums and large hunting groups were set up this way. This allows internal members to communicate and call for help at any time while in the wilderness. Their previous conversation had already been overheard. The other party must have raised some suspicions. "Which company are you from?" Du Xiu's cold voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Not convenient to disclose." After a brief silence, the other party replied, "Sorry, your level doesn't allow you to inquire about our matters." Du Xiu looked at the white wings on the other party's car door and replied casually. Master Ma had informed him of the Ma Consortium's situation. Night fell. 8 vehicles divided into 2 small groups and settled on a wind-sheltered hillside. A few people cleared the accumulated snow, creating an open space, driving stakes into the ground at the corners of the tents, and setting up insulated tents made with thermal materials, securing them firmly with wind ropes. On the ground inside the tents, they laid down a cold insulating board followed by several layers of snow hair pelts. In no time, 7 or 8 tents were set up in succession. Successfully establishing camp, Du Xiu and Lien Ruofei, one with an axe at his waist, and the other carrying firearms, brought over some tree trunks about the thickness of an arm from a distance. Under the damp snow-laden trunks, they placed firestones. As sparks hit the firestones, a burst of flame surged up, scorching the dozens of blackened trees above. In an instant, thick smoke billowed simultaneously, driving away the moisture from the trunks. The rising smoke became denser and transformed into flames within a few minutes. In an instant, the blaze illuminated the surroundings, casting a rosy glow on the faces of those nearby. The 2 groups distinctly sat around their respective campfires to warm themselves. Before long, Zhou Yuan walked towards Du Xiu. Du Xiu looked up to see Zhou Yuan's robust figure along with 3 M134 rapid-fire machine guns mounted on the vehicle behind him and a 107mm artillery piece, instilling great pressure upon him. Currently, these weapons of mass destruction were all operated by someone, and those individuals' gazes wandered over Du Xiu and the others. Except for Du Xiu and Lian Ruofei the miners, Zhou Yuan looked at all lowered their heads not daring to meet his gaze. Zhou Yuan confirmed that there were no experts among this group. Kid, what are you doing in the no man's land? Transporting supply. Du Xiu remained silent for a moment before softly replying. With just you few small fries. Zhou Yuan scoffed. In the face of Zhou Yuan's mockery, Du Xiu did not get angry. He turned the roasted meat in his hand and raised his eyelids, saying naturally not just that the captain took a few people to hunt a ferocious beast. What ferocious beast? A level 2 snow wolf. Zhou Yuan's eyes shimmered. No wonder this kid was so brazen. An original cultivator capable of hunting a level 2 snow wolf must at least be at the opening chi level. The levels of original cultivators from low to high are blood chi realm, opening chi realm, and channeling realm. The classifications and detailed information above the channeling realm are controlled by conglomerates and other powerful factions. Ordinary people find it hard to reach. Zhou Yuan himself was only at the blood chi realm. Not just him, but most hunters in the wilderness were also at the blood chi realm. The opening chi realm was already the ceiling. But was what this kid said true? Zhou Yuan sized up Du Xiu, noting that the security uniform he wore was ill-fitting with oversized sleeves and shoes. Not only him, but those around him also bowed their heads not daring to breathe. They looked nothing like members of a conglomerate. With such a lack of quality personnel, could there be an opening chi realm expert following them? What kind of mindset would an opening chi realm expert have to lead this bunch of useless followers? Though full of loopholes, Du Xiu's calm demeanor still made Zhou Yuan wary. What if? He dared not take the risk. It is well known that original cultivators are weaker in the early stages and stronger in the later ones. Although he was not afraid of an opening chi realm original cultivator, due to the heavy firepower he wielded, this was merely on a superficial level. The most notable characteristic of an original cultivator is their ability to fight independently and sustain themselves. If an opening chi realm expert were to linger behind his convoy, it would also be extremely troublesome. Additionally, he feared that this opening chi realm expert might be a firearms specialist. In the wilderness, the people from the conglomerates relying on their powerful firearms plundered resources and occupied resource outposts. This caused widespread discontent among hunters. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Over the years, firearms specialists have emerged. Weapons crafted by master weapon makers powered by original energy possessed more terrifying power and a longer range than ordinary firearms. They became the favorites of hunters. The appearance of firearms specialists also led conglomerates to gradually restrain their actions in the wilderness. Seeing Zhou Yuan's cautious demeanor, Du Xiu felt a slight sense of relief. Originally, he thought that as long as he could prove he was a member of the conglomerate, he could blend in and ensure his life was safe. However, Du Xiu soon discovered a new problem. Zhou Yuan and his group seemed off. They likely were not members of the conglomerate, or even if they were full of deceit and might turn against him. In the past, when identifying herbs for Captain Ma, the people who came to deliver supplies often mentioned that there was a small town 200 kilometers from the secret tungsten mine, where hunters could rest and replenish supplies, discussing the prices of herbs there, intending to lower the price and buy herbs from Captain Ma at a low cost. That small town was the only route from Burt City to the secret tungsten mine. Now they had traveled nearly 300 kilometers, yet there was no sign of the town. This indicated that they were not heading to Burt City at all. Remembering how surprised the other party was when they heard their destination was Burt City during the day, the other party must have realized they were lost as well. However, he did not remind them, and instead chose to follow them. Initially, Du Xiu did not understand their intentions. When Zhou Yuan spoke the word small fries, Du Xiu finally realized. Zhou Yuan's apparent peace with him was not out of camaraderie among fellow conglomerate members, but rather an intention to ascertain his background before taking action. The so-called level 2 snow wolf was naturally fabricated. Du Xiu had to conjure up a powerful figure to protect himself. He gambled that the other party would not dare to take a risk. The outcome proved he had gambled correctly. Upon hearing that the captain was pursuing a level 2 snow wolf, the other party ceased their aggressive stance. Watching Zhou Yuan turn to leave, the anxious hearts of the crowd finally relaxed. Beside the large python, a man with inverted triangular eyes subtly nudged the person next to him. The two exchanged glances, both showing hesitance. The campfire flickered as night deepened. The two groups returned to their tents. The man with inverted triangular eyes lowered his voice and said to the young man, "Don't sleep too deeply tonight. At midnight we will leave this place." "Brother, are you sure? In this heavy snow, how far can we run? It's better to stick with the young master and look out for each other." "Look out for each other? What nonsense. Although I don't know how far Burt City is from here, we have been traveling for nearly 2 days now, and we should arrive soon. If we hadn't encountered that bearded man, we could have destroyed the vehicles in advance before entering the city. Now we can only rely on our identities as members of the conglomerate to enter the city. But entering the city as members of the conglomerate is tantamount to seeking death, right?" The man with inverted triangular eyes snorted coldly. "Did Ma not say that the young master has a way to help us escape? We should keep our mouths shut and do less. Are you really that stupid, or just pretending? Du Xiu is an apothecary. Even if he exposes himself in the city with the conglomerate's profit-first work ethic, they will not kill him. But what about us? We are genuine slaves. Do you think we will have a good time entering the city?" The man with inverted triangular eyes glared at the young man, looking exasperated. "Well, that's true, brother. What should we do next? When it reaches midnight, I'll go get the fuel stone, and you go get the jerky. No need to take water. There's snow, we won't die of thirst. We'll quietly leave here. There's a grove not far away, we'll escape from there. The man with triangular eyes instructed. Done. The moonlight was hazy with its indifferent glow sprinkled across the silver-clad wilderness. The crystalline snow reflected a cold, desolate sheen. The earth was quiet. In the campfire surrounded by stones, the flames had extinguished and the glowing charcoal emitted a faint red glow in the dim light. From the not completely burnt charcoal, a popping sound emerged. Sparks flew out, landing in the snow, followed by a sizzling sound, creating a shallow hole in the snow. At this moment, two figures carrying firearms emerged from a tent. Creak. The young man's footsteps crunched on. The man with triangular eyes glanced at him expressionlessly, then pointed at his feet, indicating to the young man to walk through the untouched snow. The young man nodded hurriedly. The two stealthily approached the vehicle to gather their belongings. Just as they were preparing to, a voice rang out behind them. Where are you two planning to go? The triangular-eyed man turned to look. A burly man with a beard stood in the snow like a black bear, aiming a dark gun at them. Joe. Captain Joe, we are just wandering around, taking so many supplies to wander. Zhou Yuan gestured at the backpack the young man was carrying. The man with triangular eyes forced a smile, remaining silent. If you can't give me a reason, I can't let you two go easily, Zhou Yuan sneered. Hearing this, the triangular-eyed man's expression fluctuated, and he lacked the courage to raise the gun in his hand. If he fired, it would surely wake the others, and they would definitely be unable to escape. Moreover, neither of them had ever handled a gun, and their marksmanship was poor. Although they were in the Qi realm, they were not entirely immune to bullets. Their enhanced physicality and reflexes meant that they were not a threat to seasoned marksmen. Provoking Zhou Yuan further would only lead to greater losses. Captain Zhou, I'll let you in on a secret, but you must promise to let us leave. The triangular-eyed man gritted his teeth. Zhou Yuan was from the consortium. Capturing these few murderous slaves was somewhat of an achievement. Speak if it's valuable, perhaps I'll let you go. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Actually, we are from the mining. Just as the triangular-eyed man was about to speak, two figures suddenly burst out from a tent. Their submachine guns spat out two blazing tongues of fire aimed at the triangular-eyed man. In an instant, upon hearing the gunfire, Zhou Yuan swiftly dropped to the snow and then rolled, hiding his figure in a relatively low-lying depression. Opposite Zhou Yuan, the triangular-eyed man and the young man beside him were instantly riddled with bullets. The bullets even ignited the fuel stone in the backpack. Suddenly, two charred bodies appeared in the snow. The culprits were Du Xiu and Lian Ruofei. Seeing the two dead men, Zhou Yuan's face darkened with anger. The sudden gunfire startled him, and he felt perhaps it was his illusion that a few bullets seemed to be aimed at him. Did these two kids intend to kill the fleeing people, or were they going to kill him too? Hearing the gunfire, those who were originally resting were awakened, hurriedly grabbing their weapons and exiting the tents to check the situation. Demang and the others automatically gathered around Du Xiu, weapons from the mining site in hand. Yet the way they held their guns and their demeanor clearly revealed their nervousness. In contrast, Zhou Yuan's people were much more professional. After a quick assessment of the scene, they followed their team's division of labor, each grabbing heavy weapons, looking for cover, and positioning themselves to aim their guns at Du Xiu and his group. Zhou Yuan rose from the snow, turning back to see that his men had set up their firing points, and he angrily marched over to Du Xiu. He raised his hand and slapped Du Xiu across the face. You little brat, what do you want? We're dealing with deserters, oh what's it to you? Du Xiu's face was red and furious. The person just now said he would tell me a secret, and before he could speak you killed him. What unspeakable dealings are you two hiding? Wait until our captain arrives, and you can ask him. Zhou Yuan grabbed Du Xiu by the collar, his eyes glinting coldly. Kid, don't think you can scare me with your captain. If you keep pushing, he'll kill you right here, and whether your captain can find me afterward is another matter altogether. Du Xiu fell silent for a moment, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and he spoke with humiliation. We are actually from the mining transport team. Mining transport team. Why hide that? We transport military-controlled ores. The few words that came out of Du Xiu's mouth made Zhou Yuan momentarily stunned, and then his scalp tingled. Involvement with military-controlled items meant a heap of trouble. Although the consortium ruled the local area, it did not mean they could recklessly trade in military-controlled goods. This was a time of war, and all ideologies had to align with the war. Involving military-controlled items was absolutely a core secret of the Empire and the consortium, and touching it meant trouble. Du Xiu turned to Lian Ruofei and said, you go to the vehicle and bring down the ores for Captain Zhou to check. Lian Ruofei turned and went. Forget it, let's say, I don't know about this. Zhou Yuan, feeling frustrated, waved his hands repeatedly. This is ridiculous, military-controlled items are a hot potato. Getting involved with them would bring no benefits whatsoever. No wonder with the quality of this group, they had someone at the Qi realm leading them. It turned out they were escorting military-controlled ores. Moreover, these people were probably discarded pawns of the consortium, the kind that needed to be dealt with after transport. While the two fell silent, a sudden thumping sound echoed. The sound came from Zhou Yuan's convoy. All other vehicles were off-road vehicles, but the one making the sound had a closed There were people inside the compartment. The unusual noise during the standoff made everyone present involuntarily shift their gaze towards the compartment. In an instant, the atmosphere tightened once again. In that case, can Captain Zhou let go now? Du Xiu withdrew his gaze from the compartment, coldly snorted. Hee little brother, it's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Moreover, I just discovered tonight that the route has strayed. This road does not lead to Burt City, but it's already too late to turn back. We don't have enough supplies or fuel. There's a hunter's town ahead, and we should arrive there by tomorrow afternoon. At that time we can each take a break, and then go our separate ways. How about it? Zhou Yuan let go, smiling with a feigned expression. Very well. Inducio uttered a single word. Zhou Yuan waved his hand backward, and his men lowered their firearms. Nas Zhou Yuan turned and walked away. The tense atmosphere in the camp eased perceptibly. Back inside the tent, and the anger on Du Xiu's face dissolved into calm indifference. Nas if the young man who had just suffered public humiliation outside were someone else entirely. Lien Ruofei glanced at Du Xiu and sighed inwardly. Du Xiu's face seemed perpetually masked, a mask that shifted expression seamlessly with each new scene. Gentle, enthusiastic, indignant, furious, cold. Naviri emotion could be summoned at will as needed. You truly have nerve, not fearing exposure. Lien Ruofei lit 2 cigarettes and handed one to Du Xiu. Du Xiu rubbed his face and accepted the smoke. Me2 tungsten, or was only quasi-militarily controlled. That single prefix, quasi, diminished its regulatory stringency by more than 1 degree. The laxity of security at the Me2 tungsten mine was proof enough. Team leader Ma was merely an ordinary man. The situation erupted unexpectedly. I had no choice. Du Xiu flicked ash outside the tent. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he froze momentarily, lost in thought. 2 hours from now, when they're all deep asleep, we'll slip away quietly. Why leave so suddenly? The strategic importance of militarily controlled items is self-evident. Precisely because it is so critical, our team leader's prolonged absence has become deeply suspicious. Du Xiu spoke swiftly. Yes, grade 2 ferocious beasts fetched a high price, but even that paled beside a militarily controlled item. Hunting beasts for extra coin. A perfectly natural impulse. But to vanish for 2 full days while entrusting such a vital cargo to a group of unarmed civilians, men lacking even heavy weaponry, was utterly absurd. For now the others were temporarily cowed by the mere claim of military control, but come daylight they would surely reassess and come after him again. Du Xiu was not the kind to wait passively for doom. Faced with this predicament, he saw only 2 paths: launch a sudden assault on Zhou Yuan's team and eliminate them utterly, or vanish under cover of night. The former was out of the question. A team hardened by years of wilderness survival would certainly keep night watch. To attack heat-in with their green, untested group would be like smashing eggs against stone. So flight, swift, silent, and decisive, was the only viable course. Alright then, what about Demang and the others? No notification. Too many eyes, too much noise, too great a risk. Just the 2 of us. Du Xiu said coolly. Nda Meng obeyed him unquestioningly, but Du Xiu owed him nothing. They'd lend a hand if he could, but when his own survival hung in the balance, sentiment held no sway. Understood. Lien Ruofei nodded. They had long prepared for exactly this moment, ready to flee at a heartbeat's notice. Each carried a mountaineering backpack stuffed with ample supplies. No need to scavenge the vehicles like those 2 indentured miners had done moments earlier. After assigning night sentries, Zhou Yuan did not return immediately to his tent, but instead climbed back into the vehicle. Soon after, another middle-aged man approached and checked his wristwatch. Old Zhou, why brood here past 1 a.m.? Instead of sleeping in, damn it. I'm unsettled. Did you hear what that kid said? I did. Quite unexpected. Entrusting a militarily controlled item to a bunch of greenhorns. Their team leader must have nerves of steel. Also, someone inside the cargo compartment woke up. They heard the knocking. You fear word might leak. Yes. Someone might casually mention it to anyone. This job risks our heads. We cannot afford a single trace to... Unlikely. They'll probably be silenced internally after delivery. Still, one can never rule out the what if. Zhou Yuan voiced his unease. Wang Fong, the middle-aged man, drew out a cigarette, held it vertically, and tapped its tip repeatedly against his palm to pack the tobacco tighter, ensuring a stronger draw. That is problematic, yet killing them outright is inadvisable. Any mishap involving a militarily controlled item would trigger serious consequences. From what he knew, elite origin cultivators possessed bizarre, unfathomable tracking abilities, far beyond anything they could counter. Enough, we'll decide tomorrow. Once we reach Hunter's Town and meet the buyers, perhaps they'll have a workable solution. Those anomalies are no trifling matter. Right? Nothing else for it. Go rest. Conserve your strength. We'll meet them early tomorrow. Over an hour later, Du Xiu and Lien Ruofei unzipped the tent flap slung on their backpacks and slipped from the camp without a sound. Before departing, Du Xiu, pinching his nose and wearing gloves, sprinkled fine powder onto the tent's zipper and the latch at its entrance. The moonlight grew sharper, colder. Snow over 40 centimeters deep swallowed their calves whole. Trudging forward, sometimes sinking knee-deep, sometimes skimming the surface, was exhausting, grueling labor. Du Xiu's target loomed ahead, a snow-laden forest. To avoid alerting others, they dared not use vehicles, opting instead for silent footborne flight. The blizzard had ceased, their footprints stark and unmistakable marred the smooth, undulating snowfield. If Zhou Yuan pursued by vehicle, they would inevitably be overtaken on open snow, so the forest was their sole refuge. At least their wheels could not follow. An hour later they stood before the snow forest's edge. Winter had stripped the trees bare, their skeletal branches draped in snow jeweled with icicles. Let's split up. Du Xiu glanced back at their trail and spoke calmly. If pursuit came, as it likely would, separation would double their odds of survival. Split up, fine. Inli and Ruofei gazed upward, transfixed by the moon's brilliant silver glow. Into night's moon shone brighter than the one that had bathed them years ago. The night vagrants beat them senseless and dumped them into the marshes. Stop with the maudlin nonsense. Move. In Du Xiu's cheeks burned crimson from the cold as he punched Lian Ruofei lightly on the shoulder. They'd known each other since the orphanage, then roamed the streets together, were trafficked, and finally enslaved in the mines. Over a decade bound by shared endurance. Countless trials had forged them, and the only family either possessed in this world kinship without blood. Xiu'er, if either of us survives, promise me you'll see the world for both of us. Master Ma once said, when cherry blossoms bloom along the third island chain, the wind carries them so thickly they blot out the sky. If I fall, you go in my stead. NGO, see whether the insectoid hives truly span entire cities. And ascend the sacred mountain of the wolf tribes. Does it pierce the heavens themselves? And show me what gods truly look like. Inli and Ruofei's lips trembled as he spoke. Words of farewell, raw and unguarded. I understand. Let's go. I believe both of us will survive. Oh, do you recall the little girl in the red dress from the orphanage? No, I don't remember her. And not even a trace. That beautiful girl in the red dress. And you really must break this habit, getting sentimental at the worst possible moment. Du Xiu tilted his head, studying Lian Ruofei. And honestly, I don't recall her. And fine, never mind. And all right, get going. And without hesitation or backward glance, Du Xiu strode into the thicket's shadowed flank. Watching Du Xiu fade into the gloom, Lian Ruofei used his rifle barrel to scrawl crooked letters in the snow along Du Xiu's escape route and, "Come chase me, fool." Having finished, he fled in the opposite direction. In his estimation, the enemy would dismiss such childish provocation and almost certainly converge on his trail instead. A few minutes later, Du Xiu stood in front of the words, his expression one of speechlessness, feeling a mix of self-pity and irritation. For many years, every time a critical moment arrived, even Lian Ruofei would enjoy performing this little act. What won't they split their forces to pursue? Naive. As Du Xiu internally despised Lian Ruofei's actions, he moved in the direction he had fled. He wrote another line. "Come chase me, you fool." After finishing, he unzipped his pants and relieved himself in the snow, feeling a bit fiery and yellow. Looking at his own work, Du Xiu nodded in satisfaction before vanishing once more into the dense forest. Morning. The sky was dimly lit. A large crowd had gathered near Du Xiu's tent. Zhou Yuan stepped out of the tent with an extremely grim expression. In the morning, he noticed the zipper of Du Xiu's tent was open, instantly sensing something was amiss. Upon entering, he found it empty. "Have you figured out what happened?" Zhou Yuan asked Wang Feng, coughing uncontrollably as the smell inside Du Xiu's tent was quite strange and somewhat suffocating. It's all fake. That kid hasn't spoken a word of truth. All that military control stuff is just secret tungsten, or these people are slaves who escaped from the secret tungsten mine. Wang Feng's expression darkened. Damn it, spending all day hunting geese only to have them peck out my eyes. No way, I have to kill those two brats. Zhou Yuan's face was as dark as water. Firstly, he had been humiliated by a kid with no cultivation for 2 days. Secondly, he was worried that Du Xiu might reveal their secrets. What about these people? Kill them. Wang Feng glanced at the 5 people, including the giant python, who had their weapons confiscated, kneeling in the snow, and nodded. They'll take care of those 2 bastards. You lead the team to continue on the original route for the deal. All right. Gunfire erupted in the camp as the 5 ill-fated miners were riddled with bullets. Zhou Yuan, accompanied by 2 others, followed the footprints all the way to the snowy forest. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the snowy forest. Looking at the endless barren trees, Zhou Yuan led his men inside. Soon they saw the footprints split, fleeing in 2 directions into the dense forest. Did they split up? The little rascal isn't stupid, but it's a pity it won't help. Captain Zhou, there are words on the ground. The 2 accompanying team members shouted. Zhou Yuan focused his gaze, and upon seeing the 2 pieces of writing, he was instantly enraged. Wait until I catch you, will break every one of your teeth, and see if you still have the guts to talk back. Zhou Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a yellow stain on the side, making him frown as he said to the 2 men, "You 2 go chase that one." The 2 team members nodded and bypassed the yellow stain, heading towards the direction Lian Ruofei fled. As for Zhou Yuan, he pursued Du Xiu. The deeper he went, the angrier he became, for traces of Du Xiu were occasionally. "Hey, you really dare to come after me? Don't chase me anymore. If you do, you might randomly lose a parent. Very well, perhaps you should look. Don't chase me anymore. If you do, I'll confiscate your family tree. They'll leave a hole for your family." The lines of provocation made Zhou Yuan want nothing more than to shatter every bone in Du Xiu's body. He followed the footprints and couldn't ignore them. The glaring big words continuously challenged his heart's capacity. This was the first time he felt the power of words. In the afternoon, Du Xiu leaned against a tree, panting heavily. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. The continuous trek through the snow since 2 or 3 in the morning had left him utterly exhausted. The supplies in his backpack had long been reduced to a few pieces of fuel stones, jerky, and poison powder. Even so, his body had reached its limit. Only his will to survive kept him moving forward. "I hope the poison takes effect," Du Xiu murmured to himself. If he escaped, Zhou Yuan would surely come personally to check the situation in the tent. That was his only chance to poison. At other times, the opponent's vigilance was too strong, and there was no opportunity. Given Zhou Yuan's hatred towards him, it was likely that Zhou Yuan would personally bring people to catch him. He just didn't know if the pursuer would be Zhou Yuan or Lien Ruofei. The provocative words he left in the snow were also meant to anger his pursuers and hasten the poison's infiltration. If it weren't for Zhou Yuan, and it was just ordinary guards, Du Xiu wouldn't be afraid at all. Regardless of whether the opponent was poisoned or not with his speed, and after having escaped for most of the night, even resting for 1 or 2 hours they wouldn't catch up to him. If Zhou Yuan came, he would probably be catching up fast, as the opponent's physical condition was not something he could compare to. The state of qi and blood was a world apart from that of ordinary people. The poison he concocted could easily kill Captain Ma and others, but it did not mean it would have an immediate effect on Zhou Yuan. Dragging his weary body, Du Xiu arrived at a hillside where the terrain was higher, allowing him to survey the situation behind. He sat down heavily in the snow, took out some jerky from his backpack, tore off a small piece, and chewed it. The craftsman's skill in making jerky wasn't very good. It tasted like chewing wax. After replenishing his energy, Du Xiu grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth to hydrate. He then began to massage his legs repeatedly to relieve the soreness in his muscles. After a brief rest of 20 minutes, Du Xiu spotted a small black dot moving rapidly through the snow. His face instantly turned exceptionally grim. Judging by the speed of movement, the one chasing him was indeed Zhou Yuan. The distance between them was about 30 minutes. A trace of determination flashed across Du Xiu's face. At the camp where Du Xiu had camped last night, several tents still stood in the snow, not collapsed by the fierce winds. On the ground lay the bodies of the giant python, and the other for their blood drained, staining the white snow red. Next to the camp, a massive convoy came to a slow stop. On the vehicle door, a silver fox head was embossed. At the front of the convoy, 3 heavy firepower vehicles were filled with hunters wearing helmets and bulletproof vests. In the sky, 7 or 8 drones loaded with bombs hovered above. In the middle were 2 RVs and several trucks. Behind them were several modified pickup trucks with artillery mounted in the cargo bed. Hunters wrapped up tightly in gloves and hats sat at the control panels. The sound of work boots crunching on the snow echoed as a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a cigarette in his mouth stepped down from the vehicle. He glanced around and waved his hand, signaling 8 fully armed hunters to jump down from several vehicles. Once they exited the vehicle, the pairs of 2 each carried Maxim machine guns and ran towards the surrounding high points. The drones overhead also whirled away in different directions. Each operator directed the drones to different areas, scouting the situation and maintaining vigilance. After everything was set up, the slick-haired man respectfully approached an RV and knocked on the glass. The glass of the passenger seat rolled down, and a young man poked his head out. The slick-haired man warmly said, "Brother Ding, tell Master Lung that the place he mentioned has been found." "All right, Captain Wang," the young man replied politely. Moments later, the door of the RV opened, and an old man stepped out. He appeared to be around 60 years old, of medium height, with dark skin, deeply sunken eyes, a hooked nose, faint eyebrows that were almost non-existent, heavy eye bags, and a detached expression. He exuded an exceptionally fierce, reclusive, and difficult-to-approach aura. After surveying the area, his gaze fell upon a tent not far away. Behind him, 2 young men followed, attempting to catch up, but were halted by the old man's glare. The old man approached the tent alone, inspecting the surroundings, before finally reaching the tent where Du Xiu resided. Suddenly, his gaze focused on some powder at the zipper seam of the tent. He leaned closer and sniffed at a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he glanced around to ensure no one was following and took out a satellite phone, dialing a number. "Let's talk, I've arrived." "Master has agreed, we have retrieved the people. However, according to the ones who brought them, 2 of the miners' slaves escaped during transport, and our people went to pursue them, but have yet to return." The person on the other end of the line looked distressed. This was supposed to be a minor issue that could be resolved by sending a few people to search. However, due to a location update in the group chat, their master had unexpectedly been summoned. Their master had been silent for many years, concealing his identity, and rarely spoke unless it was a significant matter within the sect. His sudden appearance had caught them off guard. "How old is the slave?" 16, named Du Xiu. Upon hearing the age, the person on the line pondered for a moment, and then added, "Master, there's another piece of news. According to what they heard from fellow slaves, one of the escapees is not simple, he's an apothecary. Of course, the slaves have limited knowledge, so there might be exaggeration, but one thing is certain: the poison he concocted was colorless and odorless, killing dozens of mining guards to aid their escape." The person on the other end hurriedly shared this newly heard information, knowing their master was renowned for his expertise in poisons. "This is quite interesting." A smile appeared on the otherwise stiff face of Master Lung, though it was somewhat unsettling given his appearance. What was supposed to be a simple task unexpectedly bore fruit. "All right, I will handle the slave situation. Plant poison in the captured individual and send him back. As for the others, deal." "Understood. By the way, Master, my antidote for this month. Someone will deliver it to you." "All right, Master, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, sacrificing everything if necessary." Before the subordinate could express his loyalty any further, Master Lung had already hung up. Master Lung turned and approached the man with a slicked-back hairstyle, saying, "Captain Wang, could you please help me find a young man following the tracks in the snow?" "Sure thing, just watch." Captain Wang readily agreed, and then turned to make arrangements. Before long, several drones took off, following the bright footprints in the snow toward the forest. The 2 disciples behind Master Lung exchanged glances, both showing surprise in their eyes. As one of the deputy leaders of the Apothecary Hall in the Hunters Guild of Burt City, Master Lung held a prestigious position. At the same time, his character was also criticized. He was known to be reclusive, cold, and socially awkward, a widely known fact. As his disciples, they experienced both the good and bad aspects of his mentorship. The good part was that they successfully entered the circle of the powerful in Burt City under Master Lung's name. The downside was that after a brief evaluation, Master Lung seemed somewhat disappointed and often secluded himself to study potions, rarely offering guidance. They shared the title of master and disciple, but there was little substance to their relationship. This trip to the wilderness was due to Master Lung's need for key herbs to proceed with his research. Moreover, the herbs he required were extremely rare, necessitating him to personally identify and procure them from various remote towns. It was precisely for this reason that his two disciples had the opportunity to accompany him. However, they never expected that Master Lung would suddenly take an interest in a young man. Half an hour later, Master Lung, a hunter, came to report. Captain Wang interjected. Old Wang, connect the feed to the big screen. Old C, take people to bring this young man over. On a modified cargo truck, the cargo area was equipped with radar and various precision instruments. This was the fire control center of the Silver Fox Hunters. In front of the control room screen sat a graceful and beautiful girl around 16 or 17 years old. She wore a beige double-breasted coat that enveloped her fully, with only her black knee-high boots visible. She donned a black beret, her hair styled high, revealing her long, fair neck. She watched the scene on the screen with great interest. She was equally intrigued by the person Master Lung was searching for. Following Captain Wang's command, the operator switched the drone's feed to the screen. Master Lung and the girl sat in front of the screen. Captain Wang and the others stood nearby, craning their necks to watch. They too were eager to know who the fortunate individual was that had caught the master's eye. On the screen, in the depths of the snowy forest, there was a black dot. As the image zoomed in, a rather handsome young man came in. He sat on a hillside, chewing on food, gazing into the distance, his expression gradually turning fierce. It was Du Xiao. The picture quality is good. A young man behind Master Lung, Ding Yao, commented. So don't get me started. This scaled-down fire control system cost me over 30,000 gold coins. It's only right to have a good screen. Captain Wang spoke half proudly, half pained. Before long, the screen split into two. One displayed Du Xiao, while the other showed Zhou Yuan. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was leaning against a tree trunk, panting heavily. Hey, isn't that Zhou Yuan? Captain Wang's Zhou Yuan. Does Captain Wang know him? If you do, use the drone to call out and spare that young man's life. Ding Yao volunteered. One was running, the other was chasing. Even a fool could see that Zhou Yuan was hunting Du Xiao. The young man their master was looking for was in danger, so he had to take the initiative to alleviate his master's worries. I've had a few dealings with the Ma clan in the past and met him a few times, but we are not familiar. I can call out to him, I just don't know if he will give me face. Even though he was only at the Qi blood realm, he was still a member of the Ma clan. Captain Wang said awkwardly. As a practitioner of the Aperture realm, he naturally had no trouble dealing with an ordinary Qi blood realm fighter. However, since Zhou Yuan was from the Ma clan, he had to be cautious, as one must respect the owner when dealing with a dog. He could only give it a try and dared not threaten or make enemies. Of course, this was only applicable in the presence of outsiders. Master Lung waved his hand, saying, no need to rush, let's wait and see. Hey, something's off with Zhou Yuan. His qi is scattered and his energy is insufficient. Captain Wang suddenly remarked. As a seasoned hunting group that has long traversed the wilderness, he has visited the nearby dense forest, which is not small in size and could easily exhaust an ordinary person. However, to say that a Qi blood realm cultivator could be worn out like this is absolutely impossible. A city, even the most basic level 4 fortress city, has a population of at least over 100 million. With such a vast population, the number of those who can cultivate the original force and become Qi blood realm cultivators is less than 10,000. The strength of the Qi blood realm is absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and Zhou Yuan is not just an ordinary Qi blood realm cultivator, but one with multiple pathways of Qi blood. Ding Yao also reacted. It is indeed strange he might be injured. Not only was the person on the screen puzzled, but Zhou Yuan himself was also quite confused. Zhou Yuan leaned against a tree, gazing at the pristine snow layer and the trail of footprints ruining the scenery, and couldn't help but curse, little brat, how the hell can you run so fast? As he stopped, a wave of fatigue from the long journey washed over him. The doubt on Zhou Yuan's face grew deeper. No way. After such a short distance, how could a Qi blood realm cultivator feel weak? Zhou Yuan sensed his own Qi blood and was horrified to find that it had dissipated significantly. What is going on? Why would the Qi blood dissipate? Zhou Yuan was utterly confused. He had neither hidden injuries, nor had he been hurt. How could his original Qi blood, which was originally worth multiple pathways, dwindle down to just 2? Throughout this journey, he was so distracted by Du Xiao's messages that he had momentarily overlooked his internal condition. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Yuan reached a conclusion. Someone had poisoned him. In the wilderness, poison is a lowly method. From a distance, it can be covered by firepower, and up close, it can be dealt with by a heavy fist. Poisoning is an extremely troublesome method of attack. To poison a cultivator, it must be done by a pharmacist personally. But even if the poison is prepared, new problems arise. Poisoning is quite complicated. There are only a few methods: oral, nasal, or through the skin. If the cultivator has any vigilance, they can easily neutralize it. With that time, a pharmacist could casually concoct other potions and earn a fortune. Why bother with such a thankless task? The income does not match the effort. Although Zhou Yuan was puzzled about who, he did not suspect Du Xiao. In his eyes, Du Xiao was at most 16 years old. A poison pharmacist, after all, is a 16-year-old pharmacist. That's absurd. With such skills, wouldn't they rather seek fame in the Hunters Guild than stay in a mine as a lowly miner? Zhou Yuan sensed the power within him. Although weak, dealing with a frail, underage miner was still an easy task. Zhou Yuan snorted. Wang Feng, just wait. Once I return, I will settle the score with you. The poisoning was most likely Wang Feng's doing, only he had the opportunity and motivation. Wealth can tempt the heart. If he dies, he can take all the benefits of this deal for himself. In front of the screen, everyone saw Zhou Yuan's doubtful expression, clearly realizing his own problem, yet they gritted their teeth and continued the pursuit, marveling in their hearts. What kind of grudge is this? Just kill him. Meanwhile, on the other half of the screen, Du Xiu stood calmly in the snowy forest, surveying the surroundings before finally selecting a spot. There a snowman had been built. Everyone was speechless at this action. With the urgency of the situation, he was still making what a refined interest. A young man beside Master Lung Yang to Yuan sneered. Master, I think this kid has given up. Master Lung frowned. Although he didn't believe Du Xiu was simply making a snowman for fun, after all, a genius pharmacist who could poison dozens of guards isn't a fool. However, building a snowman did nothing to improve his current survival situation. The best course of action now is to quickly continue escaping. As everyone had their own thoughts, Du Xiu had already finished building the snowman. And he wrote a few words under the snowman. I am a soft stack. The screen zoomed in again, showing these words on the ground, and everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. He must be very frustrated to the point of cursing. They were almost certain that Du Xiu was simply giving up on himself. Just as everyone shook their heads and sighed, Du Xiu made another baffling move. His gaze turned toward a certain spot, and he forcefully threw his backpack over there. Then he cautiously stepped on the footprints and walked toward Zhou Yuan's direction. What is he doing? Zhou Yuan isn't far from him now. Going back now is just seeking death. From their godlike perspective, everyone could see that Du Xiu was not far from Zhou Yuan. Yang Tiyuan, another disciple of Master Lung, flashed a trace of excitement on his face. Although he didn't understand why Master Lung had faith in Du Xiu, as long as Du Xiu died, everything would be fine. His thoughts did not stem from a grudge against Du Xiu, but as a disciple of a pharmacist, he naturally did not want to have another Pharmacology knowledge is not ordinary teaching. One teacher can teach a class of 50 or 60 students. The complex and vast foundational knowledge of pharmacology limits a pharmacist's energy, and the difficult points that each student struggles with are different. The most common contradiction when a pharmacist guides disciples is the inability to cover all bases. Oh no, he turned again. Look. Ding Yao exclaimed. On the screen, Du Xiu suddenly turned at a certain point. The line of footprints was originally on higher ground. Du Xiu's current direction was heading toward a side downhill. He left a trail of footprints at the downhill. Everyone was once again confused. With such thick snow, stepping on it creates a pit. Such obvious traces cannot be concealed. He left footprints here, and Zhou Yuan stood on the slope, clearly seeing the footprints down the hill. It was easy to see where, if he truly escaped from here, Zhou Yuan would simply follow the direction. If he didn't escape from here, the broken footprints would still let Zhou Yuan realize this was Du Xiu's misdirection. It was completely unnecessary. No, he jumped behind the rock. Just as everyone thought this was a foolish move, Du Xiu at a certain spot down the slope crouched down, spread his arms, and leaped forward, landing right behind a large rock. That was the only dead angle. If viewed from the uphill, Du Xiu's footprints vanished at the place he jumped. Incredible. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This method is not particularly brilliant, but to think of it in such a short time is indeed not easy. Yang Tiyuan snorted. It's just being overly clever. Once Zhou Yuan discovers that the footprints in front of the snowman have ended, he will definitely redirect his attention and continue searching, and then he will be caught. Captain Wang glanced at him. Although Yang Tiyuan's words were harsh, they were true. After a fresh snowfall and such thick snow, having a Chi blood realm chase a miner, it looked like a situation with no chance of survival. Du Xiu could play clever tricks 1,000 times, but once he makes a mistake, and Zhou Yuan catches up, it would be just a matter of a gunshot or a slap. The only way for him to survive now is for his people to arrive. But looking at the distance, they probably wouldn't arrive anytime. On the screen, Zhou Yuan followed the footprints, getting closer to Du Xiu. He suddenly stopped, turning to look beside him. There was a row of footprints on the slope next to him. As he chased along, he often encountered situations where there were 2 or 3 different directions of footprints ahead. This was an illusion left by Du Xiu. First, he would head in another direction, leave footprints, then step back onto the footprints in the snow to return to the original point, continuing forward. The deep snow only left a deep pit, making it impossible to distinguish the direction of the footprints, and Zhou Yuan could not grasp it. Every time he encountered such a situation, Zhou Yuan would leap onto a tree and look from afar. If he saw the diverging footprints not extending too far, he would determine they were fake. But this time he didn't need to climb a tree. Standing still and taking a glance was enough to know it was fake. It seemed Du Xiu had also reached his limit. Perhaps he was exhausted, and his consciousness was unclear, leading him to make such a blunder. The crowd in front of the screen saw Zhou Yuan continue his journey. Some sighed, marveling at Du Xiu's cleverness and boldness. Others lamented that Du Xiu was just under the boulder, and Zhou Yuan was so close to catching him. Zhou Yuan pressed on. Not far down the slope, a snowman stood there. A tree branch bent upwards at both ends served as its mouth, wearing a hint of still smiling when facing death. Zhou Yuan followed the footprints and saw words on the ground, instantly boiling with rage. There in glaring letters were the words, I am a newbie. It turns out that the transmission of vulgar language through countless generations holds a certain truth. At least in terms of infuriating people, it possesses unparalleled lethality. Zhou Yuan picked up his P90 and opened fire at the snowman. The rapid-fire bullets shattered the snowman and the words beneath it into pieces. At that moment, a sudden gunshot came from behind Zhou Yuan. Du Xiu had crept up from the slope hiding behind a rock and unleashed a hail of bullets at Zhou Yuan with a submachine gun. As the gunfire erupted, Zhou Yuan's hair stood on end, and he instinctively dropped to the ground, rolling away. Bullets struck the snow, sending up countless snowflakes. Zhou Yuan crouched behind a tree, his face pale with shock. How did that little brat get behind him? He had no time to ponder this question when a sharp pain in his arm pulled him back to reality. He looked down at his wound. I've been shot again, but thankfully it's not hitting the bone. Zhou Yuan's expression eased slightly, but his desire to kill Du Xiu grew stronger. I need to change my location. Fighting here is too disadvantageous. At this moment, he was in a relatively flat area with sparse trees. Even the trunk he was using for cover could not fully conceal him, leaving half of his body exposed. He glanced sideways and spotted a low-lying area nearby. He bent down and quickly dashed over. Du Xiu should be reloading. He hadn't attacked, while Zhou Yuan moved. Arriving at a safe spot, Zhou Yuan revealed a sinister smile. Kid, let me play with you for a while. As Zhou Yuan began to take off his backpack, preparing for a lighter combat style, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a backpack above the low-lying area. He glanced at it, but paid it no mind. It must have been that brat's intention to sneak attack him, thinking the backpack containing food was a hindrance, so he tossed it here to hide it. Just as Zhou Yuan was preparing to move again and circle back to Du Xiu, rapid gunfire erupted once more. Bullets struck the snow, sending up snowflakes, and the splinters from the trees flew above Zhou Yuan's head. Zhou Yuan curled up his body and couldn't help but sneer. In his eyes, Du Xiu was like a dog driven to desperation, unable to find his position and shooting wildly. Little did he know wasting bullets like this was a path to death. Moreover, the tremendous recoil from such frantic shooting would also bring him endless suffering. For an experienced hunter, hunting prey requires precise calculations of stamina and ammunition. With Du Xiu acting this way, Zhou Yuan felt relaxed. As long as he didn't move, Du Xiu would never hit him. He waited for Du Xiu to waste all his bullets, then quickly closed in during the reload. Whether it was long-range shooting accuracy or close-quarters combat, Zhou Yuan had 100% confidence in defeating Du Xiu. This time the advantage is mine. While Zhou Yuan felt at ease, suddenly he sniffed. What is that smell? Something is. A burnt odor wafted over. He looked up to see Du Xiu's backpack being struck by a barrage of bullets, likely containing flammable stones now igniting. No, this smell is wrong. It's not just the burnt smell. Just as he sensed something was off and stood up to move, he suddenly what is this? Zhou Yuan's vision turned black and liquid flowed down his face. As he touched the liquid on his face, before he could discern what it was, a piercing pain shot through his heart. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Du Xiu, you! Zhou Yuan yelled in agony. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed in the snow. Breathless. Du Xiu sat down heavily in the snow, enduring the pain from the recoil of the gun along with fatigue, hunger, and exhaustion washing over him. Tu Dang Tung Long Dan Shen, highly toxic ground into powder after 7 days of exposure burning, produces a strong aroma that harms the kidneys and withers the meridians. By Jixiang Hua Tan Xiao Shiring Hua, highly toxic burning can cause blindness, hallucinations, and loss of taste. By Guanxiang Digu Hua, highly toxic burning can cause sudden cardiac arrest and brain death. Du Xiu lay flat on the snow, feeling its softness, muttering to himself. If so many poisons couldn't kill Zhou Yuan, then he would have no way out. He simply couldn't run anymore. He had been running in the snow for over 10 hours. Having persevered to this point, both his spirit and stamina had reached their limits. Du Xiu looked up at the flowing white clouds and the snow slipping off the branches in the wind. His anxious heart gradually calmed down. This is it. He couldn't move anymore. He had tried his best. If he was to die, so be it. The world suddenly grew quiet. As Du Xiu enjoyed the brief tranquility, suddenly a sharp pain struck his mind, and his head throbbed once more. The intense pain made Du Xiu curl up, his face contorted in agony. Soon his eyes rolled back, showing the whites. He fell into a coma. The crowd in front of the screen was left in a daze. Meanwhile, Master Lung, whose face had been stiff, unconsciously smiled at Zhou Yuan's demise. This is interesting. After watching everything, he turned to leave. This interesting young man would soon appear before him. As Master Lung departed, the remaining people instantly began to chatter. How did that kid kill Zhou Yuan? Wow, I actually witnessed an ordinary person kill a Blood Realm fighter. I didn't quite understand. Anyway, I feel this kid is quite sinister. He could very well be a disaster for the Empire. The remaining people still couldn't comprehend how Du Xiu had killed Zhou Yuan. After a moment, the girl spoke with uncertainty in her voice. In the backpack are the burning stones and poison. When the bullet hits the burning stone, it ignites, causing the poison to evaporate and kill Zhou Yuan. Using the disappearing footprints to circle behind Zhou Yuan. Leaving foul words to provoke Zhou Yuan. Building a snowman to provide a target for Zhou Yuan's venting. Take advantage of Zhou Yuan's rage to attack from behind. Know the location of the snowman, and the foul words also have their significance. There the terrain is relatively flat, and the only suitable hiding place is beneath the backpack. The spot where the backpack is placed has also been anticipated by him in advance. After the girl finished speaking, she looked at the screen, where Du Xiu lay unconscious on the ground, her heart filled with horror. She had witnessed Du Xiu standing in the snow looking around for 5 or 6 minutes before coming up with this entire plan. Yet Du Xiu's face had shown little emotional change throughout. His heart was like stone and his intelligence surpassed that of a demon. These 8 words surged in the girl's mind. It can't be that terrifying. Are you sure it wasn't just coincidence? A member of the hunter group spoke stiff. No, it was definitely not coincidence. He calculated everything. If he made one misstep, he would be the one to die. The girl shook her head, her mind flashing through each of Du Xiu's actions. Everything had great significance. It was terrifying. Seeing the girl defend Du Xiu, Yang Tiyuan said with a hint of resentment, "In the end, it's still that poison that is formidable." The girl didn't even look at Yang Tiyuan. There was no reason to. He had the look of a doomed person. No one else joined in his conversation. While the poison was indeed powerful, Du Xiu himself was even more formidable. It was well known that Yang Tiyuan had an affinity for this girl of notable background. Young people's hearts can be petty, as seeing a girl they like praise another boy inevitably brings out some jealousy. No one had considered that this potion was crafted by Du Xiu. In their eyes, Master Lung actively coming to save Du Xiu indicated a prior relationship. With Master Lung's connections, possessing several doses of potions should be quite reasonable. Du Xiu struggled to open it. What came into view were 2 light strips installed on the pink car roof, emitting a soft beige light. He could smell the milky scent from the blanket. It was not hard to deduce that he had been rescued and was now in a woman's room. Du Xiu cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Based on the interior decor, he should be inside a moving RV with the faint roar of the engine ringing in his ears. Whether it was due to the vehicle's excellent shock absorption technology or the driver's skill, Du Xiu did not feel much bumpiness on the rugged road. It was 100 times smoother than when he drove himself, almost as if he were sitting on a boat. Beside him, the girl was leaning on the table, resting her chin on her hand. A glimmer of drool hung at the corner of her mouth, precariously close to falling. Du Xiu struggled to sit up, the pain in his body causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. He lifted the blanket to check his injuries. His original clothes had been replaced, and he was left with only his shorts, preserving the last shred of a man's privacy. His shoulder was swollen, and there were large frostbite patches on his left leg. The injury on his calf had already been treated with herbs and bandaged, and he could feel a slight sting from the herbs through the bandages. It seemed that the swelling on his shoulder had also been addressed. Compared to the soreness in the snow forest, the pain had lessened significantly. As Du Xiu made a noise while sitting up, the girl opened her sleepy eyes and instinctively wiped away her drool. Seeing Du Xiu looking at her calmly, a blush rose rapidly on the girl's fair face. It was awkward. "You're awake." The girl pretended nothing was wrong and changed the subject. "Yes, thank you for saving me. Where are you headed?" "I didn't save you if it was Master Lung's order. We are on our way to Burt City and will arrive in 3 days. "Master Lung? Who is Master Lung?" "Oh, you don't know Master Lung." The girl was taken aback by his response. Du Xiu shook his head. He only knew a Master Ma. He had buried him with his own hands. "That's strange. The campsite where you rested was redirected by Master Lung. It was also Master Lung who instructed us to search in the snowy forest where you were unconscious. I thought you knew Master Lung." "Is Master Lung a pharmacist?" "Yes, a very formidable pharmacist. The Silver Fox Hunter Group outside is on a mission to protect Master Lung from the Hunter Guild." Hearing the girl's words, Du Xiu fell into deep thought. A very formidable pharmacist. What could he possibly have that would warrant such a master coming to his rescue? Moreover, how did they know he was in the dense forest? The only people who knew his whereabouts were Lien Ruofei and Wang Feng's group. First, he could rule out Lien Ruofei. Among his social circle, the most formidable person he knew was likely himself. That left Wang Feng and the others. Although Wang Feng was nominally a member of the consortium, his appearance in the wilderness must have another purpose. Du Xiu recalled how after encountering Zhou Yu on the ladder, had continuously probed him, trying to uncover his secrets, clearly with ill intentions. There was a high possibility it was a plot to silence him. By the way, during the standoff that day, there were sounds of something smashing in Zhou Yuan's convoy. It was highly likely that they had kidnapped someone. This person should be someone from the consortium of considerable status. They were worried about the information leaking, hence the attempt to silence him. Wang Feng, seeing Zhou Yuan still hadn't returned, must have reported this matter to their trading partner. Master Lung should belong to the faction of Wang Feng's trading partner. His coming here might be to investigate the reason for Zhou Yuan's prolonged absence. Following this line of thought, it could explain why Master Lung would take a detour to search for him. But if this were the case, shouldn't Master Lung have directly killed him to silence him? Why would he still save him? The mission of the Silver Fox Hunter Group was to protect Master Lung, and if the latter wanted to kill a wilderness boy, the Hunter Group surely wouldn't say much. In the wilderness, there are no concerns for laws. Du Xiu vaguely grasped something, but the logic didn't flow smoothly. Noticing Du Xiu lost in thought, the girl looked at him curiously. What Du Xiu did not know was that the series of actions he took to kill Zhou Yuan had all been witnessed by the girl. Not only her, but almost the entire Silver Fox Hunter Group and Master Lung had seen Du Xiu choose positions, build a snowman, write filthy words to anger Zhou Yuan, throw the backpack somewhere, and then hide in the snow using the footprints. In the end, the young man holding an assault rifle used the burning stone to ignite the poison powder, killing a practitioner at the Qi Blood Realm. This left everyone dumbfounded. Gurgle. A sound came from Du Xiu's stomach. The girl chuckled, revealing a beautiful dimple, then raised her wrist to glance at her watch, her eyes narrowing into crescents as she said, "You must be hungry after being unconscious for a day and a night. It's almost 7 o'clock. The convoy will soon stop to set up camp. Here are some clothes you can change and go eat something. By the way, my name is Ni. What's yours? Lien Ruafei. Night fell. The convoy came to a slow stop, and everyone set up camp in a flat open area. The Silver Fox Hunter group numbered around 60, with the strongest captain, Wang, being a Qi Awakening Realm practitioner, while there were more than 20 in the Blood Qi realm. In the wilderness near Burt City, this renowned hunter group ranks among the top in the Burt City Hunters Guild. This veteran hunter group has clearly defined roles. Some are responsible for setting up the camp. Others are in charge of starting the fire and cooking. Some keep watch and patrol. Of course, there are also those who simply wait for the meal. Yes, Du Xiu is currently one of those waiting for food. Logically, he should express his gratitude to Master Long. He also wanted to find an opportunity to cozy up to the other party. However, Du Xiu was unsure of Master Long's identity. He believed that falling into a windfall like this would never happen to him. He did not believe the other party would be so kind-hearted. Du Xiu wanted to escape, but the meticulous vigilance of the Silver Fox Hunter group crushed his thoughts at the bud. Moreover, with so many practitioners, finding him would be as simple as catching an ant. Aren't you going to thank Master Long for saving your life? Nini was turning the grill, the meat sizzling, and dripping oil occasionally falling onto the fire below. The flickering campfire illuminated her flawless white face. He'll go after dinner. In my current state, I might lose my manners. Du Xiu casually replied. In fact, he had not yet figured out how to express his gratitude. From his observations, this camp indeed revolved around Master Long. More than a dozen practitioners not inferior to Zhou Yuan were surrounding Master Long protectively. Some heavy firepower was also basically stationed around him. If he mishandled things, death could strike in an instant. Besides Master Long, Nini beside him seemed to have an impressive background as well. The entire convoy had only 2 RVs, one belonging to Master Long and the other to her. He was unsure of her background. Of course, during his unconsciousness, he rested in her RV simply because there were only 2 RVs. He could only feel sorry for her. It's ready, try it. Nini placed the grilled meat on a nearby table, indicating that. Du Xiu glanced at the burnt snow hare meat on the table and said, No need, I appreciate the kindness, but am not very hungry right now. Immediately after, a grumbling sound came from his stomach. With a smile in her eyes, Nini said, Eat, don't be stubborn, it won't poison you. Du Xiu looked around. All the hunters had finished their meals, and he couldn't even get a bite. Resigned, he picked up the grilled meat and put it in his mouth, then raised an eyebrow. How is it? Nini asked expectantly. Not bad, although this grilled meat looks quite ordinary, it tastes all right. Then eat more. Upon hearing this, Du Xiu fell silent. Nini chuckled a few times. An ungrateful man. Neither of them spoke. Du Xiu maintained a low profile in this unfamiliar environment, trying to say less and make fewer mistakes, not wanting to reveal too much about himself. Although Nini was curious about him, her girlhood modesty and annoyance kept her from continuing the conversation. Half an hour later, Du Xiu's figure appeared in Master Lung's tent after passing through layers of guards. Master Lung's residence was unlike the simple tents. To be precise, it was not a tent, but a felt bag. It was oval-shaped, supported by a framework with a rain cloth on the outer layer and an insulation layer inside. The space inside was quite large, with a stove featuring a chimney standing in the middle. Master Lung was reading at the table, and there were no other people in the tent. Master Lung, Lien Ruafei has come to express gratitude to you. Nini brought Du Xiu in. Moi. Master Lung flipped the book over on the table and looked at Du Xiu with a strange expression. The moment he stepped into the felt bag, gratitude immediately filled Du Xiu's face. Thank you, Master Lung, for saving me from the clutches of the wild bandits. Master Lung was slightly taken aback, then replied calmly, Wild bandits? Yes. Yesterday, I was hunting snow wolves in the snowy forest looking for a light meal. Unexpectedly, I encountered a wild bandit who ambushed me from behind. I had no choice but to flee for my life, eventually fainting in the snow. Thankfully, you acted generously, otherwise I would have fallen victim to the wild bandits' treachery. As he spoke of the wild bandits, Du Xiu's face was filled with indignation, and he looked innocent. When mentioning fainting, he appeared fearful. When speaking of Master Lung's generous help, his expression was filled with gratitude. In just a few sentences, Du Xiu's expressions changed several times. Master Lung and Nini both looked at Du Xiu's emotionally charged performance with strange faces. In the screen. This child is not like this. Where has that meticulous and ruthless boy gone? Are you sure he is a wild bandit? Master Lung asked. Definitely a wild bandit. I have never met him before. We are strangers. We encountered each other in the snowy forest and he attacked me viciously. He must have been after the valuables on me. He is dead. Is there such a thing? Du Xiu looked incredulous, then revealed a smile of vengeance. Haha, he must have met his end due to the ferocious beasts in the snowy forest after committing numerous evils. You really don't know him? I, Lien Ruafei, swear to the heavens that I do not know him. If I tell a single lie, let the heavens strike me with thunder. Moreover, he came from deep within the dense forest, likely chasing after someone. It seems he had already succeeded. His attack on me must have been a casual act. Du Xiu seemed to recall something and added. Nini squinted her crescent-shaped eyes. Then you really are innocent. By the way, that wild bandit was poisoned. Poisoned? I didn't know about that. I was being chased by him all the way until I fainted. As for being poisoned, it must have happened while he was pursuing someone else, and it just happened to act up while he was after me. Oh, so you didn't poison him? Nini's smile grew wider. How could I use such foul substances? Although I, Lien Ruafei, am just an unknown nobody in the wilderness, I still walk with integrity. If you think that because you saved me you can insult me like this, let me tell you, you are mistaken. Lien Ruofei would never allow others to tarnish my purity. If I had to leave, I would just leave. Du Xiu's expression changed, filled with humiliation as he turned to walk out, saying as he left, although our paths differ, and we can't cooperate, once I return to my family, I will definitely prepare gifts to express my gratitude to Master Lung for saving my life at the Hunters Guild. The young man left on his own. In just a few sentences, the humiliation of being slandered and the noble spirit of being grateful combined with the limping gait caused by frostbite, yet his posture remained exceptionally upright, portrayed the iron-boned and upright youth of the Empire vividly. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Master Lung suddenly uttered 2 words, Du Xiu. Hearing this, Du Xiu paused. Then he asked in confusion, that wild bandit is called Du Xiu. I will remember this and inform my elders at home to repay the Du clan properly. After finishing, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Master Lung's stiff face twitched slightly. His mouth was indeed hard. There's no need to act. We saw everything through the drone when you killed Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing this, Du Xiu pursed his lips. An awkward atmosphere spread through the air. Master Lung looked at An I and said, you can leave for now. All right, Master. An I turned to leave. As she passed by, he noticed her flushed cheeks red from stifled laughter. After a brief exchange of glances, Du Xiu lowered his gaze to the ground beneath him. The ground was solid. The anti-cold boards laid out on the floor had clear patterns. If there were some gaps, it would be even better. Du Xiu fell into deep thought. He stubbornly refused to admit it, holding onto a glimmer of hope. But since Master Lung knew his name, it meant Wang Feng must have informed him of everything. Let's not mention the identity of the kidnapped person for now. Just consider why Master Lung would go through such trouble to find him. The issue likely stemmed from the poison powder he had set up in the camp. Besides Zhou Yuan, there were others who were poisoned. Those people knew they were poisoned. They guessed that he understood some pharmacology, and Master Lung, as a master of pharmacology, took a liking to his talent. Only this reasonable explanation could make sense. After realizing all this, Du Xiu turned and approached Master Lung. He bowed deeply. I do have wandered for over a decade without encountering a renowned master. If you do not mind, I wish to apprentice under you. A silvery laughter came from outside the felt bag. Hearing the laughter, Du Xiu's face turned slightly red, then he fixed his gaze firmly on Master Lung, who remained expressionless. Du Xiu lowered his voice and said quietly again, Master, actually, I do not have much loyalty to the Empire. Although he did not know whether Master Lung had any other identities apart from being a master of pharmacology. Nevertheless, Du Xiu still expressed his true feelings. The corner of Master Lung's eye twitched imperceptibly, then he pointed to the stack of books on the table and said, take these away, remember, speak less and do more. Yes, Master. Seeing that Master Lung did not deny the apprenticeship, Du Xiu felt somewhat reassured. The other party had tacitly acknowledged their master-disciple bond. For the time being, it was safe. Du Xiu respectfully bowed and left with the books. After Du Xiu left, Master Lung looked at his retreating figure and said, he is indeed a good seedling, but he really has no shame. Inside the pink felt bag. So, you all saw everything I did on the Du Xiu asked expressionlessly. Yes, that's right, including the words on the ground which were written quite poorly. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Why didn't you remind me when I entered Master Lung's room? I did remind you. I was laughing happily. A long silence. Du Xiu deeply understood for the first time what it meant to socially die. Seeing Du Xiu silent, and I comforted him. If you can't continue as a pharmacist, you could go act in movies. I think you could win an Oscar. Being a star would earn you money quickly. You could play a wrongfully accused suspect, a steadfast young man with aspirations, or a benevolent gentleman who remembers kindness. Your acting range is quite broad. Du Xiu scoffed. Do you think you're very funny? It's alright, my friends say I'm quite good at telling jokes. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. And can I come in? Come in. You must be the junior disciple. Hello, I'm Ding Yao, your second senior brother. Ding Yao came in looking at Du Xiu with a smile. Master Lung had already informed him to take Du Xiu as his disciple. Hello, senior brother, I'm Du Xiu. Du Xiu forced a smile and said, Junior brother is quite impressive. You were able to kill a cultivator at the blood chi stage. Ding Yao gave a thumbs up, looking impressed. After observing through the drone, he had developed a good impression of this unyielding junior brother. Just now, Master Lung called him over to inform him about taking in Du Xiu. Ding Yao took the initiative to take care of Du Xiu. Hearing this, Du Xiu's face turned dark, and he said nothing. N's smile grew wider, revealing bright teeth. Seeing Du Xiu silent, Ding Yao was not surprised. Having seen Du Xiu's meticulous thoughts and ruthless actions on the screen, he knew Du Xiu was a person of few words. His personality likely resembled that of his master, so he didn't mind. Come, junior brother, you'll sleep with me tonight, and I'll change your medication as well. Was it you, senior brother, who treated my injuries while I was unconscious? Yes. Thank you, senior brother. Du Xiu earnestly expressed his gratitude. We're all fellow disciples, no need to be courteous. Ding Yao waved his hand nonchalantly. As he left, I called out to Du Xiu. I'm sorry, Du Xiu, to meet you in this way. The latter's body stiffened for a moment, and then his already quick pace quickened. Inside the pink felt bag, laughter grew even more unrestrained. A night of silence. On the way to Burt City, there were no significant obstacles. They encountered a bandit once. The bandit merely glanced from a distance, and realizing the Silver Fox Hunter squad was not to be trifled with, turned and left. In Du Xiu's eyes, these people couldn't even be called bandits. They should be referred to as refugees. They were poorly clothed, disheveled, with a few holding firearms, while most wielded knives or clubs, wandering the wilderness, eating and sleeping in the open. The fortified city and the wilderness were two entirely different worlds. Residents within the city could enjoy the conveniences brought by various high technologies. Although most of them faced economic pressures like mortgage and car loans, they were not in danger of losing their lives. In their leisure time, they could watch movies, enjoy a hot pot, and savor a brief period of pleasant living. Moreover, various social circles, such as entertainment, painting, racing, boxing, fishing, and so on, allowed residents to fully express their hobbies, providing spiritual solace and relaxation. In contrast, the refugees in the wilderness lived by the jungle law of the survival of the fittest, worrying daily about. The first generation of wilderness refugees mostly consisted of exiled murderers and political prisoners, but over time, with the oppression of the financial magnates, some bankrupt ordinary people, runaway slaves, and those seeking thrills and fortune, came to the wilderness. Over generations, a vast number of wilderness refugees formed. Many of them worked hard their entire lives only to have their hard-earned wealth flow into the pockets of urban household registration officials. Thus, they exchanged this for their children's qualification to reside in the city. If Dushio had not relied on Master Lung's name, it would have been extremely difficult for him to enter the city. Science is one of the most brilliant pearls in the history of human civilization. In the long river of the empire's history, 300 years witnessed the rise and fall of technology. In the first century, the seeds of science began to sprout. The pioneers who initially ventured into this field discovered truths and laws, verifying them to establish a framework and a firm foundation for the development of science. The world cheered for them. They were hailed as the greatest people of their time. Flowers, applause, money, honor, power. The world offered everything they could give to these pioneers. In the 2nd century, science reached its peak. Scientists harnessed the power of technology, achieving tremendous success in communications, transportation, aviation, information, and weaponry, allowing the citizens of the empire to fully enjoy the benefits of technology. The power of technology amazed the citizens of the empire time and again. Various scientific disciplines flourished throughout the university cities of the empire, where countless experts and scholars dedicated their lives to explore the limits of science. They attempted to prove the existence of a power that transcended the gods. In the 3rd century, science expanded its horizons. During this period, science reached its zenith, with many great scientists standing on the shoulders of giants, peering into. Yet those greatest scientists of the era began to commit suicide. The citizens of the empire could not understand and merely attributed it to the confusion that comes with age. As time passed, the theory of scientific supremacy began to decline. Intellectuals gradually realized that scientific truths might only apply within a certain scope. And this scope was not large. A diamond. A finely crafted, exquisitely shaped diamond for which people would cheer and eagerly bid for its beauty. In nature, such a beautiful, exquisite, and masterfully crafted diamond could never be formed naturally. Behind its creation lies the relentless efforts of countless top artisans who polished and carved it day and night before it could finally be presented. Thus, scientific truths are akin to this. Scientists, upon reaching the limits of science, discovered that science is merely a remarkably exquisite diamond. It was not naturally generated. Science and Theology, author Dai Lixing. Du Xiu closed the yellowed book, digesting the contents within. "Oh, Dai Lixing, isn't he the traitor of the empire?" Ding Yao exclaimed upon seeing the author's name on the book. Traitor of the empire? Yes. The greatest anomaly in the empire, ranked first on the wanted list. His books are all prohibited literature, Ding Yao said with disgust. It's a book my teacher wanted me to read. Oh, perhaps it was collected by the teacher. The traitor seems to be quite a talented pharmacist, or I guess the teacher sought his books for inspiration in finding innovative potion formulas. But it's best not to let others see it. There's a department in the Hunters Guild specifically responsible for capturing anomalies. If they find out you are reading such books, it could lead to trouble, Ding Yao warned. Ding Yao continued, Dai Lixing, or the traitor of the empire, is a remarkably talented genius. He is not only gifted in pharmacology, but excels in technology management, economics, and even in arts like music and chess. Besides his lack of advantage in original force cultivation, he is a true prodigy in every other aspect. In addition to his talents, he possesses an incredibly handsome face. It is said that at that time, all the young women of the empire were enamored with him. He even became a close friend of the current emperor when he was the crown prince. At a young age, he was well known throughout the empire. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, the newly ascended emperor, after a century, gathered the entire might of the empire to launch the 13th expedition against the western continent. The expeditionary force was extraordinarily lavish. Thousands of mecha warriors equipped with the latest fire control systems, a torrent of drone combat units, and flying fleet combat groups. Senior genetic warriors dispatched by various regional conglomerates and the 4 leading financial powers. Brave warriors from the highest power centers of the tribes supporting from the mountain peaks. Powerful supernatural beings and holders of terrifying imperial artifacts. The most ruthless and renowned veteran hunters from the Hunters Guild, as well as top pharmacists stationed in various cities. Millions of garrison soldiers drawn from every city alongside the million elite troops from the empire's graveyards, known solely for their skill in slaughter. This magnificent and vast imperial expeditionary army met its demise due to the betrayal of the traitor. This battle turned the contemporary emperor into a foolish ruler. This battle also led to the emergence of nearly independent kingdoms formed by various regional conglomerates. This battle broke the empire's backbone, and the royal family lost its dignity. From then on, the name Dai Lixing became a taboo in the empire. The bounty for the traitor of the empire on the Hunters Guild is exorbitantly high. Not only is the empire offering a bounty, but various conglomerates are also increasing their rewards. Ding Yao sighed, then added, "Smart people fear death. The traitor of the empire was simply too clever, believing the empire would surely fail, which is why he betrayed and allied with the church." Indeed, it's not simple. Du Xiu placed the forbidden book on a stack of books and stretched. Reading on the carriage was... Fortunately, as they approached Burt City, the roads were paved with asphalt. Otherwise, the bumpy ride would have made it impossible. Most of these books were basic knowledge of pharmacology, along with some brief summaries of the empire's history and life and cycle. Apart from the books given by Master Lung, Du Xiu also flipped through the pharmacology books carried by Ding Yao, which greatly broadened his horizons. Ding Yao looked at the nearby books and curiously asked, "Have you finished reading all these books?" "Yes. Including the basic knowledge and formulas of pharmacology." "Yes, I finished them. What's wrong?" Ding Yao looked bewildered. The so-called basic knowledge and formulas of pharmacology were not simply two books. Instead, they were two major categories. The basic knowledge of pharmacology consists of hundreds of books encompassing tens of thousands of herbal knowledge. The books on basic pharmacological formulas are fewer, around 7 or 8, but they contain thousands of formulas which are undoubtedly challenging to comprehend. "Are you joking? Have you really finished so many books in 3 days?" "Not exactly. Oh, I had read the basic knowledge books before, so I just flipped through them, and they were similar to what I had read before. I mainly focused on the basic pharmacological formulas." With the conversation with Ding Yao, Du Xiu gained a certain understanding of pharmacists. Within the profession, there is a clear hierarchical structure. They are divided into pharmacists and pharmacist apprentices. Among the apprentices, there are high, medium, and low levels. Only advanced apprentices who pass the exams organized by the Hunters Guild can become pharmacists. A pharmacist's rank starts at level 1 and goes up to level 6. Ding Yao and Yang Tiyuan are merely advanced apprentices and do not yet qualify as pharmacists. Master Lung is a level 3 pharmacist. Master Ma at the secret tungsten mine is at most an advanced apprentice. Burt City, with a population of over 100 million originally, had only a few tens of thousands of practitioners. The scarcity and significance of pharmacists are evident. When Master Ma was dispatched to the mine, the book he brought was the same as the one Ding Yao had, which contained the basics. However, he did not bring the foundational formulas, which clearly indicated that in terms of pharmacological knowledge, Master Ma might not be as advanced as Ding Yao, as he had yet to reach that level. Du Xiu flipped through the book of foundational formulas, finding it quite interesting. Some of the formulas were similar to those he had deduced. Upon hearing Du Xiu mention that he had seen it before, Ding Yao, with a look of "I knew it," remarked, "First learn the foundational knowledge. This stuff needs to be memorized back and forth. If your memory is good, you can master it all in about 7 or 8 years. As for the foundational formulas, it all depends on talent. Some people may waste 2 or 3 decades without mastering them, while others can learn them in just 7 or 8 years. Senior brother, have you mastered it?" "I learned the foundational knowledge at 9, the foundational formulas at 14. This year marks the 5th year of studying the foundational formulas, and I should be ready to take the level 1 exam this year." Ding Yao's words carried a hint of pride. Completing the foundational knowledge in 5 years and mastering the foundational formulas in another 5 years is undoubtedly a mark of genius among pharmacists. "Junior brother, how is your foundational knowledge coming along?" Ding Yao inquired. "It's going all right," Du Xiu casually replied. Ding Yao completed the foundational knowledge in 5 years at this speed. Made Du Xiu feel that Ding Yao was rather proud. He had only studied for a little over a year. It was better not to dampen this loquacious senior brother's spirit, especially since he had helped him change medicines before. Ding Yao glanced at Du Xiu, who had not provided a clear answer. But he knew that junior brother's performance might not be ideal. However, he valued his pride. Having completed the foundational pharmacology knowledge at 14, while Du Xiu had yet to finish by 16, he felt the gap and was too ashamed to speak. As Ding Yao thought of this, a hint of guilt arose in his heart. He shouldn't have boasted just now. Although junior brother had killed a blood chi realm practitioner with his ordinary strength, it was indeed impressive. However, the field of pharmacology is not about fighting or psychological games. It requires absolute talent. Some people can understand foundational formulas after just one glance. Others may comprehend every word and symbol of the foundational formulas, but fail to grasp the concepts when they are. Thus, he patted Du Xiu's shoulder and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Studying pharmacology can be quite exhausting. It's important to balance work and rest." Du Xiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the year and more of studying pharmacology, he had to mind work and cultivate his original power, only managing to look at the material during his leisure time. That period had truly exhausted him. As time passed, the towering city came into Du Xiu's view. The outer perimeter of Burt City was a vast barrier that seemed to stretch endlessly. Built of alloy, the towering walls stood 100 meters high and several dozen meters wide, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. This massive barrier was hollow, filled with tightly packed arched windows, each equipped with powerful imperial cannons and laser weapons. There were 3 such barriers, each taller than the last, with the innermost barrier estimated to reach several hundred meters high, piercing the clouds. A vast number of imperial guards were stationed between the 3 barriers. Truly worthy of the title Fortress City. Numerous guards were stationed at the barriers, including many practitioners of Blood Chi realm, and even those of the Enlightenment realm. The Silver Fox Hunter Corps was handling the paperwork at the entrance. The guard officer, knowing Master Lung was within the Hunter Corps, came over to greet him. After realizing Du Xiu did not have residency qualifications, he kindly assisted him in registering his identity without charging a dime. After completing all the entry procedures, Du Xiu stepped into Burt City for the first time. He had never visited a fortress city before. The orphanage he once stayed at was located in a somewhat larger wilderness town. Though the orphanage was not small, it could never compare to the grandeur of Burt City. This city forged of steel was filled with towering buildings standing in an orderly fashion. When the red light at the intersection lit up, the vehicles on the road slowly pressed the pause button. Rows of private cars all lit up their red lights. While waiting for the red light, the owners of private cars looked up at the rapidly flying hover cars in the sky. These hover cars, equipped with intelligent systems and capable of autonomous driving, would automatically avoid obstacles, fulfilling the dreams of countless men. The successful ones had all ascended to the skies, leaving behind the rest of them, who were still stuck in traffic on the ground. The new generation of imperial citizens believed in love, better to cry in the sky than to laugh underground. How much is love worth? Can it make you fly? Can it create anti-aging potions? Can it install a mechanical heart for you during cardiac failure? Love cannot, but the Ma Consortium can. Welcome to join the Ma Consortium. This advertisement repeatedly played on the LED screen atop the building. Elite members affiliated with the consortium hurriedly moved between the buildings, dressed in suits, briskly finishing phone calls with clients before their gazes landed on the advertisement on the opposing building's LED screen. Damn it, after so many years of joining the consortium, not a single promise was fulfilled. After muttering a few curses under their breath, most people turned their attention to the suspended trains speeding by in the sky. I hope that damned leader won't make us work overtime today. Countless workers made this wish daily, though it had never come true. As night fell, countless lights flickered on. The suspended magnetic levitation trains on the light rail glowed with 2 rows of red spotlights resembling red silk ribbons dancing through the sky. On the LED screens of various buildings, beautiful women with sweet voices and curvaceous figures introduced the products of the consortium. Throughout the city, countless lights illuminated the surroundings, enveloping the world in a sea of neon. Du Xiu put down the binoculars and clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "It's truly magnificent." Undeniably, as a wilderness miner visiting Burt City for the first time, even with a mature mindset, he was still awestruck by the technological splendor of this city. It is indeed shocking to enter Burt City for the first time. But once you stay here longer, you'll realize that we are different from them. Those people are confined within a framework. Their lives, deaths, and illnesses are all bound within this fortress. What they see is only what others want them to see. Their perceived freedom is merely a gift bestowed upon them by others. The towering buildings may seem beautiful and majestic, but once you've stayed for a while, you'll feel a sense of oppression and crowding. Even if you enjoy a decent quality of life and possess a luxurious flat that overlooks the splendor of the city, this sense of satisfaction and superiority is also subtly influenced, making you compare yourself to others in the same tier. Watching Du Xiu standing in the middle of the road, lost in thought, and I appeared by his side at some point and spoke. She then pointed to a nearby area. "Over there is where people like us should go. It's our world, a place where through hard work one can reach the highest peaks of the world." Du Xiu followed Nini's finger and gazed in the direction she pointed, where a relatively quiet area lay ahead. It was a city within a city. Compared to the towering high-rises of Burt City, often reaching hundreds of floors, the buildings here were pitifully low in average height. There were no skyscrapers or corporate offices, only the structures of the Hunters Guild. This era was one of war, and more so, it was the age of hunters. Once the citizens of the Empire became original cultivators or pharmacists, they would choose to join the Hunters Guild as registered members. As an official organization of the Empire, the Hunters Guild would not force hunters to do anything beyond the formal members. Its purpose was to provide a communication platform for original cultivators and pharmacists who transcended the ordinary. Hunters could earn commissions and obtain cultivation resources by completing tasks published by the guild. The upper echelons of the Empire also intended to separate hunter members from ordinary citizens. Each city fortress was constructed around the Hunters Guild, creating a city within a city. This city within a city was a world exclusive to hunters. It featured trading platforms for wilderness resources, alchemy halls, divine judgment halls, hot weapon manufacturing halls, original power firearms halls, and various hunter team bases. All items accessible to hunters could be found here. Beyond that, there were sprawling villas, parklands, and wetland lakes. These served as leisure and entertainment spaces for hunters. Du Xiu withdrew his gaze from around the Hunters Guild and nodded, saying, "Thank you, I understand." Just moments ago, he had indeed entertained the thought of venturing into the vibrant world of nightlife. Seeing that Du Xiu had regained his composure and was no longer restless, Nini instantly grinned and said, "Hey brother, don't be mad at me. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. My laughter isn't that loud." For the past few days, Du Xiu had been ignoring Nini. It wasn't that he considered himself above her, rather each time she saw him, she wore a smile that made him want to press her beautiful face into the snow. In the end, he could only avoid her, keeping his heart at peace by not seeing her. What a good girl. Too bad she isn't mute. Du Xiu, that's too much. Nini looked at Du Xiu's back, waving her fists. Du Xiu had asked Ding Yao about Nini's background, but Ding Yao couldn't provide much information, only knowing that she had some connection to the head of the alchemy hall. She seemed to be a pharmacist as well, but he wasn't sure of her specific skills. It felt like she was just here to experience life. This time during the wilderness expedition, she simply wanted to take a look around, and the head of the alchemy hall casually handed her over to Master Lung, who was preparing to go out in search of herbs. Overall, he knew nothing of her background or abilities, only that she had quite the morbid sense of humor. The next day, Master Lung met with Du Xiu and instructed him to study diligently. A month later, he would come to assess Du Xiu's skills while reminding him not to be distracted by cultivating original power, otherwise strict punishment would follow. After speaking, Master Lung seemed to be researching something and locked himself in the alchemy room at a critical moment. Du Xiu naturally accepted Master Lung's words. Initially, becoming a disciple in the wilderness was purely a matter of necessity. Although he had only communicated with Master Lung a handful of times during their journey, he truly gained significant convenience from holding the title of disciple. Moreover, Master Lung did not disclose his origins, and everyone assumed he was either a child of Master Lung's family or a friend. Du Xiu, who had no fixed abode and was all alone in the world, now naturally accepted this somewhat absurd master-disciple relationship. Under Ding Yao's guidance, Du Xiu completed the formalities and officially joined the Hunters Guild's alchemy hall. Of course, his current identity was merely that of a low-level apprentice pharmacist. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even a low-level apprentice yet, as he needed to pass the low-level apprentice examination to be considered one. However, because Du Xiu was a disciple of Master Lung, the Hunters Guild had granted him the status of a low-level apprentice in advance. It must be said that Master Lung, as one of the only 3 level 3 pharmacists in Burt City, certainly held significant prestige. Because of this, no one underestimated Du Xiu's potential. Ding Yao took Du Xiu on a tour of the Hunters Guild, introducing the responsibilities and locations of each department, while casually pointing out individuals who should not be offended. In the evening, Ding Yao brought Du Xiu to a 3-story villa covering over 700 square meters with a garden. Here, it's a gift from the teacher. Here's the key, and everything inside has been cleaned up. You can go in now. Du Xiu stood there dumbfounded. It wasn't an act of surprise, but rather genuine astonishment. He had fantasized about having a home since childhood, but he never expected it to come so suddenly. And in such luxury. Don't be too moved, the teacher has several of these villas, all allocated by the Hunters Guild. Junior brother, take a more laid-back view of so-called cars and houses. These are basic entitlements in our world, Ding Yao advised. As a well-known genius pharmacist within Burt City, Ding Yao had long grown accustomed to this lavish lifestyle. For ordinary people, the countless hardships of the world were hard to avoid. Yet for geniuses, once their talents are recognized, the entire world would greet them with open arms. And indeed, this was the case. Take original cultivators, for example. In Burt City, out of 100 million citizens, only 10,000 were original cultivators. In terms of population ratio, each original cultivator was a rare genius. Not to mention the even scarcer pharmacists who were 1 in a million. Would anyone expect these geniuses to worry about housing every day? Your primary task now is to quickly learn the knowledge of alchemy and become a pharmacist. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Du Xiu wasn't foolish. It was just that half a month ago he was still a minor in the mine. Now suddenly transformed into a genius, the disparity was too great, and he needed a moment to adapt. Alright, I'll head back now. I haven't slept well in the wilderness, and I need to catch up on sleep. Ding Yao yawned and turned to leave. Senior brother Ding was quite a decent person. Du Xiu felt quite emotional. Half a month later. Welcome to the House of the Bronze Tree. On the computer screen, a bronze tree extended several branches in different directions. At the ends of the branches, fruits appeared. These fruits were a series of open bronze eyes. After a moment of opening, the bronze eyes all closed simultaneously. Successfully logged into the House of the Bronze Tree. Each time Du Xiu logged in, he instinctively felt that these eyes seemed to be alive and conscious. The House of the Bronze Tree. It is a forum exclusive to pharmacists, inaccessible to others. Pharmacists, including apprentices and original cultivators, are assigned a unique identity code when registering with the Hunter Guild. The identity codes for original cultivators and pharmacists. Only with the exclusive identity code can one log into the original cultivator forum or the pharmacist forum. To register an account on the Bronze Tree, one needs to enter the pharmacist identity code. After matching and passing the review in the Hunter Guild's pharmacist database, the pupil information is automatically collected, locking the personal information of the account holder. For future logins, one can simply scan their pupils. However, each time he logs in and sees the eyes on the Bronze Tree, Du Xiu feels a chill run down his spine. A message pops up on the screen. Welcome back, living on good looks. In the information section, it shows 99 messages. The source of the messages is a post he made some time ago. How to treat head pain. In the snow forest, he fainted due to a head ailment, and outsiders assumed he was just exhausted. He did not mention this proactively. Master Lung must have taken him as a disciple because of his talent. And the head ailment is the most lethal disease for a pharmacist who relies on their intellect. Moreover, Du Xiu's headache is not a simple one. It is an unknown ailment he has had since childhood. Thus, he dared not reveal his condition. He feared that Master Lung might want to withdraw him if he learned of his condition. So he could only approach the forum with a trial, and after all, the forum is a mixed bag. Du Xiu described his situation in detail and posted a query hoping to encounter an expert who could provide an answer. Unfortunately, for half a month, no one has provided a reasonable explanation. After logging in again, Du Xiu browsed through the new comments. He realized that amidst the mixed forum, the fish were indeed fish. But he had yet to meet a dragon. The suggestions provided were based on fundamental pharmacology knowledge. Du Xiu scrolled down and found a highly upvoted reply. Please reply to my private message, Diao Mao. There was a large group of replies following this comment. The other party did not respond to these people, but the replies had reached over 100. While the admin is a big shot. Big shot, come on. What the hell, a top-tier expert is replying in the newbie section, Mom, I feel the love of the Hunter Guild. Big shot, do you accept apprentices? I have great talent. Picture of long legs and black stockings. Get the idiot above out, you're ruining my Dao heart. I accept apprentices, my skills are top-notch. Picture of 8-pack abs. By the way, what level of pharmacist can be an admin? I'm a mid-level apprentice hanging out here all the time, am I qualified? Don't you read the forum rules? Only pharmacists of level 4 and above can be admins. So a level 4 pharmacist is also called Diao Mao. What? Should I call you stupid? The smelly sea dog in the island chain, what are you so arrogant about? Come to the Haimu District Base Group, and it'll show you the foundation of a 1,000-year consortium. Haimu, a suburban consortium, is still called a consortium. I'm impressed in this forum, everyone seems to be a financial magnate. If that's the case, I won't pretend anymore, I'll lay it all out. I'm from the imperial family of the capital. After glancing at the replies below, Du Xiu felt a wave of frustration. The netizens are quite entertaining. That said, among pharmacists, the proportion of consortium disciples is alarmingly high. Because pharmacists not only need to learn theoretical guidance, but also require a large amount of herbs for practice. It's not something an average person can afford. Moreover, in the knowledge system of pharmacology, advanced knowledge is entirely held by major powers. They tacitly engage in knowledge blockade. Consortiums hold vast amounts of advanced pharmacology knowledge, and ordinary genius pharmacists who wish to continue studying can only join a consortium. This creates a Matthew effect. The strong grow stronger, while the weak grow weaker. Not continuing to browse the replies below, Du Xiu glanced at the admin's ID. Suddenly speechless. Eating soft rice harder. He remembers this ID, he indeed received a private message from him. His ID paired with a grinning silly dog avatar looks somewhat unreliable. So he ignored him. Now seeing the replies, eating soft rice harder, is at least a level 4 pharmacology master, so he has to show some respect. Du Xiu opened his private messages and rechecked the information. Eating soft rice harder after your episodes, do you experience any unusual sensations in your body? How is your memory usually? Du Xiu thought for a moment. Every time he has an episode, his spirit tends to be sluggish for a period. As for his memory, it is quite good. For instance, he can almost remember pharmacology knowledge after just a glance, and he can understand it with slight contemplation. Du Xiu carefully edited his situation into text and sent it to eating soft rice harder. The other party did not reply. Du Xiu then browsed a few posts below, picked out some seemingly reliable methods, and replied with a few words of thanks. Just as Du Xiu was replying to the last person, he suddenly noticed that his post had been deleted by the admin. While he was confused and unsure of the situation, eating soft rice harder replied to him. Eating soft rice harder, your problem is somewhat complicated. Don't post it on the forum for now. Buy a calming potion first and see if it works. Living on good looks, I can't afford it, it's too expensive. Du Xiu rolled his eyes. The other party really spoke without thinking. Top-tier experts truly do not understand the hardships of the impoverished. The calming potion is a level 3 potion, and it is considered quite advanced. It might not even be available in the entire Burt City. Moreover, even if it were available, Du Xiu could not afford it. Eating soft rice harder, the soul calming potion, will do as well. Living on good looks, I can't afford it, it's expensive. Eating soft rice harder, can't you afford a level 1 potion? Eating soft rice harder, are you very poor? Living on good looks, a month ago, I was still a slave in the mines. Eating soft rice harder. Living on good looks, currently, I have not a single gold coin in my pocket. So from what you're saying, my condition is quite difficult to treat and costly. Although the Hunter Guild covers all meals and drinks. But as a low-level pharmacist apprentice, Du Xiu indeed has no. Eating soft rice harder, how should I put it? I don't know if your ailment is of a neural nature or a different cause. If it is neural, a few soul calming potions can resolve it. If it is not neural, then it becomes interesting. Living on good looks, it should not be a neural issue, or I have checked, and it is different from my symptoms. In the past half-month, aside from studying pharmacological formulas to fill his theoretical gaps, Du Xiu spent the rest of his time researching the issue of his head ailment. He compared many typical symptoms and found that none matched. There's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear? The good news is that you might become very powerful in the future, but the bad news is that you may not live for many years. Do you know about the awakening of supernatural abilities? Upon seeing this sentence, Du Xiu's pupils constricted with a sudden surge of heat in his heart. Of course, he knew about the awakening of supernatural abilities. Such individuals were extremely rare. It seemed that there were only a few in the entire empire. Without exception, they were all the pinnacle of the empire's combat power. They were the core forces protecting the empire. Those who awakened supernatural abilities completely surpassed the original cultivators and alchemists. Only those who possessed terrifyingly powerful imperial artifacts could compete with them. But what did his head ailment have to do with those who awakened supernatural abilities? Suddenly a bold thought emerged in Du. Can you mean that I am one of those who awakened supernatural abilities? It can only be said that there is a 50% chance. Generally, those who awaken supernatural abilities will have a head ailment, but this is not a disease, it is the absorption of mental power. You can understand it as a seed of supernatural ability with your brain as the soil. It needs to absorb the nutrients from your brain to successfully awaken. But the problem now is that there are no nutrients in your brain, and according to your description of the comas, generally speaking, those who awaken supernatural abilities will, after several comas, due to mental power absorption, cause the seed to wither, which means the awakening will fail. How many times have you fainted? About 20 or 30 times. How many times? About 32 times, and it's likely to become 33 in the next couple of days as the time is nearing. Are you sure you are not joking? Really, in the past year or so, I've almost fainted once every month. Your supernatural ability seed looks excellent. Despite multiple failures in mental absorption, it hasn't withered. Great Master, kneeling lightly, would you like to invest in me? Currently, I don't have a master, but if you don't mind, I wish to follow you. Dushio quickly replied. For nearly half a year, every time he fainted from mental absorption, he woke up feeling extremely unwell and lethargic for several days. The supernatural ability seed in his brain, no matter how strong its vitality, was likely to wither soon. In fact, you do have investment value, and it's quite significant. But unfortunately, I am just a person who relies on others with good intentions, but no power. Can't you even afford medicine? Absolutely true. Although I don't recommend it, you should find a consortium in your current situation. If you confess to them, they will likely be very interested in you and willing to invest. Do I need to keep the fact that I possess supernatural abilities a secret? Yes, it's best to keep it confidential, or else you might encounter great trouble in the future. However, these matters are too distant for you. Your most pressing issue right now is to quickly take some restorative medicines to ensure a successful awakening. Otherwise, if the awakening fails, the mild consequence could be becoming an idiot, and the severe consequence could be death. Of course, not only medicine, but if there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures that nourish the soul, that would be even better. Alright, I will send you some materials regarding the awakening of supernatural abilities. You can take a look at them. The Great Master seemed to have something urgent to attend to. After sending Dushio some materials, he hurriedly went offline. After sending the good person card, Dushio opened the materials and began to browse. Half an hour later, Dushio fell into contemplation. From the situation, the Great Master's suggestion was that it was best to keep supernatural abilities confidential. He deleted his post, likely to protect himself from being targeted by those with ulterior motives. The materials contained numerous accounts of those who had awakened supernatural abilities. All those powerful individuals who left behind many legends were invariably connected to consortia. There were very few who came from pure grassroots backgrounds. This made Dushio somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that the consortium has a way to siphon off the supernatural abilities from the awakened ones? Dushio shrank his neck, feeling a chill down his spine. At this moment, Dushio's emotions were mixed. The good part was, of course, the possibility of becoming an awakened individual. But the bad part was that the seed in his mind was almost withering and required a large amount of restorative medicine to nourish. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 doses, but a substantial amount until the awakening succeeded. As for seeking the protection of such a powerful entity as a consortium, Dushio pondered for a long time and ultimately discarded this option. According to the materials, those who failed to awaken described their symptoms in the last few attempts. They all fainted for several consecutive days, even a week. Currently, the longest time he had fainted was a day and a night during the last episode. In the year 962 of the Empire's calendar, on January 3rd, a large convoy equipped with heavy firepower was stationed at the gates of Burt Castle. A group of sturdy and fierce-looking Yuan Shio lined up at the entrance to the fortress city. They looked at the long line of vehicles ahead, shaking their heads in frustration, chatting idly with a few friends nearby. The Yuan Shio at the front entered the inspection area one by one for identity verification. To prevent any outsiders from mixing in, every Yuan Shio entering the fortress city must undergo thorough checks comparing their pupils' fingerprints and other information. In this regard, the Yuan Shio complained bitterly. Their entry and exit from the city were less convenient than that of the ordinary imperial citizens, without any cultivation. Since last night, numerous individuals, including various hunter teams executives from wilderness resource companies, lone rangers, and herb purchasers, returned from the wild. The reason was simple: the Hunter Guild's Apothecary Hall was conducting assessments for aspiring high-level apothecaries. This group of people was not merely here to watch the spectacle. They were here to recognize faces, to know which individuals would become high-level apprentices, and to find opportunities to collaborate and pre-order some potions. Or rather, to pre-order some semi-finished potions. Similar to the toxic powder of Dushio. In a certain sense, this also qualifies as a semi-finished product of a first-tier potion. Although these semi-finished potions may not have the astonishing effects of finished potions, their affordability is undeniable. High-level apprentices aiming to become apothecaries need to concoct potions using a large number of herbs to accumulate. Before officially becoming an apothecary, high-level apprentices will often choose to collaborate with hunter teams, herb traders, and wilderness resource companies. Take hunter teams, for instance. They provide herbs for free to the high-level apprentices for practice. Any failed products or semi-finished potions are handed over to the hunter teams. This creates a win-win situation. In a market where apothecaries are few and hunter teams are many, each hunter team naturally competes to return to the city to recruit talent. At 10 in the morning, in a certain hall within the Hunter Guild, after a search, Dushio and over 70 intermediate apothecary apprentices entered the examination room one after another. The examinees entered individual small rooms. Inside the rooms, it was shrouded in darkness. The moment Dushio stepped in, a virtual screen appeared in the air displaying a countdown timer. Dushio had inquired with Ding Yao about the assessment format. The high-level apothecary apprentice examination consisted of 2 parts. The second part involved virtual potion formulation with a time limit of 1 hour as well. The more correct answers given within the limited time, the higher the final score. As the countdown reached 0, a highly realistic virtual herb appeared on the screen. Below it there were 4 options representing names. Dushio glanced at it briefly, made his selection, and moved on, finishing in an instant. It was effortless. In a nearby conference room, the live monitoring videos of various examinees were displayed on a large screen. The supervising team was led by the vice leader with the heads of various apothecary chambers gathered there. In addition, there were some young members of the apothecary hall. There are really quite a few examinees this time. Yes, it's 3 times that of the last time. In Burt City, almost all intermediate apothecary apprentices came to take the exam. After all, by June the Imperial Cultivation Academy will begin enrollment. Only first-tier apothecaries under 20 will be accepted by the academy. That will be the true turning point in their fate. If these intermediate apprentices cannot become high-level apprentices this time, they will not be qualified to participate in the first-tier apothecary examination in June. Missing this chance means waiting another year. Who can argue with that? The Imperial Cultivation Academy is the only opportunity for ordinary people to leap. However, let's not discourage them. There are only 5 months left until June for them to become high-level apprentices. It's certain that they won't pass this year's Imperial Cultivation Academy examination. Becoming a first-tier apothecary from a high-level apprentice requires a substantial amount of time to accumulate experience. Still, they must give it a try. Among this group of examinees, several have already turned 20. This is their last year, and they must see if they can make it. For them, it's not just about missing a year, but a lifetime. A group of older apothecaries sighed. All of them graduated from the Imperial Cultivation Academy. In the Ninth Empire, almost all the powerful elites graduated from the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Stories of ordinary people self-studying after dropping out and achieving success have never existed in the Empire's history. Either they succeed in entering the Imperial Cultivation Academy and become the Empire's elite, or they spend their lives under the dominance of others. This is equally true for the offspring of the wealthy. Unless they are core direct descendants, ordinary offspring of wealthy families will not achieve much without entering the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Alright, let's not discuss such heavy topics. Are there any promising candidates this time? The vice leader of the apothecary hall, Huyen Lai, asked while sitting in the main seat. Li Huiping is quite good. Oh, she has long had the strength of a high-level apprentice. Hu Chui also has a great chance. She is the most diligent among the apprentices. Yes, these two can definitely pass, and they might even have a chance to pass this year's first-tier apothecary assessment. I heard that old man Long has taken on a new apprentice. How is he? Huyen Lai inquired. As another vice leader, he was particularly interested in Du Xiu. At their age, comparing the excellence of their apprentices was one of the few joys left. He just took the intermediate examination not long ago. He's not very old, but I estimate that passing the advanced exam will be a bit difficult. Hey, wait a minute, look. One high-level apprentice exclaimed, pointing at a screen. The sudden shout drew the attention of a group of apothecaries, and one of the apothecaries shot a fierce glare at the person. That was his apprentice. While the leaders of the apothecary hall were engaged in conversation, his apprentice was yelling, which was a bit embarrassing. He then focused on a certain area of the large screen. What the hell? Who is that? The apothecary, like his apprentice, couldn't help but shout. On the screen, a young man yawning quickly clicked on options. It displayed that he had already answered up to the 193rd question. However, only 7 minutes had passed since the exam began. That's nearly 2 to 3 seconds per question. This must be fake. How can he be so fast? Is he just randomly clicking? Who is this kid? Randomly answering questions like this is just causing chaos. Huyen Lai glared with displeasure. Many herbs in the wilderness are quite similar, not to mention an apprentice, even an apothecary wouldn't be able to answer so quickly without taking some time to identify them. This kid seems to just glance at them before answering. This is simply reckless. Huyen Lai stared at the screen for a long time, his expression shifting from anger to suspicion. This kid is quite lucky he managed to guess all the questions right just now. As time passed, Huyen Lai's expression turned to shock. During his observation, the boy had guessed the answers to over 100 questions correctly. Who is this kid? His skill is impressive. The other pharmacists were equally astonished, and a terrifying thought began to arise in their minds. Could it be that all the questions this kid answered previously were correct? As time went on, the group of pharmacists gradually became numb. Is it really necessary to be this monstrous? All correct. As the 1-hour countdown ended, the first part of the advanced pharmacist apprentice assessment concluded. The subsequent 1 to 200 questions presented some difficulty, and the young man's answering speed slightly slowed. In the first part, a total of 1,123 questions were answered, with 1118 correct. The few wrong ones seemed to be due to the young man clicking too quickly and making mistakes. Huyen Lai was excited, saying, "What is this person's name? Whose apprentice is he?" He looked around, and seeing no one admitting it, shouted, "Since no one is claiming him, then I shall take him as my disciple. Anyone who dares to compete with me, don't blame me for turning hostile." Master Huyen, it seems this person is the new apprentice of Master Long. That old man, how could he have such good luck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He hasn't stepped out of the mixing room for 800 years. How could he have taken in such an apprentice after going out once? I don't believe it. Someone retrieved Du Xiu's information and matched the system photo with the boy on the screen. It really is Master Lung's apprentice, Du Xiu. The second part has begun. Let's see how Du Xiu performs in the second part. Yes, the second part is the true test of the apprentice's abilities. The first part only assessed memory and reaction. As they entered the second part, all the examinees, including Du Xiu, fell into deep contemplation. There is no need to manually prepare the potion. The question presents a certain potion along with various herbs, and the candidates are to select different herbs to formulate their answers. Each potion, such as the original power potion, cannot be simply concocted using fixed herbs and steps. This is because each herb's age, growth, environment, and other factors differ, leading to variations in their efficacy. At this point, to concoct a potion, one must ensure the chemical interactions between the herbs and their respective reactions satisfy the core formula of the potion. For instance, the core formula of the original power potion is 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. The 1 is not a ready-made one, it needs to be assembled. Regardless of how you achieve that 1, whether through 0, 1, 0, 9, 0, 0, 1, 0, 99, or 99, 98, as long as you can gather enough to make that 1. Continuing in this manner, gathering 2, 3, and 4, ultimately allowing the potion's formula to hold true, is what matters. Of course, this is a simplified explanation. In the realm of potion crafting, it is certainly not this straightforward. It often involves a long series of formulas encompassing various complex calculations. Therefore, for a potion master, innate talent is extremely important. I didn't expect that this coagulating potion could be prepared this way. The formula theory of Du Xiu is quite impressive. His talent in potion crafting is truly remarkable. He answered the earlier questions well, but unfortunately for the later questions, it seems he has not learned the formulas for these potions, as he appears somewhat at a loss. Indeed, considering his young age, it's normal not to have encountered some formulas, but judging from his performance, he is more than capable of becoming a high-level apprentice. The earlier potions were paired excellently, and he worked quickly. Moreover, I didn't think of several pairing methods. I wonder how the system will evaluate it. Yes, there are a few formulas I don't understand. I can't tell if he is randomly pairing them, or if he is taking a unique approach. I wonder how long he has studied the foundational formulas. If he has only studied for 2 or 3 years to reach this level, then his talent in potion crafting is truly terrifying. Time's up. The assessment scores are about to be released. As the candidates exited the room, the results from various exam rooms surfaced. Li Huiping received an A-level score, passing the assessment. Hu Chui received an A score, passing the assessment. Chen Yuan received a C-level score, passing the assessment. Yang Zhonghao received a D-level score, failing the assessment. Du Xiu received an S-level score, passing the assessment. As the results came out, a group of potion masters stared enviously at Du Xiu's S-level score. This score represented that the adjusting formulas they couldn't comprehend in the second part were indeed correct. At least the thought process was right. They exchanged glances. How could someone so young innovate and modify potion formulas? Even the potion questions in the exam were the simplest. But how old is Du Xiu? How long could he have studied potion crafting knowledge? At most 17 years old, or even less. Given Du Xiu's age, he is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century genius in potion crafting. A genius among geniuses. At this moment, Hu Yuanlai's eyes were even more bloodshot. Such a gem falling into the hands of the cold, old monster is truly a travesty. No such a promising talent cannot be wasted. As the results were announced, a group of onlooking students gasped in astonishment. How many years has it been since an S-level score appeared? It hasn't appeared in decades. This is really amazing. Who is Du Xiu? I have never seen him before. At this moment, a handsome young man walked up from downstairs. It was Ding Yao. He knew that Du Xiu was participating in the high-level apprentice assessment, but since Du Xiu had just started reading and the teacher had not yet explained it unknown, he thought Du Xiu was just testing the waters, so he didn't pay much attention. Now he came at just the right time, intending to comfort his junior brother. Wait, isn't that Hu Yuanlai? Ding Yao was taken. On the third floor, an old man was running towards the examination passage, drenched in sweat. Hu Yuanlai hurried to the exit where the candidates came out. Is it Du Xiu? Hu Yuanlai squeezed out a brilliant smile as he approached the recently exited Du Xiu. Du Xiu was somewhat taken aback. He knew Hu Yuanlai was the vice hall master, a potion master on par with Master Long. He could not afford to offend him. Although he did not know why the other party was looking for him, he politely replied, "Yes, I am here, vice hall master Hu Yuan. Did you need something from me? Come, let's go to my office. I have something to discuss with you." Hu Yuanlai grabbed Du Xiu's hand and started running. Ding Yao watched the two leave with curiosity. At this moment, the conversations of several arriving high-level apprentices reached his ears. Who is Du Xiu? Has he come out? Let's go. We need to familiarize ourselves with his face. I must say that S-level score is truly terrifying. With such a score, becoming a level 3 potion master is practically a given, and there's a very good chance of becoming a level 4 potion master as well. I'm face blind, but which one is Du Xiu? I want to meet the genius with an S-level score. Which master of potions is Du Xiu a disciple of? I don't know either. I have never paid attention to any person by that name in the potion hall. Ding Yao grasped someone's hand and asked uncertainly, the person who scored an S rating in the assessment is called Du Xiu. You know him? Ding Yao recalled the daisy-like smile of Hu Yuanlai and slapped his forehead. Oh no. Someone is trying to sabotage us. No way, I need to find the teacher. Outside the Hunter Guild Plaza was already crowded. In the plaza, 4 giant screens hung from the pillars, simultaneously displaying the results of the advanced apothecary apprentices. Nearly a third of the original cultivation forces in Burt City gathered in the square. As soon as the results were announced, the entire plaza buzzed with discussion. Several leaders of larger hunter teams gathered together, standing at the back of the crowd, smoking and chatting. On the screen, the names appeared. It only displayed the names of the apprentices who passed the assessment and their scores. Team leader Wong of the Silver Fox Hunter team glanced at the list on the screen from a distance and smiled. Many people passed this time, so we hunters don't have to compete too fiercely. Indeed, this time we all have some lines we want crossed. No need to raise the prices against each other. Haha, I agree. As long as you don't raise the price, I definitely won't either. These team leaders, although all original cultivators, still required high-level apprentices' potions. Just like, while the heart rescue pill is a great medicine, common cold medicine is also essential. Furthermore, in the hunter teams, there are numerous Chi and Blood Realm members, as well as ordinary people. Thus, every time the list of advanced apprentices is released, these leaders compete to raise prices for the cooperation with high-level apprentices. There's no choice between original cultivators and apothecaries. It's an absolute seller's market. S rating. Leader, there's one strated score this year. Leader, come quickly. There's an strated advanced apprentice. As the leaders chatted outside the crowd, one team member recorded the names of the advanced apprentices onto the big screen. Hearing the exclamations from the crowd, the leaders hurriedly dropped their cigarette butts and rushed towards the screen. Damn, an S rating. Are you kidding me? Why don't I believe it? Wong team. Dushio. That kid. He is an strated advanced apprentice. A bald member of the Silver Fox Hunter team shouted excitedly. Are you sure? Team leader Wong, standing behind, tiptoed and strained his neck, anxiously confirming. Yes, it's him. Absolutely true. Hurry. The bald man tried to squeeze out, but was pushed back into the crowd by those rushing to hear about the strated apprentice. Damn it, we need to find Master Lung quickly. Team leader Wong slapped his thigh excitedly, saying. In fact, collaborating with high-level apprentices carries significant risks. The hunter team provides herbs for free. If the collaborating apprentice can create a semi-finished product, they wouldn't lose out. Although the effect might be minimal, at least there's some. What they fear is that the potions produced are useless. If that happens, the hunter team would suffer a total loss. Furthermore, once a contract is signed, it generally starts at 3 years, requiring the provision of a large quantity of herbs each month. If they encounter a foolish apprentice, it would be like working for 3 years for nothing. Moreover, once the contract is signed, the hunter team cannot unilaterally terminate it. If the hunter team terminates the contract, they will find it nearly impossible to buy potions from the apothecary guild in the future. In a city, there are only a few dozen apothecaries and over 100 apprentices who are not only colleagues that see each other often, but might also be fellow disciples. Offending one means offending many. Life will not be easy. For the hunter team, the best partners are those who can produce potions with a high success rate, and they can steadily become high-level apprentices of apothecaries. During the apprentice period, cooperation is pure profit. Once the apprentice becomes an apothecary, the collaborating hunter team will soar. The white moonlight attribute is useful in any field. An advanced apprentice from an ordinary family background before becoming an apothecary is essentially burning money. If a hunter team invests recklessly at this time, the return once the apprentice becomes an apothecary will be extraordinary. For a potion costing 1,000 gold coins, a skilled apothecary can earn 9,000 gold coins with tears. What? You say this is impossible? Potion refining won't fail. With my success rate, out of 10 sets of herbs, only one is successful. You can refine or not refine as you wish. There are about 200 people in the apothecary guild and 10,000 original cultivators. If you don't refine, there are plenty of people who will. If you ask why apothecaries are so ruthless, they will tell you about their youthful days running away from creditors under the sunset. That was before he became famous, as he dodged creditors in a frenzy. And for his beloved White Moonlight Hunter team, he can refine 10 sets of the same potion costing 1,000 gold coins. That's right. The other 9 sets are what he earned from other hunter teams. The money earned from the hunter teams is spent on the hunt. No problem. Back to the original topic. And strated advanced apprentice signifies what? It signifies that during his time as an advanced apprentice, the success rate of the potions he refines is extremely high and cooperation is purely profitable. This implies that he is almost guaranteed to become a third-level apothecary. Isn't that worth it? Inside the potion preparation room, Master Lung placed the flask in his hand down. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Beside him, Yang Tiyun hurriedly brought over a cup of warm water, serving him carefully. Congratulations, Master, you succeeded in the refinement. Although Yang Tian didn't know what Master Lung had refined, seeing his usually cold teacher smile, he quickly flattered him. Tidy up the preparation room. Master Lung nodded, revealing a hint of fatigue. At that moment, a series of urgent doorbell rings sounded outside. Master Lung frowned slightly. When an apothecary is refining potions, their focus is highly concentrated, and they must not be disturbed. Otherwise, a moment of distraction could lead to the failure of the entire potion. This was his completed experiment. If it hadn't been completed, the doorbell outside could easily distract him. Yang Tiyuan glanced at Master Lung, seeing his impatience, and quickly went to open the door. Seeing it was Ding Yao, he immediately frowned and raised his voice a few decibels, questioning. Do you not know the teacher is refining potions? Are you not afraid of disturbing him at this time, which could lead to a failed refinement? You have no sense of rules at all. Ding Yao ignored Yang Tiyuan and pushed him aside, rushing to Master Lung with an anxious expression, saying, Teacher, something. Master Lung took a sip of water, put down the cup, and said indifferently, What happened, making such a fuss? Master Dushio has passed the advanced apprentice assessment. Master Lung was mildly surprised, yet replied with composed calm, Not bad. He has not disappointed me. When he discovered that poisonous powder at the Shuolin encampment, he immediately realized Du Shio's attainments in potioncraft were far from shallow. especially considering the poison used later at Shualin to kill Zhou Yuan. Master Lung surmised that Du Xiu possessed the caliber of an advanced apprentice. An advanced apprentice of Du Xiu's age was genuinely impressive, and his talent for applying poison neatly aligned with several of Master Lung's plans. Although he himself knew of this, Ding Yao did not. The visitor had come to offer congratulations. Though somewhat impetuous, it was forgivable. Remember, do not behave so, without decorum, next time, Master Lung admonished. Master, it's not about that. My junior brother received an rank rating in the assessment. What? Master Lung's eyes widened instantly. Even among advanced apprentices there were distinctions, and rank carried enormous significance. At the very least, it guaranteed a future as a third-tier alchemist with a strong chance of rising to fourth tier. In his own advanced apprentice exam, he had only achieved an A. Moreover, to him, an rank prodigy in potioncraft who excelled at poisons was the very thing he had long dreamed of. Could his dream finally be realized? Master Lung trembled with sudden excitement. At last it had come. Master Huyan Lai has taken the junior brother away. I suspect he means to poach him from under you. What? Huyan, you wicked scoundrel. How dare you treat me thus? He has courted death. Master Lung exploded in fury, flinging his cup to the ground as a surge of hostile energy burst from him. In an instant he rose, moving with astonishing speed like a gust of wind, and vanished from the apothecary chamber. The two remaining disciples stared in astonishment. Is Master still the same? Du Xiu, sit. Huyan Lai urged with eager insistence. Hall Master Huyan, what business do you have with me? They had no prior acquaintance. Hyun's overenthusiastic smile made Du Xiu feel uneasy. Nothing major. Just to inform you that you passed your examination. Passed. A trace of joy appeared on Du Xiu's face. Next he could attempt to save the aberrant seed of power lodged in his mind. Little do you have a master. Upon hearing Huyan, Du Xiu blinked and smiled inwardly. It seemed his results were strong enough to stir Huyan Lai's desire to take a disciple. In potioncraft, with an awareness of others' progress, Du Xiu gained a clearer understanding of his own standing. He displayed a natural aptitude. Yes, I have a master. Master Lung is my teacher. Oh, since when has he been instructing you? Master Lung has not formally instructed me. I've only been apprenticed for a month. Hearing this, Huyan Lai brightened. A month of apprenticeship, practically nothing when counted in earnest. In an instant, Huyan Lai masked his thoughts, wearing an expression of regret. What a pity, truly a pity. Du Xiu's expression shifted slightly. He sneered inwardly. The old man was putting on an act. Hall Master Huyan, what do you mean by that? Huyan feigned hesitation. I'm not saying Master Lung is bad. I do not like to speak ill of others behind their backs. However, his temperament is reclusive and difficult to get along with. In teaching disciples, he lacks patience, he scolds, and strikes at will. From his features you can see that Hall Master Lung is not easy company. I do not exaggerate. What kindly soul bit? Du Xiu hesitated. Is that so? I hadn't really noticed such things. Beyond that, his mastery of potioncraft is not profound. Over the years, the remedies he has concocted can be counted on one hand. He spends his days in the apothecary chamber tinkering with who knows what. I truly pity you. For a trainee alchemist, a solid foundation is especially important. If one encounters a renowned master and cements that base, the path ahead will naturally rise step by step. But if the teacher is unworthy and the foundation weak, all effort can be undone. After hearing Huyan Lai, Du Xiu sighed, a trace of sorrow on his face. Even so, once one takes a master, the master is like a father for life. No matter his faults, I should serve Master Lung with care. Otherwise, what would others think of me? Du Xiu finished blinking. Little Du is truly a rare, loyal, and upright soul. Why have I never encountered a disciple like you? Huyan Lai said, his spirits dampened, yet wistful. I was poor in my youth and saved every coin. Now, after decades of thrift, I have amassed considerable wealth, yet no children and no favored disciple. A pile of gold I am unable to spend. Sometimes I fantasize that if I had a disciple like you, I would give him 10,000 gold coins a month to squander as he pleased, so he need not suffer the privations I endured. Huyan, Master Huyan, you are extravagant indeed. Poverty is something I know all too well. Sometimes I dream that if someone gave me 20,000 gold coins a month, I would gladly risk my life for them. At these words, Huyan Lai smiled faintly. There was hope. 10,000 gold coins is modest for ordinary folk. If the person were a paragon like my worthy nephew, I'd give at least 30,000 a month. Du Xiu rose, joy bright in his eyes. Huyan Lai also stood, a flash of self-satisfaction in his gaze, then asked, my good nephew, is the person you'd brave fire and water for someone like me? At that moment, an icy voice sounded from outside, like your father. Master Lung, his face saturated with killing intent, swung the door open and strode in. Du Xiu glanced from the embarrassed, slightly fearful Huyan Lai to the murderous Master Lung. He made a decisive choice and bowed to Master Lung. Master, begone. Master Lung snapped. With a wave of his sleeve, a burst of force hurled Du Xiu out the door. The door slammed, and moments later the office echoed with the sounds of a clash. Old Lung, don't strike. Let's speak calmly. Hall Master Lung, we are both decent men. Oh dear, are you really doing this? They'll fight you to the end. Quick, summon the hall leader. Old Lung is about to kill. Du Xiu stood outside the door, regret written across his face. This was bad. He had defected too soon. Du Xiu hesitated. Should he go in and kick Huyan the old thief a few times to prove his loyalty? No. Master Lung's moods were capricious. If he expelled him from the sect, what future would remain? Du Xiu sighed. 30,000 gold a month. He was only seconds from bliss. Yet he held back. Though money tempted, his life mattered more. Some people outwardly revered masters of potion craft secretly engaged in kidnapping for profit. They were truly not to be trifled with. As Du Xiu sighed at the entrance, a voice called out, "Little brother, little brother." Looking over, he saw the leader of the Silver Fox Hunter group, Old Wang, rubbing his hands eagerly. Just as Du Xiu was about to respond, Ding Yao rushed over panting. "Little junior brother, where is Master?" Du Xiu pointed inside. "He is reminiscing with Master Hu Yan." "That's good. Little brother, Master Hu Yan isn't threatening you, is he? Don't worry, with Master and senior brother backing you up?" Ding Yao asked with concern. In his eyes, his junior brother had just joined the apothecary hall, unaware of the intrigues among apothecaries and lacking eloquence. How could he possibly match up against an old fox like Master Hu Yan? "No, thank you for your concern, senior brother. By the way, did you inform Master?" "Yes. I saw Master Hu Yan looking for you, so I hurried to notify Master. Luckily, I made it in time." Ding Yao waved his hand with a smile, as if to say it was no trouble. A hint of resentment flickered across Du Xiu's face. He truly felt helpless regarding this senior brother. Although the other party was being counterproductive, their intentions were good. Senior brother Ding was genuinely kind to him. During this time, he often sent books about apothecary studies and his own insights. Worried that Du Xiu might struggle with life, he frequently came by with fruits and local delicacies. "Junior brother, you passed the assessment, and your score is great." Ding Yao reported the good news with a beaming face. He was quite surprised by Du Xiu's talent in apothecary studies. To make Master Long, who was usually very picky, go through such lengths to save him, Ding Yao naturally understood that Du Xiu's talent in apothecary studies was not low. However, passing the assessment so quickly and receiving its grade score still astonished him immensely. Beyond shock, Ding Yao felt mostly happy, as he had been taking care of Du Xiu all along. There was a sense of pride akin to seeing his younger brother succeed. Du Xiu nodded slightly, and no wonder Master Hu Yan had been so eager with him earlier. Ding Yao turned to Wang Dahai beside him and asked, "Leader Wang, are you here for something?" "Isn't it because Du little brother has just become a senior apprentice? He must be lacking herbs to practice with, so I am seeking collaboration." Seeing Ding Yao, Wang Dahai inwardly cursed himself for his misfortune. If it were just an unknown discussion about collaboration with Du Xiu, he wouldn't have to bleed this much. After all, Du Xiu came from the wilderness and didn't understand the intricacies involved. But with Ding Yao, this old hand around, he would likely incur a significant loss. Collaboration. Ding Yao pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, that could work. Normally, the resources held by the Deputy Hall Master were quite plentiful, and his disciples wouldn't need to collaborate with the hunter group. However, Master Long spent all day in the preparation room conducting research. He did not take on external apothecary orders, and the quota of herbs each month was all used up by himself. "Let's go to my office to discuss." "Okay." In the office, the three seated themselves. Du Xiu took a sip of water and proactively asked, "Leader Wang, how do you propose we collaborate?" "Brother, do you choose the potion, and according to the formula, we will provide you with 30 sets of herbs for that potion each month. What do you think?" In the current market, the usual amount is 15 to 20 sets. This price is already quite high. Du Xiu turned his inquiring gaze to Ding Yao. He was not well acquainted with the so-called market conditions. Their eyes met, and Ding Yao slightly nodded, indicating Du Xiu to let him handle the negotiation. Ding Yao smiled at Wang Dahai, saying, "Leader Wang, this is too insincere of you. You must know that with my junior brother's grade score and his talent, if word gets out, there will be plenty of hunter groups willing to provide 30 sets of herbs each month." Wang Dahai smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Although that's true, currently in Burt City, there are several capable hunter groups with multiple collaboration partners. Even if they promise the same terms, they may not consistently deliver each month, and the quality of herbs varies. As of now, among the large-scale hunter groups, we are the only ones without collaboration partners. I can guarantee the full supply each month and ensure quality." The Silver Fox Hunter Group previously had 2 collaboration partners, but a few months ago their contracts expired and were not renewed. They truly are the only large-scale hunter group in Burt City without any collaboration partners. "I naturally know what Leader Wang mentioned, but given my junior brother's talent, securing a priority supply shouldn't be difficult," Ding Yao rebutted. "Your sincerity is lacking. Leader Wang, why not state a price? How about this, since we are old acquaintances, 50 sets of potions a month, how does that sound?" 50 sets? Brother Ding, are you joking? The cost of a first-grade potion on the market is around 500 gold coins. 50 sets would be 25,000 gold coins. That's too high. Leader Wang said in disbelief. "Hold on, Leader Wang, don't refuse just yet. You also know my junior brother's talent. Investing now will surely not leave you at a loss later. Moreover, a few days ago, I also brewed a first-grade potion. In the future, if you need a first-grade potion, I can brew one for you at cost price each month." Ding Yao smiled. Wang Dahai's eyes flickered. First-grade potions to buy ready-made ones generally range from 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins, depending on the complexity of the potion preparation. But the cost of herbs needed to brew a first-grade potion is only about 500 gold coins. As long as Ding Yao is not greedy, he should be able to successfully brew at least 4 or 5 sets. Although calculating comprehensively, it is still higher than the normal collaboration price between hunter groups and apprentices. It is not unacceptable. As for Ding Yao's strength, Wang Dahai had no doubts. Master Long is one of the 3 great apothecaries in Burt City. His apprentice has a certain level of credibility and strength. All right then, let's sign the contract. After Wang Dahai took out a contract he had prepared earlier, he filled in the agreed quantity in the blank space, signed it, and handed it to Du Xiu. After Du Xiao and Ding Yao confirmed there were no issues and signed his name, the collaboration was finalized and both parties were very satisfied. For Du Xiao, there was no higher offer on the market than what the Silver Fox Hunter Group had provided. After all other hunter groups had several collaboration partners, the Silver Fox Hunter Group was dedicating all its resources to support Du Xiao. They were betting on Du Xiao's future. Brother Du, what potion do you plan to brew? I will prepare in advance. Soul Rest Potion. What? Soul Rest? Wang Dahai's smile from just signing the contract froze on his face. Yes, what's wrong? Du Xiao wore an innocent. Ding Yao looked at his junior brother's expression and understood his naive junior brother didn't comprehend the market's prices. Junior brother, the Soul Rest Potion is a high-end potion among first-grade potions, and the cost of herbs is doubled. Oh, I see. But didn't the contract state that apothecaries could freely designate the herbs for first-grade potions? Isn't the Soul Rest Potion a first-grade potion? Ding Yao was in a daze, seemingly finding no fault. Brother Du, this potion is quite difficult to concoct, and for apprentices just starting to attempt potion making, its failure rate is extremely high, making it unsuitable for practice. Wang Tuanzhong nearly spat blood. The contract indeed stated that a level 1 potion was to be designated by the apothecary. But which normal apprentice wouldn't choose the simplest potion to start with? Choosing a difficult potion not only wastes the hunter team's money, but also the apprentice's own time. It's detrimental to oneself and others. Senior brother, I want to give it a try. Du Xiao looked at Ding Yao with determination. Seeing this, Ding Yao's heart softened. After all, he was his junior brother, gifted beyond measure. Which genius isn't proud? He was the same back, then fully focused on concocting the most challenging potions. He wanted to tackle a tough nut to prove his extraordinary talent. However, after hitting a wall and recognizing reality, he obediently started with the simplest potions. Though he really wanted to tell Du Xiao that starting with simple potions is better, Ding Yao couldn't bear to dampen Du Xiao's enthusiasm. Many things are better learned through personal experience, even if it means hardship for the Silver Fox Hunter team. Team leader Wang, although this soul-calming potion is costly, the price of semi-finished products is also high. As long as my junior brother can concoct a few batches, you wouldn't be at a loss. Team leader Wang was almost spitting blood. How could this be the same? With simple potions, he could at least recover some semi-finished products early on. But for this soul-calming potion, even a level 1 apothecary wouldn't dare to say they could successfully concoct it right. Waiting for Du Xiao to recoup the costs of the soul-calming potion is completely an uncertain future. Team leader Wang, since the contract is signed, it can't be invalid, right? Du Xiao asked in confusion. His pure black eyes seemed to say, Team leader Wang, we've already signed the contract. It's too late to regret. It's valid, it's valid. Team leader Wang's eyes were devoid of spirit. Now he just hoped that Du Xiao would give up early after a month of trying. But then he thought of the boy who had crazily operated and tried every means to counterattack Zhou Yuan in the snow forest in the face of desperation. He suddenly felt hopeless. This is a real stubborn one. He vaguely saw that for a long time to come, he would be working for Du Xiao. Brother, you must become an apothecary soon. Team leader Wang tightly grasped Du Xiao's hand. A batch of herbs for the soul-calming potion costs 1,000 gold coins. 50 batches would amount to 50,000 gold coins in a month. His heart was bleeding. Night fell. Du Xiao, filled with the joy of signing a contract with the Silver Fox Hunter team, stepped into Master Lung's home. In these past few months, while the mental absorption of the ability seed wasn't severe, he hurried to concoct the soul-calming potion. Once successful with the influx of soul-calming potions, the ability seed might awaken. Master Lung's residence was not far from his home. It was far more magnificent than where Du Xiao lived. Walking through the courtyard and arriving at the villa door, the joyful expression on Du Xiao's face instantly turned to one of sorrow. Master, I finally get to see you. Du Xiao shouted before even entering the house. Master Lung was reading in his study, and upon seeing the sorrowful Du Xiao enter, his expression darkened. Du Xiao pretended not to see Master Lung's cold face. Master, the Hall Master Hu Yin is simply too much. After I revealed that I have a master who is exceptionally talented and treats me like a son, he still threatened and coerced me. Under his aggressive demeanor, I had no choice but to pretend to comply until you could come to my rescue. You must believe me. My loyalty to you is as evident as the sun and the moon. Du Xiao said excitedly. Master Lung's heart was as calm as still water, even showing a cold smile. Isn't it daytime when one needs to face the old man Hu Yin through fire and water? Master must have heard wrong in this life. I will only go through fire and water for you. Du Xiao said with utmost certainty. Master Lung coldly replied, your friend Lien Ruofei, I had someone look for him, and he is probably not dead. There were 3 sets of footprints in the snow, 2 of which returned halfway, indicating the pursuers. The farthest footprint should belong to Lien Ruofei. Oh, at the point where his footprints ended, there were traces of a vehicle indicating he had been rescued. Oh, and the trafficker, the weasel who sold you to the Ma family consortium, the one with a face full of pockmarks, died just a few. Master Lung suddenly said. Du Xiao was stunned. In an instant, his expression turned bland. Sorrow, anger, and certainty vanished. He became absolutely indifferent, like a still pond. After exchanging glances with Master Lung for a few seconds, he bowed respectfully and said, thank you, Master. He had probably anticipated that Lien Ruofei was not dead. The pursuers of Lien Ruofei were likely 2 ordinary people. It was perfectly normal that they escaped a few hours early and couldn't catch up. Master Lung pointing out that Lien Ruofei was alive and the weasel had died definitely indicated that he had investigated him. Du Xiu had no idea how much effort that took. But he knew that Lien Ruofei not being dead and the weasel being dead were both very, very important to him. Only today you're calling me master has a hint of sincerity. Master Lung glanced at Du Xiu. As he investigated Du Xiu, his surprise grew. The only chance Du Xiu had to contact alchemy at the secret tungsten mine was as a dispatched intermediate apprentice from the Ma family. And the other party had only stayed at the mine for a little over a year before being assassinated. From when Master Ma dispatched him to the mine until now, it had only been a little over 2 years. In just 2 short years, Du Xiu had surprisingly learned all the foundational knowledge of alchemy. Moreover, Du Xiu had been exposed to the basic formulas for just over a month and had astonishingly received a grade score in the advanced apprentice assessment, which shocked him immensely. Du Xiu's talent in alchemy truly seemed terrifying. The disciple he took in on a whim had given him a great surprise. Looking at the expressionless Du Xiu, Master Lung couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's wrong? Lost your voice?" Thinking back to some past events, sometimes after wearing a mask for too long, I can't even tell which one is the real me. A hint of confusion flashed in Du Xiu's eyes. Du Xiu remembered that he originally didn't like to smile, having a naturally expressionless face, and he didn't enjoy showing too much emotion. In the orphanage, the director taught him to smile and act cute using sticks to sell them. When coerced by traffickers while begging on the streets, he learned through hunger and whips. He pretended to be pitiful in front of old people and tragic in front of women. He feigned humility in front of men, switching expressions based on different scenarios and needs. This habit, ingrained through fear, had become instinctual. He feigned humility in front of men, switching expressions based on different scenarios and needs. This habit ingrained. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects, thanking you for not holding small grievances against me. Du Xiu grinned, smiling cheerfully. If a dog cannot spit out ivory. Let me ask you one thing, do you wish to become a Yuan Xiu? Master Lung inquired. Can my master teach me Yuan Xiu? Du Xiu asked, quite surprised. Although the pharmacist was powerful and held a high position, at the end of the day, he was still an ordinary person with an incredibly weak physical constitution. Just like Master Lung, who traversed the wilderness, he had to hire the Silver Fox Hunter team for protection. Setting aside the bullying he faced in the past, due to weakness, Du Xiu established the conviction that only strength matters. Take supernatural powers, for example. Even if one awakens their abilities, it doesn't necessarily mean they are powerful. According to the information provided by the soft leader, although awakeners are strong, they only become formidable in later stages. For instance, those with fire abilities can only control weak flames in the early stages. While supernatural powers are remarkable, they truly fall short in the initial phase. Moreover, in the early stages, they are not only weak, but also easily targeted by various forces. The soft leader advised him to conceal his identity, as many awakeners are too weak in the early stages to protect themselves. To be precise, it isn't Yuan Xiu, but rather Poison Xiu, Master Long stated once more. Poison Xiu. Isn't that just using poison? Can this be cultivated? It's not the conventional sense of poisoning, but rather infusing poison into oneself and using original force to deliver it. A terrifying light flashed in Master Lung's eyes. This method of cultivation originates from some ruins. After his improvements, it has become unique across the entire continent. He is both the inheritor and the solitary practitioner. How dangerous is it? Du Xiu pondered for a moment before asking. It's quite dangerous, but you won't perish. Before your cultivation surpasses mine, you will be safe. Is it powerful? Not inferior to those top-tier aristocratic families' inherited techniques. Master Lung candidly discussed the pros and cons of the technique. Initially, he didn't kill Du Xiu because he saw Du Xiu's talent for poison. He treated Du Xiu as a test subject for the techniques he created. Saving him was optional. During their first meeting, although Du Xiu spoke many lies, Master Lung could see the heart behind his facade, a bit crafty, but with a strong desire to survive. Those who strive to live will always be regarded highly. He was the same in his youth. However, it was merely a fleeting admiration, not love. He thought it would be convenient to keep him around, as he could easily manage him. Later on, as he investigated Du Xiu's background and learned about his experiences, he felt a hint of pity. But it was not much. After all, he himself had endured a lot of suffering in his life. No one's life is easy. Then as the ratings came out, Master Lung felt that this was a gift from heaven for his disciple. With such talent in pharmacology, he would undoubtedly elevate the techniques he created to greater heights. Now Du Xiu had revealed his true self because he had killed the trafficker who persecuted him. Master Lung found that he had developed some affection for Du Xiu. Cunning, changeable, ruthless. Yet his blood was still warm at the core, knowing gratitude. This was a time of war, and he himself was no saint. Master Lung very much appreciated Du Xiu's character. Therefore, he did not intend to force Du Xiu to cultivate the techniques he created. He aimed to nurture a top-tier master in pharmacology, allowing Du Xiu to help him refine and perfect his techniques. In the future, when he himself had passed away, Du Xiu would inherit this technique. This seemed quite good. Master, please allow me some time to consider. Du Xiu couldn't make up his mind for a moment. He was certainly tempted, but as the issue of his supernatural seed was still unresolved, he didn't want to complicate matters further. There's no rush. I heard from Xiao Ding that you signed a contract with the Silver Fox Hunter team. Yes, 50 sets of herbs a month negotiated by senior brother Ding. Ding Yao does have a good heart, Master Lung remarked after glancing at Du Xiu. He then added, he's just a bit foolish. That kid actually praised Du Xiu for being pure-hearted and having a childlike spirit. By the way, this month I will be stationed at the apothecary hall, coming in for classes every day. The apothecary hall needs a master alchemist to take turns overseeing it every month. This month it is Hu Yan Lai, but the other party was injured by the master, so Old Lung is covering for him. Since the matter started because of me, Du Xiu naturally couldn't pick up the conversation again. After casually agreeing, he flattered, Master, can we discuss something? Speak. Could you prepare a focus-enhancing potion for me? What do you need that for? Master Lung inquired. I believe Master is aware that I learn things very quickly, but because of this, after every practice it feels like my brain is overloaded and my mental strength is a bit lacking, so I'm thinking of replenishing it. Oh, is that so? I can't. After saying this, Master Lung noticed the hint of disappointment in Du Xiu's eyes and explained, most of my energy goes into preparing potions for techniques, which are all poisons. I don't have much knowledge of third-tier potions. Master Lung's face turned slightly red. He's proficient in all things poison, but unfortunately not in saving people. Fine, one last question, Master. Besides being a pharmacist, what other identities do you have? A financial group, an ecclesiastical aberration, a bandit in the wilderness. Roll away. All right then. At the entrance of Burt City at the door of the Dingxing Company, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut wearing a gray work uniform opened the car door and jumped down. Little brother, you all go to the Hunters Guild first to sell the goods. I haven't been to Burt City for 7 or 8 years, so I will go see my brother. You don't need to wait for me. All right, Brother Zhou. Seeing his teammate leave, the buzz-cut middle-aged man stepped into the company door and walked straight. The female receptionist in uniform concealed her phone in the blind spot under the counter watching a variety show. When she saw someone approaching, she hurriedly smiled and asked, hello, welcome to Dingxing Company. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Is Zhou Yuan here? I am his brother, Zhou Yuan. A strange look appeared on the receptionist's face. What happened? Did something happen to him? Zhou Cheng sensed something was off and his expression turned serious. Captain Zhou encountered fierce beasts during transportation in the wilderness, and only 2 people returned. The others are missing. What? Impossible. What are the names of the 2 who escaped? Where are they? Combine the crushed withered leaf grass and wisteria juice in a ratio of 3:1 to meet the potion formula. After mixing evenly, add 90 grams of the blood of the iron-backed beetle. It is important to note that the blood of the iron-backed beetle contains trace toxins, and you need to purify it, but be careful not to kill the active elements in the blood, otherwise the potion produced will be of inferior quality. Pay attention to the amount of white orchid grass. After completing the mixing, you need to add the other 3 herbs in sequence. The color of the potion will change to light yellow, bright yellow, and deep yellow, and each time the color changes you need to add leaf ming flower to neutralize. On the preparation table, there were bottles and jars all in a dazzling array. Du Xiu held the vessel concocting the soothing potion, beads of sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Master Lung watched from the side, occasionally reminding Du Xiu, Master, what's the next step? Seeing that Master Lung did not continue to guide him, Du Xiu couldn't help but ask. The next step is to discard the garbage you concocted and start over. Master Lung replied indifferently. Is this a failure already? Du Xiu was taken aback. It was his first time concocting a potion, and he hadn't expected it to end so soon. Seeing Du Xiu's dismay, Master Lung felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Do you know why you've... Du Xiu pondered for a moment and said, the reactions between these herbs are not what I imagined. There must be something wrong. On the official website of the Potion Hall, there is a wealth of video materials showing the process of alchemists concocting potions. Du Xiu browsed through numerous videos about concocting the soothing potion. However, the chemical reactions of the herbs in those videos differed slightly from those in his concoction process. Right, it's not just the soothing potion, the same goes for any other potions you concoct in the future. There are no 2 herbs in the world with exactly the same potency. Even the same type of herb will have slight differences in potency. If they had the same potency, there wouldn't be a profession called alchemist, as they could just be sent to a production line and potions would be churned out in batches. The alchemist's job is to concoct based on the actual conditions of the herbs. Do not be bound by the formula. Those potion formulas are merely a guideline. You failed just now because you didn't notice the change in potency of the leaf ming flower, which led to the failure. An alchemist must remedy the situation when they see that the herbs do not reach the expected potency. Just like earlier, you should have used other herbs to enhance the neutralizing power of the leaf ming flower. This tolerance time is very brief. You must react quickly. Master Lung continuously commented. Although most of his skill points in alchemy were focused on toxic potions, guiding Du Xiu, a novice alchemist, was still a significant challenge for him. Seeing Du Xiu's silent, Master Lung added, for an alchemist, the foundational formulas are extremely important. You haven't fully grasped them yet, but it's indeed a bit early for you to concoct potions. Even if Du Xiu had exceptional talent, he had simply not studied for long enough. He had only studied the foundational formulas for just over a month. The problem Du Xiu faced now was that he had only mastered the foundational formulas related to the soothing potion, while for other foundational formulas, he was still only partially understanding. However, relying solely on those formulas from the soothing potion recipe is not enough to support Du Xiu in refining it. It's like driving. Those formulas are merely signposts indicating where to turn or to go straight. But on the way to those intersections, whether to overtake, slow down, or stop to avoid pedestrians. All of these require specific analysis of the situation. According to the situation, apply other foundational formulas for operation. Master, I want to try again. Du Xiu gritted his teeth and insisted. Watching Du Xiu busily working with the herbs in the preparation room, Master Lung remained calm, not advising him, but observing beside him. occasionally reminding Du Xiu of where he made mistakes that led to the failure of the potion. The next time he encounters such a situation, he needs to know which alchemical formula to use. One night, Ding Yao and Yang Tiyuan were waiting outside the preparation room. For the past few days, Master Long had been guiding Du Xiu in concocting the soothing potion. Only in the evening when Du Xiu returned to rest could Master Long spare a little time to guide them. That brat Du is really arrogant. He just passed the advanced apprentice exam and is already concocting the soothing potion completely unaware of his own limitations. Master is quite biased, always accompanying him. As for the soothing potion, not to mention these past few days, even if you gave that brat several months, he might not succeed. Are we going to have to come here every night to wait for the teacher's guidance? Yang Tiyuan complained incessantly. Alright, let's refrain from saying too much. Junior brother is a genius with its level rating, so the master will certainly prioritize cultivating him. Moreover, junior brother learns quickly. He might even become a first-level alchemist and enter the Imperial Academy by June this year. Ding Yao interjected. Come on. If he can concoct the soothing potion in half a year, I'll admit he's impressive. Besides, the examination for first-level alchemists doesn't just involve concocting one type of potion. If that brat can pass the first-level alchemist examination, I'll eat the preparation room. Yang Tiyuan scoffed. Ding Yao did not refute, as it indeed sounded a bit unrealistic. Inside the preparation room, a weary Du Xiu threw the potion in his hands into the trash bin. As expected, he failed again. For 5 consecutive days, Du Xiu had been madly concocting the soothing potion. 50 batches of herbs, all failures, not even a semi-finished product. 50,000 gold coins, all wasted. No wonder alchemists charge exorbitantly after they succeed. The initial phase is just too costly. In these past few days, Master Long had been by Du Xiu's side, constantly guiding him. In his eyes, Du Xiu was obsessed, wanting to refine the soothing potion to prove himself. Du Xiu knew that what he was doing was purely out of desperation. His next severe headache would occur in about 10 days. His time was running out. Each failure to draw spiritual power from the psychic seed causes damage to the seed itself. The more times the psychic seed fails to draw spiritual power, the greater the damage it incurs, affecting its potency. If it doesn't work out, I'll borrow some money from Old Lung to buy a few soothing potions. Du Xiu thought to himself. He took out his phone and called Wang Dahai. Brother Wang, I'd like to advance some of next month's herbs. Brother Du, it's only been 5 days, and you've already gone through 50 batches of herbs. Are they all used up? On the other end of the line, Wang Dahai felt a jolt. He was also aware of Du Xiu's current situation. It was evident that since the results of the advanced apprentice examination came out, Du Xiu had drawn significant attention. He was hailed as the top genius in alchemy in Burt City. In Burt City, he was the first advanced apprentice in nearly 100 years to receive its level rating. However, Ding Yao had been promoting to outsiders that his little junior brother was simple-minded, deeply immersed in alchemy, and uninterested in socializing. Because of this, many factions hindered by Master Lung's reputation did not dare to disturb him excessively. Although they did not dare to disturb him, Du Xiu's movements were of great interest. His serious approach to the soothing potion was known to many. Among advanced apprentices, many fledgling geniuses choose to tackle a more challenging potion, attempting to concoct it over the course of a month. This is to prove their extraordinary talent. Of course, this approach is also because as advanced apprentices they gain the possibility of being taken on as disciples by potion masters. If a newly promoted advanced apprentice successfully concocts a certain potion within a month, even if it is only a semi-finished product, it will attract some powerful potion masters looking to recruit them. However, Du Xiu already has a master, a highly esteemed Master Long, so he does not need to take this step. Thus, he chooses to refine the soul-calming potion, drawing attention. Some marvel at the uniqueness of genius daring to take on tough challenges, while others mock Du Xiu for seeking attention, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Regardless of their mindset, everyone knows that Du Xiu is obsessively concocting the soul-calming potion, and they are prepared to see him fail a month later. Rivals or foes. Whether Du Xiu cares or not, he has become a towering figure in the eyes of his contemporaries, the potion makers. Wang Dahai is well aware that the chance of Du Xiu successfully concocting the soul-calming potion in a month is quite slim. But he knows even better that Du Xiu, being young and impetuous, places great importance on trivial matters of pride. He must either increase his investment to win Du Xiu's gratitude, or refuse, which would likely lead to resentment from Du Xiu. Wang Dahai's mind is constantly preoccupied with the notion of its level rating. The highest realm of investment is to go all in. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, I will be in the wilderness. Give me 3 days to gather enough ingredients in town, and I will deliver 100 portions to you." 100 portions? Yes. Brother, do you just focus on concocting, while we will do our utmost to provide the herbs. Regardless of success, after a month you surely won't regret it. A month? Du Xiu pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. It turns out the other party took him for someone who would spend a month just to prove his talent. In this regard, Du Xiu couldn't be bothered to explain. His timeline was much shorter than a month. Alright then, I appreciate Captain Wang's support. Du will not forget your contributions once successful. Though there was some misunderstanding, Du Xiu's goal of acquiring the herbs was ultimately achieved. Thus, while expressing gratitude, he painted a rosy picture for Captain Wang. Of course, if you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. The Silver Fox Hunter Group will be Brother Du's staunchest ally, Wang Dahai said cheerfully. Du Xiu was more than happy to accept this promise, feeling quite pleased. Watching Du Xiu contact the herbal suppliers, Master Lung thought to himself, the Silver Fox Hunter Group. Du is indeed clever in finding a worthy fool. Consider them lucky. I should at least inform them. Du Xiao set down the phone and said, Master, I want to rest for a few days, and after the herbs are delivered, I will continue concocting. You should go back and rest early. Go out and call Ding Yao and the others in. Yes, in the copper tree house. Eating soft rice and hard work soul calming potion. Don't even mention it, even a level 3 concentration potion can only provide slight relief. Eating by face, so the soul calming potion is useless. Eating soft rice and hard work, it's not completely useless, it has a very weak effect. You would need a large quantity of soul calming potion. If you drink it like water, it might have some use. Eating by face. You really don't know how hard it is to make a living. Du Xiao looked at the chat box feeling speechless. The cost of a single soul calming potion is already high at 1,000 gold coins. Drinking it like water would require at least 10 potions a day, amounting to a total of 10,000 gold coins. This is just the cost price. If purchased, a single soul calming potion costs around 7,000 gold coins, and 10 would cost 70,000 gold coins. This number left Du Xiao in despair. They really don't treat money with respect. Eating soft rice and hard work, don't think it's expensive. The ability seeds are far more powerful than you imagine. Don't be cheap and then act innocent. Eating by face, haha. He certainly knows the value of ability seeds. An authority with at least a level 4 potion maker status, always ready to answer questions, has already proven their exceptional nature. However, he is also quite curious about the person known as Soft Big Shot. It seems they are always free, responding to messages promptly, as if they are constantly at the copper tree house. Mysterious and peculiar, this Soft Big Shot. Eating soft rice and hard work. Kid, are you going to the Imperial Academy this year? Eating by face, not certain. Eating soft rice and hard work. The last time I saw you, you were still a junior apprentice. Now you're an advanced apprentice. You should have been promoted not long ago. Eating by face, after half a year, I estimate you won't have a chance. The identity level of the potion maker account in the copper tree house displays the account owner's identity level. This identity information automatically syncs with the Hunter Guild's information database. Eating soft rice and hard work. It might not be a bad thing to skip the academy this year. This cohort of students is quite formidable, and the competition is fierce. The next cohort will be a bit better. Eating by face, is this year's Imperial Academy particularly exciting? Eating soft rice and hard work. Go check the forum yourself. I'm off to cook. Soft Big Shot left in a carefree manner. After watching the gray icon stop moving, Du Xiao entered the forum. There are many sections within the copper tree house. Potion making, insights, exchange, industry, trends, the potion world. Each section has different functions. Among them, the potion world section is the most bustling. What Soft Big Shot mentioned was a post that emerged recently due to the assessment of advanced potion apprentices. This year's assessment of advanced potion apprentices is truly terrifying. Is it possible? How do you do it? Use the first floor to pay tribute. Even the gods find it filthy. Today, over 90 level potion geniuses emerged in our district. Forget the district, just in our fortress city, there were 22 level 1s today. I've heard that over 200 level geniuses emerged in the imperial capital in a single day. Not counting the imperial capital, every single one of them seems to have been born learning potion making, and the potion masters they hire practically live with them, chewing the knowledge of potion making to feed it to them, having little reference value. Agreed. Simply in terms of talent, it seems this level in the imperial capital is not even as good as the level in the suburbs. Come on, why are you guys still envious of the rich? Whoa. Because my herb supply has been cut off, I owe over 240,000 gold coins. Poverty has transformed my appearance. What I'm saying is, does one really have to be a potion maker? No, your words make me feel strange. Are there really so many levels now? I remember 6 or 7 years ago the level was already the pinnacle. It changed 3 years ago. The quality of advanced potion apprentices in recent years is frighteningly high. In the past 2 years there were even a few SS level geniuses. Now, that was truly terrifying. Enjoy your little victories. Our potion makers aren't that competitive yet. Just look at the neighboring Original Cultivation. This year's cohort in the Imperial Original Cultivation Academy could probably beat someone senseless, each one more fierce than the last. Yes, I've heard about a bunch of prodigies. Just thinking about it is despairing. I've heard that the promotion standards for Original Cultivation have even been raised this year. Let's not be overly optimistic. I've heard that those few SS-rated geniuses from the previous years are holding back to enroll. What's going on? Is it really that abstract in the past 2 years? Is the so-called golden generation about to descend? It's not that abstract. According to what the elders in the family said, this year's academy has a lot of opportunities. After graduation, there will be a major event, so various consortiums are holding back big moves to send people to this year's cohort, creating a man-made golden generation. What opportunities? Please elaborate. I want to know. I don't know the specifics. Oh, just that an elder in my family mentioned it. I see no wonder my father keeps pushing me to take the Imperial Academy exam this year. Golden generation. Since everyone knows I won't hide it anymore. I am a genius from the Lin family in the Far East who has been dormant for 100 years. This year, I will reign supreme. Du Xiao browsed through the forum content, developing a keen interest in the Imperial Cultivation Academy. The Golden Generation refers to a time when geniuses surged in various fields like a flood of prodigies, a dazzling array of stars. The arrival of the Golden Generation would reshape the world's situation, bringing about tremendous changes. According to the Imperial Annals, the last time a Golden Generation was celebrated was 160 years ago. That time the 12th Imperial Expedition was launched. The Empire tribes and the Holy See, three colossal entities clashed on the spine of the continent for over a decade. Within the Golden Generation, the Empire's powerhouses vied for supremacy, their names echoing across the starry sky. During the Great War, the Empire held the upper hand, slaughtering several races under the Holy See. This led to a century of prosperity for the Empire. I wonder what the quality of this so-called Golden Generation will be. Du Xiu felt a surge of ambition. The former mind slave who would be in awe upon entering Burt City now felt an impulse to explore a larger world and stage. His primary task at the moment was to enhance his alchemical skills and concoct the soul-calming potion. Through the soul-calming potion, he aimed to nourish his extraordinary abilities. Once the extraordinary abilities successfully awakened, he would obtain a ticket to the strongest generation. Additionally, he planned to pass the first-level alchemist examination in June to enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Lastly, Du Xiu was also quite interested in the poison scriptures mentioned by Master Long. After a life of hardship, Du Xiu had long established the mindset that weakness is original sin. Only by becoming stronger could he gain a sense of security. Once the extraordinary abilities stabilized, I'll ask my master about the poison scriptures. After some contemplation, Du Xiu took out the foundational formula book again. The enrollment for the Imperial Cultivation Academy started in June, and there were now less than 5 months left. For now, he should focus on mastering the foundational formulas. In the Hunter Guild early in the morning as dawn broke, the apothecary hall was already bustling with people. Many apprentices had risen early, entering the preparation room to clean up the remnants of last night's potions and prepare herbs for the apothecaries. In addition, there were some advanced apprentices who had been concocting potions overnight. In fact, there were no particularly lazy individuals among the apothecaries. The vast amount of knowledge required made it impossible for lazy people to become apothecaries. When Du Xiu arrived at the preparation room, Yang Tiyuan stumbled out of the adjacent room, yawning with dark circles under his eyes and a weary expression. It seemed that Master Lung's guidance had greatly benefited him, leading him to concoct potions overnight to improve his skills. Du Xiu glanced at him and ignored him. As he entered the preparation room, a piercing voice rang out. "Oh, the genius with its level rating is here to concoct potions." Yang Tiyuan mocked. "The herbs sent by the Silver Fox Hunter group must be running out again, right? A wild boy is just a wild boy, recklessly wasting others' herbs without a hint of guilt." Yang Tuyuan's voice grew louder, filled with resentment. Since the first moment he laid eyes on Du Xiu in the wilderness, he had irrationally disliked this wild boy. Moreover, whether it was Nini's proactive friendliness, Ding Yao's protection, or Master Lung's attention, it only intensified his loathing for Du Xiu. Every encounter was filled with a look of disgust. Du Xiu looked at Yang Tiyuan in surprise. He walked up to Yang Tiyuan and curiously asked, "Are you a former cultivator?" "No, if you have something to say it directly. Don't stand so close to me, it's disgusting." With a swift motion, Du Xiu slapped Yang Tiyuan across the face twice, followed by a kick to his abdomen. "If you're not a former cultivator, why are you so arrogant?" Yang Tiyuan stammered. You actually dared to hit me." Yang Tin staggered back, falling to the ground, one hand covering his reddened cheek, the other pointing at Du Xiu. Disbelief etched on his face. He never expected that Du Xiu would dare to hit him, the senior brother. He was even more surprised that the other party would react with violence over a few jabs. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, Yang Tiyuan understood conflict only as a war of words. This was the first time he had ever been struck. "If you point at me again, I'll twist your head off." Du Xiu grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Yang Tiyuan quickly withdrew his finger, trembling slightly. He suddenly remembered that the person before him was a madman capable of killing ordinary cultivators. After speaking, Du Xiu turned to leave. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly turned back and squatted beside Yang Tiyuan, indifferent as he said, "I know you hate me. I originally didn't plan to stoop to your level. It's not because I'm magnanimous, but because if I dislike someone, I'll just kill them directly. Killing you now would be a bit of a hassle. Right now I just think you're quite foolish, not that I particularly dislike you. Be careful." Du Xiu said flatly, his gaze lingering on Yang Tiyuan's. "Right now I just think you're quite foolish, not that I particularly dislike you. Be careful." Du Xiu said flatly, his gaze lingering on Yang Tiyuan's neck. The latter froze, his body rigid, unable to speak. After Du Xiu completely entered the preparation room, Yang Tiyuan stood up, feeling both humiliated and angry. Seeing apprentices peering into the corridor eager for gossip, he became even more furious, his face filled with resentment as he fixed his gaze on the preparation room's door. At the operating table, Du Xiu picked up the herbs and began to concoct. 4 days ago, the Silver Fox Hunter group delivered 100 sets of herbs for the soul calming potion. Counting the initial 5 days, he had been concocting the soul calming potion for a total of 9 days now. He had wasted nearly 100 sets of herbs, not to mention the finished product. Even a semi-finished product had yet to be successfully created. Looking at the remaining 50 sets of herbs, Du Xiu murmured to himself, "This time it has to work." Combine the withered leaf grass and purple vine juice in the correct ratio. Add 90 grams of blood from the iron-backed beetle. Purify the blood. Control the amount of white orchid grass and pay attention to the 3 color changes of the potion. When it changes color, add the leaf bright flower for neutralization. He had already memorized the steps for the soul calming potion. Methodically, he proceeded to the final step. A glint of surprise flashed across Du Xiu's face. In the vessel, a light purple potion was held. Unfortunately, it's only light purple. The finished soul calming potion should be dark purple. This doesn't count as a finished potion. Du Xiu evaluated his potion. The soul-calming potion he concocted had effects far surpassing those of a typical semi-finished product, likely only weaker than a genuine soul-calming potion by a fraction of its efficacy. It seems the approach is correct. The foundational formulas can indeed be substituted. The decomposition formula plus the redecomposition formula plus the reduction formula. This combination of formulas is quite useful. The failures of the past few attempts were due to the overwhelming number of foundational formulas involved in the later stages. Du Xiu had not encountered them before, and with insufficient time, resorted to cramming. In a moment of desperation, Du Xiu cleverly substituted other foundational formulas for those he did not know. In simple terms, he changed the method of solution. This method may not be simpler, but it is more suited to Du Xiu. After properly preparing the potion, he took another dose of the soul-soothing elixir and began to reconfigure it. On a verdant path, the morning light leapt over the horizon, shafts of sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting patches of light and shadow on the gravel road. In the golden beams, countless dust particles and cold air danced gracefully in the air. Master Lung, having just eaten breakfast, strolled along the colorful gravel path. "Master, you must stand up for me," Yang Tiyuan cried, running up to Master Lung with a mournful face. With a thud, he then began to accuse Du Xiu of his crimes. "Master, Du Xiu completely disregards me, his senior brother. I implore you, Master, to stand up for me." After hearing this, Master Lung scoffed inwardly. That rebellious disciple does not even regard me, his master, with any respect. If he is given benefits, he betrays without hesitation, let alone you. I am already aware of this matter. Setting aside Du Xiu's issues, why are you wandering around in front of him? Moreover, as the senior brother, why are you being so petty? Yang Tiyuan looked at Master Lung, his eyes filled with disbelief. The translation of the master's words was, "I know about this man. I believe Du Xiu is not at fault. You got beaten because you were flaunting yourself in front of him. If you keep your distance, you naturally won't get hit. Being beaten is one thing, but as the senior brother, you should choose to forgive. Why then do you come to me to complain?" At that moment, Master Lung appeared very unfamiliar to him. The wind today is quite cold. Inside the preparation, Master Lung entered directly with a stern expression. Du Xiu was busy at the operation table. A glance at the color of the potion in Du Xiu's hands told Master Lung that the current preparation had failed. "Don't trouble Yang Tiyuan in the future," Master Lung reminded. Du Xiu was capricious and vengeful. He genuinely feared that Du Xiu might resort to underhanded tactics and kill Yang Tiyuan. A child like Yang Tiyuan who grew up in a honeypot is no match for Du Xiu. "I didn't trouble him, he brought it upon him." Du Xiu didn't even lift his head as he replied casually. "Stop playing dumb, it's fine to teach him a lesson, but don't endanger his life. That's the bottom line," Master Lung stated frankly. Du Xiu remained silent. He wouldn't make promises easily. Who knows if that kid might act out and do something outrageous. This seemingly simple-minded boy could be quite terrifying when he became extreme. Du Xiu shook the vessel in his hand vigorously, and the originally light yellow potion turned deep purple. It worked. What worked? After seeing that the color of Du Xiu's potion was incorrect, Master Lung had not paid further attention. He did not know which step Du Xiu had erred in and could not provide guidance. He prepared to observe during the next potion preparation. "The potion is ready." Du Xiu excitedly presented the potion to Master Lung. Master Lung examined the potion closely. "The color is right. Wait a moment, I will go check the potency." Inside the preparation room, there were instruments for testing the potion's efficacy. There are a few more. Du Xiu produced 4 more doses of the light purple, soul-soothing elixir. Master Lung took them and hurriedly went to test the potion's effects. Moments later, he approached Du Xiu with an expression. "Did you really concoct these?" "Absolutely. So was it successful?" 1 dose of a genuine potion and 4 doses with 80% efficacy. Master Lung looked at Du Xiu with a complex expression. Generally, an apprentice alchemist needs 3 years to concoct. Even the simplest first-level potion contains upwards of 80 to 90 formulas. Rather than saying it takes 3 years to concoct a potion, it is more accurate to say that during the process, one becomes familiar with potion formulas. Even the simplest first-level potion contains upwards of 80 to 90 formulas. Rather than saying it takes 3 years to concoct a potion, it is more accurate. Therefore, when Du Xiu first began concocting the soul-soothing elixir, Master Lung did not stop him. This is a phase that every alchemist must go through. Though the soul-soothing elixir is difficult, it is still a practice of applying foundational formulas. What potion one practices with does not matter. It's just a pity for the Silver Fox Hunter group. But this is a case of one willing to hit and the other willing to suffer. No one could say anything. However, the absurdity lies in the fact that Du Xiu had only been exposed to foundational formulas for less than 2 months. He took a total of 9 days to concoct the potion and then produced the soul-soothing elixir, one of the most complex potions among first-level potions. Not right. I remember that the color was wrong. When you were concocting the potion earlier, it had already failed. Master Lung inquired. According to the original steps, that color was indeed incorrect. I just changed the steps. The formulas involved in the soul-soothing elixir that followed I have not learned yet, so I replaced them with the formulas I learned. However, I do not recommend you use my method as I made it more complicated. Du Xiu explained. Master Lung was stunned. So just changing the steps. To concoct a potion in 9 days and change the original steps. A genius who can produce a first-level potion in 9 days, he had never heard of such a thing. Perhaps there are others in this world, but he was simply ignorant. But to concoct a soul-soothing elixir in 9 days, an advanced potion after only 2 months of learning foundational formulas, is truly remarkable. To concoct a soul-soothing elixir in advanced potion after only 2 months of foundational formulas in 9 days, and changing the steps using other formulas to replace it. Aside from Dushio, there absolutely cannot be a second person in this world. Even Master Lung felt that this scene before him was incredibly surreal. It felt like a dream. How could such a thing exist in the world? Every alchemist is a genius among the citizens of the Empire, 1 in a million. Even so, they typically require 7 to 8 years, or even 10, to learn foundational formulas. The first time concocting a potion usually takes 2 to 3 years. Yet Dushio did it in 2 months and 9 days, changing the steps himself. These few words strung together are no longer astonishing, but rather a miracle. How did you manage that? Master Lung stood dumbfounded for a while before finally speaking. What's so difficult about it? Just start concocting. If it keeps failing, I figured I'd change the method since I couldn't finish learning the foundational formulas in a few days. The books say that the process isn't important, the result is what's crucial. I replaced all the formulas I couldn't handle with those I could, ensuring the final result was the same, and it was done. Dushio scratched his head. He knew his aptitude for alchemy was extraordinary, yet he felt no pride in it, for it truly was effortless. Compared to foundational formulas, Dushio found basic knowledge far more demanding. It required rote memorization, diligent study of texts, and intimate familiarity with the properties and efficacies of countless medicinal herbs. The formulas, by contrast, demanded pure comprehension. Like water in a cup, he needed only lift the vessel to drink. Would he boast over such an instinctive act as taking a sip of water? Master Lung stared at Dushio for a long while, his entire body growing icy cold. He himself was an alchemist, and knew better than anyone the agony of mastering those very formulas. Once hailed as a prodigy whose brilliance shook the realm, he too had carried unshakable pride. Now that pride lay utterly shattered. Do not speak yet of your successful refinement of the soul-calming elixir, Master Lung said, after composing himself and pausing in quiet contemplation. What is it, Master? Dushio asked, puzzled. He had hoped to supply several doses to the Silver Fox Hunter Guild, recouping their investment, and then gather more soul-calming elixir ingredients to nourish his own latent ability seed. Sometimes genius is a peril. If word spreads that you refined the soul-calming elixir within 9 days, the Holy See will take notice. Hunting down imperial prodigies is precisely what the aberrants are tasked to do. Master Lung spoke with visible hesitation. Dushio glanced sidelong at his master, whose other identity remained elusive even to him. Yet seeing his master's troubled expression, a sudden chilling dread pierced Dushio's heart. Could he possibly intend to kill me for the bounty? Silent Dushio took several cautious steps back from Master Lung. The latter shot him a wry, exasperated look, his disciple's suspicion laid bare at a glance. Rebellious apprentice. Neither mentioned the aberrants again. Master, if we must conceal it, so be it. I've never cared for hollow fame, but I wish to continue refining the soul-calming elixir. Relying solely on the Silver Fox Guild for ingredients feels unsustainable. Oh, I fear they'll buckle under the strain. Over the past half-month, he had acquired 150 sets of ingredients from them, worth a staggering 150,000 gold coins. Yet even if all remaining 50 sets succeeded, they would yield only 50 vials. 10 vials per day meant just 5 days' supply. Master Lung studied Dushio with deepening suspicion. His disciple's obsession with the soul-calming elixir bordered on unnerving. Soul-condensing elixir. Soul-calming elixir. Master Lung mused, then declared, I will secure the next batch of ingredients. As for the Silver Fox Guild, wait some time before delivering additional doses, diluted ones retaining only 2 or 3/10 of the original potency. A moment later, Master Lung's expression shifted subtly as he added, and shrank prodigy, refining a semi-finished soul-calming elixir in under a month. Though astonishing, it remains within the bounds of plausibility. Then turning, he asked, how many soul-calming elixir ingredients do you require? As many as possible. Very well. Master Lung cast Dushio a sharp glance. Refine the elixirs yourself. I have other matters to attend to and will not supervise you. With that, he strode out of the alchemical preparation chamber. Understood, Master. Dushio watched his master's retreating figure, and behind it 4 stark words seemed to shimmer in the air, Thou heart shattered. Night fell. Dushio left the alchemy hall refreshed and radiant. In a single day, using 20 sets of ingredients, he had successfully refined 16 vials, a success rate that would strike terror into the hearts of alchemists everywhere. Ordinary alchemists averaged 30%, a rare few reached 50%. Those sustaining 70 or 80% were universally revered as grand masters of alchemy. And Dushio, this novice newly initiated into alchemy, boasted a success rate so absurd it would leave every listener speechless. Had Master Lung remained, his Tao heart would surely have fractured anew. Dushio, who drank a vial of soul-calming elixir the moment each was refined, felt his spirit surge with extraordinary vigor. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, a vast black tapestry studded with brilliant stars glittering in celestial splendor. This was his first true alchemical triumph. Once in the mines, he would sit alone upon a stone each night. The rustle of weeds, the wind racing across barren, the miners' weary snoring, the guards' low murmurs, smoke curling from their lips. Countless sounds bathed in the cool silver light of the moon drifted into his ears. Then he had believed, unwaveringly, that somewhere among the stars one would blaze solely for him. Tonight that star, the Black Mamba Tavern stood on the fringes of the Hunters Guild inner city, a threshold between hunters and Imperials. The inner city was the dream destination for countless Imperial subjects. Beneath its neon glow, a dazzling modern metropolis concealed, crushing overcrowding, oppressive taxation, and crippling mortgage and auto loan interest rates. Families staggered beneath unbearable burdens, teetering on the edge of collapse, and thus ordinary citizens wove elaborate fantasies around the city's elite. Though they had never breathed the wild winds, nothing stopped them from adorning the wilderness with every idealized virtue, dreaming endlessly of one day becoming the free, untamed wind racing across open wastelands. Hunters. The very word evoked the untamed wilds. A profession transcending societal strata, it commanded fervent admiration across the empire. Hunters. The very word evoked the untamed wilds. A profession transcending societal strata, it commanded fervent admiration across the Black Mamba Tavern offered just such a glimpse. After enduring the razor-edge tension of wilderness combat, many hunters sought its embrace to fully unwind. This was by right a hunter's only sanctuary, yet vibrant youths often flooded its dance floor unrestrained. Their eyes darted across the room, lingering on seasoned hunters, spotting a friendly face they'd approach, without hesitation eager to pry open the secrets of the hunter's world. Hey handsome, drinking alone. A stunning young woman with fiery curves and twin braids sauntered up to the bar, fixing her gaze on a flushed young man and striking up conversation with practiced ease. Get lost. The youth shoved her aside, coarse and abrupt. What a lunatic, drunk on cheap swill and already forgetting his own name. She stomped off, muttering venomously under her breath. He kept drinking, glass after glass, trying to drown his sore. Experience proves alcohol offers only fleeting escape. It solves nothing. A broad-shouldered man with a crew cut sat heavily on a high stool, puffing a cigar. Didn't I tell you to scram? TSK Yang Tiyuan. You are Master Lung's top disciple, so yes, you can command most hunters to vanish from your sight. But that privilege doesn't extend to the one person you despise most, Du Xiao. Zhou Cheng smiled faintly, then turned to the bartender. One white lady, please. Relying on the identification on the corpse, Zhou Cheng confirmed that the one lying underground was his only biological brother. Although hard to believe, Du Xiao, the genius pharmacist who had just gained, Zhou Cheng followed the traces and found the body of his brother Zhou Yuan. Surrounding the corpse were the remains of many wild beasts which had been poisoned after feasting on the body. Relying on the identification on the corpse, Zhou Cheng confirmed that the one lying underground was his only biological brother. Although hard to believe, Du Xiao, the genius pharmacist who had just gained fame in Burt City, had turned against his brother. What do you want to say? Yang Tiyuan coldly stared at Zhou Cheng. You hate Du Xiao, and I have a way to make Du Xiao disappear from your sight. Zhou Cheng leaned close to Yang Tiyuan's ear and spoke word by word. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand what. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, a hint of clarity emerged in Yang Tiyuan's eyes. Murdering and rank-rated genius in pharmacology was indeed too shocking for the mundane world. A mocking smile appeared on Zhou Cheng's face. Du Xiao defeated you in public, and this incident is about to spread throughout the Burt City Hunters Guild. Why are you still deceiving yourself? At the time Du Xiao acted, it was precisely when pharmacists were most frequently coming and going. Many people witnessed that scene, so the number of those who knew was not small. However, it was not as Zhou Cheng said, reaching a point where everyone knew. The Hunters Guild is an information hub in the wilderness surrounding Burt City. Whenever ferocious beasts, insect, tribes, mines, etc. appeared, there were massive amounts of news every day. No one would overly focus on the petty squabble between two apprentice pharmacists. Nonetheless, Zhou Cheng's words evidently stirred up some unpleasant memories for Yang Tiyuan. His eyes instantly. Zhou Cheng continued to incite. You take him to a place, and the rest you don't need to worry about. I will give you the result you did. No way. He doesn't trust me at all, and won't come with me. Then you can give me Du Xiao's activity trajectory. Yang Tiyuan lowered his head, his face flickering in the strobing lights. Zhou Cheng took a drag from his cigarette, shaking the white lady in his hand without urging. He knew that jealousy and hatred would help Yang Tiyuan make the final choice. In an instant, half a month passed. In the evening, the door to the preparation room opened. Du Xiao left the pharmacy carrying 10 sets of semi-finished soul-calming potions, heading towards the hunter team's base. After finishing the herbs for the Silver Fox Hunter team, Master Lung sent someone every day to deliver 20 sets of soul-calming potion herbs to Du Xiao's preparation room. With the abundant nourishment from the soul-calming potions, he only felt a slight pain when the psychic seeds drew on his spirit recently. He did not faint again. Initial results were visible. Calculating the time, more than 20 days had passed since the Silver Fox Hunter team first delivered the herbs. Now announcing the creation of several sets of semi-finished soul-calming potions should not attract any unusual pursuits. Right? It is worth mentioning that after Du Xiao prepared the soul-calming potions, Master Lung had not appeared again. The injured Huyan leader, whose wounds had not fully healed, was invited to oversee. At the Hunter team's base, there stood a 6-story small building with a courtyard with a sign reading Silver Fox Hunter Team at the entrance. This is the base of the Silver Fox Hunter Team. At this time, various vehicles filled the courtyard. As Du Xiao arrived, the members of the Hunter team resting and chatting in the courtyard greeted him with smiles. The Silver Fox Hunter team consists of nearly half original cultivators along with a significant number of ordinary people. Of course, these ordinary people are only relative to original cultivators.
觉醒者说完，仿佛完成了任务一般，直接离开。 小白虎趴在地上，透过送饭口大声问道。觉醒者说完，仿佛完成了任务一般，直接离开。小白虎趴在地上，透过送饭口大声问道：为什么告诉我？
The original power potions prepared by pharmacists can help ordinary people sense the original power assist in training and ultimately become blood and chi realm cultivators. However, these original power potions are particularly expensive. If the Silver Fox Hunter team were not in a cooperative relationship with Dushio, these ordinary members would not know how many years it would take to save enough to buy original power potions. With smiles exchanged, Dushio arrived at the meeting room door on the top floor. Inside, the people were noisy and the entire corridor echoed with the voices of rough men. Captain Wang, our team hasn't paid for half a year. Are you aware of this? Wang Dehai had just summarized the gains and shortcomings of the last mission when the vice captain in charge of the team's finances couldn't help but speak up. I know. Wang Dehai looked pain gnawing at his teeth. How much money do we have left? There are still over 4,000 gold coins, just enough for the ammunition cost of the next mission. Where has our money gone? 6 months ago, the team spent over 300,000 gold coins on the fire control system, draining our funds completely. Additionally, we incurred 60,000 in external debt from matching ammunition. After managing to save some money over the past 6 months, Brother Does Herbs cost another 150,000 gold coins, and now the team has no money left. I truly wonder, when they needed 50 sets of herbs, why did you promise 100 sets? Isn't that just slapping yourself in the face? I was excited at the time. Besides, if the team is out of money, why didn't you tell me back then? Goodness, you were so quick with your word. Before I could react, you had already promised those 100 sets of herbs. What could I do? Alright, they'll borrow some money from old Zhang later and try to settle the payments for the brothers. It's not just about the payment, we are all brothers risking our lives together. Over the years, the brothers have saved some money which can last for a while. What I want to say is about Brother Do, his herb expenses are too high, the vice captain said with a pained expression. Normally, the supply of herbs for high-level apprentices is 15 sets per month, with each set costing 500 gold coins, totaling 7,500 gold coins per month. Dushio receives 50 sets of herbs per month, each set costing 1,000 gold coins, totaling 50,000 gold coins per month. Supplying just Dushio alone nearly equals the expenses of a hunter team with 7 apprentices. Ordinarily, a hunter team cooperates with only 2 or 3 high-level apprentices. Their expenses have doubled, which is truly unsustainable. After all, such a large hunter team incurs costs for ammunition, fuel, equipment compensation, and member rewards. Everything requires money. The vice captain added, Captain Wang, why not have another talk with Brother Do? Stop preparing the soul calming potions and switch to another type of potion. I heard that someone in the market is buying herbs for the soul calming potions. The herbs for this potion are originally quite scarce and prices are likely to rise next month. By then, 50,000 gold coins may not be enough. No, we cannot cut off the supply of herbs. Whatever Brother Do needs, we must provide. Even if it means depleting our savings, we must ensure the supply. Wang Dehai slammed the table and declared resolutely. At these words, the others exchanged glances. But the problem now is that even if we deplete our savings, it will be hard to last for a few months. Commander Wang, think twice. Wang, you are pushing our hunting team to a dead end. Let's have a proper discussion with Brother Do. This pressure is indeed unbearable for our team. Exactly. If he can't produce the soul calming potion in a year or 2, we will need to invest over 1 million gold coins. Isn't that asking for our lives? The meeting room was in chaos. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. Dushio entered, a hint of awkwardness on his face. It seemed he had pushed the hunting team a bit too hard. Upon seeing Dushio come in, the noisy hunting team suddenly fell silent. Not only was Dushio awkward, but the other team members were equally uncomfortable. Just after speaking ill of him, the person in question appeared. Damn, these subordinates really need to be dealt with, and no one reported his arrival. Commander Wang, I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you during this time, Dushio expressed gratefully. After spending so much money, he would not be stingy with the gratitude due to the benefactor. Brother Do, isn't that a bit too formal? You came to see me because the herbs are running low, right? Lu, go buy the herbs for the soul calming potion, get 20 sets. If we don't have enough in the account, you can cover it first, and he'll reimburse you later. Wang Dehai called to the vice commander, pointing at him. The vice commander looked extremely displeased. I really can't believe you, Lu. Just keep pretending. Sooner or later, I'll sell that precious fire control system of yours. The others kept their heads down, not daring to interject. While they expressed support for Commander Wang, the team truly was financially strained. But if they were to openly oppose him, this glass genius alchemist was right beside them. Isn't that frightening? Although they all doubted that Dushio could produce the soul calming potion within a year or 2, yet no one would deny Dushio's potential achievements in the next 10 or 20 years. They watched the vice commander, his face flushed with suppressed anger, unable to voice his frustration. Dushio waved his hand. Commander Wang, I did not come to ask for herbs. I am here to deliver potions. Oh, so you're not asking for herbs? Wang Dehai sighed in relief, then suddenly raised his head. Wait, what are you delivering? I'm delivering potions. Dushio cheerfully took out 10 sets of potions from his backpack. Wang Dehai trembled, all over, his eyes filled with immense joy, yet tinged with disbelief, asking, potions? Soul calming potions? Yes, but they are only half-finished products. Lu, Wang Dehai called to the vice commander. Quick, slap me and tell me this isn't a dream. The vice commander swung his arm and gave Wang Dehai a hard slap. His palm even bore a bit of energy. Looking at Wang Dahai's rapidly reddening face, the vice commander confidently addressed the hunting team members. This is not a dream, it's real. Brother Du has indeed produced the soul calming potion. Instantly, the meeting room erupted in excitement. No way, in less than a month, he has produced a half-finished soul calming potion. Am I dreaming? Incredible. Amazing. It's been years since I've heard of a new apprentice producing a half-finished high-level potion in less than a month. Is this the terrifying aspect of Skla's alchemical talent? How old is Brother Du? 16 or 17? At this age, he truly is a monster. Wang Dahai, with a bruised face, displayed unrestrained joy. He had made the right bet. Du Xiu's talent was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was prepared to support Du Xiu unconditionally for a year, putting in maximum effort. But he didn't expect to see a return in just the first month. Commander Wang, let's not just celebrate, we should first put away the potion. These should be quite valuable. Du Xiu teased. As a high-level potion among first-tier potions, the market price starts at least 7,000 gold coins. Often they have a price, but no market. Once there are soul-calming potions, they will be quickly snatched up. To acquire them steadily, one must pay a premium of around 8,500 to 9,000 gold coins. The 10 potions he brought were all 3 to 4 successful effects. Selling one potion for 3,500 gold coins would be completely feasible. Great. Wang Dahai hurriedly began to put them away. While these potions would not break, even they represented it signified that Du Xiu would continuously produce potions in the future. More importantly, it indicated that the Silver Fox hunting team would have a future top alchemist among them. Brother Du, it's almost evening. Oh, let's have a drink together to celebrate your first potion production. What do you think? Thanks for the kind invitation, Commander Wang, but I have to hurry back to the apothecary to organize my recent insights on... Alright, that's the priority. Wang Dahai nodded repeatedly, immediately agreeing. With such talent and diligence, Du Xiu deserved to have produced the half-finished soul-calming potion. After delivering the potions and exchanging a few pleasantries, Du Xiu turned to leave. Wang Dahai accompanied him to the entrance, still reluctant to take his eyes off Du Xiu. Then, humming a tune, he returned to the meeting room. Come, let's reassign tasks. Wang Dahai clapped his hands, and everyone looked at him as he continued. I plan to take on a few missions into the wilderness restricted zones. What do you all think? Isn't that a bit dangerous? The joyous atmosphere in the meeting room slightly dissipated. In the wilderness, areas were divided into near wilderness, uninhabited wilderness, and restricted wilderness based on their distance from Burt City. Burt City originally had a population of only 10,000, and its development into the wilderness was limited to the outskirts and parts of the uninhabited areas. The remaining wilderness was in the hands of bandits and otherworldly creatures. They formed their own wild towns and occupied their territories. Resources in the near wilderness and uninhabited areas had nearly been depleted over the years. To obtain more cultivation resources, hunters had to push deeper into the wilderness. However, this inevitably led to direct encounters with bandits and otherworldly beings. Currently, several well-known hunting teams from Burt City and those under various financial groups were expanding into the restricted wilderness. While they obtained a wealth of resources, they also suffered heavy losses. Commander, is it feasible to explore the restricted wilderness? Everyone expressed their concerns. Didn't we encounter a group of bandits last time we returned? I feel they are quite reasonable. We can go to that area and discuss cooperation in developing wilderness resources. If they don't agree, then we can take action. Wang Dahai said. The others fell into deep thought. In the last mission, they approached the wilderness forbidden zone. There they indeed encountered a group of bandits who initially intended to sneak up on them, but hesitated upon seeing the emblem of the Silver Fox Hunter Corps. For some reason, they withdrew. Perhaps they lacked the strength to provoke them. If they ventured into that area, it might serve as a solution. Given the fear the bandits had of them, negotiations were futile, and they could easily defeat them. Going to the wilderness forbidden zone is fine, but at least give me a reason. This step feels a bit too big. Vice Captain Lu said, confused. I want to increase our investment in Du Xiu. 50 doses of potions are far from enough. We must occupy more territory and seize more resources to supply him. Moreover, I have a feeling that it won't be long before Du Xiu surprises us greatly. Wang Dahai, like a gambler, said with a crazed expression. The others fell silent. Yet their gazes unconsciously fell on the safe in the corner. Inside there were 10 doses of potions. Miracle potions. Let's go. We're going for Mr. Du. Yes. If people die, birds fly to the sky. Once Mr. Du becomes a potion master, I will shamelessly ask him for a few doses of primal energy potions. Expanding our territory means dealing with bandits. The title of master was once again conferred upon Du Xiu by everyone. Alright, it's settled, then everyone prepare. Wang Dahai decisively concluded, satisfied. The crowd gradually dispersed. Suddenly Wang Dahai felt a twinge of pain in his cheek, rubbing his face, as if recalling something. Lao Lu, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, Vice Captain Lu quickened his pace. Du Xiu left the Silver Fox Hunter Corps, and it was already night. There were few pedestrians on the road. The Silver Fox Hunter Corps was located on the outskirts of the city with tenacity. In fact, most Hunter Corps were situated on the periphery. The reason was simply that it was cheaper. During this time, Du Xiu spent his days concocting soul-soothing potions, and at night leveraged the potion's effects to rapidly absorb the foundational formulas of potion making. He estimated that in another half-month he would thoroughly master all the foundational formulas. With this thought, Du Xiu felt quite pleased, and his steps became much lighter. Not far away, 4 or 5 burly figures armed with firearms approached, coming face to face with Du Xiu. The leader was a man with a buzz cut. Du Xiu casually glanced and realized that the man looked somewhat familiar. Or rather, his facial features reminded Du Xiu of someone he had seen before. This thought only flickered in Du Xiu's mind for 2 seconds before a name suddenly emerged. Zhou Yuan. This person bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yuan. Du Xiu abruptly stopped a chill running down his spine. This person might be related to Zhou Yuan. The two locked eyes, and Du Xiu quickly averted his gaze, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret on his face. How could I forget my phone? Du Xiu slapped his forehead, mumbling to himself. He then turned and quickened his pace as if in a hurry to return, and this little trick of disguise did not escape Zhou Cheng's eyes, who was known as an old hunter in another fortress city. Du Xiu, don't move. If you so much as yell or take another step forward, I will shoot you dead right now. Zhou Cheng looked at Du Xiu's back with a half smile. I've been investigating you for quite a while. You're clever and know how to poison, but I advise you not to play dumb or try any tricks. Just come with me honestly. Going with you is also a death sentence, isn't it? Du Xiu stood still, his tone cold. He was only a few meters away from Zhou Cheng. Even if Du Xiu ran away for 39 meters, he could still be easily killed. Besides, there was no one around. Even if he screamed at the top of his lungs, no one would come to his aid. Not necessarily. And rank-rated potion master is quite valuable. Perhaps I might spare your life. Zhou Cheng draped his arm over Du Xiu's shoulder. Du Xiu's body stiffened as Zhou Cheng leaned close to his ear, revealing a sinister smile. Don't be afraid. Although I wish I could kill you right now to avenge my brother, thank your lucky stars that you have the title of a talented potion master, which has temporarily saved your life. Now you will walk with me, and not a sound must escape your lips. Don't let anyone notice anything unusual, or I might not be able to resist killing you immediately. All right. Du Xiu coldly uttered a single word. Encircled by several people, he followed Zhou Cheng down a shaded path until they arrived at the Black Mamba Bar. The entrance of the Black Mamba Bar was within the city with Anacity, while the back door connected to Burt City. Zhou Cheng led Du Xiu out through the back door. Outside, 2 black commercial vehicles had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Cheng roughly pulled open the door and shoved Du Xiu inside. Du Xiu silently calculated in his mind. This kidnapping was premeditated. The location where they acted was a sparsely populated area. The paths taken were all secluded roads, intentionally avoiding surveillance. Passing by the Black Mamba Bar, he vaguely heard the sound of the bar losing power. Everything in the plan was meticulously arranged. Even the power outage at the bar was likely orchestrated by them. But the key issue is how they knew his whereabouts. He usually stayed locked in the potion lab, rarely stepping out. How did they time it so perfectly that they were waiting right on this road the moment he left the Silver Fox Hunter Corps? Du Xiu's eyes gradually narrowed. Yang Tiyuan. It must be him. When he left the potion lab, Yang Tiyuan had poked his head out. His gaze had lingered on Du Xiu's backpack. Only he knew that Du Xiu had come to the Silver Fox Hunter Corps to deliver potions. A fleeting sense of regret passed through Du Xiu's heart. He had softened his stance. He should have eliminated the threat when they first showed malice. This period of comfort had made him let his guard down. Just as Du Xiu was pondering, someone next to him struck a palm on his neck, causing his vision to darken and fall into unconsciousness. Inside the commercial vehicle. After Du Xiu lost consciousness, Zhou Cheng's subordinates used tape to cover Du Xiu's mouth, placed a hood over his head, and tightly bound him. Boss, this kid's master is the deputy master of the apothecary hall. Taking him like this could easily lead to trouble. Exactly, we might as well just kill him and leave the city. After all, our base isn't in Burt City, so we don't have to fear his master. I also think it's safer to just kill him and run. But Zhou Cheng's eyes flashed with greed. Killing him now will only relieve my anger, and we won't gain anything. It's better to sell him for a good price. Boss, what are your plans? Don't worry, just keep this kid locked up for a while. I'm in contact with a buyer. Alright, are we going to the wilderness or hiding in the city? Hiding in the city is fine. I won't take too long. If I can't contact the buyer within 2 days, I'll just kill this kid and leave here. Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment. That works. Burt City is larger, it won't be difficult to hide for 2 days without. The next morning, Wang Dahai stood before Master Lung, drenched in sweat, his lips gone pale. In that moment, the man opposite him was no longer a venerated learned master of alchemy. He was a volcano ready to erupt. Master Lung's shadowed gaze was cold as winter. That morning, Du Xiu had not arrived at the alchemy hall, and Ding Yao could not get through to him by phone. When Ding Yao went to Du Xiu's home and found it empty, he was thrown into outright panic. Alchemists, fragile by nature, usually kept their movements limited. Even when they traveled, they took a few Yuanxiu as bodyguards. Like the Yinhu Hunter Corps, even on wild missions, they left competent Yuanxiu behind at the Hunter Guild as sentries. It was a precaution. If Du Xiu left the inner city, someone would be there to protect him. Now, with no trace of Du Xiu anywhere in the inner city, the odds were 80% that he had been abducted. Ding Yao, anxiety carved across his face, said, Captain Wang, Du Xiu vanished after leaving your Hunter Corps. Don't you have a single clue? Master Lung, Brother Ding, as soon as I learned, I checked the route surveillance. Brother Du disappeared in a blind spot. I've already dispatched everyone in the Hunter Corps to search, Wang Dahai replied. Master Lung cut him off. Ding Yao, post a mission at the Hunter Guild, find Du Xiu. 5 gold coins for locating him, 5 gold for any useful information. Yes, master. Ding Yao hurried out to make the calls. Soon the restless Huyan Lai burst in and barked the instant he entered. What has happened to Du Xiu? Last night, the Yinhu Hunter Corps sale of semi-finished solace elixirs had stirred a tempest within the Hunter Guild. In under a month, Du Xiu had produced the semi-finished form of a first-year high-grade potion. It once again proved his prowess. Hu Yanlai felt a keen regret. Such an uncut gem slipping through one. Before he could again attempt to poach him in secret, this morning word arrived that Du Xiu might be missing and that the Inhu hunters were frantically searching. Well, speak up. I'm frantic. Hu Yanlai cried, watching Master Lung remain silent and sullen. He turned his gaze to Wang Dahai. Tell me what happened to Du Xiu. Chief Huyan Du Xiu appears to be missing. From what we know, it seems a premeditated abduction. He vanished in a surveillance blind spot. There is a very high likelihood the aberrants are responsible. The war between the Empire and the Church had raged for millennia. The Empire's political system was tightly centralized. The royal family and the conglomerates controlled almost all resources. Upward mobility was painfully narrow. Ordinary Yuanxiu seeking resources had to place themselves under their banners. Likewise, some with crooked ambitions or desperate for quick gains turned to the Church and became its instruments. Within the Empire, these forces sowed destruction and were called the aberrants. One of their main tasks was to kidnap or assassinate the Empire's prodigies. In return, the Church lavished them with resources. Those damned aberrants. If I catch them, I'll rend them to pieces. Hearing that Du Xiu had been seized by the aberrants, Hu Yanlai flared with rage, his beard bristling and eyes wide. Alert the garrison. Lock down the gates and scrutinize all departures from the city in the past 2 days. Master Lung has already sent word, Wang Dahai said, wiping his sweat. The 2 deputy hall chiefs regarded him with ill-concealed displeasure. Wang Dahai felt stifled by injustice, yet when an alchemist signed a cooperation with a hunter corps, that corps implicitly assumed responsibility for their protection. By that standard, he had indeed been negligent. Hu Yanlai did not linger. He rushed off to marshal forces to find Du. With the 2 deputy hall chiefs pressing the matter, the entire hunter guild mobilized. Tempted by the generous reward and the favor of the alchemy masters, many hunting parties set out into the waste. With the 2 deputy hall chiefs pressing the matter, the entire hunter guild mobilized. Tempted by the generous reward and the favor of the alchemy masters, many hunting parties set out into the waste to seek traces of the aberrants. The search swelled to a crescendo when the Hunter Guild's specialized hall for combating aberrants, the seasoned and formidable Shinkai Hall, joined the effort. The whole of Boat City braced as if a storm were coming. Afternoon. In a dim, sumptuous chamber, thick curtains shut the sun from the room. On the expensive white bear fur carpet lay a scatter of women's garments. On the vast feather bed, a young man entwined in several jade arms was roused by the urgent ringing of his phone. Heavy dark circles ringed his eyes. Not yet fully awake, he groped instinctively toward the sound. In the direction of the ringing lay a woman with skin like creamy porcelain. His hand searched her body for a long moment. The woman emitted a soft, delicate whimper. Unable to find his phone, the young man's impatience showed. He pushed himself up and brusquely shoved several scantily clad, graceful young women from the bed. The women, roused and seeing his irritation, dared not speak. They gathered their clothes from the carpet, dressed, and slipped quietly from the room. The young man answered the call. After listening, he let a playful smile curl his lips. Hu Yanlai asked me to help him. Why should I? Didn't the Hunter Guild look down on our Ma group? Now they come begging. Where were they before? Young master, are we sure we want help? As far as I know, it's not only Hu Yanlai. The missing alchemy apprentice is also Master Lung's disciple. Between them, they wield considerable influence in Boat City, the man on the other end said cautiously. It's only Boat City, a level 4 fortress. Hu Yanlai and that so-called Master Lung are nothing beyond its walls. Why should I care? The young man scoffed. Fine, I'll tell them no. And don't rouse me over such trivialities again. Consider your salary for the month forfeit. That's that. He hung up, pulled the cover over his head, and tried to sleep. No sooner had he drifted off than the phone began to ring again. Having stayed up all night, the young man exploded with fury. He snatched up the phone and spat. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my sleep? Do you want to die? After a long silence on the other end, a cold voice came. You say that again. The young man trembled at the sound, a hint of resentment and an unnatural stiff smile on his face. So it's you. Help me find someone. Find someone. The young man was somewhat taken aback. Who? You tell me. Du Xiu, what does he look like? Go ask at the Hunters Guild yourself. Do. The young man stared at the hung-up phone, his expression darkening, then smashed the device against the wall. Damn, a bunch of filthy rats, all of you can go to hell. It was 4 in the afternoon. In the year 962 of the Empire, the first rain of early spring arrived quietly. The fine drizzle, like rays of light, carried the chill of winters and washing away the dust from countless high-rise buildings. The neon city was enveloped in a mist. The light rain pattered down and puddles began to form on both sides of the road, merging into a small stream. Fragments of withered leaves rode the water flow, slipping into the sewer and falling into boundless darkness. On the street, a large number of security company members and gang members appeared. They kept entering and exiting various hotels, bathhouses, entertainment venues, and other accommodations, continuously searching for something. The property management company and the urban transportation group also worked overtime, reviewing the surveillance footage of their respective areas in search of a certain person. Many forces affiliated with the Ma family conglomerate began to take action. The entire fortress city was stirred by an invisible giant hand. In a small and the youngest member of Zhou Cheng's team pulled back the curtains and saw a gang member with earrings smoking swaggering out from a nearby hotel and couldn't help but feel vigilant. Boss, something's not right. What happened? From the looks of it, it seems like someone is searching for something. Searching. Zhou Qing's voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. He then went to the balcony, drew back the curtains, and looked down. Go. Let's change locations. Zhou Qing glanced briefly, sensing something was amiss. When he went out earlier, he encountered many checkpoints which he hadn't paid much attention to at the time. Now with the gang members out, he felt a chill run down his spine. Only the big shots within the conglomerate could command the gang members. Could it be that Du Xiu has ties to the conglomerate? Zhou Qing suddenly felt it was a tricky situation. He wasn't afraid of the Hunters Guild. After all, the personnel were limited. No matter how much Master Lung mobilized, there would only be a few thousand original cultivators. If he hid among ordinary people, he could be considered safe. However, the involvement of the conglomerate changed the nature of things. Those that could be called a conglomerate were all colossal entities monopolizing multiple key industries locally, and the forces they could mobilize were extremely formidable. Youngest, gather the others, and let's evacuate quickly. The few people under Zhou Cheng were clearly an elite hunter team that had worked together for many years. With his command, everyone quickly sprang into action, taking Du Xiu and following the evacuation route out of the inn. Upon reaching the standby vehicle along the route, the youngest wiped the raindrops from his face. Boss, where are we going? I've already figured out where to go. We'll head directly there. If we can negotiate when we arrive, we will. If not, well, kill this kid and throw him in the river, and then, well, leave here. Are you referring to the others? Someone asked uncertainly. Yes. What's the matter? Are you scared? Zhou Cheng scanned the group. He had interacted with the others organization before. The term others was simply a collective name for those who allied with the church. In reality, there were 12 major sects of others spread across various regions. These 12 sects were independent of each other, but all had complete organizational systems. They were a constant headache for the local Hunters Guild. The others organization in the Linta district was the Tianyi sect, a massive organization that commanded all the bandits and others in the Linta district. However, the Tianyi sect was not as arrogant as the other sects in other districts, so it did not have a prominent reputation and was only known among the higher echelons of the Linta district. But no one would underestimate it. The fact that it could be ranked among the 12 sects of others proved its strength. Moreover, the leader of the Tianyi sect was ranked first on the Hunters Guild's wanted list in the Linta district. His name was Poison Taoist. Zhou Cheng planned to sell Du Xiu to the Tianyi sect this time. Within the others, there were bounties on talented individuals from various cities, and the rewards were substantial. The place he was preparing to go was a base of the Tianyi sect. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's plan to ally with the others, the rest of the team, though surprised, shrugged it off. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just a bit surprised. What's this others nonsense? As long as there's milk, that's my mother. I don't care about so much. It doesn't matter, as long as they pay, it's fine. Their sense of good and evil was quite weak. Though they were hunters, they often played the role of bandits when they encountered other hunters in the wilderness. Then that's settled. I originally wanted to wait for a familiar face to introduce me, but that person has been unreachable, probably gone to a no-man's land with no signal. I'm not waiting any longer, we're going directly there. Zhou Cheng decisively stated. He knew the location of the Tianyi sect's base in Burt City, as it was revealed by this familiar face. He had confirmed the place earlier when he went out, and originally wanted to wait for the call before heading over. But now with the conglomerate's involvement, Zhou Cheng couldn't wait any longer. The longer the night, the more dreams. He wanted to avoid any unexpected events. After all, with his glass potion genius in tow, no one would doubt his determination to ally. 2 business vans plunged into the rain curtain. In a ground floor shop of a certain building, a sign hung with 6 characters. Integrity Intermediary Company. The shop was very small. Inside sat a bald man in his 20s, bored with his legs crossed, watching a girl group dance on a tablet. From time to time, he would scratch himself. His eyes held a hint of depravity. After a while, a phone call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, the bald man looked speechless. After answering the call, he pulled a cigarette from the box on the table, lit it, and casually responded, Got it, I've already notified them, they're looking. No, I'm just puzzled. Aren't we supposed to be killing these geniuses? Why are we searching for them, and even requiring them to be captured alive? Whose command is this? It was instructed by the higher-ups. Oh, I don't know the specifics. Anyway, I don't understand why capture alive. Just kill them, take photos for evidence, and claim the bounty right. Carrying a pharmacist around is just to prevent those crazy dogs from the divine judgment from failing to find us. It's already hard enough to stay alive. The leaders shouldn't make it harder for me, okay? Are you arguing with me? Just do what you're told, stop your incessant chatter. This month your antidote is gone, so figure out how to tough it out on your own. On the other end of the line, the person was also short-tempered and directly lashed out. Dad, are you my dad? I'm just puzzled, why is the Tianyi sect like this? I thought when I was a wanted criminal, life wasn't this difficult. Stop whining, the higher-ups issued a death order. If you can't find the person, there won't be any antidote this month. Hurry and find the person. It's not that I'm emotional, we're just like rats hiding everywhere. Who dares to openly search for people? Damn it, just stay at home and wait, see if anyone is foolish enough to deliver the person to you. Brother, do you need someone? Zhou Cheng poked his head in from outside the door. The bald man glanced at Zhou Cheng, hung up the phone, and said with a forced smile, Yes, do you have a contract for selling oneself? This is a legitimate business. We don't take those without proper procedures. Many bankrupt individuals unable to repay their debts sign contracts to sell themselves through intermediary companies sent to various mines. Brother, do you need someone? Zhou Cheng poked his head in from outside the door. The bald man glanced at Zhou Cheng, hung up the phone, and said with a forced smile, Yes, do you have a contract for selling oneself? Stop pretending. I'm from Old Zhao in Qingzi City, an outer member of the Tianyi sect. Zhou Qing took out his phone, revealing a photo of himself with a man. The bald man glanced at the photo a few times. He recognized the man as someone from the sect's management, and his expression, "Oh, an apothecary. What level are they?" The bald man casually asked. He clearly didn't believe it. The upper management of the Tianyi sect had been hiding away for years while the management just passed time. Instead, some outer members frequently brought in various people to impersonate apothecaries and claim rewards. He looked at Zhou Cheng and thought he seemed like one of those imposters. "A high-level apprentice, solid goods," Zhou Cheng said with a smile. "Not only that, but he is also a genius-rated class named Du Xiao." "Oh my god." The bald man was taken aback, then excitedly said, "Dude, are you serious?" Du Xiao was exactly the person the higher-ups wanted captured alive. Zhou Cheng chuckled, waving his hand behind him, and the youngest pushed in the bound Du Xiao. After removing the hood upon seeing Du Xiao, the bald man's face lit up, and he pulled out his phone to compare it with the photos. Zhou Cheng chuckled, waving his hand behind him, and the youngest pushed in the bound Du Xiao. After removing the hood upon seeing Du Xiao, the bald man's face lit up, and he, "Brother, I've brought the person, but you can't let me do it for free," Zhou Cheng said with a smile. The bounty within the inner circle is quite high, especially for highly talented apothecaries. The Church's wealthy patrons offered astonishing activity funds. "Not for free, absolutely not for free," the bald man grinned widely. "Just wait for me to make a phone call." He took out it. Before he could speak, the voice on the other end said, "First, what are you calling for? Is there a fool sending someone right to your door? Du Xiao is right here with me. You can get lost. I don't have time to joke with you." "I'm not joking, he really is here. I've sent you the photo. Take a look." "Holy crap." After a moment, the bald man said to Zhou Cheng, "You guys wait here. Someone will come from above soon, and your reward is on him." Zhou Cheng and the others had no doubts. The outer organization, though ruthless, still maintained a decent level of credibility. Of course, it wasn't because of their integrity, but because the Church's wealthy patrons offered too much. Under layers of exploitation, even the scraps that trickled down were enough for the lowest ranks to feast. A little reward to attract more people to submit themselves was a common trick of the outer organizations. The evening rain, after several hours of brewing, grew heavier. Few pedestrians were on the road. The entire world was shrouded in dense mist. A figure walked in from the end of the road. The person wore a mask resembling an evil spirit's fangs and carried a black umbrella. They walked slowly yet swiftly. A few seconds earlier they were at the previous intersection, and seconds later they appeared at the door of the intermediary company. Sensing someone approaching, the people inside immediately became alert. All eyes turned toward the newcomer. The bald man spoke first. "Who the hell are you? Where is Du Xiao?" "From the sect." "Why are you acting all mysterious?" The bald man mumbled. Although confused, he didn't doubt it. He had just reported the news when someone came directly over mentioning Du Xiao's name, so he was definitely from the sect. And judging by their concealed identity, they were likely a big shot from the sect. Soon Du Xiao was brought out. "Who caught him?" The newcomer scanned the room. Zhou Cheng quickly stepped forward. "I caught him. Are all your people here?" Zhou Cheng thought he was asking about the number of people joining the sect, and casually replied, "Everyone is here." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of pitch-black primordial force erupted from the masked man. Everyone, including the bald man, was slammed against the wall by this force. The tremendous impact made these individuals feel as if their internal organs were about to shatter. Not only that, the dark primordial force continuously eroded their bodies. They looked terrified, and before they could say anything, their bodies visibly transformed into a pile of rotting flesh emitting a foul odor. The masked man untied the ropes binding Du Xiao. Once free, Du Xiao removed the blindfold and peeled off the tape from his mouth. He moved his hands and feet. After 2 days of being bound, his arms were incredibly sore. During these 2 days, the sense of powerlessness completely enveloped him. He felt disgusted. Seeing the masked man turn to leave, Du Xiao quietly followed, remaining silent. The stench of rotting flesh in the room stimulated the senses, intertwining with the fear experienced during that time and the relief of being rescued. The two walked through the rainy night. One tall and one short, 2 figures squeezed under the black umbrella. At the intersection, Du Xiao stretched out his hand, catching raindrops in his palm. The lingering chill of late winter that hadn't yet melted in early spring spread through his palm and into his entire body. Du Xiao spoke. "When I was at the orphanage, I often hoped that one day my biological parents would suddenly appear before me, embrace me, lift me over their heads, and excitedly tell me, 'Child, we finally found you.' I have imagined this scene countless times. I even thought out the lines, or I would stand on my tiptoes to wipe away their tears, casually telling them, 'Don't cry. During all these years I've been doing well, and from now on we'll never be apart again.' While wandering, I often hoped that passers-by would spare me a few coins, not needing much, just enough to buy some expired bread from, or that I could find a few fruits that weren't completely rotten in the trash can, or leftover food in plastic bags. If there were neither fruits nor leftovers, a dead mouse would suffice as long as it allowed me to survive. When I was a mind slave, I hoped that the guards, seeing my young and pitiful appearance, would hit me a few less times, and when others bullied me, a kind-hearted person would stand up and say something for me. I spent 9 years in the orphanage without waiting for my parents or anyone to adopt me. Wandering for 3 years, no one ever gave me a single coin. I stole and robbed, and when they caught me, they pinned me to a corner and beat me while I ate. In the mine, I never missed a single lash that was meant for me. No kind-hearted person ever stood before me and spoke a fair. Therefore, I detest entrusting my fate to others, and especially dislike the sense of powerlessness in waiting for death. Whenever this happens, I can hear the ticking of the second hand in my mind, clear and vivid, as if reminding me that my life is on a countdown. Master, I want to learn the poison scripture. The masked figure turned around, gazing at Du Xiu with unwavering eyes. Rain poured down upon the city like a volley of arrows. A twisted bolt of lightning tore through the curtain of rain, striking a towering building. On the lightning rod, silver light flickered. Boom. Beneath the belated roar of the storm, the masked figure uttered a single word. Good. Upon receiving Master Lung's affirmative response, Du Xiu's sorrow vanished, instantly turning into a playful demeanor. Master, aren't you curious how I recognized you? Not curious. Since you are curious, I shall reluctantly tell you, because in this lifetime apart from you, no one else has ever cared for me this much. Du Xiu smacked his lips and patted Master Lung's shoulder. Old Lung, rest assured, since I acknowledge you as my master, I will definitely take good care of you, I mean it. Oh, does the one willing to leap into fire for me resemble me? Cough back then, it was just a game. Oh, why do you still hold a grudge, you old? Du Xiu scratched his head awkwardly. Beneath the mask, Master Lung's lips curled into a high smile. Here, take this. Master Lung pulled out a sandalwood box and casually tossed it to Du Xiu. Du Xiu opened it to find 2 vials of potion inside. What are these potions? Calming potions. Aren't you unable to concoct them? Du Xiu was taken aback. Last time Master Lung said he couldn't brew them, so he had lost hope. Unexpectedly, he casually mentioned it, and the other party actually found him the calming potions. Moreover, there were 2 vials. A level 3 calming potion costs over 1,000,000 gold coins for just 1 vial. Hua Yinlia, merely a level 3 alchemist, dares to claim he has considerable wealth. After so many years as an outlier, can I not be deemed wealthy? Master Lung snorted lightly. You can. A glimmer of emotion flickered in Du Xiu's eyes as he grinned. Master, in this lifetime, I will only leap into fire for you, no regrets. Get lost, go back by yourself, and don't say you were kidnapped, make up your own excuse. Before Du Xiu could finish his loyalty vow, Master Lung waved his hand, handing Du Xiu the umbrella, and his figure disappeared into the endless rain. Du Xiu watched the figure vanish into the mist of rain, a smile spreading across his face. What a stubborn old man. A rainy night. At the station, the raindrops cascading to the ground grew increasingly dense. As passengers disembarked, the maglev train slowly started moving again, picking up speed, and moments later transformed into a silver dragon, shattering countless raindrops, breaking through the curtain of rain and roaring off into the distance. Under the night sky, amidst the rain and the silver dragon, a girl held an umbrella and carried a backpack, walking on the platform. She was quite tall, around 1.7 meters, with hair that reached her collarbone, attractive features, and fair skin. A light brown mid-length coat enveloped her figure, revealing only a pair of extraordinarily long, straight legs. Her presence drew the attention of passengers disembarking. Although the girl's looks were appealing, what stood out more was her aura, accompanied by a pair of stunning eyes. No matter how skilled an artist might be, they could not capture the beauty of these eyes. It was as if they once held the brilliance of countless stars, but now were gradually dimming, transformed into the chilling silence of the universe. The girl with her exquisite aura resembled a proud snow lotus blooming atop the sacred mountains of the Wolf clan during the harsh winter. The girl's appearance caused all the men around to unconsciously gaze at her, only to be sharply pinched by the women beside them. The men hurriedly shifted their gazes, pretending to greet acquaintances. Several awkward glances collided in the air, and suddenly many acquaintances appeared on the platform. At the exit, Ni was waiting with several bodyguards in black. As passengers appeared in groups, Ni excitedly waved her hand. Zao. The girl with the cold aura revealed a faint smile and walked towards Ni. 3 hovering cars sped through the air, finally landing in the courtyard of a villa within the Hunter Guild city. Ni, now in her pajamas, entered the living room, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Welcome to my humble abode, my queen. Zhang Zao sank into the sofa, lazily extending her jade arm to take the red wine. Taizi, you still seem so carefree. There's nothing I can do, I can no longer bear the heavy responsibilities of the family. While I'm still young, I need to relax well. Once I graduate from the academy, who knows where they will send this salted fish of mine. I plopped down beside her, shrugging her shoulders in annoyance. Come on, tell me why you suddenly came to Burt City. I have a task, but I can't disclose the details. Alright, you mysterious bunch. Anyway, I'm not very interested in that. How long will you stay in Burt City? Probably for a while. How long exactly depends on the notice. Zhang Zao shook her head. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, you seem to have changed a lot. I looked Zhang Zao up and down, clicking her tongue. You weren't like this before, you used to tease me every day, full of mischief. Now you seem cold, going for a high cold route. Zhang Zao's eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. I'm too tired, I really dislike my current life. I mean, who knows what burdens you have, with your high talent, and the family's attention more importantly. I looked at Zhang Zao's lovely face, and felt a little sour. And you're still so beautiful to the point that I find it hard to accept. I don't know what you're unhappy about, and I don't dare to ask. A hint of cunning flickered in Zhang Zao's eyes, and her cold demeanor vanished in an instant. She furrowed her brows and sighed. You probably will never understand my troubles. These are the worries that only someone truly exceptional can possess. I envy you. You will never have my worries. I snorted. If I could beat you, you would have already been tossed out to the courtyard. Just a fit of impotent rage, foolish mortal. Zhang Zao chuckled lightly. Watching Jiang Zhao's back and forth between high coldness and sarcasm and I felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, that former friend is still here. Although it has been 3 years since she last saw Jiang Zhao, the most talked about and widespread tales in the family circles are still about her. Revered by the family as the light of revival standing under countless spotlights, she was a celestial beauty, different, yet gradually overlapping with the quirky, clever, and mischievous little girl from her youth. I just realized that someone resembles you, and I suddenly recalled something amusing. Mentioning outsiders, Jiang Zhao returned to her cold demeanor. Oh, aren't you curious who it is? Not curious. After finishing her sentence, Jiang Zhao patted Ni's shoulder, earnestly advising, woman, curiosity will kill you. With your intelligence, it's safer not to be too curious. You should hurry up and become that silent ice mountain beauty. I'm begging you. I said, utterly speechless. Just enjoy yourself. In the Empire, who knows how many talented young men are queuing up to chat with me. Jiang Zhao raised her eyebrows, somewhat self-satisfied. Uffed. I pouted, and then said, by the way, don't you have to carry out the task with others? This time wouldn't you be sneaking out again? Not really, I've recently made some progress in my cultivation, and the elders have loosened their restrictions. I suddenly looked at her in surprise. Awakened. Are you surprised? Jiang Zhao stretched lazily, revealing her perfect body curve, and said calmly. Ni's eyes were filled with deep envy. In the Hunters Guild, the Divine Judgment Hall gathered the most formidable veteran hunters from the region as a sharp blade of the Empire against the Church. Correspondingly, the power wielded by the Divine Judgment Hall was astonishing, granting them the authority to arrest suspicious suspects at will. Because of this, many regarded the members of the Divine Judgment as ferocious beasts of the wild. In a room of the Hunters Guild, a member of the Divine Judgment with a stern expression asked Du Xiu, so are you saying you went out for a stroll and were robbed? Sitting in a chair, Du Xiu tensed up, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes as he apologetically replied, that's indeed the case. After preparing the soul-soothing potion, I felt exhausted and wanted to relax a bit, so I went out through the back door of the Black Mamba bar to clear my mind. Unexpectedly, I was knocked unconscious and lost my phone and everything else. I only woke up when it started to rain, so I must have been robbed. The two members of the Divine Judgment exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with the recklessness of this talented alchemist. Do you have any idea how many personnel we mobilized to search for you when you went out for a casual outing? Not only us, but your master and the leader of the Huyan clan also issued a huge bounty for your search. Just yesterday, over 100 hunting teams went out looking for you. I truly apologize. This past month has been overwhelming due to the pressure of preparing the soul-soothing potion. That's why I thought of taking a stroll to unwind. Du Xiu lowered his head, his voice growing softer. All right, you can go back now, but don't be so reckless in the future. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Du Xiu bowed repeatedly. During the 2 days he had been missing, the commotion caused by the Divine Judgment had been significant. As the main department responsible for capturing anomalies, they could not escape blame, and their reputation suffered greatly, with many members scattered in the wilderness. It should be judged as a common robbery, right? Du Xiu pondered after leaving the room. Master Lung must have told him not to disclose the kidnapping incident, fearing he might not be able to maintain the lie. The Tianyi sect. In recent days, Zhou Cheng often mentioned this name while chatting with others. The anomaly stronghold he visited was also a base of the Tianyi sect. Master Lung had come directly, evidently having received information from the anomalies. His ability to command anomalies indicated that Master Lung held a significant status among them. At first glance of his master, Du Xiu felt that he was not a good person. Indeed, he turned out to be quite the villain. Du Xiu in the room after Du Xiu left, a member of the Divine Judgment spoke up. Do you think what Du Xiu said is true or false? Although it sounds a bit absurd, I feel it should be true. After all, he is only 16 years old, and coming from the wilderness, he has never seen the beautiful night scenes of Burt City. Being cooped up in the preparation room for a month, it's normal for a young heart to want to go out and relax. Do you think he might have joined the anomalies and then been released? That's impossible. You know the style of that group of anomalies, they only recognize money. If they were ordered to kill Du Xiu for a reward, they would be absolutely interested. However, they would never have the patience to develop Du Xiu as an undercover agent, considering he is just an apprentice. It would take decades for him to become a master alchemist, and whether they would even be alive by then is uncertain. They wouldn't do such thankless work. That's true, but these geniuses really have large ambitions. It's normal of alchemists spend their days concocting potions, which can be extremely dull. By the way, have you heard? Our Divine Judgment Hall has cultivated a group of super geniuses this year. Their power is of course I know. The most powerful among them has even gained the recognition of an imperial artifact. That artifact, which had been silent for hundreds of years, has found a new master. An imperial artifact. There are hardly any in the entire empire. After Du Xiu left, the two members of the Divine Judgment chatted idly. Outside the Divine Judgment Hall, as soon as Du Xiu stepped out, he was grabbed by Ding Yao, who asked with concern, Junior brother, they didn't do anything to you, right? As a violent organization of the Hunters Guild, everyone held them in great fear. Terrifying rumors about them were widely. Ding Yao regarded the Divine Judgment Hall as a den of tigers and dragons. Nothing much, they just asked where I went. Du Xiu felt warmed and smiled. Junior brother, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you've really caused a big mess this time. Next time, please don't be so impulsive. You should properly apologize to Master and say a few good words. After Ding Yao spoke earnestly, he worried that he might have been too harsh. but you shouldn't blame yourself too much. Elder brother knows you're under a lot of pressure. In the future, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you can talk to me. Don't carry everything alone. Sometimes expressing your worries can help ease your mind, even if it doesn't solve the problem. I understand, elder brother. Du Xiu replied obediently. By the way, where is senior brother Yang? He seems to have gone back to his hometown. Did he tell you? Not really, he directly asked master for leave apparently. There's some family matter that requires his return. Du Xiu nodded. It must be that the old man Lung found out about Yang Tiyuan. After all, the only one who could sell him out was someone with a grudge against him. Looking at the old man Lung's murderous stance, it seemed quite like that of a demon who views human life as grass. It would be quite simple to use some means to force Yang Tiyuan to reveal the truth. Du Xiu was merely curious about how the old man Lung would handle Yang Tiyuan. He thought it necessary to ask later. A glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Du Xiu's eyes. He believed that he was not a good person. The idea of repaying kindness with virtue had nothing to do with him. In the distance, a figure approached. Huyan Lai rushed over, waving at Du Xiu. Ding Yao stood in front of Du Xiu with a guarded expression. Huyan clan leader, what do you need with junior brother? A little Ding. Huyan Lai smiled at Ding Yao. You go ahead and busy yourself. I need to speak to Du Xiu about something private. Ding Yao hesitated. Although he knew that Huyan Lai wanted to poach someone, he couldn't make things too awkward since the other party was his superior. Seeing Ding Yao not leaving, Huyan Lai added, Little Ding, have you completed this month's tasks assigned by the Alchemist Hall? Have you written the work report? If everything is done, go assist Old Wang in checking this month's herb quota. As the vice leader of the Alchemist Hall, it was easy for him to find Ding Yao some work. Du Xiu took the initiative to diffuse the tension, saying, Elder brother, you should go ahead and work. Hearing this, Ding Yao stopped lingering, quickly gave a few quiet reminders, and then hurried off to Master Lung's residence. Dear nephew, are you alright? After Ding Yao left, Huyan Lai stepped forward, showing great concern. Thank you for your concern, clan leader Huyan. I'm fine. It's nothing. As the vice president of the Alchemy Hall, it is naturally my responsibility to take care of you. Moreover, you went missing during my watch, and if you truly cannot be found, it would be a disgrace to me. Why not accompany me for a walk, my dear nephew? Last time when he was in the office wielding a hoe, he was caught red-handed by Master Lung. This time he would not make the same mistake and intended to take Du Xiu to a secluded place. A walk. It's not that I wish to dampen the mood, but my master is still waiting for me. I regret that I cannot comply. If you have something to discuss, please speak directly. Du Xiu said, leaving Huyan Lai momentarily stunned. Master. Such an eye-catching term. Huyan Lai blinked at Du Xiu and said, Oh, I see. My gold coins in the card are full. Could you hold some for me for a while? What do you mean, Hall Master Huyan? I don't quite understand. Du Xiu frowned. Huyan Lai showed a look of surprise. Was this kid's appetite growing larger? Why pretend to be foolish, my dear nephew? Although we haven't met often, we have a long-standing friendship. Last time we discussed quite pleasantly. Why are you so cold now? I only regard Hall Master Huyan as a respected senior and do not consider it a friendship. Du Xiu replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Huyan Lai's suspicion deepened. This kid, could he be a robber having been stunned by a brick? Huyan Lai said with a fierce expression, My dear nephew, I found a storage card with 500,000 gold coins. Is it yours? As he spoke, Huyan Lai took out a gold storage card issued by the Hunter Guild. 500,000 gold coins. Who does he look down? Hall Master Huyan, please don't do this. I'm afraid my master will misunderstand. Du Xiu stepped back 2 paces, adopting an icy demeanor that pushed others away. If there's nothing else, I shall go to pay my respects to my master. Huyan Lai stood there in shock. Okay. Watching Du Xiu's retreating figure, he hesitated. Something was off. I remember he wasn't like this before. How could a single brick erase Du Xiu's greed for wealth? Nightfall. At Master Lung's residence. Are you sure you want to cultivate the poison scripture? Master Lung said again, with a serious expression. Du Xiu nodded. Without the ability to protect himself, he would always be like fish on the chopping board at the mercy of others. Moreover, the world today is not peaceful, and he could not remain curled up in the Alchemy Hall and live under others' protection for a lifetime. Since you have made your decision, I will no longer stop you. Do you know the classification of the original cultivation realms? The original cultivation has several realms: Blood Chi realm, Opening Aperture realm, and Meridian Connecting realm. Beyond that, I do not know the realms. That's correct. The original cultivation has a theory of 3 front realms and 3 back realms. The front 3 realms are as you mentioned, while the back 3 realms are Condensing Core realm, Domain realm, and Immortal realm. However, the latter 3 are difficult to advance and hence they are not widely known. Master Lung nodded and continued. The Blood Chi realm refers to sensing the original force, absorbing it into the body and guiding it to form a cycle within. During this cycle, Blood Chi will condense, and with each complete cycle a unit of Blood Chi will be formed. The more Blood Chi condensed, the stronger the battle power. Even within the Blood Chi realm, there is a vast difference in battle power. Therefore, the detailed classification of this major realm is based on Dao value. What is the maximum Dao value for the Blood Chi realm? Du Xiu curiously inquired. The highest Dao value that a human can condense in the Blood Chi realm is 120, but this is just an ideal number. In fact, not to mention 120 Dao values, the Empire hasn't seen a Blood Chi realm cultivator break 100 Dao values for a century. Generally, ordinary cultivators can condense 30 to 40 Dao values of Blood Chi before reaching their limits and advancing to the Opening Aperture realm. 30 to 40 Dao values of Blood Chi realm compared to over 100 Dao values is more than a 2-fold difference. Don't they also have double the difference in strength after advancing? Far more than that. The higher the Dao value, the more difficult it is to condense blood qi, and the larger the disparity in battle power. A cultivator with 40 Dao values can annihilate one with 30 Dao values with ease, let alone one with over 100 Dao values. Generally speaking, a blood qi realm with 80 Dao values can fight beyond their level and contend with ordinary opening aperture realm cultivators. Master, what determines the limit of Dao values? Du Xiu continued to ask. Master Lung knew that Du Xiu had little understanding of the original cultivation, so he took his time to explain the basics. Qualifications, cultivation methods, and rare treasures. Setting qualifications aside, let's talk about cultivation methods. For example, the most widely circulated 1000 June method within the Empire has chaotic circulation nodes and a rough process with no systematic nodes. In contrast, the methods of the Consortium have a complete system with more optimized force routes between the nodes. Even with the same qualifications, one can make more cycles and faster cycles, leading to faster blood qi condensation. This is also why many view the Empire's Cultivation Academy as the only path for ordinary people. For ordinary people, if they do not wish to serve the Consortium, the only legitimate way to obtain high-level cultivation methods for free is within the Empire's Cultivation Academy. In addition, the Empire's Cultivation Academy possesses many unique cultivation resources, some of which can enhance the Dao values of original cultivators. Master Lung elaborated on the knowledge related to cultivation. Du Xiu spent most of the time listening, occasionally voicing his own confusion. As time quietly passed, the mysteries of the original cultivation gradually unveiled before Du Xiu's eyes. Blood qi realm, condensing Dao values. Opening aperture realm, opening apertures. Meridian connecting realm, connecting meridians. The blood qi realm as the foundation determines the upper limit of other realms. Normally speaking, a blood qi realm with 36 Dao values qualifies to challenge the opening aperture realm. However, those who advance from 36 Dao values in the blood qi realm will be at the bottom of their level. Normally speaking, a blood qi realm with 36 Dao values qualifies to challenge the opening aperture realm. However, those who advance from 36 Dao values in the blood qi realm will be at the bottom of their level. Tendency. Within the home of the Bronze Tree, many lament the fierce competition in this year's Empire's Cultivation Academy, noting that many opportunities have been released this year. Those so-called opportunities likely refer to those that can enhance the upper limit of original cultivators' Dao values. Seeing Du Xiu lost in thought, Master Lung inquired, "How is your original cultivation talent? Have you sensed the original force yet?" Du Xiu remained silent for a moment. Not yet. His original cultivation talent seemed to be merely average. Exactly how average Du Xiu did not yet know. Master Lung nodded, not surprised. Although an alchemist's talent is harder to come by than that of an original cultivator, it does not mean that original cultivation is simple. Du Xiu's talent in alchemy is indeed extraordinary, but it does not necessarily mean his original cultivation talent is high. The two are not comparable as they belong to different realms. He had long anticipated Du Xiu's average original cultivation talent. It's fine. The original force elixirs can help ordinary people sense the original force. I have prepared 3 first-level original force elixirs for you, which should be more than enough. Master Lung handed Du Xiu a box of original force potion along with 2 books, saying this is the poison scripture. Once you sense the original force and draw it into your body, follow the original force nodes outlined within to practice. After completing the first cycle, come find me. The poison scripture is different from ordinary techniques. It requires corresponding toxic potions. My insights on practice are included within. You can take them home to review. Du Xiu accepted the potion and books, bowing to Master Lung. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. Alright, I'm tired. You may leave now. Disciple still has a matter to inquire about. Du Xiu was about to take his leave when he suddenly spoke again. Speak. I encountered danger. It must be Yang Tiyuan's doing. I didn't see him at the Alchemist Hall. Do you know where he went, Master? It is indeed his doing. He is dead, Master Lung answered expressionlessly. Du Xiu was taken aback. As far as he knew, Yang Tiyuan had been a disciple for 3 years. He originally thought that dealing with Yang would require some effort. He did not expect Master Lung to be so unmindful of past feelings. For a moment, Du Xiu did not know what to say. Do you think I am heartless? Seeing Du Xiu's silence, Master Lung smiled faintly and said, though Yang Tiyuan and I share the title of Master and Disciple, there was no real bond. I took him in casually. I kept him around for cover. I paid no mind to him, but he should not have harmed you. As he spoke, a glint of severity flashed in Master Lung's eyes. He had concealed his identity in Burt City, accepting Yang Tiyuan and Ding Yao as a cover. There was no sentiment involved. Compared to Yang Tiyuan, he found Ding Yao somewhat admirable, but while Ding Yao had decent talent, as an alchemist his nature was too naive, disqualifying him from being a true disciple. Du Xiu, on the other hand, was someone Master Lung genuinely intended to nurture as a successor. His talent in alchemy was monstrous, coupled with a cunning and ruthless disposition, making him an ideal candidate to inherit Master Lung's teachings. Yang Tiyuan dared to harm Du Xiu, which was undoubtedly a path to his own demise. Du Xiu's expression grew tense as a realization dawned upon him. His master did not seem to be a good person. Today I will teach you the poison scripture. You will be my only formal disciple. Excluding Ding Yao, if anyone claims to be your senior brother, kill them if you have the chance. If they're not your match, you must remain cautious. Master Lung seemed to recall something, his expression turning serious as he reminded. Du Xiu bowed and replied solemnly, Disciple will remember this. It seemed Master Lung's elimination of Yang Tianyuan was not only due to his disregard, but also because he had been hurt by a disciple. However, at that time he had boldly risked his life for the Lord Huyan, and Master Lung had not turned against him. In contrast, he indeed favored him excessively. Du Xiu had no qualms about Master Lung's way of handling things. Master is not a good person. Funny, I am not a good person either. You may leave. Master Lung waved his hand dismissively, losing interest in the subject of disciples. Yes, disciple takes his leave. Du Xiu exited Master Lung's home, pondering over what his master had said about senior brother. It seemed he had a true senior brother above him. However, this senior brother seemed to have angered Master Lung and was expelled from the sect. He would need to pay more attention in the future. After rushing home, Du Xiu eagerly flipped through the poison scripture. After more than 2 hours of browsing, he couldn't help but marvel at the author's extraordinary talent. Ordinary techniques, such as the 1000-gene method, draw original force into the body, promoting the growth of vital energy and blood with the flow of original force. During cultivation, to quickly condense the vital energy within the original force, one needs to consume large amounts of fierce beast blood and flesh. In contrast to the blood and flesh supplementation of ordinary techniques, the poison scripture involves ingesting toxic substances to accumulate toxins within the body. Start with weaker potions to build immunity, gradually increasing the toxicity. The vital energy condensed through this method can no longer be termed as vital energy, it should be called toxic vital energy. As one's cultivation deepens, the original force within carries toxicity, which can be lethal to ordinary cultivators on contact, showcasing tremendous power. Du Xiu recalled the several pools of rotten flesh he had seen when Master Lung saved him. That was due to the toxicity in Master Lung's original force. However, despite its astonishing power, the suffering endured during this process was something ordinary people could hardly bear. Moreover, the upper limit of the poison scripture was incredibly astounding. Theoretically, as long as one could endure the pain, they could condense over 100 Dao values. Du Xiu scanned the toxic herbs required for practice in the poison scripture, and his scalp tingled. Chuan Ma Xiong Gray Thorn Vine Heavenly Kuei Grass. Is this stuff really meant for human consumption? In the previous pages, the herbs he recognized were already the pinnacle of toxicity, and this was merely the technique for the vital energy realm. The herbs in subsequent techniques would likely be even more formidable. Du Xiu felt a sense of shock within. After marveling, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Everything in the world having made a choice, one must naturally bear the corresponding cost. The poison scripture not only included the cultivation methods, but also some original techniques and secret arts. The secret arts included in the poison scripture by the old man were quite extraordinary. Among them was a transformation technique that was remarkable, allowing one to completely change their appearance. Upon seeing this, Du Xiu couldn't help but wonder if the current Master Lung was his true appearance. After hastily skimming through the poison scripture, committing its contents to memory, Du Xiu took out a potion for original force. Each realm has its corresponding original force potion, which is one of the most renowned potions within the alchemist system. It is also one of the potions every alchemist must master. During his time in the secret tungsten mine, Du Xiu had crafted original force potions before. However, compared to this potion in his hand, what he previously concocted could barely be regarded as half-finished products. Du Xiu drank the original force potion in one gulp and then closed his eyes to sense. Before the creation of the gods, there was no original force in the world. All the endowed species were incredibly weak, unable to cultivate, firmly controlled by the gods. After their demise, their blood rained down upon the sky, transforming into original force. From then on, various endowed species unlocked the shackles of cultivation, able to draw original force into their bodies, strengthen themselves, and possess divine power. Original force is the most generous gift to the world after the fall of the gods. A few minutes later, Du Xiu operated the techniques from the poison scripture, sensing the original force permeating the air. The original force was like water vapor, and he felt as if he were in a bathroom filled with mist. A vast amount of original force surrounded him. He could clearly sense the original force around him. Du Xiu carefully drew the original force into his body according to the techniques. 2 hours passed, and Du Xiu sensed the faint fluctuations of original force within him. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on his face. With the aid of the original force potion, he had completed 1/30th of the cycle of original force nodes within his body. However, Du Xiu could clearly sense that the potion's effect had greatly diminished, and the original force around him was rapidly dissipating. Before long, Du Xiu could no longer sense a trace of original force. No wonder Yuan Xiu treasure apothecaries so dearly. Cultivation consumes a fortune. At his pace, completing one circuit of the Yuanli nodes on the poison scripture and reaching the first Dao threshold would require 30 Yuanli elixirs. A Yuan Xiu at the Qi blood realm needed to circulate at least 36 circuits. That amounted to well over 1,000 Yuanli elixirs. And that was a conservative estimate. The circulation of Yuanli nodes slows as one's Dao threshold increases. As each circuit took longer, the demand for Yuanli elixirs would only grow. Du Xiu felt a faint surge of strength inexplicably arise within him. His conviction hardened once more. To reach the first Dao as a Yuan Xiu was not something to abandon. Du Xiu produced another Yuanli elixir and drained it in a single gulp. The Yuanli that had dissipated around him swelled again. Not daring to waste a drop, Du Xiu hurriedly activated his formula and absorbed the Yuanli. Unnoticed, the night slipped away. Sensing the Yuanli within, Du Xiu was buoyant. By rough reckoning, he had completed 1/10 of a circuit of the Yuanli. If he trained like this for 10 more nights, he would complete the first full cycle of the Yuanli nodes, condense his qi and blood, and become a qi blood realm Yuanxiu at the first Dao threshold. He intended to spend daylight hours concocting Yuanli elixirs. According to a mysterious forum figure named One, a single concentration elixir would suffice for an ability seed to draw upon for several months. The 2 concentration elixirs his master had bestowed would be enough to see the ability seed through until the level 1 alchemist examination in June. He would not have to worry about it for now. Du Xiu regretted that ability seeds could not be hastened. Each time an ability seed drew mental energy, it took only a fixed portion. Once sated, it would draw no more. Drinking 2 concentration elixirs together would be pure waste. Ordinarily, an ability seed must be nourished slowly to awaken. As for when that seed would bloom, no one could predict. In the dossiers Juan posted about ability users, some people spent their entire lives without ever seeing their ability seed. Du Xiu told himself that the matter of the ability seed could wait until after recruitment by the Imperial Cultivation Institute. The pressing concern now was to brew some Yuanli elixirs. He calculated in private. He had already learned all the basic formulas of apothecary science. Crafting Yuanli elixirs should not be beyond him. The immediate problem, however, was poverty. He lacked herbs. The Inhu Hunter Corps had given him 150 sets of herbs for soul-settling elixirs last month, covering both this month and the next. Asking for more herbs now would be unreasonable. Besides, even if he had the nerve, they could not provide more on short notice. As far as he knew, the Inhu Hunter Corps had gone into the wild forbidden zones to reclaim land and would not return soon. Ask his master for some. Better not. The old man had just given him 2 third-tier concentration elixirs. Since his master could not brew them himself, he must have bought them. After such a recent expense, it would be tactless to beg for pocket money. Better to put the diluted soul-settling elixirs on the market. At present, Du Xiu still had several successfully brewed soul-settling vials in his possession. With concentration elixirs secured, the soul-settling vials felt somewhat superfluous and could be sold for coin. Yet he dared not release the fully potent elixirs into the open market. Although his master held notable standing among the heterodox, who could say whether some reckless heterodox would attempt assassination. Heterodox factions had long favored assassination against the Empire's prodigies. Du Xiu did not want to draw attention now. Having decided, he went to the concoction chamber. He still had over 100 soul-settling vials on hand. After brewing the Inhu Hunter Corps herbs, Master Lung arranged for 20 sets of soul-settling herbs to be delivered to the chamber each day for the following fortnight. Before he knew it, so many vials had accumulated. With each batch he brewed, whether by illusion or improvement, he felt the quality of his soul-settling elixirs rising and their potency strengthening. Sadly, that question would not be answered soon. These elixirs were not ready for public view. Du Xiu casually took 1 vial and deftly diluted it. He spent the afternoon diluting 10 fully potent soul-settling elixirs into 40 semi-finished vials at 20 to 30% potency. He planned to post 10 of them on the market platform first. Du Xiu tallied the herb costs for Yuanli elixirs. As the most famed among first-tier concoctions, a Yuanli elixir sold for roughly 10,000 gold coins. The herbs required to brew a single Yuanli elixir cost about 4,000 gold coins. Yuanli elixirs exemplified high production costs and relatively low sale prices. Consider the soul-settling elixir with a cost of 1,000 gold coins. It could still sell for no less than 7,000 and often fetched 9,000. Yet the cost of a Yuanli elixir was 4 times that of a soul-settling vial, while their sale prices were scarcely different. This was not a matter of apothecaries finding their conscience. It was the heavy-handed policy of the Hunters Guild. Not only first-tier Yuanli elixirs, but second- and third-tier Yuanli elixirs were treated the same. Their production costs were exorbitant, yet their prices were restrained because Yuanli elixirs were the staple lifeblood of Yuan. Allowing Yuanli elixirs to be too expensive would hinder the Empire's cultivation strength. So the Hunters Guild imposed price caps on essential Yuanli elixirs, assigning apothecary hall pharmacists monthly quotas to produce such necessities. This guaranteed the supply of requisite elixirs. In compensation, the guild turned a blind eye to the costs and prices of non-essential concoctions. If the market demanded it, apothecaries could be as ruthless as they wished. It's a willing buyer, willing seller world. 10 semi-finished soul-settling vials would only buy herbs for 10 Yuanli elixirs. That was far from enough. Du Xiu ran the numbers. Early-stage brewing inevitably failed sometimes. He was no exception. Only after wasting hundreds of herb sets could one truly get the hang of it. In truth, Du Xiu's efficiency was frightening. After nearly 100 wasted herb sets, his success rate rose to an impressive. By contrast, ordinary apothecaries usually squandered several hundred or even thousands of herb sets before Because of that, many apothecaries found themselves burdened with debts of hundreds of thousands, even millions, while still young. Even so, after entry, ordinary apothecary success rates remained pitifully low. Only by massive later-stage brewing could their success rates slowly improve. Within the apothecary hall, many survived on a handful of famous formulas living hand-to-mouth. After a moment's hesitation, Du Xiu decided to offer only 10 semi-finished soul-settling vials. 3 days earlier, he had already given Wang Dehai 10 semi-finished soul-settling vials. Putting up another 10 was already a sizable contribution. A typical apothecary might brew only a few dozen vials a month. For him, a newly promoted advanced apprentice producing 20 semi-finished vials in 1 month was a notably high yield. The resource trading market in the wilderness. As the only place for original cultivation transactions in Burt City, a multitude of hunters gather here, coming and going to accept and hand over tasks. The Potion Trading Hall. On the giant display screen, lines of red subtitles indicate the potions listed for sale by the alchemists. Dushio hands over the semi-finished soul-calming potion to the staff, just as he is about to leave the hall. The information about the semi-finished soul-calming potion appears on the screen. Some people let out a few gasps of surprise. Those hunters who spend their days here waiting to pick up bargains like yellow cattle immediately set off for the trading place upon seeing the listing for the soul-calming potion. Before long, Dushio receives a message on his phone. Account ending in 9527. Income amount 3900 gold coins. Balance 3900 gold coins. With the money received, Dushio feels quite pleased. This is the first real money he has earned from concocting potions. With a slightly fuller wallet, Dushio spends half an hour wandering around the hall selling herbs. However, the confidence he had just gained swiftly vanished. This price is outrageous. A set of original force potion herbs costs 4500 gold coins. Is this asking for my life? Dushio exclaimed angrily. I might as well buy from the Hunters Guild. The potions sold by alchemists don't have a commission, after all it's their own employees. But for herbs sold by hunters, the guild takes a portion of the commission. This commission is naturally added to the price of the herbs. Therefore, buying herbs directly from the Hunters Guild is relatively cheaper. There are no middlemen to take a cut. I'll go check out the Silver Fox Hunters Guild tomorrow, Dushio thought to himself after a moment of contemplation. The main force of the Silver Fox Hunters Guild is in the wilderness, and there are people stationed at their base. There should be some herbs stockpiled in the warehouse at the base. Dushio leaves the Wilderness Resource Trading Building, and it is already evening. The dark clouds hanging in the sky are shattered by the glow of the sunset. The evening glow catches the hem of daylight. Rows of golden-red clouds stretch to the horizon. The city washed by rain is filled with the fresh scent of grass and soil. Dushio strolls along the green path feeling quite good. Hey, my brother. A clear voice comes from not far away. Two girls approach from the opposite side, and upon seeing Dushio, one waves at him. Dushio's joyful mood instantly dissipates. Oh, hello, familiar stranger. My good brother, your words are so cold. Is it just because I didn't lend you money? You shouldn't be so stingy. Where's your masculine spirit? And I strikes a pose as if to say we are all from the same world. Don't be petty. What can I do? Who told you that you are in class genius? If it weren't for me holding back a bit of pride and having 97 parts beauty, I might have thrown myself at you. And I blinks and says with a smile. Dushio curls his lips. I believe you, sure. If he believed her words by the next day, she would probably have him blocked. Privately, Ding Yao had told Dushio why Yang Tiyuan treated him with such malice like a fool. The reason is that I often teased Yang Tiyuan earlier. One party enjoys malicious fun while the other is genuinely smitten. I saw the signs and directly blocked Yang Tiyuan. The lovesick Yang Tiyuan was left heartbroken. In the snowy forest, seeing his ex-girlfriend interested in Dushio, while Dushio was sleeping in I's RV, Yang Tiyuan flipped over the vinegar jar, leading to a series of foolish actions. So what do you want from me? Dushio asked directly. I's preference for flitting through the grass without touching a leaf is truly not something he wishes to engage with too much. I organized a party, come over and have fun tonight. I invited. No time, I'm currently lost in the ocean of don't. We are all young, let's get wild together. You're not still mad because I didn't lend you money, are you? I added, there are many beautiful girls at the party. No matter how beautiful they are, what does it have to do with me? My heart only cares for the empire and the people. Dushio said with righteous fervor. They are also part of the people, and I will arrive as promised tonight. Dushio smiled lightly, appearing worried about the country and its people. There's nothing he can do, poverty makes him adaptable. Jiang Zizao looked at Dushio with a strange expression. How? Shameless. At that moment, the latter caught a glimpse of her, and his previously calm demeanor suddenly froze. His mind was inexplicably vague. Those eyes seemed familiar. A thought flashed through Dushio's mind, but then his expression returned to normal as he confirmed the time and place before leaving. Night fell. 7 o'clock. There was a knock on the door, and Dushio opened it. Senior brother, what brings you here? Dushio looked surprised. I organized a party and invited many senior apprentices. If you're free, come along with me, Ding Yao invited. After the last kidnapping incident, Ding Yao felt quite guilty, believing that he had failed his duty as a senior brother by not taking care of his junior. So this time he specifically came to invite Dushio to relieve some stress. Such parties are quite common among alchemists. After all, they spend their days in the blending chamber, where the work is tedious. Many alchemists enjoy organizing parties, having a few drinks while relaxing, and sharing some insights on alchemy. Alright, he also wanted to relax a bit, and see if he could meet some affluent clients. The two walked together, chatting along the way. Even from a distance, the melodious music and bursts of laughter could be heard as they approached the party venue. Dushio looked up and saw a lively scene on the distant lawn. Colorful lights hung from the nearby trees. A few food trucks were parked by the roadside. The grill master was sweating profusely as he flipped the meat on the barbecue, the aroma wafting through the air. The pastry chef was constantly raising his wrist, timing the desserts as they baked. To the rhythm of the delightful music, the waitstaff brought numerous delicacies to the party. A group of vibrant young people gathered in the middle of the lawn, chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. As Dushio and Ding Yao entered, many people turned to look surprised. Although Dushio didn't have many friends in the Alchemist Guild, it didn't stop many people from recognizing him. This glass rating seemed like a halo, making Du Xiu particularly eye-catching in the eyes of the crowd. Furthermore, people's impressions of Du Xiu were still based on two incidents: the time he beat up a senior brother over a disagreement, and when he was robbed while trying to unwind. A quirky personality. This was the impression most apprentices had of Du Xiu. However, it did not hinder others from Du Xiu right. As soon as Du Xiu entered, a young man walked up to him. "Hello," Du Xiu responded politely. "Li Huiping, a senior apprentice taking the exam with you." After introducing himself, Li Huiping continued, "You truly deserve the title of glass genius. In just a month you've concocted the soul calming potion. It's truly remarkable. Brotherly, you flatter me. It's merely a half-finished product. But brotherly, having taken Master Huyan as your teacher, your future is indeed bright." Li Huiping ranked third in that assessment, receiving an A grade. The second and third place in this round were accepted as disciples by Huyan Lai. To catch Master's eyes indeed, and on seeing Du Xiu praise Huyan Lai, a hint of pride appeared on Li Huiping's face. In fact, in terms of proficiency in pharmacology, aside from the elusive head of the apothecary guild, Huyan Lai firmly held the title of the best in Burt City. Being accepted as a disciple by Huyan Lai indicates that his talent is indeed extraordinary. The other apprentice pharmacists, noticing the engaging conversation between Du Xiu and Li Huiping, realized that the former was not as reclusive and difficult to approach as rumored, and thus approached to socialize. In no time, Du Xiu became the focus of the crowd. Ding Yao was very pleased by this. His usually quiet junior brother was engaging well, and he had worried that Du Xiu would stay cooped up in the mixing room, concocting something troublesome. Seeing today's situation, he had underestimated his junior brother. Du Xiu could integrate into the pharmacist's circle without his guidance, and Ding Yao also began exchanging experiences in pharmacology with familiar acquaintances. "By the way, Brother Du, if you concoct the soul calming potion later, could you save a few for me? I want to take them for free." "Oh, I'll buy them," Li Huiping said politely. Brotherly, what do you need the soul calming potion for?" Du Xiu was quite surprised and instinctively thought that Li Huiping might also have an ability seed. "To be honest with Brother Du, I can concoct at most 5 potions a day, any more than that, and I feel dizzy as my mental strength can't keep up," Li Huiping said, somewhat disheartened. The biggest problem faced by pharmacists is insufficient mental strength. Each potion requires intense concentration and rapid calculations for various situations. After concocting, one must also conduct an immediate review and summary, which is a significant test of mental strength. "You feel dizzy after concocting a potion?" Du Xiu was astonished. Was this really the case? "Yes. Brother Du, have you never experienced such a situation?" Li Huiping asked curiously. "How many potions do you concoct in a day?" He indeed had not. He could easily concoct at least 20 potions a day, and even 30 or 40 with overtime. Du Xiu silently thought. He noticed the curious gazes around him and realized he needed to conceal his abilities, so he smiled and said, "I don't work as hard as Brotherly. I average 4 potions a day, so I haven't encountered such a situation yet." After Du Xiu finished speaking, those nearby chimed in. "No wonder you are the top pharmacological genius in Burt City, unlike us who can only manage 3 potions a day at most. Though Brother Du averages 4 potions a day, the soul calming potion he concocts is much more complex than a standard first-level potion. 4 of his can equal 6 or 7 of ours. Truly impressive. Indeed, he truly deserves the grade rating of a genius. Brother Du, can you save me a few half-finished soul calming potions? I will pay a premium. Brother Du, if you have any extra, could you save one for me?" As the discussion turned to mental strength, everyone chimed in, clearly having endured this issue for a long time. Du Xiu then realized that his mental strength seemed to differ from others. Is it because of the ability seed? Du Xiu speculated inwardly. Seeing everyone express interest in purchasing the soul calming potion, Du Xiu said he would do his best and exchanged contact information with the group. Then the crowd began discussing the concoction of potions. Through conversation, Du Xiu discovered that he had many differences from the other apprentice pharmacists. He had never encountered a situation where his mental strength couldn't keep up. He could easily apply the basic formulas of pharmacology. Regarding some so-called difficult points in pharmacology, he could see through their essence at a glance and would not be troubled by them. Du Xiu once again gained a clear understanding of his own talent. He was indeed quite gifted. Time passed, and the crescent moon hung in the sky. In the distance came the sound of girls laughing. The crowd perked up and turned to look. Du Xiu put down his glass and curiously followed their gazes. Ni approached with a group of girls. A cluster of youthful and vibrant girls walking together brought a sense of competition and beauty, enhancing the entire party. "Brother, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you?" Li Huiping winked at Du Xiu. Du Xiu shook his head. "What do you mean by that, brother? These girls are all daughters of various hunter group leaders, and some are children of wild herbal merchants. Brother Du might as well get to know a few." Du Xiu showed an odd expression. Li Huiping continued, "Is this your first time attending such a party, Brother Du?" "Indeed. No wonder." Li Huiping smiled and said, "Us apprentice pharmacists need ample herbal resources to be promoted to first-level pharmacists. Relying solely on cooperation with hunter groups is far from sufficient, so many forces prefer to arrange marriages with apprentice pharmacists." Du Xiu suddenly realized this was nothing less than powerful forces seeking son-in-law. Nearby, some 20-something apprentice pharmacists couldn't contain themselves and were the first to approach the women at the party. Both sides held certain intentions, and before long several pairs of young men and women were happily conversing. "Brother Du, aren't you going to seek your own good fortune?" Li Huiping initially wanted to take Du Xiu along to strengthen the bond between men. However, seeing that Du Xiu remained unmoved, he showed a hint of anxiety. Although Li Huiping wasn't lacking in money and didn't have a penchant for being a son-in-law, he couldn't resist the allure of the strikingly beautiful women at the party. He wanted to step into the world and test his true heart. Brotherly, you don't need to wait for me. I'll take a look around, Du Xiu said disinterestedly. Upon hearing this, Li Huiping didn't persuade him further. After all, Du Xiu was now the most renowned pharmacological genius in Burt City, and it was natural for him to be valued. As Li Huiping left, a space opened up next to Du Xiu, and soon a rather beautiful girl aged around 23 or 24 sat down in the vacant spot and initiated a conversation. With the mindset of finding a wealthy patron, Du Xiu chatted a bit, but the girl was much more realistic than he was, directly expressing that while she wanted herbal resources, she expected marriage in return. Du Xiu felt speechless. He was not a reclusive monk and had no qualms about matters between men and women. However, he fundamentally resisted such blatant negotiations of interests. After encountering 3 or 4 girls with similar intentions, Du Xiu lost patience and directly moved to a corner away from the crowd. It seems I was too naive after all. Du Xiu looked at the young men and women exchanging affectionate glances at the party and couldn't help but sigh. He had thought that with his talent he could attract some investment. But the forces behind these girls clearly showed no interest in investment. They wanted to bind him with marriage. In their eyes, after a few years of investment, he would merely be a first-level pharmacist. But these forces did not lack for cooperative pharmacists. What they wanted was a pharmacist completely belonging to their family. Zhang Zhaozhao sat in the chair, putting down her orange juice. I didn't expect you to become a pimp too. Nini took a sip of red wine, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Damn, I miscalculated. I originally wanted to organize a party to celebrate your brief freedom and let you experience the atmosphere of youth, but I didn't expect these people to turn it into a matchmaking event. Nini finished her drink, poured herself another glass of red wine, and said somewhat displeased, at first I only notified 20 to 30 young people I found pleasing. Nini finished her drink, poured herself another glass of red wine, and said somewhat displeased, at first I only notified 20 to 30 young people I found pleasing. I unintentionally became a pimp. Zhang Zhaozhao watched the girls under the lights wearing delicate makeup and brightly colored clothes, pretending to be reserved while pretending to have a pleasant conversation with the alchemist apprentice, trying hard to show his gentlemanly demeanor. For a moment she felt a little dazed. Hey, what are you thinking about? Nini waved her hand at Zhang Zhaozhao. Zhang Zhaozhao came back to her senses and smiled. I suddenly have an idea. Do tell. I want to become an alchemist. Oh, your childhood dream has reignited. Nini was slightly surprised. Zhang Zhaozhao had liked alchemy since she was young and had studied it for a long time. However, she later discovered that her talent was higher in the path of original cultivation, so she was taken by an elder of her clan for rigorous training. Yes, it's a sudden thought. Zhang Zhaozhao looked again at the girls in the crowd who were at the mercy of others, turned her head, and said, while I still have some freedom, I might as well learn and give it a try. Don't look at me for this. My alchemy skills are quite average. I can't teach anyone. Nini pouted. I'm just a salted fish living off my past glory. Recommend a suitable alchemist. Nini pondered for a moment and said, alchemists. It's easy to find in the imperial capital, but in Burt City there really aren't any suitable alchemists. The old men at the alchemy guild are all eccentric proud, and there are too many rules. As for the few remaining female alchemists, my aunt has taken them away. You don't need a high level of skill, just decent will do. Actually, there is a suitable candidate. Come, that person is right here. Nini had a person in mind, and then looked around, finally spotting that figure in the corner. Du Xiu was sitting in the corner, holding his phone, watching videos on the brewing of original force potions. 2 graceful figures appeared in front of him, blocking the light. Du Xiu looked up and saw Nini smiling at him, asking, did you find the rich lady you were looking for? Guess why I'm sitting here. No worries, I brought you a rich lady. Nini pulled Zhang Zhaozhao over and introduced her to Du Xiu. This is my best friend Zhang Zhaozhao, a famous rich lady. Du Xiu looked at Zhang Zhaozhao curiously. He had seen her during the day. Those beautifully striking eyes left a deep impression on him. Zhang Zhaozhao glanced at Nini and blinked as if asking, is this person reliable? Nini gave her an affirmative look. Du Xiu could brew semi-finished, soul-soothing potions, which made him stand out among advanced apprentices. Teaching Zhang Zhaozhao would definitely not be a problem. How about teaching my best friend alchemy during this time? No, Du Xiu straightforwardly refused. Paid tutoring. How much? As long as you teach well, there's no upper limit. Du Xiu looked skeptical. Did a big client come so suddenly? At this moment, Zhang Zhaozhao frowned slightly and interrupted. Are you cultivating original force? She sensed a faint wave of original force emanating from Du Xiu. Are you an original cultivator? Du Xiu looked at Zhang Zhaozhao in surprise. As an original cultivator, what do you want to learn alchemy for? Don't you know that switching fields is like climbing a mountain? Du Xiu mocked. Zhang Zhaozhao was slightly taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. And what does a mere alchemist know about cultivating original force? Friend, can you compare with me? Du Xiu had considerable talent in alchemy. Du Xiu nonchalantly boasted. Zhang Zhaozhao, sitting in the chair beside him, raised the corners of her mouth. Talent. This was the first time someone had flaunted their talent in front of her. I'm sorry, I've made some progress in original cultivation. Du Xiu and Zhang Zhaozhao exchanged glances, each hinting at a competitive spirit. What step have you reached in alchemy? Du Xiu asked. I've finished learning the basic formulas. Have you successfully brewed any potions? If I've brewed potions, why would I need your teaching? Zhang Zhaozhao looked at him sideways with a look that seemed to say he was foolish. Alright. Du Xiao turned to Nini saying, your friend am willing to teach. I'm the type who specializes in dealing with stubborn mouths. You two can talk specifics, I want stay to listen. Nini said this and turned to leave. Jiang Zazeo's beautiful eyes sparkled. What a coincidence, I also specialize in dealing with stubborn people. If you have any confusion about your original force training, I can guide you. Du Xiao pondered. He really had a few doubts about original force training. After a brief silence, the tension between them, Du Xiao couldn't help but ask, how long can you last after taking an original force potion? Original force potion? What do you need that for? Jiang Zozeo asked curiously, and then, as if she thought of something, a smile appeared on her lips. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't answer that question. Oh, I've never taken an original force potion. The original force usually comes to me automatically. Du Xiao was taken aback, then pretended as if nothing happened, saying, oh, I've never taken it either. I was asking for. Jiang Zozeo smiled and said, by the way, I've heard that those who generally can't sense original force can use original force potions to sense it. However, the duration of one potion isn't calculated by hours, but by days, usually 3 to 5 days. So tell your friend not to force himself. He has the option to give up. Du Xiao was taken aback. Usually it lasted 3 to 5 days. What about my 2 hours? What the hell is that? Am I useless? While Du Xiao was self-doubting, Jiang Zhaozeo gave him an affirming look, as if to say yes. Tomorrow at 8, see you at the Alchemy Guild. Du Xiao finished speaking and left without looking back. Du Xiao woke up from his dreams. Damn, my heart shattered. Why does it cost so many potions to cultivate original force? I used 3 bottles of original force potions overnight, costing 30,000 gold coins at market price. Even a family with a mind can't withstand such waste. The next morning, 8:30, Du Xiao yawned and arrived at the Alchemy Guild. At the entrance of the Alchemy Guild, a graceful figure had been standing in the cold wind for half an hour. Jiang Zozeo looked at Du Xiao with cold eyes. The latter apologetically said, I'm sorry. I got the time wrong. I thought I said 9 o'clock. Jiang Zozeo took a deep breath. This was the first time in her life she had a date with a peer of the opposite sex, and it was also the first time she had been stood up. Moreover, she was certain that the other party had done it intentionally. From Du Xiao's seemingly sincere face, she saw the performance of a fellow kind. Jiang Zozeo exhaled, her cold face instantly blooming into a brilliant smile. It's fine, I just arrived not long ago. You woke up so late, you must have persuaded your friend not to practice the original force, right? Did he come to his senses? He wouldn't still be stubborn, would he? Pass a message to your friend. Du Xiao interrupted. Thanks for the kindness, but my friend fell seriously ill last night and died. After saying this, Du Xiao stepped into the potion hall. He swiped his face to enter the exclusive mixing room. What potion do you want to concoct? Du Xiao asked. What are you good at concocting? Jiang Zhaozeo curiously looked around the mixing room. This was her first time entering a mixing room. The soul calming potion. You can concoct the soul calming potion. Jiang Zhaozeo exclaimed in surprise. She was very familiar with this potion. What's so surprising about that? Du Xiao showed a hint of pride on his face, and then said, no matter what potion you want to concoct, you'll have to pay for the herb. Then let's go with the soul calming potion. Jiang Zhaozeo rummaged around in her bag for a long time before finally pulling out a gold card. Here it has 1 million gold coins on it. Oh, buy the herbs with it. What? How much? Du Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. 1 million gold coins. Jiang Zhaozeo glanced at Du Xiao and repeated. Du Xiao showed a struggle on his face, but his limited conscience urged him to remind her. That's too much, you won't need that much money. According to the talent of an ordinary potion apprentice, one could concoct about 5 potions a day. The herbs for the soul calming potion cost 1,000 per set, so the daily expenditure would only be around 5,000 gold coins. 1 million gold coins would be enough for Jiang Zhaozeo for 200 days. This is the least amount on my saving card. Du Xiao suddenly turned around. Jiang Zhaozeo stood under the soft light, which bathed her fair face. Her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to contain dazzling stars. At this moment, Jiang Zhaozeo paired with the backpack. She had a milky white bag and the enchanting gold cards inside. A phrase flashed in Du Xiao's mind. A stunning beauty living in isolation. Jiang Zhaozeo looked at Du Xiao, her lips curving upwards. After deducting the herbs, I need the remaining money will be your hiring fee. During this time, I will go through fire and water for you. Du Xiao took the card, his face instantly blooming with a warm smile. Let's get started right away. In the mixing room, there were still some leftover herbs for the soul calming potion. They would come in handy. With the saving card in hand, Du Xiao was extremely enthusiastic. To make money, one must not be cold and indifferent. First, decompose the herbs according to the trace elements contained in them to gather the formula needed. The toxins in the ironback beetle can be either neutralized or left as is, but you must replace the Minglong grass with the 7-leaf grass. Pay attention to the color changes. If you find it troublesome, ignore them and add the blood of the earth beetle at the end. It was because I added too little Minglong grass. It's fine, the first time concocting potions often leads to failure. Failure is the mother of success. After several consecutive failures, there was not a trace of impatience on Jiang Zhaozeo's face. Instead, it seemed to ignite her fighting spirit. Her mental state transformed from calm at the beginning to an indomitable little lion. By nightfall, Nini called to urge her to return for dinner, and only then did Jiang Zhaozeo, dragging her weary body, leave the mixing room. Du Xiao accompanied her downstairs. Jiang Zhaozeo stood under the yellow streetlight wearing a light-colored jacket on top and straight jeans on the bottom, showcasing her long legs. Suddenly, she turned her head, her eyes sparkling with a cunning light. I still prefer your rebellious look. recover tomorrow. Without waiting for Du Xiao to respond, Jiang Zhaozhao turned and walked towards Nini. Nini looked at Jiang Zhaozhao with a confused expression. What happened? Did I miss something juicy? Jiang Zhaozhao replied leisurely. Nothing much. He stood me up and I wanted revenge, but seeing how he succumbed to money, I felt no sense of conquest. Nini rubbed her forehead. For the next several days, both of them were in the mixing room concocting potions. Their relationship, while to be serious, there was a lot more gunpowder smell. They occasionally exchanged sharp words. Jiang Zhaozhao generally returned in the evening, while Du Xiao stayed late to concoct the original force potion. On the night 5 days later, Du Xiao looked at the potion in his hand, his face full of joy. In these few days, he had wasted 4 or 5 sets of herbs, but had finally succeeded in concocting the original force potion. Returning home, Du Xiao took the original force potion, sensing the original force guiding it, and performing the circulation of the original force nodes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and reached for the iron pick beside him. After years of being a mind slave, he developed the habit of keeping the iron pick close. Master Lung appeared in the room at some point. Good vigilance. Master Lung nodded. Master, why are you here? Du Xiao asked in surprise. Master Lung's whereabouts were unpredictable. Unless he summoned him, he was mostly impossible to find. I will be going out for a while, possibly returning in a month. During this time, you must cultivate well. When I return, you will accompany me to a place. Master Lung nodded. Master, why are you here? Du Xiao asked in surprise. Master Lung's whereabouts were unpredictable. Haven't you been practicing lately? How come you only have this little original force? Master Lung sensed the fluctuations of original force on Du Xiao and looked surprised. I ran out of original force potions, so my progress is a bit slow. Ran out? Master Lung asked in confusion. A potion should last at least 3 days. It's only been 6 days. How could it be used up? My duration of the original force potion is shorter than that of ordinary people. The effect only lasts for 2 days. 2 hours, Du Xiao said awkwardly. Then Master Lung fell into silence. 2 hours. This talent was beyond what could be described as poor. No, just now Du Xiao was clearly practicing. Seeing Master Lung's confusion, Du Xiao explained, I just concocted the original force potion today. Then Master Lung was once again at a loss for words. His expression was very rich. The original force potion generally lasts 3 to 5 days. 5 days is for ordinary talent, 3 days is for those with slightly poorer talent. 2 hours. To say he was useless was already quite a euphemism. However, concocting the original force potion from nothing to something, even a genius potion master, needs several months without guidance. Yet Du Xiao took 5 days. His talent in potion making and original force cultivation was both suffocating. Master Lung paused for a long time before finally speaking. Have you considered giving up on original force cultivation and focusing solely on learning to be a potion master? Du Xiao tilted his head looking at Master Lung. What does that mean? Are you looking down on me? It's too late for that. I haven't considered it. Du Xiao stubbornly shook his head. In a couple of days, there will be an invitation to the Alchemist Exchange Conference in the Lin Tower region. You should attend, Master Lung said. Alchemist Exchange Conference. Yes, with the Imperial Academy's recruitment approaching, some alchemists who have come from the Lin Tower region and are now mentors at the Academy will come to hold an exchange conference to impart some knowledge of alchemy. Master Lung explained. Generally speaking, alchemists are academic professionals, and as one rises in rank, factional conflicts become increasingly severe. Naturally, alchemists coming from the Lin Tower region wish to absorb some of the local alchemical talents in advance. Although their intentions may not be pure, they will indeed share a wealth of knowledge related to alchemy at the conference. If you want to continue cultivating your original force, it's best to pass the first-level alchemist assessment this year and enter the Imperial Academy, where there are rare treasures to enhance one's qualifications. But before that, you need to improve your alchemical skills. Master Lung continued. Although Du Xiao's talent in alchemy is extraordinarily terrifying, a skilled craftsman needs materials to work with. Without guidance, everything is mere talk. Relying solely on the alchemical knowledge circulating in the market, it is impossible to pass the assessments of the Imperial Academy. Moreover, he himself has no time to teach Du Xiao during this period. Upon hearing Master Lung mention the Imperial Academy again, Du Xiao's eyes flickered. This session of the Imperial Academy seems truly remarkable. Master, what exactly is there in the Imperial Academy? There are many aspects involved, and I cannot explain them all to you in a short time. In short, this recruitment for the Imperial Academy is the grandest since the establishment of the Empire, and the treasures of the entire Empire will be open to this year's students. A glint of brilliance shone in Master Lung's calm eyes. I will not disappoint your expectations, Master. All right, this is the antidote that accompanies the poison scripture. You should take it in conjunction with your training. Master Lung pulled out several vials of potion. Dilute it before drinking. The specific ratio can be found in the poison. After Du Xiao took them, Master Lung waved his hand, and a black flame appeared out of nowhere, swiftly imprinting itself on Du Xiao's forehead before vanishing. What is this, Master? In case of encountering an anomaly, it can protect you in the Lin Tower region with the original force. After saying this, Master Lung gradually became ethereal and ultimately disappeared. Old Lung, what cultivation level is this? Du Xiao touched his forehead, looking horrified at the spot where Master Lung had vanished. 3 days later, in the preparation room, a fart sound brought some awkwardness to the room. The instigator, Du Xiao, subtly the toxic potion given to him by Master Lung was diluted according to the ratio in the poison scripture and consumed daily. However, unexpectedly, the first potion caused discomfort in his digestive system. Moments later, another sound echoed. Friend, you've been quite vocal lately. Jiang Zizao retreated several steps until she was beneath a corner vent looking at him with a strange expression. As everyone knows, the preparation room is a quiet and enclosed space. My stomach hasn't been well lately. Du Xiu smiled, awkwardly aware of his shortcomings, and did not retort against her mockery. Jiang Zizao spotted some deep red soul-soothing potions in the corner and casually asked, "What is this potion?" Soul-soothing potion. Isn't the finished soul-soothing potion purple? It's a semi-finished product, not properly refined. How much? I'll take a few vials, I need to replenish my brain power after overexerting myself lately. Through this period of refining, Jiang Zizao also realized that her talent as an alchemist could only be described as decent. Above average, not bad, but not astonishing. Take them. Just don't say I made them. I won't admit it once I step out of this door. What are you worried that if I get poisoned someone will come to trouble you? I'm not in the mood to argue with you today, Du Xiu coldly snorted. Originally, he thought Ni was annoying enough, but unexpectedly her skills were not even 1% of Jiang Zizao's. This girl can definitely infuriate someone with her words. When not familiar, she is exceptionally aloof. Once familiar, Du Xiu only has one thought. It's better not to be familiar. Alright, let's stop here for today. Once your bad breath is cured, it'll come back. Jiang Zizao casually took 2 vials of soul-soothing potions, packed them into her bag, and left the preparation room. Bad breath. Damn it. Du Xiu's face darkened. In the afternoon, Du Xiu placed the refined original force potions into his backpack. Looking at nearly 20 vials of original force potions inside, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Today his state was quite good, and all the potions he refined were successful. After packing his items, Du Xiu turned to leave. Brother Du. As soon as he opened the door to the preparation room, Li Huiping hurriedly called out, seemingly having waited for a long time. I didn't know you were outside, sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine, I just arrived not long ago. Li Huiping continued. My master asked me to inform you, brother, due to gather at the Alchemist Hall at 9 o'clock tomorrow to attend the Alchemist Exchange Conference in Zhanqing. Alchemist Exchange Conference. Du Xiu was taken aback, then recalled what Master Long had said a few days ago. Alright, I will be there on time. By the way, how many people are attending this time? 3 people. So few. I heard from the teacher that this kind of exchange conference is quite prestigious. Only high-level apprentices with an assessment score of A or above can participate, and they can only attend once. Those who participated last year cannot attend this year. Li Huiping explained. I see. Du Xiu nodded. So these 3 people should be himself, Li Huiping, and the second-ranked Hu Chui of this session. Only they 3 have a level or higher scores this session. Brother, do remember to bring some clothes. The exchange conference lasts 5 days, and counting the travel time, it will take about 2 weeks. Alright. The two chatted for a while, and Du Xiu recalled Li Huiping's request for soul-soothing potions at an NIS party, then returned to the preparation room to fetch a semi-finished soul-soothing potion. A few days ago, Brotherly mentioned that he was lacking in mental capacity, so I specially refined a soul-soothing potion for you. But Brotherly, please don't tell anyone else, otherwise everyone at the party will come asking for it, and I won't be able to satisfy everyone's needs even if I were exhausted. Du Xiu handed the potion to Li Huiping with a look of exhaustion. Li Huiping received the soul-soothing potion, and warmth surged through his heart. At the party, he had only mentioned it casually and hadn't expected much, as soul-soothing potions are indeed difficult to refine. To his surprise, Du Xiu actually remembered and specially refined one for him. He had often heard of Du Xiu's simple-mindedness, and seeing it today, it was indeed not unfounded. Li Huiping looked at Du Xiu's somewhat weary face, feeling deeply moved. I truly thank you, Brother Du. As he spoke, Li Huiping took out his phone and immediately transferred 5,000 gold coins. Du Xiu, looking indignant, said, Brotherly, what do you mean by this? I didn't refine the potion for money. Brother Du, please do not be angry, Li Huiping said with a guilty air. It is not my intent to sully your sincere heart with filthy coin. I possess nothing of real value and can only express my gratitude in this humble way. Du Xiu was briefly taken aback. From the sound of it, Li Huiping was rather wealthy. Du Xiu relaxed his expression slightly and asked, Li, you have considerable family means. Alas, my father trades in medicinal herbs. The Li Trading Hall is our family enterprise. I see. Du Xiu lifted his eyes, a sharp light flashing across his gaze. The Li Trading Hall was the largest herb merchant in Boat City, hoarding Yuan Li elixirs and rare herbs to resell at a premium during academy admissions, a yearly stratagem they relied upon. No wonder Li Brother resorts to throwing money at people. It seems he has cultivated that habit since childhood. Du Xiu snorted coldly, as if Li Huiping were humiliating him with coin. At those words, Li Huiping's face flushed with shame. After the party, the younger generation of the Boat City Alchemy Hall gradually formed a unified appraisal of Du Xiu. Exceptional talent, a fierce temperament, and a plain, straightforward mind. His talent was self-evident. His assessment scores outshone the others. His fierce nature had been inferred after the truth emerged about Ding Yao having used Yang Tiyuan posing as a senior brother to make trouble for Du Xiu, and then being soundly beaten. As for his plain-heartedness, Li Huiping witnessed it again today. When they first met, Du Xiu had noted Li's careless remark about lacking intellect, and later specifically concocted Anhun elixirs as a gift. If that is not plain-heartedness, what is? Li Huiping thought inwardly, money as a bond is crude, better to bind friendship with herbs. After all, my family has plenty of them. Brother Du, have you been brewing anything else lately? Li Huiping asked. Du Xiu, somewhat vexed, replied, I've been researching Yuanli elixirs recently, but results are meager and herbs have been wasted. Yuanli elixirs? Those are not easy to master, Li Huiping said in surprise, then reflected, and understood. Having chosen an An Han elixir first, Du Xiu would not pick an ordinary potion for his second. Better not dwell on it. Du Xiu assumed the posture of one who had failed many times and did not wish to recall the pain. Brother Li, you are welcome to visit often. I will set aside some An Han elixirs to help you with your formulations. But if you speak of money again, do not blame me if I grow cold. All right, Li Huiping said with delight. An Han elixirs were notoriously difficult to brew. Novice apothecaries had low success rates, and those who did succeed usually kept them for personal use. Second-rank apothecaries scorned them since they had access to higher-priced elixirs. Thus An Han elixirs remained rare and Boat City sought after, but seldom obtained. Li Huiping thought to himself, next time I need not hand over coins. Give him Yuanli herbs directly, and Du Xiu surely will not refuse. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two parted ways. Du Xiu watched Li Huiping's retreating figure, his thoughts turning slightly somber. He wondered he ought to have understood the implication. Then he returned home. Du Xiu took out the poison manual and began studying the elixirs required for his cultivation. For the time being, he must refrain from taking toxic potions in public. Emitting bodily vapors in company would be most indecorous. His Yuanli progress was painfully slow, but pausing the potions was not fatal. It's simply that I do not know how to improve. Du Xiu held 3 vials in his hands. After each major Yuanli circulation, once a Dao value had condensed, one had to ingest a toxin so that poison and Yuanli might fuse together. The first 3 major circulations required elixirs made chiefly from 3 virulent herbs, Xuanmeiqiang, Huijiting, and Tiankiko, each combined with other herbs to form the toxin-laden brews. He had not yet completed the first circulation, so the Xuanmeiqiang elixir need not be taken immediately. He could wait until the apothecary's symposium and cultivate thereafter. I wonder if I can refine the Xuanmeiqiang formula to eliminate its side effects, Du Xiu murmured, extracting the recipe and deconstructing its equations. A night of silence passed. At dawn the next day, Du Xiu, with heavy dark circles and his travel satchel, arrived at the meeting point by the alchemy hall's gate. Huyan Lai had already gathered Li Huiping and a short-haired young woman. Forgive me, Hallmaster Huyan, I am late, Du Xiu said apologetically. No matter. I have only just arrived as well, Huyan Lai replied. Each time he looked at Du Xiu, his gaze burned with intensity. My nephew has been running into some difficulties in alchemy as of late. Unaware that his master and Du Xiu were acquainted, Li Huiping tried to ingratiate himself. Brother, my master is highly accomplished in brewing Yuanli elixirs. If you encounter problems, you might consult him. Oh, my nephew studies Yuanli elixirs. The younger generation is formidable, Huyan Lai exclaimed with appreciation. Then I will trouble you, Du Xiu said, having questions on his mind. By all means speak, Huyan Lai invited. Huyan Lai clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with the assured demeanor of a true master. Xiu, one day you will understand becoming a disciple of Old Lung was taken merely for amusement. He boasted inwardly, true mastery belongs to me, Huyan Lai. Old Lung understands next to nothing about Huyan Lai clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with the assured demeanor of a true master. Xiu, one day you will understand becoming a disciple of Old Lung. Du Xiu felt somewhat surprised. To be fair, Huyan Lai's mastery of alchemy was indeed impressive, at least superior. As Du Xiu posed progressively more difficult questions, Huyan Lai's pace slowed a touch, but he continued to provide answers. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Du Xiu ceased his inquiries, head bowed as he pondered Huyan Lai's explanations. Huyan Lai looked at him with disbelief. At first, Huyan had been astonished by the applied formulae. He had not expected Du Xiu's depth. That surprise, however, was not enough to truly throw him. But when Du Xiu spoke of extensions, transformations, and substitutions of those formulas, Huyan began to feel a chill. These abstract notions were realms beyond what most adolescent apothecary apprentices could touch. It was like a toddler asking to be or not to be. A normal person might assume the child had simply heard the phrase somewhere. Huyan thought likewise, assuming Du Xiu must have heard these ideas elsewhere rather than arrived at them by his own insight. But could that slacker Old Lung possibly have articulated such theories? Thank you, Hallmaster Huyan, for clearing this up, Du Xiu said, after some thought, bowing in respect. Huyan's answers had sparked many new inspirations. Whether they would bear fruit would depend on practical application in actual formulations. Nephew, if you are short on funds, come to me, Huyan Lai suggested after a moment's hesitation. He truly admired Du Xiu's talent. Thank you for your kindness, Hallmaster, Du Xiu replied with an almost indifferent tone. Li Huiping heard this and sighed inwardly. His master was muddled. Brother Du is not the sort to crave filthy coin, Li thought. In the distance, 2 graceful figures were approaching. Ni and Jiang Zhaozhao. This time I trouble Master Huyan to take care of my friend. Ni politely said to Huyan Lai. No need to be polite. Huyan Lai looked meaningfully at Ni and Jiang Zhaozhao. These 2 little girls have significant backgrounds and should not be underestimated. Ni is the junior of Master Jiang from the pharmacy hall. The master is currently away from Burt City preparing some potions for Ni's family. The other girl has an even bigger background and seems to have some connections with the Divine Judgment Hall. The group met and then took a car to the aviation field. After more than an hour, a flat, small airship slowly ascended into the sky. As the force field shield was activated, the rear of the ship discharged a propulsion stream, and the airship instantly plunged into the clouds. There were about 20 people on board the airship, including the driver along with a chef, a cleaner, and a force cannon operator. They were all there to serve Du Xiu and the others. The clouds outside the window looked like huge white cotton candies floating in the air. After gazing for a moment, Du Xiu pulled down the curtain and began to read a book on alchemy. The speed of the airship was very stable, and there was no sense of turbulence in the room. The Lin Tower district boasts 112 fortress cities, with a population of hundreds of billions covering an area of 27 billion square kilometers. The distance between fortress cities is quite far apart. Even if he took the airship, it would take several days to reach Sanqing. After a moment, there was a knock at the door. Du Xiu opened the door to find a short-haired girl about 18 or 19 years old standing outside, with a somewhat shy expression. Shitty. You can just call me Shitty, sister. Du Xiu noticed Hu Cui's awkwardness and spoke up. He had just turned 17, making him the youngest among the senior apprentices at the pharmacy hall. Apprentices at the pharmacy hall like to address each other as brothers and sisters to show closeness. Does Sister Hu have something to discuss with me? Shitty, do you have any soul calming potion left? I would like to buy a portion. The soul calming potion is already scarce, and since Hu Cui and Du Xiu are not close, her request seemed somewhat timid. No problem, Du Xiu said without hesitation. As an alchemist, he was also a businessman, and it would be foolish not to take on business that came to him. How much for a soul calming potion? Generally it's 4,000. If sister is buying it, will be 3,005 just to cover my costs. Du Xiu casually replied. I only have under 3,000 coins right now. Can I owe you some money? Hu Cui's face flushed as she spoke. Sure, no problem. Du Xiu readily agreed. In Burt City's pharmacy hall, Du Xiu had a good impression of Hu Cui, not in a romantic sense, but rather a shared struggle as someone from the lower ranks. The alchemist's preparation room is located in the same building. Hu Cui is the earliest to arrive and the latest to leave each day. She is of average height and appearance, dressed simply but somewhat sloppily, yet exuding a sense of stubbornness. Like wild grass in the winter wilderness lying in the soil, absorbing nutrients waiting for its spring. As an A-level talent with outstanding abilities, she is also incredibly hardworking, making it hard for Du Xiu not to. Du Xiu turned around and took a half-finished soul calming potion from his luggage in the bedroom, handing it to Hu Cui. A moment later, he received a transfer notification on his phone. Account ending with digits, income amount 2,927 coins, balance 41,927 coins. Thank you, Shitty, I will repay you as soon as possible. Hu Cui seemed to have little contact with the opposite sex, her voice growing softer until it was barely audible. Du Xiu looked at the bloodshot eyes and heavy dark circles under Hu Cui's eyes and smiled, saying, Sister, no need to be polite. If you need the soul calming potion in the future, just let me know in advance. I can extend credit here. Thank you. Hu Cui lowered her head, tightly gripping the potion. Just as she wanted to say something further, a tall girl with a perfect figure and an indifferent demeanor walked by. Hu Cui caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and was immediately stunned by the beauty. Such beautiful eyes. The aura is also impressive. Feeling inferior, she dared not look directly and quickly stepped aside. Du Xiu's room is at the end of the corridor. The girl must be here looking for Du Xiu. Seeing Hu Cui with her head down and running away, Jiang Zhaozhao found it strange, but did not pay attention, directly walking into Du Xiu's room. Friend, aren't you afraid of what rumors might spread by entering my room like this? Du Xiu casually remarked upon seeing Jiang Zhaozhao. I am the young master Huanghua. TCH. With no outsiders around, Jiang Zhaozhao relaxed a lot and casually sat on the sofa. The first time I saw you, I thought you were shameless, but now I realize I misjudged you. Right? Someone is still somewhat of a respectable person. You have no face at all. Jiang Zhaozhao changed the subject. Did you come here just to mock me? Du Xiu curled his lips. The dynamic between him and Jiang Zhaozhao was quite strange. Though they had not known each other for long, there was a sense of familiarity between them. Their exchanges were very relaxed. Neither of them delved into each other's past or family, discussing matters as they came and exchanging banter. You're overthinking it. I'm not that bored. Just a reminder, during this exchange meeting, don't foolishly sign contracts. What do you mean? Sign what contract? The Alchemist Exchange Meeting is essentially a place where various financial groups hunt for talented alchemists from different regions. Those academy mentors, while being mentors, are also agents for the financial groups, using various incentives to entice talented individuals from different regions to sign contracts. The contract stipulates that the financial group provides herbal resources, while the alchemist must join the group after graduation. What are the pros and cons of signing? The benefit is that you won't lack resources during your studies, while the downside is that you'll have to serve the financial group for the rest of it. Moreover, formal mentors within the academy dislike the financial group's alchemists. Once you sign, it's likely that the academy mentors will no longer teach you, Jiang Zhaozhao reminded. Don't worry. I view money as dirt. Do you see yourself as a pit of dirt? Jiang Zhaozhao scoffed. By the way, is the soul calming potion you made? Jiang Zhaozhao asked curiously. The soul calming potion Du Xiu gave her was much more effective than any she had consumed before. Don't pry into social matters too much. Hurry up and cultivate your force. Why suddenly bring up force? Once you cultivate your force, the next time I want to hit you, I won't have to worry that a little force will kill you. Jiang Zhaozhao, are you being unreasonable? Well, what's the point of discussing such things? Just be true to yourself and leave the rest. Jiang Zhaozhao crossed her legs and said boldly. Du Xiu was taken aback and then gave a thumbs up, saying, I've truly learned a truth of life. No, you shouldn't learn that. Jiang Zhaozhao hurriedly said, You can't become like this. I hate it when people lack manners. Du Xiu, you can't become someone I dislike. After saying that, Jiang Zhou looked serious, her beautiful eyes shining with light and hope as if worried about losing some. Are you starting to PUA me? Du Xiao stroked his chin. With your looks it seems a bit challenging to PUA me. Oh, so you think I'm ugly? I didn't say you're ugly, just that your beauty isn't prominent. Du Xiao, what is our relationship now? It's fine, I guess. Can I hit you now? Jiang Zhou rolled up her sleeves, exposing her fair arms, and then said seriously, it won't hurt, just bear with it, I'll go easy on you. Leaving before social death occurs means one can avoid it altogether. Watching Jiang Zhou feign calmness as she exited the room, Du Xiao couldn't help but chuckle silently. She is really putting the wheel of the car on her own face. With Jiang Zhou causing such a commotion, Du Xiao lost interest in continuing to read and opened his phone to browse the posts on the Bronze Tree home. Not only in the Lin Tower area but the top 10 districts of the empire are also holding a pharmacist exchange meeting in these days. There are countless posts online. Among them is a ranking of high-level apprentices in the Lin Tower area, which piqued Du Xiao's interest. Lin Tower area pharmacist high-level apprentice ranking for reference only. Please do not spray if you dislike one. Li Yuanjin, age 19, city Wangbei City, assessment score S-level, the only S-level genius in a century in the Lin Tower area. Even among the entire empire, he is a top genius. He has already formulated more than 10 types of first-level potions. Evaluation, a unique existence, just deduct 6, and it's done. 2. Sun Peng, age 20, city Jiangxing, assessment score S-level, he has already formulated 9 types of first-level potions. Evaluation, why am I not S-level? It must be a problem with the machine. 3. Du Xiao, age 19, city Chonglu City, assessment score S-level, he has already formulated 3 types of first-level potions. Evaluation, putting the above 2 aside, am I not the first? 20. Du Xiao, age 17, city Boat City, assessment score S-level, he formulated a half-finished product of the soul calming potion in a month. Evaluation, after apprenticing for over a month, I beat my senior brother, full of martial virtue. Li Yuanjin, forever a god. Recasting the light of Jiangxing, I am unavoidably bound with Sun Peng. Why is Du Xiao ranked 3rd? I refuse to accept it. Li Yuanjin is truly strong, making one despair. No, why isn't my name on there? This ranking is not accurate. The upstairs is a fool. Li Yuanjin, the pride of Wangbei City, haters speak up. Is he your father? The top 19 can formulate first-level potion products, and this Du Xiao, who only formulated a half-finished soul-calming potion, is on the list. Is the host afraid of being beaten? It is said that Du Xiao is from the wilderness and his martial virtue is quite abundant. Be careful upstairs. Am I afraid of him? Ridiculous. Rumor has it, Du Xiao has killed a Blood Qi realm. Master Du, I'm sorry. Does anyone upstairs really believe that? An ordinary person killing someone in Blood Qi realm? Are you dreaming? I don't quite believe he killed in Blood Qi realm, but Master Du should have plenty of martial virtue. Stop talking nonsense. I know Du Xiao, he is simple-minded, just a bit fierce in character. Come quickly. Capture a knowledgeable person alive. Details. So did he really kill in Blood Qi realm? Yes, he was chased by someone in Blood Qi realm for over 10 hours, ambushing and shooting him dead. Wow, there's a scene, fierce eyes, pulling the trigger, a cool turn, and a raised corner of the mouth. Powerful strength, blood-boiling battle, strong enemies at his feet, and a contemptuous gaze. Du Xiao, in a loud voice, I'll ask again, who is the #1 genius in pharmacology in the Lin Tower area? Tell the previous 19 fools to roll down for me and lift Master Du up. Doghead, for survival, brother Du, I just talked back to you a bit, but I actually think you are capable. I unilaterally declare that Du Xiao is #1. What? You asked me where to put Li Yuanjin. Ask him if he can take a beating, and that's it. There are a total of 20 people. Du Xiao discovered that his name was actually on it. But is this evaluation serious? On a pharmacist's evaluation, it says he has abundant martial virtue. As he scrolled down, Du Xiao was even more speechless. The fact that he killed Zhou Yuan had ultimately spread. It should have been leaked by the Silver Fox Hunter group. After all, there were quite a few witnesses at the time, and that rough group of hunters liked to show off. However, Du Xiao was not worried about this spreading. After being kidnapped by Zhou Cheng last time, Master Long had investigated Zhou Yuan, and there were no relatives or friends, so he didn't have to worry about retaliation. However, as Du Xiao flipped through the comments, many were mocking him. This label of abundant martial virtue is likely to stick for some time. For days passed in a flash. In the evening, the massive silhouette of Zanqing appeared hazily at the end of the horizon. As the airship approached, the city forged of steel unfolded before Du Xiao. From an aerial view, the densely packed cube buildings pierced through the golden twilight, with countless aerial railways forming arcs intertwining in the air. The colorful city lights illuminated Zanqing, making it look magnificent. In front of the massive city fortress, there was an expansive open area bustling with voices, with dozens of airships parked among them. Hundreds of apprentice pharmacists from various city fortresses in the Lin Tower area gathered here. Hui Yanlai led everyone off the airship, where dedicated reception personnel guided them through the necessary procedures. Notably, after they disembarked, someone immediately took Jiang Zhao away. Jiang Zhao glanced at Du Xiao without explaining where she was going, and Du Xiao did not inquire out of curiosity. The two parted ways. The leading young man stopped, looked at the guard with impatience, and said, "Don't you recognize me?" The guard young himself replied defiantly, "I don't care who you are." A young man with an extraordinary demeanor and a gloomy expression approached from behind, flanked by 40 to 50 bodyguards in black. Halfway, the order-maintaining guards blocked their way, saying, "Get in line." The leading young man stopped, looked at the guard with impatience, and said, "Don't you recognize me?" The guard young himself replied defiantly, "I don't care who you are, everyone has to line up." The young man stepped forward, standing very close to the guard, who instinctively took a step back and raised his gun. Seeing this, the black-clad bodyguards behind the young man drew their guns, simultaneously aiming at the young guard. "You are quite brave." The young man, seeming to find this amusing, smiled and said, "Go call your boss over here." Inside the sentry box, a middle-aged man put down his thermos, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it, noticing a team member leaning against the glass peering out. "What are you looking at?" "Captain, someone is cutting in line over there," and Schauscher stopped him. "Hey, which son of a gun has the guts to cut in line while I'm on duty?" The middle-aged man sneered. He approached the window, looking out, and upon seeing the young man, felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment, he recalled something. His body stiffened, and a chill rushed straight to his crown, cold sweat breaking out on his back. "This is bad." The middle-aged man hurriedly pushed open the door and ran out, getting closer to the young man the faster he ran, his body fat jiggling with each step. "Young Master Ma, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." Before he reached the front, the middle-aged man shouted loudly. He was radiating the aura of a Chi awakening realm. Yet at this moment he appeared exceptionally humble. The middle-aged man shouted at the young guard, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Turning his face, he flatteringly added, "This kid is new and doesn't know better. He offended young Master Ma, but I'll definitely teach him a harsh lesson later on." The young man chuckled, "I won't stoop to his level, that would make me seem petty. Young Master Ma is magnanimous." With a loud slap, the young man struck the middle-aged man's face. Grabbing his collar, he revealed a menacing expression and said, "But I will deal with you as you deserve. How many young masters are there in the Lin Tower Gene Wing Ma family?" The middle-aged man's face turned crimson. He didn't dare to use his original power and allowed the young man to humiliate him. "There are a total of 6 young masters, young Master Ma. Everything you eat, drink, and use is provided by the Lin Tower Ma family. Is it so hard to remember me? Do you think as long as I don't wear that golden wing insignia, you watchdogs will never remember me?" "I'm sorry, young Master Ma." The middle-aged man trembled as he spoke. "If there's a next time, one night your wife and daughter will be sold to a dance hall, your son will be sold to an organ center, and you will be chained like a dog at the mine's entrance." The young man stared directly into the middle-aged man's eyes. The middle-aged man lowered his head, a ferocious glint flickering in his gaze, but he dared not show any expression on his face. "Yes, 6th young master." The middle-aged man spoke in a hoarse voice. The young man released his grip, and the previously terrifying expression vanished, replaced by a smile as he adjusted the middle-aged man's collar. "All right, just kidding with you." He laughed and turned to the bodyguards behind him, saying, "Look, he's been scared silly." The bodyguards in black remained silent. The young man said casually, "You should all be laughing now." After he spoke, the bodyguards in black burst into laughter, some even shedding tears. The young man, who had been changing his demeanor, left without a hint of emotion. At the front of the group, a line of people was processing entry into the city. The young man brushed past one of the group. Suddenly stopping, he slowly turned his stiff neck, looking uncertainly at someone. At that moment, Du Xiu suddenly sensed a warmth on his brow. He looked toward the young man surrounded by the crowd. The two exchanged a glance as if they were in mental sync. Du Xiu pondered. The black flame that Master Lung had imprinted on his brow seemed to stir with a restless energy. It felt as if a slight tug of his original power would bring great trouble to the young man before him. The young man's pupils constricted as he gazed deeply at Du Xiu, as if wanting to engrave the latter's appearance in his mind. Realizing he was acting unusually, he quickly averted his gaze from Du Xiu's face to the person beside him. "Huyan Tongzhu, is that you?" The young man greeted with a smile. "Young Master Ma, you've come to Zanqing too." "Yes, just here to join the fun and wander around. By the way, I haven't had the chance to thank you for your help last time. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner." "Did the pharmacist I helped you find last time come along this time?" the young man asked in return. "He came with us." Huyan Lai turned to Du Xiu and explained, "Young nephew, last time you went missing, I asked young Master Ma for help, and he put in a "Thank you for your assistance, young Master Ma," Du Xiu replied politely. "Oh, it was a small matter," the young man said, avoiding eye contact with Du Xiu, pretending to be indifferent. "Let's eat at the Yuan tonight." Huyan Lai was taken aback. Are we really going to eat together? Just now he thought the invitation to dinner was merely a polite gesture. Was his attitude really that sincere? Moreover, how could the other party be interested in him? From what he understood, these wealthy young masters were all proud and looked down on others. They wouldn't even regard a level 3 pharmacist as anything significant. Last time young Master Ma had been willing to search for Du Xiu, which had already surprised him. He never expected that this time he would even be willing to dine with him. "Let's invite everyone from Burt City then. It's a pleasure to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Oh, let's have a lively gathering. Sure, at 7 o'clock tonight. I'll be waiting at the Yuan for your arrival, young Master Ma." Although Huyan Lai was unwilling in his heart, he still appeared very enthusiastic. The young man nodded slightly, and then led the group into Zanqing while the crowd in front stepped aside. After the young man left, Du Xiu asked, "Tongzhu, who is he?" Huyan Lai looked as if he had eaten a fly, his face turning up. "He is Ma Juanhao, the son of the Lin Tower Ma family's leader. Previously he was a bastard hidden in Burt City, but now it's said he's going to be recognized officially. When you dine with him tonight, keep your words to a minimum. It's said that Ma Juanhao is unpredictable in temper, extremely ruthless, and has a penchant for keeping slaves that he enjoys torturing for fun every now and then." "Master, do we really have to go?" Hu Chui said, her face filled with fear. "We must go. If we refuse to dine with him, and he feels insulted, he might cause trouble for you all. I won't be able to protect you then, Hu Yanlai said sternly. It's just a meal, and it's really not worth offending Ma Juanhao over this. Everyone fell silent, their expressions filled with unease. Evening. Zhanqing Tower. As a landmark building in Zhanqing, it has 188 floors and stands a massive 888 meters tall. Du Xiao and Hu Yanlai, along with others, took the elevator to the top of the tower. The Yuyuan is located on the rooftop of the Zhanqing Tower. At the entrance, Hu Yanlai submitted the reservation information to the guard, and everyone entered. Du Xiao looked up to see a faint cyan protective shield of original power shimmering above. Beyond the shield was the vast night sky, filled with countless stars. Du Xiao stared blankly at the beautiful starry sky, and after a moment he retracted his gaze and stepped inside. Within the Yuan, there were numerous flowers and plants featuring various regional specialties, thriving under the temperature control system. Under an arched wooden bridge, water flowed gently, and several golden koi swam playfully. Passing through a serene bamboo grove, they were led by a server to the private room. Hu Yanlai reminded them again, saying, "You all should speak less later, and just keep smiling." Everyone nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Ma Juanhao, surrounded by bodyguards, arrived at the vicinity of the private room. "You all wait at the door," Ma Juanhao instructed his subordinates with a wave. The bodyguards bowed and retreated. "Young Master Ma, please take your seat," Hu Yanlai said warmly. Ma Juanhao scanned the room and, not bothering with pleasantries, plopped down into the main seat. "Let's order first. What does young Master Ma want to eat?" "Order whatever." Ma Juanhao seemed a bit distracted, as if he didn't regard Hu Yanlai with much importance. Hu Yanlai held the menu, flipping through it, and the prices made his heart race more and more. By the end, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. This price could be described in 2 words. Outrageous. Just as he was looking at the menu, calculating how much a meal would cost, a knocking sound came from outside. A black-clad bodyguard entered and whispered a few words in Ma Junhao's ear. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, a round face, and a balding head entered the private room. Young Master Ma, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I could have come to greet you." The balding man bent slightly, appearing to complain, yet his tone was excessively flattering. "This small private room hardly befits your status. Let me arrange for the supreme private room for you." "No need, I'll just have a quick bite and leave." Ma Juanhao yawned, accustomed to the flattery of his subordinates. "It's been a while since I came here. Are there any new dishes?" "Yes. We've recently gathered a few signature dishes that haven't been made public, yet all using rare ingredients." "Oh, how rare. Tell me more." "The first dish is deep sea 8 delicacies, rare fish species caught by sea hunters from the first island chain from depths below 10,000 meters. These 8 types of fish all possess a touch of the bloodline of gifted races." "Oh, and they possess the bloodline of gifted races, eh?" Ma Junhao's interest was piqued. God, the creator of all, bestowing life to all things. On the continent, aside from the insect race, human race, and wolf race, there are many peculiar gifted races. Although their overall strength is not as formidable as these 3 factions, they should not be underestimated. However, other gifted races have few members and are often secluded, making them hard to find. Indeed, absolutely authentic, specifically from the Fishman race and the Sea race bloodlines. Interesting. I have always wanted a female slave from the Fishman race. However, after the last racial war, they have hidden deep in the ocean, and despite dispatching numerous ocean fleets, I have yet to find their traces. Don't worry, young Master Ma, I will contact those sea hunters later and ask them to keep an eye out for information on the Fishman race. The first dish is so extraordinary it has piqued Ma Junhao's interest. What about the other new dishes? The second dish is 3 silk soup. It is made from the silk extracted from the backs of 3 types of insects, the insect races earth beetle, giant wing chamber insect, and sandworm. This silk is as fine as thread but highly nutritious and exquisite in taste. A bowl of 3 silk soup requires thousands of insect race members. Ma Juanhao nodded lightly, somewhat unimpressed. Though the process is complicated and the ingredients expensive, they are not rare after all. He had no interest in matters that could be solved with money. The last dish is monkey brain, sourced from a level 3 demon beast, the black gold ape. It is truly a rare find. Live black gold ape. Not alive, gets dead. If young Master Ma wants to eat monkey brain raw, I can send someone to catch one, though it might be a bit late for tonight. Then forget it, serve the first 2 dishes and some signature dishes at random, Ma Juanhao said afterwards. Hu Yanlai nervously flipped to the last page of the menu. It displayed 5 large characters. Signature dishes series. The cheapest dish costs 980,000 gold coins. The further down he looked, the more horrified Hu Yanlai became. By the end, he couldn't help but clutch his clothes tighter. Why does it feel like standing on a rooftop? So cold. After the balding man left the room, he went to the kitchen and seriously instructed the chef about the quality of young Master Ma's meal, then arranged for several waitresses to carefully serve in the private room. Having completed all this, the balding man entered another luxurious private room. The dining table was lavishly filled with various delicacies and fine wines. Inside the room, a melodious piano piece played. 6 elderly men around 60 years old sat at the dining table, toasting and enjoying their drinks. Next to each of them sat 2 fairly attractive young women, constantly pouring wine and serving food, all with smiles on their faces. "Oh, old one, you know how to come back. You ran out in the middle of drinking. I must punish you with a drink." The esteemed Master Ma. This man was the true Master Ma, level 4 alchemist, a mentor at the Imperial Refining Academy, and one of the mentors at this exchange meeting. He also held several leadership positions in various alchemy companies, in a position of high authority. Oh, brother Ma, don't make it hard for me. I had no choice. I had to entertain a few brothers for a bit, but I'll have to go serve the bureau later. Let me drink one first as an apology to you brothers. Hey, as the owner of Yuyuan, you are a person of some standing in the Linta district. Why are you still personally serving the bureau? Could it be a pretext to avoid drinking? Master Ma jested. Yuyuan is the top private club in Zhanqing, one of the premier luxury venues in the Linta district. As the owner, the balding man's influence was indeed profound. Just the precious ingredients on this dining table reveal much. Don't joke around, brother Ma. In front of that esteemed gentleman, I'm nothing. The balding man forced a bitter smile, raising his glass. He waved his hand to the serving girls, and the professionally smiling girls stood up and retreated to the door, closing it behind them. The piano music in the room also stopped playing. Seeing this, Master Ma's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Who has arrived? Why is little brother so cautious? The sixth young master has come, the balding man whispered. Which sixth young master? Brother, don't pretend you don't know which sixth young master could it be. The balding man pointed upwards. Master Ma's face showed a hint of shock. That sixth young master has been released. Ma Juanhao is the illegitimate son of the current head of the Ma family, a fact well known among the upper echelons of the consortium. Previously, he was merely a caged canary kept out of the public eye. A few months ago, the head suddenly elevated the sixth young master status. It was said that this canary was about to be officially recognized. Regardless of the truth of this matter, the sixth young master is someone the balding man cannot afford to offend and must serve with caution. Why has he come? Who knows? This young master didn't even send a notice and just came directly. Could it be he wants to scout some talented alchemists to strengthen his faction? That has nothing to do with you, a little brother wouldn't dare to speculate. The balding man looked at Master Ma. This brother Ma is a person of the second young master. Now with the sixth young master present, whether the other party is drawing a line or showing goodwill is beyond his involvement. Master Ma lowered his head, silently pondering for a moment before asking, who is with the sixth young master? I just had someone check, but it's from the Burt City Alchemy Hall. Burt City. I heard there's a good talent there. Master Ma thought, let's not discuss this anymore, bring those girls back in and continue drinking. Resume the music. In another private room, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. After the dishes were served, everyone focused on eating. Hu Yanlai tried to find some topics to converse with Ma Juanhao, who appeared somewhat distracted, responding apathetically. Halfway through the meal, Du Xiu stood up to go to the restroom. Seeing this, Ma Juanhao hurriedly followed suit. The bodyguards outside wanted to accompany him, but were stopped. After leaving the restroom, Du Xiu did not return to the private room directly, but decided to take a breather and wandered around. A person followed him closely behind. In a secluded area, Du Xiu suddenly turned around, looking at Ma Juanhao, who had been following him. Young Master Ma, is there something you want from me? Ma Juanhao stared at Du Xiu intently and asked, don't you have anything to say? What should I say? What do you want to hear? Du Xiu replied, puzzled, as it seemed he had never met this young Master Ma before. Stop pretending, there's no one around. I don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. Ma Juanhao sneered, you odd ones are really interesting. If you don't trust me, why did you call me here? Are you just bored? Damn it. Du Xiu's expression turned slightly unnatural. Odd ones. In a certain sense, he indeed seemed to be one of them. But how did Ma Juanhao know? Was it because of the black flame mark given to him by Master Long? Du Xiu's thoughts grew heavy as he summoned the primal force within him, drawing forth the black flame in his mind. Suddenly, Ma Juanhao stepped back several paces, pointing at Du Xiu and shouting, are you insane? If you dare to kill me, none of you will leave Zhanqing. Du Xiu looked at the agitated Ma Juanhao and understood. No wonder Ma Juanhao had been watching him at the entrance of the fortress. It turned out that by drawing on the black flame, he could control Ma Juanhao. To be precise, it wasn't control, but rather invoking the poison seed within Ma Juanhao. This method of controlling others was recorded in the ancient techniques of the poison scripture, and at close range the other party could also sense him through the poison seed. In a sense, the black flame mark given by Master Lung was a symbol of identity. If an odd one approached, they would recognize Du Xiu's identity. No wonder Master Lung told him that with the black flame, he would be safe in the Lin Tower district. But what exactly was Master Lung's identity among the odd ones? The black flame could actually control the heir of the Ma family. That was quite a high privilege. Seeing that Du Xiu remained silent while the poison seed within him was in a state of being ready to activate at any moment, Ma Juanhao's face turned red with anger. This person was simply impossible to communicate with. A madman. A group of madmen. Ma Juanhao glared at Du Xiu and said, take care of yourself. With that, he turned and left. The drunken Master Ma happened to pass by. Seeing Ma Juanhao's furious back and hearing the words, take care of yourself, he paused, slightly contemplating as he looked at Du Xiu's profile. Master Ma returned to the private room. A mentor spoke up, brothers, if any of you have a promising candidate this time, let's share it among ourselves to avoid conflicts. Their purpose for coming here was not merely to teach apprentice pharmacists, but primarily to recruit some talented pharmacists. These grade-rated apprentice pharmacists would definitely become level 3 pharmacists in the future, making them highly sought after by various forces. Li Yuanjin and Sun Peng cannot be touched. People at their level of pharmacist candidates are appreciated by the higher-ups of the academy. If we manage to recruit them, we might attract trouble. Duan Muchuang also cannot be touched. Recently, their family's hunter group has been gaining momentum in the Divine Ruins, having cleaned out a high-level insect nest and rescued a master pharmacist. Let's target the commoners. Don't bother with the children of major forces. Isn't that a bit too cautious? Besides the people the master pharmacist specifically wants to protect, we can recruit anyone else. We're not deceiving them. We're providing them with herbs and better pharmaceutical knowledge. What's wrong with signing a contract for decades? There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. I agree the current apprentice pharmacists are too proud. I don't know what they're thinking. Why do they think that after studying pharmaceutical knowledge for over 10 years and obtaining a good rating they can sit in front of us at an equal level? Master Ma spoke. Why should their mere decade of hard work compare to our Lin Tower Ma family's 1,000 years of heritage? Let's sign a few more this time. Let's all share the candidates we fancy, and let's be clear about it. I want Su Qing, she's the one Master Ma specifically mentioned. I want Wang Yujin, he's the one third young master pointed out. The 6 master pharmacists had relaxed expressions and indifferent gazes. They forgot that over 30 years ago they were also those young people who had toiled for over a decade. So-called imperial commoner. Now after being absorbed, assimilated, and granted surnames by the consortium, they reached out to their past selves from 30 years ago. I just wonder if the other 4 stubborn ones will obstruct us. Someone suddenly spoke up. There were 10 mentors in total for this exchange meeting. The exchange meeting was not an official event. However, this method of scouting talents ahead of time was quite effective. Various places have been imitating it, and subtly before the Imperial Academy's enrollment, they all organized exchange meetings simultaneously. In previous years, only these 6 had organized exchange meetings. Although they were mentors of the Academy, they were also representatives of local consortiums within the Academy. Their task was to send elite students who graduated from the Academy to serve in the consortium. But this time was quite special. The higher-ups of the Academy had dispatched several mentors to accompany each major district. These consortium pharmacists who worked within the Academy, while they disliked it, could not refuse. No, there are too many geniuses this time. The talented candidates from the past few years have all clustered into this cohort. The higher-ups are worried we'll sign some good candidates, so they sent people to keep an eye on us. Master Ma said as long as we don't go after those top candidates and only sign the remaining ordinary geniuses, the Academy won't interfere too much. After all, those students haven't enrolled yet, they are free to choose, and they have no authority to stop us. I'm worried those 4 colleagues will cause trouble and ruin our signing. They wouldn't dare. Master Ma raised his eyelids slightly and sneered. The military expenses of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces and garrison troops are all funded by local consortiums. A few pharmacist geniuses are nothing compared to the Imperial Defense Forces. They understand the weight of the matter. Then we don't need to worry. By the way, a few days before the exchange meeting, let those 4 colleagues go up and speak first. Once they finish, maybe they'll leave. Right, let's do it that way. Also, I just discovered something interesting. The 6th young master tried to recruit a young pharmacist, but the other party didn't give him face and made the 6th young master furious. Master Ma suddenly said, "Does Brother Ma mean to vent the 6th young master's anger?" Someone asked. I didn't mean that. I just found it amusing, so I shared it with you all. Master Ma finished speaking and continued drinking on his own. Although the 6 of them were from the Ma Family Consortium, the Ma Family Consortium was too bloated with countless group companies in various fields, making it a mountain with many peaks. The Suntobe official 6th young master was one such peak. This peak could be very high or very low. It could be the highest summit or could collapse suddenly. Ma Juanhao left the elegant garden with a sullen expression. Before departing, he greeted the balding man and put the bill on his own head. Hu Yanlai received a notification from the waiter learning that Ma Juanhao had settled the bill, and a mix of emotions surged within him. You could say the other party respected him. During the meal, he was indifferent and left without a word, not even casting a glance in his direction. You could say the other party didn't respect him. Yet before leaving, he was meticulous enough to settle the bill. With Ma Junhao's departure, the inexplicable dinner gathering suddenly felt lighter. After the bill was settled, Hu Yanlai regained his spirit and began to feast heartily. On the other side, as night deepened in a certain villa, in the dimly lit living room, Ma Junhao, clad in a thick silk sleepwear, stared intently at his wine glass with bloodshot eyes. A soft sound came from the door. A tall young man around 20 years old, dressed in a black suit with a ghostly pale face, pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Ma Juanhao, the man wore an elegant smile and spoke in a magnetic voice. "Brother Hao, it seems you are not in it. What do you really want?" "What's wrong, Brother Hao? Don't you know what it is? You've seen the plan. Hey, if I hadn't encountered an anomaly today, you might have kept me in the dark." Ma Junhao's eyes glinted coldly as he sneered. "I don't know how many of you are here, but let me warn you, if you treat me as a pawn before I die, I will ensure that all of you are killed." "Brother Hao, you truly have a sense of humor. How could you be a pawn? You are our best partner." The young man elegantly sat down, poured himself a glass of red wine. "Today I encountered someone with a higher authority than yours," Ma Junhao said slowly. "Higher authority than mine?" The young man's elegant demeanor suddenly stiffened, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Please elaborate." "As soon as I approached him, the poison within me was activated, and I felt a killing intent towards him, indicating that the poison was about to act up." Ma Junhao pondered for a moment. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The young man gripped the wine glass tightly. With a bang, the glass shattered, red wine splattering all over him. At this moment, in the shadows, a dark light writhed, finally morphing into a bald man with tattoos on his face. He said solemnly, "To activate the poison within Ma Junhao is the highest authority of the Tianyi sect. Ma Junhao's poison level is very high. Ordinary high-ranking individuals cannot mobilize the poison within him. The young man suddenly raised his palm and slapped himself several times, frantically muttering, "Calm down, calm down." This self-destructive act of slapping himself did not calm him down. Instead, he became increasingly frantic, his body twitching. Ma Jianhao coldly observed everything. Initially, he thought that the Tianyi sect was plotting against him and preparing to use him as a pawn to cover their actions. Hence, he was so furious when facing Du Xiu. But seeing the current situation, there might be some misunderstanding. These few people were also unaware of Du Xiu's arrival. The tattooed man showed an odd expression. The leader's cultivation has fallen, and for over a decade, he has been living in obscurity, directing from afar. No one knows where he is. He definitely won't appear in person. The young man you mentioned, is he the holy son of Tianyi sect? The only ones capable of completely overpowering Ma Junhao's poison are the leader and the holy son. But the leader would never easily reveal himself. It must be the holy son's authority. After speaking, he looked at the young man on the ground with a strange expression as he convulsed. The holy son of Tianyi sect, once the disciple of the leader. A born race, the only bloodline on the continent. Mei Jianyuan. This bloodline prodigy could always consider himself the holy son of Tianyi sect. Moreover, he is the business card of Tianyi sect outside. Meanwhile, Ma Junhao's heart surged with a tempest. That young man is the holy son of Tianyi sect. Fortunately, he settled the bill before leaving. So the plan remains unchanged, and the number of people involved is still the same. Yes, the leader knows about this operation. He hasn't spoken, which means he won't interfere with this activity. As for why the holy son is here, it might be due to other tasks, and we need not concern ourselves with that. Ma Jianhao felt slightly relieved. The things this group of lunatics did were too extreme, and even with his status, it was difficult to cover up their tracks. Once things are exposed, there would be no place for him to bury his bones. Fortunately, Du Xiu was not in the plan. Otherwise, he would have to rearrange the retreat plan. On the ground, Mei Jianyuan, convulsing constantly, had turned an extreme pale, his body growing taller again, 2 pairs of sharp fangs sprouting from his mouth, his clothing about to burst, as if something were about to emerge. Go call in 2 blood slaves, the tattooed man said. Ma Jianhao left expressionlessly, and after a while he brought in 2 panicked-looking men quickly hiding to the side. Mei Jianyuan's form transformed into a shadow, swiftly pouncing on the blood slaves, his sharp fangs piercing into their necks. Within minutes, both men had their blood drained, turning into corpses. Mei Jianyuan's eyes regained clarity, and a morbid satisfaction appeared on his face. Apologies, I lost my composure, brother Hao, thank you. Mei Jianyuan elegantly bowed. Ma Junhao's expression remained impassive, but his heart was in his throat. In the first half of his life, he was living well as a canary. Although he was a bastard, he had no worries about food or women. He thought it was perfectly fine to live such a ridiculous life. However, a few months ago, due to a mishap, he was abducted to the wilderness, poisoned, and reluctantly became a part of the Tianyi sect. Since then, his life seemed to have slipped out of control. He had never met his half-brothers, the core legitimate heirs of the Ma Corporation. One was killed in his home. The other knelt before him in the wilderness. He was forced by Mei Jianyuan to kill the other with his own hands, and the act was recorded on video. Ma Jianhao was completely tied to the Tianyi sect's pirate ship. Later, due to the 2 heirs' deaths, there was a vacancy in the position of core legitimate heir. He was once again valued by Lin Tama. That father, whom he had only met a few times, had dinner with him and discussed many matters within the corporation. The resources of the 2 deceased core legitimate heirs were transferred to him, albeit only a tiny portion. This should have been a cause for celebration, but Ma Jianhao felt no joy. The corporation valued him highly, but the Tianyi sect valued him even more. His home was becoming a lair for anomalies. Especially Mei Jianyuan, the most active lunatic and psychopath of the Tianyi sect. Although he called him brother Hao repeatedly, Ma Jianhao knew that the other party held no respect for him. Just like that young man, and the other party definitely knew his identity, but still refused to accept him. They even wanted to kill him. A group of lunatics. Mei Jianyuan said, "How good can you help me find detailed information about that young man, and then tell me?" Just as Ma Junhao was about to speak, the tattooed man suddenly interjected, "You cannot tell him." "What do you mean, Elder Su?" Mei Jianyuan turned around, a faint smile on his face. "I just want to meet my junior brother. Do you have to interfere with that?" "Meet? I fear you want to kill him." "If I can't win, of course I would only want to meet him. If I could win, then I'd certainly kill him. Not everyone can bear the reputation of the holy son of the Tianyi sect." Mei Jianyuan said lightly. "No, if the holy son dies here, we will all perish." Elder Su shook his head, and "If I do it discreetly, no one will know he died by my hand." "Does the sect leader need evidence to kill?" When discussing the sect leader, a trace of fear appeared on Elder Zu's face. Once the Tianyi sect was a leading power among the anomalies. But the root of all calamity stemmed from the decline of the sect leader's realm. He feared that someone might rebel and poison all the top combatants within the sect. This directly severed the upper echelon's combat strength of the Tianyi sect. Thus the Tianyi sect acts with such caution. If the sect leader were to find out that the holy son died here, all the anomalies within Zhan City would erupt. That old demon wouldn't care about loyalty or hard work. Since that person has the holy son's authority, he would sacrifice his life to protect it. Otherwise, with the sect leader's style of exterminating 9 clans once he kills, even those closely related to him would likely perish. "How go please tell me that man's information." Mei Jianyuan looked at Ma Junhao with a cold smile. "If you dare tell him, you will surely die." Although the sect leader rarely intervenes in internal affairs, once the holy son dies, he will certainly take action, and everyone will die. Elder Su reminded. Hao Ge looked like he had eaten something unpleasant. Initially, he thought Du Xiu was some high-ranking member of the Tianese sect, and he was displeased simply because nobody notified him of Du Xiu's appearance, which introduced uncertainty. After the misunderstanding was cleared, he couldn't even catch his breath before being forced to express his stance again. Ma Junhao lowered his head and drank, neither raising it nor speaking. Death is inevitable. What does it matter then? Elder Su, do you think I can kill you? A wave of dark primal energy surged around Mei Jianyuan. Elder Zu's face darkened as he said, you can go find the Holy Sun, but not now. What if I insist on going? A sheen of sweat appeared on Elder Zu's face. Although he was a primal cultivator of the channeling realm, Mei Jianyuan was only a primal cultivator of the awakening realm. However, the opponent's racial talent was exceedingly troublesome and his personality was stubborn. Once they became enemies, it would be a fight to the death, which he truly did not wish to engage in with such a madman. Moreover, Mei Jianyuan was also a highly regarded genius in the Imperial Anomaly circles, having killed channeling realm experts multiple times. He did not dare to regard him as a mere awakening realm practitioner. I have found some traces of the sect leader, and there will soon be results. As long as you don't cause trouble for the Holy Sun, now I can hand it over to you later. Upon mentioning the sect leader, Mei Jianyuan's expression slightly changed as he looked at Elder Su meaningfully. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. That would be excellent. I will await good news from Elder Su. I hope my junior brother survives. Well, his life can only be claimed by me personally. Mei Jianyuan sat on the sofa, poured himself another glass of red wine, took a sip, and his face was full of satisfaction. This is red wine from Sky Island in the Qian district. Yes, this bloody sweetness reminds me of the blood slaves of my hometown. How good can you play me a song by the summer band Death Nocturne? Ma Junhao smiled stiffly. He turned around to play the song. Mei Jianyuan closed his eyes, holding a wine glass in one hand with the other hand conjuring a conducting baton with primal energy, waving it in delight. A day later, Zhan City. Inside the Hunters Guild in the city, crowds were bustling and lively. Young apothecaries with bright faces strolled in pairs along the green path, occasionally stopping to chat with acquaintances and introducing their friends. Virtuous nephew, you must listen carefully this time. With your talent, you will surely gain something. Hu Yanlai said kindly to Du Xiu. Thank you for your concern, Hallmaster. Du Xiu replied. Over the past few days, Hu Yanlai had imparted considerable knowledge to him. The minimum level for an instructor in the Refining Academy is a level 4 apothecary. The knowledge reserved for apothecaries at each level varies greatly. Moreover, the gap between apothecaries of the same level is also significant. Although there are level 3 apothecaries stationed in every fortress city, many of these apothecaries are merely mediocre. Mediocre apothecaries are those who just happen to pass the yearly exam on a potion they know, thus becoming level 3 apothecaries. Yes, that's right, Master Long is a mediocre apothecary and a rather poor one at that. In contrast, the instructors within the Imperial Refining Academy are much more professional, possessing solid expertise and being able to easily handle various potions. This is also why many apothecary geniuses from various fortress cities flock to exchange meetings. Li Huiping looked at his master from behind and quietly said, Senior sister, our master is really good to junior brother Du. Lowering her head, Hu Chui, who was pondering some difficult apothecary problems, looked up at Du Xiu's back and said with some envy, yes. But junior brother Du's talent in apothecary studies is indeed very good, he deserves it. The few young people gradually became familiar with each other as they traveled together, often discussing problems together. Du Xiu always provided the best formulation with pinpoint accuracy, giving them an enlightening experience. Every time Hu Yanlai saw Du Xiu easily solve various problems, he would scream internally, such a gem unrecognized by a master. Master Leng, you are ruining your disciples. Seeing Hu Yanlai smiling brightly as he walked alongside Du Xiu, Li Huiping felt a pang in his heart. It wasn't that he was jealous of Du Xiu. It was the thought that he had to serve cautiously before his master while receiving a cold response, whereas his master was so warm and humorous in front of Du Xiu. For a moment, there was a sense of disparity. So it turns out the master can smile too. As time passed, a large number of apothecary apprentices gathered in a hall. The hall was divided into 2 floors. The first floor had rows of seats for the apprentices to attend lectures, while the upper floor had private rooms for the heads or vice heads of various fortress cities' apothecary halls to gather and chat. Once everyone was seated, an elderly man, nearly 70 years old, dressed in plain gray clothes with completely white hair and beard, took his place at the lectern. The previously noisy hall gradually quieted down with the appearance of the old man, and eventually all sounds dissipated. The old man adjusted the height of the microphone and smiled as he began. It is said that this year's Imperial Academy of Alchemy enrollment is the most competitive since the establishment of the Empire. Previously, I felt no such competition within the Academy, but sitting here today, I truly realize that the rumors are indeed not unfounded. There are so many apprentice alchemists with a rating of A or above in the Lin Tower region alone. Just how many excellent students are there across the entire empire? This is a fortunate event for the empire, yet an unfortunate one for you, as the competition is fiercer. It is also unfortunate for me, as this old body of mine is bound to be tormented by you students this year. The old man's complaint drew a burst of laughter from the audience. Hu Yanlai and a dozen old friends sat on the sofa looking at the old man through the floor-to-ceiling window. The sound of the microphone echoed clearly in their private room through the speakers. I didn't expect Teacher Huang to come in person. I haven't seen Teacher Huang in nearly 30 years. I wonder if he still remembers us. Back then, the S-grade genius teaching assistant was so full of vigor. I never imagined he would now have a completely white beard showing all signs of aging. Indeed, it has been 30 years without us noticing. Not to mention Teacher Huang, even we have far less energy than before, Hu Yan sighed. The few people in the room were all from the same graduating class. Although they were not familiar with each other in the academy after returning to their hometowns and rising to high positions, they maintained contact through their shared history. Now thinking back to the past, they all felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Time is truly terrifying. In our youth, we were so frantic, troubled by various matters, feeling as if each day lasted a year, eager to get through those difficult and trying times. Only when one can handle everything around them with grace do they suddenly realize they are no longer young. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the perception of youth. However, there will always be those who are still in their youth, someone remarked as the group turned their gazes downstairs to the youthful faces brimming with collagen. These are the top talents chosen from hundreds of billions of people in various fortified cities. Go forth. Go to the Imperial Academy of Alchemy and freely squander your talent and youth. That is the most romantic and frenzied memory in the lives of the Empire's citizens. After the crowd finished laughing, Elder Huang continued, "You all know I am here to explain the knowledge of alchemy. Before we begin, I would like to pose a common question. What are your thoughts on alchemy? You may take a moment to think about it. Of course, I also know that some may find my question rather cliched. Indeed, 40 years ago when my teacher posed this question, I too silently complained, thinking this old man was being unnecessarily verbose. Just teach the class instead of adding all these flowery embellishments." The apprentices below couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. See, I guessed it right. I knew someone was silently. You don't need to answer me, and I won't ask again, because when I was a student I hated being questioned. Whenever I was asked, I would bury my head low. My classmates nicknamed me Quail. Damn it, thinking back now makes me furious. If I wasn't so poor at martial arts, I would have taught that classmate a good lesson. Elder Huang said, rolling up his sleeves, filled with righteous indignation. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Once the audience quieted down, Elder Huang's smile faded, and a hint of seriousness. Back to the main topic: whether you wish to gain fame and fortune through alchemy, fulfill your ambitions, or simply make money, I support and respect it. Every person's heartfelt dream deserves respect and support as long as it does not violate the law or disrupt public order. However, we must recognize two facts. First, alchemy is very tedious and complex. I have seen S-grade geniuses cry in the laboratory, and I have also witnessed grade talented alchemists endure the darkness until they see the dawn. There are no shortcuts to success. If there is one, it is through continuous learning and perseverance. Hold on to your dreams, do not give up easily, and strive to reach the highest peak. Secondly, Elder Huang took a sip of water. There is no second point. The audience erupted in laughter again. That's enough of the motivational talk for today. Before we officially start the class, does anyone have questions? A girl raised her hand. Du Xiu looked in surprise at Hu Chui beside him. It was indeed her. "This student, please speak," Elder Huang said. Hu Chui mustered her courage and stood up, saying, "Teacher, what should I do if I find that my talent has reached its limit one day?" Elder Huang did not answer, but instead laughed, saying, "Why would you have such thoughts? I have seen my junior solve alchemical problems in a glance that I struggled with for days, which naturally led to feelings of despair." Elder Huang was astonished. Everyone present was at least a grade talent. If a grade talent could solve problems in a glance, that ability was certainly impressive. "Who is your junior?" Hu Chui hesitated. She did not expect Elder Huang to ask for Du Xiu's name, but since he inquired, it would be disrespectful not to answer. "Just say it in my name, isn't that embarrassing?" Du Xiu said nonchalantly. He had his own pride. An alchemist's talent is hard-earned. There is nothing to hide. "Du Xiu," Hu Chui replied. Elder Huang laughed heartily. "Du Xiu, I know him. That kid is full of martial virtue. I envy his combat prowess." As his words fell, the hall erupted in laughter. The life of an alchemist is rather monotonous, and most people have a habit of relaxing by browsing forums and engaging in banter at the Bronze Tree House. As the exchange meeting began, many alchemists were quite interested in the talents of alchemy from various regions. Although alchemical talents are stunning, they are ultimately quite similar, mainly concerning how many types of potions one can concoct. However, Du Xiu, who gained fame through martial prowess, seemed particularly festive. Thus he received significant attention and had a considerable reputation in the forums. The apprentices around curiously observed Hu Chui on either side. Generally, people from the same place would sit together. Some looked at Du Xiu while others glanced at Li Huiping. They secretly speculated on who the martial virtue was. The person in question pretended to be unbothered. "Sorry, Du Xiu, just joking. That female student, please sit down." Elder Huang continued, "Indeed, alchemy is talent-based, but students, stay true to your own path. Do not compare. The blooming of one flower does not affect the blossoming of another. If you truly feel your talent has reached its limit, you can take a short break, or like the group of little friends in the upstairs room, return to your hometown to work at the alchemy hall and nurture more students of alchemy. Passing on the knowledge of alchemy is the responsibility of alchemists, and it is also a unique romance of the profession." Alright, let's not dwell on such heavy topics. Young ladies and gentlemen, you are all at most 20 years old. The alchemical problems you encounter are the simplest, and you cannot afford to say you want to give up. Old Huang took out the remote control, and on the screen behind him a PowerPoint presentation appeared, beginning a discussion on pharmacology from a macro to a micro perspective. From 9 in the morning until 10 at night, excluding meal times and breaks, Old Huang continuously lectured with great eloquence. As the session drew to a close, everyone erupted into warm applause. Over 3 consecutive days, 4 mentors from the academy appeared on stage, including Old Huang. Although the apprentices wore expressions of fatigue and confusion, their eyes sparkled with excitement. On the night of the 3rd day, Du Xiu and others left the hall with the crowd. Brother Du, did you understand the pharmacological point that teacher Wang spoke about at the end? Which one? The transformation of the harmonization formula. I think I understood half of it. Du Xiu pondered for a moment. Can you explain it? Hu Chui asked with anticipation. Let me study it a bit more. There are a few key points that I still don't quite understand. I need to go back and research this further. Alright. After 3 days of intensive learning, Du Xiu felt mentally exhausted. Among the 4 mentors, Old Huang's teaching was the best as he explained various pharmacological terms in a way that was both accessible and engaging. He helped them build the essence and framework of the basic herbal knowledge and introductory herbal formulas associated with a first-level pharmacist. The subsequent 3 mentors primarily discussed the principles, transformations, and applications of several common introductory herbal formulas. It was all practical knowledge presented excellently. At the very least, during the gaps of these few days when Du Xiu asked Hu Yanlai questions, the explanations provided diverged significantly from the understanding presented by Old Huang and others. In the meantime, Du Xiu discovered a serious problem. He had misunderstandings regarding some basic formulas. The misconceptions were all taught to him by Old Lung. As expected, Old Lung misled me. In the path of pharmacology, a good teacher is indeed crucial. No wonder the heads of various pharmacological halls are all graduates of the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Without entering the Cultivation Academy, an ordinary person self-studying, no matter how great their talent, would be futile. Even with high literary talent, if one cannot recognize all the characters, what use is that? No one would even look at free novels, let alone give rewards. To avoid being targeted by assassins, the places where pharmacists reside are all in a single building protected by layers of guards. A few people walked together in silence, each digesting what they had learned during the day. Back in the room, Du Xiu held the soul-calming potion, pondering. Is my concoction considered a medium-grade potion or a low-grade potion? Among the same type of potion, they are categorized as perfect, top-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade based on their efficacy. Especially with advanced potions, the differences in efficacy and price between different grades are enormous. Moreover, apprentices study basic pharmacological knowledge, while first-level pharmacists study introductory pharmacology. This continues with intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and hall level. As the level increases, the difficulty of the knowledge learned by pharmacists increases exponentially, often by dozens or even hundreds of times. Not bad, quite interesting. It doesn't seem difficult, but my foundational knowledge has been skewed by Old Lung, and there are some flaws in the connection with the introductory knowledge. I need to reorganize this during this period. After pondering, Du Xiu drank the soul-calming potion in one gulp to replenish his mental energy. I hope tomorrow's mentor can maintain the standard. With hope in his heart, Du Xiu fell into a slumber. The next day, many apprentices arrived punctually to attend the class. After the previous 3 days of learning, everyone was exceptionally excited. The apprentices who came here to study were all geniuses from various places, and their absorption and learning of knowledge were absolutely top-notch. Their discernment of the teacher's levels was also elite. Before seeing the sun, one could endure the darkness. However, upon witnessing the level of the academy's mentors reflecting on what the teachers in the pharmacological hall taught, it became somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, most people wanted to take advantage of the remaining 2 days to absorb more practical knowledge. Master Ma stepped onto the stage amidst the crowd's anticipation. Opening the teaching PowerPoint, his personal photo and a line of personal achievements came into view for the many apprentices. After boasting about his accomplishments one by one, Du Xiu saw 4 words on his face. I am a big shot. After a slight retort, Du Xiu focused his attention on Master Ma's teaching. It is human nature to enjoy boasting. Soon Du Xiu began to feel puzzled. The content this mentor was discussing was a bit strange. For instance, what he was currently on the importance of herbs in potion preparation, Master Ma discussed from multiple angles how the quality of herbs directly affects the outcome of potion preparation. He also presented numerous examples to strengthen his argument. Then he began to elaborate on which regions had high-quality herbs. As time passed, more and more people began to sense something was off. Was this really necessary to discuss? The quality of herbs is indeed important, but as long as we can afford to buy herbs, is it our place to be picky? Below the stage, many apprentices whispered to each other. Silence. Master Ma barked sternly. The chatter in the audience immediately ceased. After finishing the relevant content on selecting herbs, Master Ma began discussing the learning efficiency of pharmacists. The central argument was that for young pharmacists, this is the golden period for learning pharmacological knowledge. During this time, a large number of herbs must be prepared to develop a feel for it, which will help them advance to higher stages. In the afternoon, several mentors took the stage, engaging in a question-and-answer session while discussing pharmacological knowledge, often infusing some ideologies. For example, for those from ordinary backgrounds, cooperating with powerful factions early on can provide access to more resources. For instance, due to insufficient staff, the guidance from academy mentors is difficult to balance, etc. Du Xiu focused on learning more practical knowledge in pharmacology, was not interested in the so-called experiences shared after enrollment. However, looking around, he noticed that many students were quite interested. During dinner time, Hu Yanlai called a few of them over and cautioned, if someone offers you a contract, it's best to think it over carefully. Contract? What contract? Is it the contract for our cooperation with the Hunters Guild? Li Huiping asked, puzzled. No, it's a contract with a consortium. You two better think it through before making a decision. Hu Yanlai then said to Du Xiu, nephew, you must not sign. Contracts signed by apprentices with the Hunters Guild have the pharmacological hall as a backing for the senior apprentices, so the other party certainly wouldn't dare to play tricks. But contracts with consortia are not necessarily the same. In common contracts, there is often a vocational orientation. In simple terms, while you are in the cultivation academy, you attend classes as required, and I provide you with resources for potion preparation. After you graduate, you will work for me. As for regretting and not wanting to come after graduation, sorry clauses upon clauses compensation required. Not only does it bankrupt the individual involved, but according to imperial law, debts can also be passed on to descendants. Their descendants will never be free of it. The reason why Hu Yanlai did not persuade Li Huiping and Hu Cuifeng to give up was still due to talent. No one knows how far the two of them can go. They could be third-level apothecaries, or perhaps just second-level ones. But collaborating with the consortium provides a safety net. At worst, they would be third-rate apothecaries. However, in the latter half of their lives, they would have to become emotionless pharmaceutical machines. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Du Xiu, however, need not worry about this. After Hu Yanlai finished speaking, both Li Huiping and Hu Cuifeng fell silent. They recalled what a certain mentor had said today: geniuses are merely the entry tickets to the academy. In a hall today, there were hundreds of geniuses of the same level. In the Lin Tower region, there were still geniuses who had attended the exchange meetings in the past 2 years, but hadn't come this time. There were also dozens of geniuses from other major regions. The competition was exceptionally fierce. A few people silently ate their meals. In the evening, there were classes, and the apprentices grouped according to regions to eat together. A commotion arose nearby, drawing everyone's attention. Master Ma and 5 other mentors appeared in the cafeteria. They spread out to different tables, engaging in small talk, inquiring about the apprentices' family situations, future career plans, and so on. After the pleasantries, they wore worried expressions, saying that resources within the Imperial Academy were tight. The students pressed for solutions. The mentors hesitated and stammered out a suggestion. Strive for the support of the consortium. Several students looked confused, not knowing how to seek support from the consortium. They inquired in a flurry. Master Ma gritted his teeth, glanced around, and said, since you all have this need, I'll make a phone call to ask. But I can't guarantee success. I can only try. Whether they are willing to help you, and in what way you still need to actively pursue. By the way, to improve your chances of success, don't set your conditions too high. Know when to stop. You should understand that getting the damn consortium to spend money is quite difficult. The apprentices hurriedly responded. Don't worry, Master Ma. Master Ma has a good heart. Great. I was just feeling a bit anxious about the future in class earlier. Master Ma pointed to a circle of students, saying, these are all my disciples. The consortium members looked astonished. What? They scanned the area with disdain, and then focused their attention on Master Ma, their expressions instantly changing. Master Ma, which of your disciples are you referring to? Master Ma pointed to a circle of students, saying, these are all my disciples. The consortium members looked astonished. What? Master, don't joke around. I thought you were talking about just 3 or 4 disciples. If it were just 3 or 4, we could solve their herbal resource issues for school, but with these hundreds here, I can't help. That requires too many herbal resources. Old Wang, don't rush. These are all geniuses in pharmacology, and they have great investment value. Master, don't joke around. There are plenty of geniuses who haven't matured yet, right? Moreover, apothecaries require a lot of money, and you should know that best. With so many people, I can only wish to help. I've already made a promise, and you're not giving me any face. Master Ma pretended to be angry. The key is that there are so many people. I heard your old man has a hidden ailment from battling the church forces. I'll brew a few potions for him for free, but you must help my disciples today. Master Ma gritted his teeth, then said seriously, Old Wang, don't make me regret calling you a friend. The consortium member struggled for a moment, ultimately seeming to make a tough decision. All right, for your sake, I'll give them a chance. But remember, the slots are limited. Great, great, great. Master Ma winked at the surrounding apprentices who quickly crowded in front of the consortium members. Sign me, sign me. I also want to sign. What conditions do both parties need to fulfill? Can I see the contract? The crowd clamored to speak. A few members of the Ma consortium dressed in suits began conversing with the apprentices. In no time, dozens signed contracts. Some apprentices who had hesitated seeing others signing no longer cared to read the terms, fearing the slots would fill up, and quickly wrote their names. Some offspring of powerful factions or cautious apprentices quietly left upon seeing the consortium members arrive. The high-ranking members of the Apothecary Guild in various cities either felt it hard for the apprentices alone to make a breakthrough, or were indifferent, or were unwilling to offend the consortium. At this moment, no one spoke to stop them, only silently observing this grand performance. On a bustling street in Zanqing, cars on the road flowed like a long dragon, weaving back and forth. A gentle breeze passed through the tall buildings, tirelessly sweeping into the streets and alleys. Along both sides of the road, newly sprouted beech trees swayed in the wind. Under the streetlights, a graceful figure wearing headphones, hands in pockets, strolled along the sidewalk. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone, saw the incoming call on the screen, and paused for a few seconds. Then she clicked to answer, put the phone back in her pocket, and continued walking. On the other end of the line, someone was chattering away. The voice seemed quite loud and a bit grating, prompting the girl to pull out her phone again and lower the volume. A few minutes later, the girl spoke, her voice cold. I'm listening. Yes, I'm on a mission. I don't know when I'll be back yet. The voice on the phone suddenly rose a few notches. You're not using the mission as an excuse to avoid. There really are anomalies. but the clues are still under investigation. After the girl finished speaking, the voice on the other end began to scold her. As she reached the traffic light, the girl seemed a bit distracted, not noticing the red signal light across the street had just turned on, and she walked straight through. Beep, 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 a series of urgent honking sounds rang out. When the girl came to her senses, she found herself standing in the middle of the crosswalk at the traffic light. Next to her were horns urging her to move forward. During the evening rush hour, there were many cars at the intersection, and the girl stood still in the middle of the crosswalk, obstructing traffic. The honking quickly gathered into a chorus. Cars stretching endlessly awaited the girl to move forward. The girl felt dazed, the headlights glaring. She couldn't see who was urging her. She only knew that everyone wanted her to move forward. The girl quickened her pace, stepping onto the last line of the crosswalk. Didn't we agree that I would be free until I graduated from the Imperial Academy? The girl spoke vacantly. The voice on the other end seemed to be enraged. The scolding grew louder. After a moment, the girl's mood fell as she said, I understand. I'm not avoiding. I will return as soon as possible. Today? In front of the girl stood a woman in her 30s, elegantly dressed with fair skin, holding the hand of a little girl. The little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, was carrying a backpack, dressed in a fashionable manner, and had her hair tied in a ponytail, skipping joyfully. Mom, today the teacher praised me again. Really? My darling is so amazing. What did the teacher praise you for? The teacher praised me for being smart, and said that when I grow up, I will definitely be a useful person. The woman looked somewhat surprised, then furrowed her brow, squatting down to meet her daughter's gaze. Sweetheart, what do you think? Do you want to be a useful person? The girl nodded. I want to be a useful person. You're so great, darling, having your own goals. Mommy is However, Mommy doesn't want you to become just a useful person. Why not, Mommy? Sweetheart, a tree that grows in a park can be said to be useful as it provides shade for people. But it can also be a beautiful sight on a deserted grassland. The woman pinched the little girl's face gently. Mommy doesn't mind if you help others, but you must first be yourself, and then help others within your means. Don't change yourself just to help others. The little girl with her black gem-like eyes looked puzzled. Mommy, I don't understand. Am I very stupid? Not at all. If you didn't understand, it's because Mommy didn't explain it clearly. Once Mommy thinks of a better way to explain, I'll tell you again. The woman tapped the little girl's forehead gently. Since you were praised by the teacher today, Mommy decided to reward you. What do you want? Mommy, I want to go to the aquarium. All right, we'll go this weekend. Mommy. The little girl hesitated. Sweetheart, if you want something, you should say it directly. Don't think about depriving yourself. Then, I also want to eat cotton candy. Oh no, sweetheart, you have a cavity. Mommy, then why do you want me to say it? Because Mommy wants to tell you that everyone has the right. The little girl blinked her eyes, looking completely confused. The woman squatted down, thought for a moment, realizing she had made things too complicated, and smiled while shaking her head. Darling, Mommy can buy you cotton candy, but you can only have a little. Mommy is the best. The two continued on their way. A lonely girl standing on the last white line of the crosswalk watched the departing figures of the mother and daughter. With a soft voice into her phone, she said, Mom, in my next life, I don't want to be your daughter. Jiang Zizao hung up the phone, opened her music player, selected a heavy metal song, turned the volume up to the maximum, stuffed her phone into her pocket, zipped her jacket all the way up, stepped over the last white line, hands in pockets, humming a tune as she walked into the darkness. In the hall of the pharmacist exchange meeting, what was supposed to be an hour-long dinner break took a full 2 hours due to signing Classes didn't start until after 8 o'clock. Several instructors were speaking eloquently on stage. Du Xiu had lost interest in listening. Although the instructors mixed in some side jobs during the day, imparting a bit of useful knowledge by night, it had turned into a survival experience class for Cultivation Academy students. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. A message appeared on the screen. Jiang Zizao, come out for drinks. Du Xiu, no time, I'm paddling through the sea of knowledge. Jiang Zizao, are you sure, friend? Du Xiu, I'm sitting in the middle of the second row. Leaving now would attract too much attention. Jiang Zizao, that's your problem. I'll wait for you at the door, giving you 3 minutes. Don't miss your chance. Du Xiu looked at Jiang Zizao's message. He sneered. He really thought of himself as a dish. I am not someone you can easily control. A woman will only affect my speed in studying pharmacy. Du Xiu locked the screen. He then stood up and walked out. Since Du Xiu was sitting in the middle, he had to pass by a dozen people. Inevitably, it caused a bit of commotion. Master Ma noticed Du Xiu, and upon seeing his appearance was struck with inspiration. He interrupted another instructor's lecture and asked student in the second row, what are you doing? Du Xiu apologized, saying, sorry teacher, I need to go to the bathroom. The class has just started, why go to the bathroom? Your attitude toward learning is problematic. Now immediately sit back down. Master Ma reprimanded sternly. After Master Ma finished speaking, the instructor beside him looked at him with a reproachful gaze, clearly saying, why are you reacting so excessively to a student going to the bathroom? Let him go. Master Ma pretended not to see the reproaching gaze of the neighboring instructor and looked down at Du Xiu from a high position. Du Xiu, expressionless, stepped away. If you were to say something useful, I might give you some face. Acting like a fool, getting so many students to sign contracts with the consortium. Now you want to use me as a warning example. You really are pushing it. Seeing Du Xiu walk out in front of so many people without giving him any face, Master Ma's face turned red with anger, shouting, you must be Du Xiu. If you dare to leave today, even if you enter the Cultivation Academy in the future, you won't escape the label of being disrespectful to your teachers and elders. Hearing this, Du Xiu, who had walked to the door, stopped in his tracks. All the apprentices turned to look at Du Xiu. Several instructors had mentioned the importance of moral scoring during their discussions on life in the Cultivation Academy. Those with connections could attain higher scores, gaining significant advantages in resource allocation. However, those without connections and receiving average or low scores would suffer greatly in the future. Du Xiu turned around, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, directing a mocking smile at the instructors on stage. What? Is the Cultivation Academy your family's? You say what goes. After Du Xiu left, Master Ma seemed to explode in anger, shouting, Du Xiu, you wait. The loud voice echoed in the hall. Du Xiu, that's him. That smile was so domineering, full of sarcasm. Impressive, my brother. Wow is expected of someone with such martial virtue. What a fiery temper. What poor quality. The teacher is still lecturing up there. How could he leave like this? Du Xiu was a bit abrupt. If he didn't want to listen, he shouldn't have left like this. The stronger the person, the easier they break. The authority of the Cultivation Academy's instructors is quite significant. Du Xiu was a bit unwise. I love Du Ye's temperament. It's just my style. Countless apprentices whispered boldly about Du Xiu. Some apprentices, displeased with Master Ma, the pimp of the academy, secretly gave a thumbs up. Others who had received favor from Master Ma were quite dissatisfied with Du Xiu's arrogance. At the entrance of the hall, a figure stood briskly, holding several plastic bags containing some food and 2 bottles of red wine. Zhang Zhou looked at Du Xiu, who walked down the steps with a righteous expression, as behind him the sound of the mentor's furious roar echoed in the hall. Instantly her smile bloomed like a flower, her beautiful eyes gleaming with light. Friend, you are quite brave. Du Xiu snorted coldly. A mere level for alchemists, just a lowly existence, why bother with them? In reality, Du Xiu did not expect the other party to react so intensely. During the day, others had left midway, and no one cared. Why was this one acting so strangely? By the way, what did you buy? All good stuff. Come, let's eat at your place. Inside the hotel, the dormitory arranged for apprentices by Zanqing was all sweets. Du Xiu sat on the sofa, placing the takeout on the table. 1 box of peanuts, 1 box of cucumber salad, 1 box of fried rice, dozens of skewers of barbecue, and 2 bottles of red wine. Is this what you call good stuff? What do you think you deserve? Zhang Zhao looked as if it was only natural. So you don't consider me a person either? I offended a level 4 alchemist master just to meet you. Du Xiu's face was, and what's with this fried rice? It's all burnt. Where did you buy this? This shop must have no customers. Du Xiu poked at the box of fried rice with his chopsticks. The rice was all burnt. Zhang Zhao remained silent, her face showing dissatisfaction. Du Xiu picked up a skewer of meat and started eating, commenting, don't say it, but despite this shop's fried rice being a disaster, the skewers are quite good. Seeing Zhang Zhao's stern expression, a thought suddenly popped into Du Xiu's mind. This fried rice, could it be? Alright then, if it's not good, let's not eat it, just throw it away. As Zhang Zhao reached for the fried rice, Du Xiu quickly snatched it away. With the fried rice in hand, Du Xiu's gaze grew deep. I remember when I was wandering, the first meal I found was a box of fried rice. I savored every grain for 4 days. Yes, this is the taste. Zhang Zhao looked at Du Xiu and coldly replied, what taste? Du Xiu swallowed hard. The taste of something that tastes bad. I knew you wouldn't say anything good. Annie, this fried rice is really terrible. Not to mention the rice being burnt. Who puts pickled vegetables in fried rice? Moreover, the vegetables are not only sour, but also a bit rotten. It's not my cooking. You don't deserve to eat my fried rice, Zhang Zhao said, turning her head. Du Xiu feigned disgust with his words, but his body was honest, continuing to eat. The portion of fried rice wasn't much, and Du Xiu quickly finished it, then said, what happened? You don't seem quite right. Zhang Zhao always appeared as a cold queen in front of others while the two of them interacted privately as sharp-tongued companions, but today she seemed rather lost. So is it useful to tell you? A mere apprentice alchemist of the high rank. Oh, you look down on me now, just a low-level Qi blood realm practitioner. If I told you I'm actually quite powerful. Coincidentally, I might be quite powerful too. Sure, the original force potion can last for a terrifying 2 hours. How impressive. Zhang Zhao said. Du Xiu glanced at Zhang Zhao with half-slitted eyes, disinterested in replying, and took out 2 bottles of red wine from the bag. Didn't bring wine glasses. What glasses? Just drink straight from the bottle. Zhang Zhao grabbed the red wine and pulled out the cork directly. The two held a bottle of red wine and a skewer, completely disregarding their image, drinking and eating. Unknowingly, half a bottle of red wine was downed. Zhang Zhao's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of red as she stared blankly at the ceiling, suddenly saying, Du Xiu, what do you think your future looks like? Du Xiu pondered for a moment. The future? I don't know. The most likely answer is to become an alchemist. My personal force cultivation is indeed slow, and I won't give up on the original cultivation path, but achieving great success seems quite difficult. As for the ability seed, I can't guarantee I will awaken successfully. Many who have never failed in mental absorption also never achieved awakening, and I, who have failed several times, am even less certain. An alchemist? That wording isn't rigorous enough. I am an alchemist master. Du Xiu cleared his throat, a hint of pride in his tone. Zhang Zhao smiled, rare not to mock, and instead softly said, that's quite impressive. And you? What about your future? Du Xiu countered. Me? Zhang Zhao recalled standing at the crossroads, countless vehicles honking, urging her forward. So glaring I can't see clearly. Can't see clearly? Du Xiu asked, puzzled, but when he looked at Zhang Zhao, he saw confusion in her eyes. The two fell into silence. After a long while, Zhang Zhao came back to her senses and spoke again. What kind of life? I'm quite easygoing. Any kind of life is fine as long as I'm with the person I like. Doing anything is enjoyable. Du Xiu said with a smile. I want to hear the truth. Jiang Zhao curled up in the corner of the sofa, one hand hugging her knees, the other propping up her chin, tilting her head to look at Du Xiao. Du Xiao didn't know how to describe those eyes. Like a black gemstone inlaid on a piece of pure white porcelain, while the light in the pupils resembled a small, yet powerful star hidden in the vast darkness of the starry sky. When I was in the orphanage, adults would come to adopt orphans on weekends. Every weekend, I would wash my face clean and stand at the front of the crowd, hoping someone would take me away. Many of my little friends were taken away while I stood there year after year until the orphanage closed. I don't know if it's an obsession, but because of this experience, I long for a home. Having a home. Jiang Zhao looked at Du Xiao. Do you have other experiences? A few more. I want to hear. When I was 9, the orphanage closed, and I wandered the streets without food, begging, but being driven away by other beggars starting to rummage through trash bins. The first time I rummaged, I found a box of fried rice, but it was mixed with other garbage and smelled terrible, so I threw it away. The next night, I woke up hungry and went back to that trash bin, but it was gone. After wandering for a while, I was taken in by a begging gang. Well, I guess it was a period of training, and I begged on the streets for a few years. This period was quite good, at least I didn't worry about starving except for losing my dignity. He sold me to the Ma Corporation, and I was sent to work in a mining camp. Later, an apprentice alchemist arrived there. Frail and feeble, he relied entirely on me to complete his tasks, and in return, he taught me the fundamentals of alchemy. I gathered certain medicinal herbs and poisoned the camp's guards. Afterward, I fled into the wilderness, encountered a corporate convoy, and turned the tables when they hunted me down. Ultimately, I met my current master and became an alchemist. That's about it. Du Xiao recounted calmly. Would you like to hear my story? Jiang Zhao paused thoughtfully before. Go ahead. Let's exchange our darkest secrets. I have no dark secrets. Jiang Zhao gave a light snort, then added, compared to yours, mine is rather unremarkable. I was born into an ordinary family, raised under immense expectations, with every step of my life meticulously charted out for me. That's all. Yes, nothing more. How utterly dull. Du Xiao shrugged. Outside in the corridor, several figures strode forward with palpable fury. Behind them trailed a crowd of alchemy apprentices. Master Ma, Du Xiao is still young and inexperienced. Surely you needn't take his conduct so seriously. Hu Yanlai wore an anxious expression as he hurried alongside Master Ma, pleading earnestly. After the alchemy exchange concluded, Master Ma had immediately sought out the event coordinator to learn Du Xiao's lodging address, and without delay led a delegation of senior mentors straight there, bristling with indignation. Sensing impending disaster, Hu Yanlai rushed to catch up. Master Hu Yan, spare your words. I intend to see for myself today just what caliber this so-called first prodigy of Boat City truly possesses. Master Ma strode at the head of the group, voice thunderous with rage. Senior Instructor Lu, please say something. Restrain Master Ma. Let's resolve this calmly and reasonably. Hu Yanlai turned his gaze toward the accompanying mentors, eyes beseeching. If this group confronted Du Xiao and escalated the matter publicly, Du Xiao's chances of entering the Imperial Alchemy Academy would almost certainly vanish. The Academy's venerable elders placed extraordinary weight upon an alchemist's moral integrity. Each year, numerous candidates were rejected solely for ethical failings. None of the mentors responded. They had just learned Du Xiao was the apprentice who had offended the 6th young master, and naturally none wished to speak in his defense. Master Ma, surely you, a man of such stature, won't hold a grudge against a mere youth. Grant me this courtesy, spare Du Xiao today. Later I'll ensure he visits you personally to offer sincere apologies, and deliver a resolution fully satisfying to you. Hu Yanlai clutched Master Ma's sleeve tightly. Master Ma glanced at him, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Grant you fate. Who precisely do you think you are? A chorus of quiet chuckles rose from the mentors. Hu Yanlai clenched his fists, humiliation burning across his face. He drew a slow, steadying breath. Esteemed mentors, though Hu Yanlai may lack influence, I must ask, is it truly justified to storm Du Xiao's quarters merely because he stepped out during a lecture? Do you genuinely intend to bar him forever from the Imperial Alchemy Academy? At the opening session of the Alchemy Exchange, Elder Huang had declared that an alchemist's greatest romance lies in nurturing even greater alchemists. Hu Yanlai had long embodied this ideal through his actions. Such a person's exclusion from the academy would be its. Master Ma halted before Du Xiao's door, cast a cold, dismissive glance at Hu Yanlia, and turned sharply to the Zan City guesthouse manager. Open the door, now. The manager, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, fumbled a room card from his pocket and unlocked the door. The entourage entered without hesitation. Hu Yanlai hurried to the front and urged Du Xiao urgently. Du Xiao, apologize to Master Ma at once. As he spoke, he frantically blinked at Du Xiao. Inside the room, Du Xiao sat relaxed, one hand holding a skewer of grilled meat, the other a glass of red wine, savoring his meal with evident delight. Jiang Zhao curled up on the sofa, lost in quiet reverie. At the sight, Master Ma erupted in fury. So Du Xiao, you claim to be going to the lavatory, yet here you are indulging in illicit liaisons within your chamber. Without pause, Master Ma branded Du Xiao with this accusation. Du Xiao stared stunned, bewildered by the sudden intrusion of this hostile assembly. At the doorway, several bold apprentices craned their necks, eager to witness the spectacle. Master Ma, what is the meaning of this uninvited intrusion into Du Xiao's private quarters, and these baseless slanders? Du Xiao's expression darkened. He had no idea when he'd incurred Master Ma's enmity. Ever since the exchange, the man had been relentlessly antagonistic. Now he had barged into Du Xiao's personal space. barged in. If I hadn't entered, I'd never have seen your true nature. And what precisely is my true nature? A youth whose mind is already warped, lying without compunction, consorting shamelessly with women of ill repute. Master Ma's voice sharpened to a whip crack. Add to this the fact that barely days after joining the alchemy hall you viciously assaulted your own senior brother, an act revealing utter disregard for hierarchy, profound moral decay, and abject shamelessness. The mentors echoed in unison. Precisely. Using the lavatory as a pretext to sneak off and cavort with women. Such depravity defile one's very character. Students like you once admitted to the academy will surely commit countless immoral acts. Let the apprentices outside enter. Let them behold with their own eyes what this vaunted first prodigy of Boat City is doing right now. One damning label after another was heaped upon Dushio. Even if he were innocent, public consensus could forge truth from rumor. To sully his reputation morally, to brand him irredeemably corrupt, was their sole objective. Once word spread among the apprentices, and inevitably reached the ears of the sixth young master, they would have secured valuable favor in his court. Hearing the mentor's calls, the ever-curious apprentices surged inward. Hu Yanlai fought desperately at the threshold, but stood utterly alone against the tide. Within seconds, scores of alchemy apprentices flooded into the room. Master Ma, observing the gathering of elite alchemy prodigies and regional alchemy hall masters drawn by the commotion, abandoned his earlier aggression. His tone turned glacially detached. Dushio, I ask you plainly, we traveled thousands of miles to impart wisdom, guidance, and enlightenment to you. Was your abrupt departure from the lecture hall not a grave breach of respect for your elders? Yes, Dushio replied, thoughtful. I used the lavatory as an excuse, but truly I returned here to rest. Master Ma had intended to accuse him of soliciting prostitutes, but met Jiang Zhezou's icy, unwavering gaze, and a sudden chill crept up his spine. He hastily revised his charge. Was it not also a blatant lie? Indeed. Did you not brutally assault your own senior brother within Boat City? Proof of a savage, volatile temperament. Absolutely. Everyone present has heard it. Not fabricated by me, but confessed freely by Dushio himself. Upon returning to the academy, I shall submit a full, truthful report on his moral conduct to the academy leadership. Should verification be required, I respectfully request each of you bear witness. Master Ma turned, speaking with solemn, righteous authority. The earliest arriving prodigies, already bound to corporate contracts, felt deep gratitude toward him and now voiced immediate support. We heard it clearly. Yes, he admitted it himself. We stand ready to testify. Should it be necessary, we swear to bear witness. A deafening wave of affirmation crashed through the room. Hu Yanlia's face went ashen, lifeless. Then abruptly a sharp, derisive snort cut through the clamor. Master Ma wheeled around and saw Dushio lounging with legs crossed, a look of pure, scathing mockery on his face. Dushio, what are you laughing at? What face do you have to laugh? I laugh at them, a bunch of fools sold out, yet still counting the money for others. Dushio pointed at the group of apprentices who echoed Master Ma, laughing loudly. The pharmacists present were all geniuses from various places, having gained fame at a young age, brimming with youthful vigor. Upon hearing Dushio's words, their eyes blazed with anger, and they retorted, What the hell do you mean? Who are you cursing? Do you dare? Compare your skills in potion brewing. I can ruin you. If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving this door. Bring it on. Dushio scanned the room. Do you really think these old folks are helping you connect with the financial groups just to provide you with herbal resources? Each of you follows like fools, still grateful to them. Think with your heads, or would the financial groups be so kind? Consider the contracts you signed. What is the price for the herbal resources they provide? A few years of herbal resources could buy your entire lives. Are you not fools? Think again. These old folks always emphasize during lectures how tight resources are in the academy, that it's good to rely on a big tree for shade. Compare that to what Master Huang and the others talked about just 3 days ago. After Dushio finished speaking, many fell into deep thought. To become a pharmacist, one cannot be a complete fool. Even if they spend all day in the brewing room, the apprentices are not oblivious to social dynamics. Their basic logical thinking is intact. During contract signing, the financial group emphasized that the slots were limited. But in reality, as long as one wanted to sign, almost everyone did. Coupled with the ideology instilled by Master Ma during class at that time, he had the aura of an academy mentor, which led them not to think too much. Upon reflection, it indeed had a strong sense of purpose. Some began to grasp this. I have studied imperial law, and the breach of contract clauses at the back of the contract is indeed quite tyrannical. If we do not work for the financial group after graduating from the academy, the compensation amount would indeed take several lifetimes to repay. Working for the financial group isn't so bad. Damn, I remember now. The tasks assigned to the pharmacists by the financial group each month are enormous, with almost no time to rest. Moreover, once you enter the financial group, you cannot brew potions for others anymore. Is that true? They wouldn't bully people like that, would they? How come I never heard anyone say this? The media is controlled by the financial group. They don't want you to know. How would you know? Then why would Master Ma let us sign such a contract? Are you serious? How did you become a pharmacist with that brain of yours? This old bastard must be one of the financial group's people. At the time of signing the contract, he had just finished a call, and the people from the financial group came with a pile of contracts. This was a trap that had been prepared long ago. The group of genius pharmacists erupted in chaos. The 6 mentors appeared flustered and hurriedly tried. Master Ma glared at the instigator, Du Xiu, how dare you slander me? You will never step foot into the Imperial Academy. Du Xiu stood up and said sternly, you say I am unworthy, I admit that, but there is one thing I want to settle with you. You still have accounts to settle with me. Master Ma laughed in anger. I want to hear what you think you can settle with me. I admit everything else, but just now you said I solicited and accused my friend of being a wild woman. I do not admit that. Oh, I spoke hastily. What do you want me to apologize? Jiang Zhaozhao, sitting in the corner, whispered, Du Xiu, give him a good beating. Du Xiu turned back and grinned at Jiang Zhaozhao. That is exactly my intention. With that, Du Xiu casually grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it toward Master Ma's head. Master Ma was dumbfounded upon seeing Du Xiu charging at him with the bottle. In his life, he had never conceived of being hit. With his identities as a level 4 pharmacist, an Imperial Academy mentor, and a financial group member, wherever he went, he was surrounded by admiration. In his life, he had never conceived of being hit. With his identities as a level 4 pharmacist, an Imperial Academy mentor, a warm stream flowed down from his forehead. Immediately following was a sharp pain. Then Master Ma let out a wailing scream like a slaughtered pig. Du Xiu, you dare to hit me. You are seeking your own death. Master Ma shouted in anguish. After landing a hit, Du Xiu raised his leg and kicked Master Ma to the ground, then relentlessly kicked him in the head. Yes, I am indeed ignorant of respect and hierarchy. I am indeed shameless. Master, do you think I am acting maliciously? Master, is my character brutal enough? Planting. Shout louder. Du Xiu kept kicking at Master Ma's head, while the latter hugged his head and repeatedly cried for help. The crowd was stunned. Pharmacists are respectable individuals. They have never witnessed such a scene. By the time they reacted, Master Ma had already been beaten into a pig's head. The few mentors closest to Master Ma were shouting in alarm. Du Xiu, stop. What are you doing? Are you crazy to hit an Imperial Academy mentor? Stop hitting quickly. Du Xiu grabbed one mentor by the hair. Did I say anything about you? Smack. A slap landed on the mentor's face. Du Xiu shouted at the group of pharmacist geniuses in the room. All of you get the hell out, or I will beat you all. The blood gushing from Master Ma's head constantly stimulated the senses of the pampered geniuses. A group of people hurriedly exited the room, clearing the battlefield. Everyone watching had their adrenaline soaring. For the first time in 1,000 years since the establishment of the empire, a pharmacist apprentice had violently assaulted an Imperial Academy mentor. They could already imagine that the Imperial Pharmacy Circle was bound to explode. The slapped mentor, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted in fury. Du Xiu, you dare to hit me, seeking death. Old buddies, beat him up. The remaining 5 mentors stepped forward in unison. Du Xiu hurriedly took a step back. Behind him, Jiang Zhaozhao, who had originally appeared cold, now had most of her anger dissipated, her eyes filled with eagerness to join the fray. Fighting a pharmacist. How exciting. Du Xiu noticed Jiang Zhaozhao wanting to join the battle. He turned his head and scolded her. This is a fight between men, what are you meddling for? Go stay in the inner bedroom, or else when I unleash my wrath you'll get splashed with blood. Du Xiu was not foolish. He knew how severe the consequences would be for hitting an Imperial Academy mentor. The mentors in the Imperial Academy were nearly at the pinnacle of the pharmacy profession. The power they wielded was astonishing. A mere advanced potion apprentice has the backing of a hunter's guild. How many powerful original cultivators serve those top-tier potion masters? Moreover, the mentors at the Imperial Cultivation Academy are quite cliquish. Offending one is akin to offending the entire upper echelon. Potion masters are inherently frail, placing a high priority on their own safety. There exists an unspoken rule within the potionist community: when other potionists are beaten, if you don't offer support, no one will help you when it's your turn to be beaten. Because of this, aside from attacks by outsiders, violent incidents involving ordinary potionists are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, if the mentors at the pinnacle of the hierarchy are assaulted, the consequences are bound to be extremely severe. Du Xiu understands this well. However, after downing most of a bottle of red wine coupled with the presence of a beauty, if we can even call her that, he acted impulsively. It's too late to regret now, but no matter what, Du Xiu would not allow Jiang Zhaozhao to intervene. If he beats up a mentor, even if he gets caught, as long as he can find Ma Juanhao and threaten him with the poison within his body, the latter would definitely be able to bail him out. Once he leaves Zanqing, it'll be simple. He'll just seek refuge with Old Long. He's done pretending. He's an outsider. Is it reasonable for an outsider to attack a potionist? It's perfectly reasonable. But if Jiang Zhaozhao intervenes and becomes a target for retaliation, she would surely face dire consequences. In the past, when Jiang Zhaozhao casually pulled out a card worth 1,000,000 gold coins, Du Xiu was astonished and thought she came from a powerful background. But after seeing a single dish at a meal with Ma Juanhao that cost over 1,000,000, he no longer believed Jiang Zhaozhao's family was particularly wealthy. Moreover, Jiang Zhaozhao herself mentioned earlier that she came from an ordinary family. If she intervenes, her family could also get dragged into this. After being harshly reprimanded by Du Xiu, Jiang Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned. Throughout her life, she had always been pushed forward by everyone. For the first time, someone stood in front of her telling her to step back. In Jiang Zhaozhao's beautiful eyes, a captivating light shone as she displayed a clever and radiant smile. All right. Retreating to the bedroom door, Jiang Zhaozhao waved her small fist and encouraged, you can do it. Upon hearing her cheer, Du Xiu felt a surge of motivation. Looking at the 6 mentors from the Imperial Cultivation Academy before him, he felt a surge of pride. Today I'm going to teach these mentors a lesson. Du Xiu picked up another bottle of red wine from the coffee table and smashed it over one mentor's head. He went completely berserk, transitioning from street fighting and being bullied to becoming a miner, where he had extensive experience in brawling. Du Xiao had a wealth of combat experience. Even without using his original power, he managed to send several mentors fleeing in panic. In just a few minutes, the mentors were left bruised and battered, scrambling to carry Ma Dashur away as they fled. One mentor, covered in blood with disheveled clothes and bloodshot eyes, pointed at Du Xiao as he left and exclaimed, "Du Xiao, you wait for me. Ooh, I will definitely kill you." Du Xiao grinned savagely. They were courting death. His innate ferocity was fully awakened. Du Xiao turned and entered the bedroom, rummaging through his suitcase to find the iron spike that had accompanied him for many years, responsible for taking dozens of lives. He also grabbed his backpack, which contained soul-soothing potions and other valuable items. Damn it, after this job, he would make a run for it. With the backpack slung over his shoulder and a deadly weapon in hand, Du Xiao chased after them. In the corridor, various talented potionists and leaders of potion guilds looked on as a few battered mentors carried a bloodied Ma Dashur to safety. A moment later, with bloodshot eyes, Du Xiao emerged holding a sharp iron spike. Instantly, everyone present experienced a mental freeze. What the hell is that iron spike? Which serious potionist would carry an iron spike with them? This is insane, this world. In the corridor, someone muttered to themselves. Hu Yanlai, who had been pushed into the hallway, was terrified to see Du Xiao emerge with a murderous expression and quickly rushed to grab him. Du Xiao, stop. What are you doing? Do you really want to kill someone? Du Xiao looked at Hu Yanlai and said, Hu Yan, those old geezers just said they wanted to kill me. I can't just wait for them to take revenge on me. Today, if I kill one, I break. Even if I kill two, I profit. That was just anger talk. How can you take it seriously? We can just not go to the academy, though I'll protect you in Burt City. Hearing this, Du Xiao felt moved. He then pushed Hu Yan. I cannot involve Hu Yan in this. I will repay your kindness in my next life, but today I must take their lives. After saying this, Du Xiao strode toward the mentors of the academy. The remaining guild leaders did not dare to stop him. They were just ordinary people. With a weapon in hand and a furious demeanor, Du Xiao intimidated them. As he chased after them, Hu Yanlai could only shout, Ma Dashur, run quickly. Du Xiao is coming. After that, he anxiously shouted to the others, spread the word. A group of talented potionists hiding at the doors of their rooms and peering out either cheered or wished to avoid the situation escalating. All shouted in unison, Ma Dashur, run quickly. Ma Dashur, run quickly. Du Xiao is coming. Ma Dashur, run quickly. Du Xiao is coming. Ma Dashur, run quickly. Du Xiao is coming. In the vast square, hundreds of fully armed original cultivators stood together, the atmosphere solemn. In front of them stood a young man, anxiously scanning his surroundings. The newcomer was Ma Juanhao. He had come here for Du Xiao. A few days ago, he had spoken a bit too loudly in the garden and had an attitude that was less than pleasant. Although this matter was trivial, who could know if Du Xiao might have some bizarre temperament? Though he had not interacted much with Du Xiao, he had heard too many tales of the church leader annihilating entire families. Could the disciple of that demon have a good temper? Thus, he wondered if he could ease the tension between both parties. After all, the other side's identity was somewhat intimidating. The Holy Son, isn't he the favorite for the next church leader? Hugo felt a bit anxious regardless of whether he wanted to be an outsider. Ever since he personally killed his half-brother, he couldn't get off this ship of thieves. At this moment, the entire building echoed with the phrase, Ma Dashur, run quickly. Du Xiao is coming. Ma Juanhao perked up his ears, feeling puzzled. Du Xiao, isn't he the Holy Son? What trouble could he be in? This is a chance to showcase myself. Let's see what the situation is. Time to rescue. He prepared to act at the most critical moment, hiding among the crowd and instructing his bodyguards to move closer. At the entrance of the hotel, the person responsible for signing the contract with the apprentice pharmacist is waiting outside. During dinner, they managed to sign a few individuals. They came here to take advantage of the situation and sign more people. After all, the exchange meeting will end tomorrow, and there won't be another opportunity to sign later. They saw Master Ma entering the hotel, and to avoid suspicion, hid to the side, preparing to enter and sign people after Master Ma left. But upon seeing a group of instructors fleeing with disheveled clothes and covered in blood, they hurriedly approached. Master Ma, what happened to you? Could it be that there were intruders inside? Who dares to bully our esteemed Master Ma? At this moment, a roar echoed from within the hotel lobby. Old thief, prepare to die. A young man wielding an iron rod came rushing in like a god of war. Behind him were all the city lords and genius pharmacist apprentices attending the exchange meeting. One instructor looked at Du Xiao with a face full of terror and exclaimed, Madman! Madman! This person is definitely a madman. The instructors watched as Du Xiao rushed in, snatching a briefcase from a corporate staff member and throwing it at Du Xiao in an attempt to stop his advance. In an instant, 7 or 8 briefcases flew towards Du Xiao. He easily dodged, causing the briefcases to land on the ground and their contents to scatter. Those were the contracts just signed by the genius apprentices. In the distance, hundreds of black-clad practitioners pressed forward, all bearing the emblem of the Ma Corporation. These individuals were all at least at the Blood Chi realm, and a terrifying wave of primal energy surged around them. The instructors felt as if they had seen a savior and began crying out in panic. Quick, someone capture that madman Du Xiao. Today we must apprehend Du Xiao. If Du Xiao doesn't die, it will be against the laws of nature. Come on, someone, give him a good beating. After the instructors shouted, the hundreds of black-clad practitioners showed no reaction. The corporate personnel and the imperial garrison were waiting for someone to give orders. The people maintaining order from the Hunters Guild knew they were with the Ma Corporation and were reluctant to get involved. After all, they come to fool around once a year, and it would be hard not to recognize them. Neither the corporation, the Hunters Guild, nor the garrison made any move to capture Du Xiu. Seeing this, the instructors were stunned. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Why are you still standing there like fools? Don't you recognize me? Du Xiu looked at the dense crowd before him and stopped. How should he resolve this situation? With his head lowered, his mind raced, and his expression kept shifting. After a moment, he raised his head, turned to face the group of genius pharmacist apprentices, pointed his iron rod, and laughed loudly. These instructors appear to be mentors on the surface, but behind the scenes they are the puppeteers of the Ma Corporation, harming the pharmacist apprentices by signing contracts. I, Du Xiu, am displeased, and will not tolerate their slander at the exchange meeting. If he dares to confront me and insult my friends, I will strike him. When he threatened me on his way out, I flipped the table and fought. You say I am full of martial virtue. Today, I will show you what true martial virtue is. What you dare not say, I will speak. What you dare not do, I will do. What you dare not strike, I will strike. Finishing his words, Du Xiu dumped the contents of several briefcases onto the ground and took out a lighter, igniting the documents. Over 100 contracts of the genius pharmacist apprentices were set ablaze. The corporate personnel responsible for the contracts looked at the burning documents with rage and wanted to rush forward to extinguish the fire and reclaim the contracts. Du Xiu, holding the iron rod, pointed at the corporate personnel with a sinister grin filled with endless malice. I do hail from the wilderness, wandering for over a decade, all alone, killing at the age of 9 and slaying those in the blood chi realm at 16. Whoever dares to approach and take these documents will lose their life. Today I will use my own life to show everyone whether the bones of common pharmacist are truly soft. Let the corporations know that although 10 years of hard work may not compare to your centuries of accumulation, we are all born free and will not be subservient. Du Xiu stood at the entrance of the hotel, gripping the iron rod tightly, standing against the light like a celestial being. Inside the hotel lobby, hundreds of people gathered. Du Xiu stood at the entrance of the hotel, gripping the iron rod tightly, standing against the light like a celestial being. Inside the hotel lobby, Indeed, they had knelt for too long, thinking that allowing apprentices to sign contracts with corporations was in a sense good for them. But is that really the case? Years of herbal resources traded for decades of being locked in the apothecary room, daily concocting potions. The vast apothecary tasks made the contracted pharmacists work diligently, like beasts of burden. Over the years, how many corporate pharmacists have worked themselves to death? A voice quietly arose. Since Du Xiu is destroying the contracts for us, shouldn't we stand by his side? In an instant, a group of young people exchanged glances, suddenly feeling incredibly awkward. Du Xiu was helping them, but how could they still feel justified standing behind him? In no time, over 100 genius pharmacist apprentices walked forward with determination, standing beside Du Xiu. Before them stood hundreds of black-clad practitioners affiliated with the Ma Corporation. Seeing this scene, the heads of the various pharmacist halls wore smiles. The corporate personnel responsible for signing contracts anxiously shouted at the black-clad practitioners, "There is only this one contract. I haven't had a chance to make a copy. While it's not burned completely, hurry and get it back." In his eyes, reclaiming the signed documents from the hands of these young fools should be an easy task for the hundreds of black-clad practitioners. Why did no one advance? The hundreds of black-clad practitioners stood there like robots frozen in place. The instructors were also bewildered. What is happening? Master Ma looked at the familiar faces among the black-clad practitioners and revealed a grim smile. At this moment, Master Ma glanced back at Du Xiu, and by coincidence, Du Xiu looked at him too. Their gazes met. Du Xiu was surprised. The previously furious Master Ma was now so calm. Had he been stunned? So he shook his head and chuckled. Seeing Du Xiu smiling and shaking his head at him, Master Ma suddenly understood everything. He calmly spoke, "Let's go. Brother Ma, are we just leaving like this? Listen to me, let's go now. Get out of here." The several instructors were uncertain, supporting Master Ma as they walked aside. Once they were out of sight, someone couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ma, what exactly is going on? Which companies did these pharmacist apprentices sign with?" "Quite a few. Our corporation's Prosper Pharmaceutical Group, Lu Yuan Pharmaceutical Group, Yarun Pharmaceutical Group." As he spoke, this person gradually fell silent. Among these groups, some were controlled by the second young master, some by the third young master, some by the eldest young lady, but there was none controlled by the sixth young master. Master Ma chuckled self-deprecatingly. "We thought the sixth young master was here for a vacation, but little did we know he was in the Yayu Garden performing a play with Du Xiu. We foolishly took the bait, looking for trouble with Du Xiu, who then seized the opportunity to burn the contracts and weaken other competitors' influence. If I hadn't recognized those practitioners I had seen in the Yayu Garden, we might have ended up fighting Du Xiu, and then the sixth young master would use Du Xiu to eliminate us." Huh, what a brilliant scheme. The instructors suddenly realized. No wonder Du Xiu dared to act so ruthlessly. It turned out he had someone backing him. Indeed, Du Xiu is the first genius pharmacist of Burt City, and the sixth young master had also been hidden in Burt City all along. It makes sense that they know each other. On the other side, flames danced in the night, and the contract gradually burned to ashes. Du Xiu gazed at the still figure of the black-clad Yuan Xiu across from him. For a moment, he was also taken aback. Revealing the truth of the consortium's apprenticeship created an image of a passionate youth igniting the support of alchemist apprentices from all over. It was all to characterize the situation as a passionate youth dissatisfied with the consortium's actions boldly retaliates against a malicious mentor, rather than just beating an imperial mentor. He had even thought of the expression of passionate resistance when captured by the forces of evil. Yet why was no one coming to catch me? Where are the Hunters Guild members? What about the consortium's thugs? Where are the garrison troops? What is going on? If no one is coming, I might as well leave. This place is not suitable for staying long. Du Xiu turned around, walked into the crowd, took Jiang Zhao's hand, and ran away. Jiang Zhao had been in the crowd watching Du Xiu's impassioned speech with excitement. In the next moment, she was pulled along, running wildly. She was a bit taken aback, then squinted her eyes, smiling as she dashed through the darkness with Du Xiu. In the crowd of black-clad Yuan Xiu's sixth young master and Hao Ge were hiding. At this moment, he felt somewhat troubled. After all this time, it was Du Xiu who was fighting. And it was against the people of the Ma family consortium. If they don't help their own, they'll lose face. If they do help their own, they risk their lives. My life feels like walking on thin ice. Forget it, let it go as long as Du Xiu is alright. In the distance, Master Ma watched Du Xiu leave while hundreds of black-clad Yuan Xiu did not stop him, all wearing self-mocking expressions. Hee, in the end, we are all just pawns. Should we still trouble Du Xiu? Master Ma sneered and said, do you believe that as long as you dare to provoke Du Xiu, within a few days an unknown anomaly will appear claiming to seek justice for his disciple and wipe out your entire clan? The group of mentors fell silent. The people of the consortium were the most ruthless. No one expected that the infamous sixth young master who raised slaves for amusement was actually a deep and calculating person behind the scenes. If they provoked Du Xiu, they might really land themselves in big trouble. After all, sixth young master had just been pushed into the limelight by the consortium with few supporters, and Du Xiu was one of his few trusted aides, having achieved such great merit. Even if he did not value Du Xiu for someone in power, it was a case of paying a high price for a horse's bones, and they would definitely protect Du Xiu fiercely. Let's just pretend that nothing happened, Master Ma said after holding it in for a long time. Even though they held high positions, they were essentially just senior workers of the Ma family consortium. As for sixth young master, they couldn't afford to provoke him. In the Zonqing Hunters Guild, the wetland park was silent at night, the moonlight like salt casting down upon the earth, draping the entire park in a layer of silver gauze. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a whispering sound that played a nocturne in the stillness. The surface of the lake shimmered with light, reflecting the starry sky, and the lights on the shore dreamlike and ethereal. Fireflies danced among the wetland flowers and grasses, like tiny stars falling to earth. A man and a woman, two figures, raced through the darkness, ultimately stopping under a streetlight. Du Xiu, hands on his hips, gasped, is anyone chasing us? No one. Jiang Zhao looked back and surveyed the area, responding to Du Xiu. Those eyes, like two clear and transparent springs, reflected the starlight in the night. Such beautiful eyes. Du Xiu was momentarily mesmerized. Jiang Zhao was not particularly beautiful, but her eyes and cool demeanor added greatly to her charm. Still immersed in the thrill of escape, she patted her little chest, saying, so exciting. Exciting it is, but I'm afraid we can't enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Du Xiu snapped back to reality, clicking his tongue. Don't worry, my friend. You continue to take your exams steadily, and I'll handle the matters. How do you handle matters? Isn't my family supporting the Creator God? They'll definitely light a few incense sticks for you. Jiang Zhao smiled brightly. Du Xiu pouted, saying, right now you look like a heartless scoundrel, utterly. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's phone rang. She took out her phone and saw the caller ID. The smile on her face gradually faded as she stood in the wind. Du Xiu, what's up? I'm leaving. All right. Aren't you going to ask where I'm going? If I ask, will you tell me? No. That's no good. The feeling of not being governed or questioned is really nice. Jiang Zhao smiled radiantly. Considering how perceptive you are, I won't hold your earlier unauthorized act of taking my hand against you. Look at you, my friend. It seems that tonight I gave you the illusion of being in control, leading you to dare to make personal attacks against me. Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Du Xiu rolled his eyes, took off his backpack, pulled out some personal items, and handed them to Jiang Zhao. Here, this is for you. What is it? You left so suddenly. I didn't have much to give, just some soul-calming potions, about 70 doses. It's all my possessions, enough for you to use for a while. So, are you planning to say nothing about the 1 million gold coins? Jiang Zhao blinked. I've only learned from you for a few days. This is too cruel. Du Xiu, maintaining a calm demeanor, put the gold card he had taken into his pocket, clearing his throat. Soul-calming potions are also quite expensive. Jiang Zhao raised her finger and calculated, let me sort this out. Considering the herbs I wasted and your guidance fee, at most it's 100,000 gold coins. The soul-calming potions you gifted me, if calculated at the top price, would be 9,000 gold coins, each totaling 630,000. 1 million minus 100,000, then minus 630,000. Which means I bought 70 doses of soul-calming potions for myself, and I still owe you 170,000 gold coins. In the end, I have to thank you for the gift, right? Right, that's the logic. What about my face? What do you need that for? You can't eat or drink it. TCH. Jiang Zhao looked disgusted. I'm leaving and no need to see me off. I don't play with shameless people. She walked slowly on the gravel path, carrying her bag on one shoulder, hands in the pockets of her windbreaker. Darkness surged from all directions. Ahead of her, a streetlight stood. The fist in her pocket had unknowingly Jiang Zhao walked under the streetlight and looked back. Du Xiu stood under another streetlight, calmly gazing at her. A straight gravel path connected the two, and between the two streetlights lay a long stretch of darkness. The leaves on both sides rustled in the wind, playing a nocturne while in the distance swarms of fireflies danced in the air. Jiang Zhozhao pursed her lips, then her eyes turned crescent-shaped playfully, saying, "Friend, you mustn't fall for me." Without waiting for Du Xiu's reply, she turned and vanished into the darkness. Du Xiu gazed at the spot where Jiang Zhozhao had stood. Ahead, not a single street lamp remained, their light extinguished, and her figure was utterly swallowed by the night. At that moment his heart felt like a secluded valley suddenly thrown open, gales roaring in without cease. He stood beneath the lamplight for a long while, then abruptly smiled. Zon City. The silver moon hung full in the sky. Night enshrouded the fortress city entirely, its dazzling neon lights shimmering like stars strewn across the heavens. Countless imperial citizens slumbered peacefully in sweet dreams. Then, deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession. Immediately afterward, shrill, piercing alarms screamed across the skies. Their dreams shattered in an instant. Within moments, the streets teemed with crowds. A single piece of intelligence swiftly spread among Zon City's elite. The Tianyi sect had launched a brazen assault on the Ma clan consortium during the Alchemists' Exchange Conference, precisely when the Hunters Guild, having gathered its most powerful origin cultivators to safeguard visiting alchemists from across the realm, was distracted and dispersed. As the second-largest fortress city in the Linta region, both in scale and economic output, the Ma clan consortium held vast assets across Zon City. Over the course of a single night, dozens of warehouses were attacked by avarice. Vast quantities of medicinal herbs and origin cultivation resources were seized. Several high-ranking consortium executives were beheaded. Entire garrisons were slaughtered to the last soul. Outraged, every major faction mobilized at once. Hunter bands, origin cultivator guards, and garrison forces surged into action. The moon hung like a flawless disk overhead. Beneath its glow, the majestic imperial tower rose from the city's heart, piercing the clouds. At its spire stood a solitary, slender figure. A girl wearing a silver mask stood atop the imperial tower's spire, clad in the formal robe of the divine adjudication hall. The entire city lay beneath her feet. Behind her loomed a colossal scythe, 2 meters tall, its blade and haft gleaming silver. Intricate ancient patterns adorned the haft, ornate glyphs pulsing with arcane resonance, as if whispering forgotten incantations. Its curved blade radiated a chilling glacial light, one that seemed capable of severing any obstacle without resistance. Pure moonlight bathed the silver-masked girl, cold wind whipped her robes into a fierce, billowing roar. She was colder than moonlight itself, detached from the world, yet piercingly frigid. Below, dozens of black-clad masked aberrants leapt and raced across rooftops and skyscrapers. Her icy gaze settled upon them. She unslung the scythe, gripped it in one hand, and, legs coiling with explosive force, leapt from the tower's 100-soft-meter-shy summit. Silver light refracted fiercely off the massive scythe in her grasp. As she descended, divine adjudication hall members materialized around her, one after another, emerging from the shadows. They watched the scythe-wielding girls retreating back with fervent, almost fanatical devotion, then hurled themselves from the tower, chasing her silhouette into the night. The divine adjudication hall had mobilized. A sky ferry sliced through the cloud layers. Hu Yanlai sat on the sofa in Du Xiu's cabin, his expression heavy with regret. "Nephew, that night, you acted far too rashly." Du Xiu's face darkened with self-reproach. Then he turned to Li Huiping and Hu Chui. "Senior brother, senior sister, I'm truly sorry. Because of me, you missed your final lecture." That night, after seeing Jiang Zhozhao off, Du Xiu received Hu Yanlai's call and met up with him immediately. Fearing retaliation from the Ma clan consortium, Hu Yanlai arranged their swift departure under cover of darkness. "No worries, junior brother. I fully support your actions," Li Huiping declared, punching the air emphatically. He admired Du Xiu's courage in exposing the consortium's corruption, and even more so his audacity in publicly burning the apprentices' binding contracts. That same night, after Du Xiu fled the scene, many gifted alchemy apprentices present sought to express their gratitude, but could not locate him. Instead, they turned their attention to him and Hu Chui. In a single evening, he added over 200 prodigious alchemy apprentices as contacts. From yesterday until now, his phone had not stopped buzzing, every message asking after Du Xiu's well-being. Hu Chui sighed, her tone tinged with concern. "Missing lectures matters little, but your actions were dangerously impulsive. I wonder whether this will affect your standing at the Advanced Academy. Even if we'd stayed, there would have been no lectures. We heard the instructors didn't appear today." Hu Yanlia, ever well-informed, added. "Moreover, last night a major incident struck Zon City. A group of aberrants launched coordinated raids across several critical districts, causing mass casualties. The Hunters Guild is overwhelmed, too preoccupied to continue the exchange conference. Alchemists from all regions have already begun returning home. As for admission to the Imperial Cultivation Academy, we'll wait until enrollment season. This matter may be treated leniently or severely. Let us hope the Academy's leadership shows mercy." Hu Yanlai offered reassurance. "Aberrants? The Tianyi sect?" Du Xiu exclaimed, startled. "Exactly, that pack of vermin. Nephew, beware, the Tianyi sect specializes in assassinating gifted alchemists. They are our sworn enemies." Hu Yanlai ground his teeth, voice thick with venom. Du Xiu remained silent. Afterward, the group discussed lingering questions and difficulties encountered during the exchange conference, until late evening, when Hu Yanlai and the others finally departed. Du Xiu reviewed the foundational alchemical knowledge framework he'd absorbed at the conference. Then he opened the Bronze Tree Residence Forum. He browsed for a while. Most posts centered on evaluating the lecturing quality of academy instructors. Yet one thread soared above all others. Pinned to the top, its popularity staggering. Tens of thousands of replies already filled its pages. A phenomenon bordering on the extraordinary. Rage off the comma in ALC missed. The post contained a meticulously edited video, over 10 minutes long. Do show click play. The footage showed a cafeteria, noisy and bustling with numerous alchemy apprentices crowding around consortium representatives. Sign me up. I'll sign right away. What does this clause mean? Fine, I'll sign. Nearby 6 academy instructors observed the scene with faint knowing smiles. As an apprentice, signed a consortium representative glanced at the document and flickered with quiet contempt. The camera shifted. On screen appeared the back of a young man standing in the dim entrance of a grand hall. Seconds passed, then he turned. His gaze locked onto the assembly of sanctimonious instructors upon the stage. A sneer curled across his lips, dismissive, unyielding, disdainful. The corridor, 6 instructors hastening away, backs turned. Someone like Dushio will never set foot in the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Dushio, I ask you plainly, we traveled thousands of li to impart wisdom and dispel your doubts. By walking out mid-lecture, did you show disrespect toward your elders and teachers? Yes. You claimed to go to the restroom, but instead returned to rest. Was that not outright deception? Yes. In Burt City, you brutally assaulted your own senior brother. Does that not reveal a savage, violent nature? Correct. I laugh at them. They're fools happily counting coins for the very people who sold them. Years' worth of medicinal resources bought your entire lives. What else would you call such blind folly? Exactly. I am indeed ignorant of hierarchy. I am utterly shameless. Master, do I appear sufficiently depraved? Master, does my temperament strike you as adequately brutal? Plant it deeper. Say it louder. Did I not name you? Today I beat only the Academy's instructors. Master, who you and Tong, these old fools, just said they want to kill me. How can I wait for them to take revenge on me? Today I will kill one to break even, and killing 2 will be a profit. On the surface they are mentors at the Cultivation Academy, but behind the scenes they are pawns of the Ma family consortium exploiting the apprentices of alchemists. I do show him displeased, so I ignored his nonsense at the exchange meeting. He dared to confront me and insult my friend, so I beat him up. When I was leaving he threatened me, and I flipped the table and fought him with all my might. You say I have abundant martial virtue today, I will show you what true martial virtue really is. The words you dare not say, I will say them. The things you dare not do, I will do. The people you dare not strike, I will strike. The young man held a lighter and ignited the contract. The flames danced on his face. I came from the wilderness wandering for over a decade, all alone. I killed a man at 9, and at 16 I slayed those in the Blood-Chi realm. Whoever dares to come forward to take these documents, leave your life behind. Today I will use my own life to let everyone see whether the bones of a commoner alchemist are truly soft. Let your consortium know, although 10 years of hard study cannot compare to your centuries of accumulation, we were all born free and will not be subjugated. The young man's silhouette stood tall and imposing under the lights. He tightly gripped an iron rod with no one by his side. Opposite him was a sea of black-clad consortium members. All around it was silent. Only his roar echoed through the heavens and earth. At this point the scene turned pitch black. A few lines of text appeared. What is the purpose of the alchemist exchange meeting? Should the offspring of powerful factions be allowed to enter the Cultivation Academy, while we the lowly commoners who have never seen the world are destined to be hunted by consortia and sign contracts of servitude? The video ended. The comments below exploded. Oh, Master Shio is amazing. Chop off my head, let me. For the first time in a millennium, he struck the Imperial Mentor. And he knocked down 6 at once. Bro. So intense. I'm so fired up, I want to set myself on fire. Who still doubts Master Shio's combat power? Step up and speak. My goodness, killed a man at 9, entered the Blood-Chi realm at 16. At 17, he defeated 6 Imperial Academy mentors. Is this Master Shio's battle record? Look at Master Shio's demeanor. If those hundreds of original cultivators aren't around, he would really dare to kill those mentors. Hell. In Makabaka, and tonight I will unleash a massacre. Master Shio actually carries an iron rod with him, oh my. This is supposed to be for the alchemist exchange meeting. See, this is called professionalism. An alchemist carrying an iron rod is quite reasonable. No, why are all the comments calling him Master Shio? Is there such a shortage of elders at home? If you need me, just let me know. I've been free lately. Is the one above not watching the video? I haven't watched it. I'm reading the comments first. You should watch the video first. Damn. Dad. Master Shio. I'm at the scene. Really, Master Shio is so fierce. He burned the contract. Thank you, Master Shio. In the Lin Tower district, a strong man descended from the sky. Oh, damn. I also signed a contract. But in the Shuailing district, there is no Master Shio. And no one told me about the traps in the contract. Is the exchange meeting held to hunt down commoner alchemists? Why did no one tell? The Imperial Academy wouldn't refuse Master Shio's admission, right? It shouldn't, right? It's possible a few years ago there was an class genius who offended a mentor and was refused admission due to immoral conduct. How bold. Master Shio's actions belong to good deeds. How could the Academy refuse his admission? Let me remind you, the holding of the exchange meeting is tacitly approved by the Imperial Academy. It's terrifying to think about. What Master Shio said truly touched me. We are all born free and will not be subjugated. Oh, I heard Master Xiao didn't sign the contract. Burning the contract was purely to save others. I'm really moved to tears. If Master Xiao can't enter the Imperial Academy, then I too. The night is too beautiful, the one above is a fool. Let's disperse. Remember Master Xiao's name. This post will soon disappear as I posted something similar a few years ago. It can't be right. If Master Xiao can't enter the Imperial Academy, then the posts about hunting commoner alchemists will all... Du Xiao browsed through the comments, and many people below had little hope of successfully entering the Imperial Academy. Earlier, in a moment of impulse, he thought it didn't matter whether he entered the Imperial Academy or not, but upon calming down and thinking, Old Lung's alchemical skills are truly concerning. His skill points in alchemy are all invested in toxicology. Sometimes he even doubts how Old Lung passed the level of a third-level alchemist. While Du Xiao was secretly guessing, a reply came from Zhang Zhaozhao. The last message he sent was yesterday. The other party took 24 hours to reply. Zhang Zhaozhao, friend, I am really busy and have no time for idle chatter. Du Xiao sneered. The delayed response indicated an attitude problem. No matter how busy one is, they can't even spare a moment to reply. Truly, she is giving herself too much credit. Du Xiao glanced at the message, put away his phone, and returned to his bedroom to rest. I can't be a sycophant. In the middle of the night, Du Xiao sat up and took out his phone. Du Xiao, okay, I was reading, just now, you stay busy, no need to reply to me. After waiting a few minutes, no one replied. An hour later, as Du Xiao was getting drowsy, a message notification sounded. Du Xiao hurriedly opened his phone. In Zanqing, after Hao Gu covered the retreat of the Tianyi sect members, he returned home with a weary body. At the villa entrance, numerous bodyguards in black stood. Ma Juanhao looked up, and his heart sank. These were not his... In the living room, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back gazed at the wall painting in the living room. The mural presented a dark theme depicting a mass of severed limbs intertwined in a grotesque manner. Hearing footsteps, the middle-aged man did not turn around and spoke in a calm tone. This mural is too bloody, replace it tomorrow. Ma Juanhao responded, yes, third uncle. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, if it weren't for that lunatic Mei Jianyuan liking it, I would have changed it long ago. The middle-aged man turned around, looked at Ma Juanhao, and sighed inwardly. He had originally heard that Ma Juanhao had a penchant for raising slaves for amusement, draining their blood for pleasure, and he didn't believe it. Now, seeing his taste in decor, it might be true. His seemingly well-behaved nephew's psychology must have long been twisted. Raised in a gilded cage since childhood, deprived of affection from elders, immersed daily in beauty, liquor, and vice, it may seem like paradise, but for an ambitious person it is undoubtedly an extremely painful prison. But could a nephew with his brother's bloodline ever resign himself to mediocrity? Alright, there's no need to be reserved. I'm here to ask you a few questions, and then I'll be on my way. Uncle San gestured for Ma Juanhao to take a seat. Please go ahead. Ma Juanhao replied. Is Du Xiao one of your people? Ma Juanhao fell silent. No, I am one of Du Xiao's people. Uncle San chuckled. What's this? Hiding your true self. Uncle San looked at the seemingly obedient Ma Juanhao and softened his tone. He knew that for such a psychologically warped junior, mere admonishment would only backfire. Both of your brothers have met with misfortune, and the family's legitimate lineage is lacking. Sooner or later there will be an opportunity for you to rise, but you must not rush and should pay attention to your methods. Uncle Sen advised. No matter how inadequate Ma Juanhao was, he bore the bloodline of the Ma family's helmsman. Before his father's downfall, he was the absolute core of the Ma consortium. Especially with the two core young masters being killed by outsiders, a large amount of power had become vacant. His elder brother was still in the prime of his life, and with only a few core heirs to prevent any one heir from gaining too much power, if handled well, most of it could transition to Ma Juanhao, this new rising star. Yes, Uncle San, your nephew has learned. Ma Juanhao politely replied. I am here this time for the Tianyi sect. Regarding the pursuit of the Tianyi sect, I will grant you a portion of the credit. Do you understand what I mean? Uncle Sen squinted. Ma Juanhao instantly understood. The two core young masters had been killed by the Tianyi sect, and the family's upper echelons harbored an intense hatred for them. Especially the financial support that originally backed those two had turned to nothing after years of investment. If he could stand out during the capture, improve his abilities by catching a few big fish, his status would surely rise dramatically, and that portion of power would mostly flow to him, becoming a loyal minister. For example, the Uncle San before him had previously been a staunch supporter of the young master. Brother Hao was completely numb. I understand the reasoning, but I am the big fish. Your nephew will rely on Uncle San's guidance more in the future. Ma Juanhao said respectfully. Don't worry, this time I brought the top talents from the family. Those outsiders will definitely not escape our grasp. Uncle San said confidently. They cannot escape Uncle San's grasp. Ma Juanhao replied with a smile, and Uncle San nodded in satisfaction, seeing Ma Junhao's modest demeanor. By the way, Master Ma will not take the initiative to trouble Du Xiao, but if Du Xiao cannot enter the Imperial Cultivation Institute, you must not trouble Master Ma either. Is someone in the family looking to trouble Du Xiao? Not exactly. After all, he is one of your people. You've just entered the family circle and don't understand the rules. Acting rashly can be understood. The family will not trouble Du Xiao because of this. However, Du Xiao's actions have exposed the family's facade, and the family is not just the Lin Tower and Ma Consortium. After finishing, Uncle San casually said to Ma Juanhao, consider him a discarded piece. Ma Juanhao remained silent, contemplating in his heart. This means that even if the Ma family does not trouble Du Xiao, other consortiums will. The problem is I know the family won't trouble Du Xiu, but those other consortiums will, and Du Xiu doesn't know that. How should I explain this to the young master? Brother Hao stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Uncle San nodded internally. Although Ma Juanhao had a peculiar personality, he was quite generous towards his own people, feeling conflicted over abandoning a mere apprentice pharmacist. He could discuss it with others later without worrying that this little six would be cruel and turn against him, thus feeling hesitant to support him. After discussing some details about capturing the outsiders, Uncle San left with his men. Afterward, Ma Juanhao dialed Hu Yan Lai's number to obtain Du Xiu's contact information. I need to quickly prove my innocence to the young master. With anticipation, Du Xiu opened his phone. It was a friend request notification. I am Ma Juanhao after Du Xiu sending a message in the middle of the night. Do you want to die? Looking at the young master's message, Brother Hao stood there in a daze. At this moment, a snowstorm fell in his heart, but he didn't say anything. A few days later, Du Xiu and the others, Master Lung had not yet returned. On the Copper Tree home, the posts regarding the hunting of civilian pharmacists disappeared. Du Xiu's life returned to its normal trajectory. In the morning, he prepared the soul calming potion and the original force potion. In the afternoon, he brewed other potions, and in the evening, he took potions and practiced the original force. Occasionally chatting with Jiang Zhou for a couple of sentences. Well, only 2 sentences. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The time had come to the end of April. In the afternoon, Du Xiu looked at the potion in his hand, revealing a satisfied smile. The first-level gene potion was successfully brewed. However, this success is only seen as success in the eyes of an ordinary pharmacist. Within the potion system, there are several renowned potions. The original force potion and gene potion are 2 of them. Not only are these 2 found among first-level potions, but they also exist in second, third, and even higher potion tiers. Of course, the difficulty of brewing and their efficacy also increase in a ladder-like manner. The reason it is called success in the eyes of an ordinary pharmacist is that after consuming the gene potion, it stimulates the Bodhi's potential, granting combat power. But the gene potion itself has defects. After consumption, it shortens lifespan and comes with various side effects. Most who take the gene potion are ordinary people who sell their lives to the consortium. They are in deep debt and have no way out, using their lives to exchange for a wealthy life for their families. Normal people would not take gene potions. I wonder if the defects of the gene potion can be improved. Du Xiu thought to himself. After returning from Zanxing, he reorganized his knowledge of basic potion making and fully understood the introductory potion knowledge taught by Huang Lao and others. Now his potion making skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. With the support of the gold card left by Jiang Zhou, the Silver Fox Hunter Group, and Li Huiping, Du Xiu purchased a large quantity of herbs, attempting to brew other types of potions. He had tried brewing all the first-level potions on the market, achieving a high success rate with no difficulty. Therefore, Du Xiu set his sights on improving the gene potion. However, the herb formula within the gene potion gave him a strange feeling. For other potion formulas, Du Xiu could make minor adjustments. But with the gene potion, he found himself at a loss. Several attempts at adjustments ended in failure. It gave Du Xiu the impression that the formula was perhaps outside the Empire's potion-making system. Unable to figure it out, Du Xiu placed the brewed gene potion in a certain cabinet. How to monetize these potions is a significant issue. Hundreds of different kinds of potions were displayed inside. His speed in concocting potions was already terrifying, able to produce 30 to 40 sets in a day. After enhancing his knowledge of potion making, Du Xiu simplified the steps greatly, improving his efficiency to 60 or 70 sets a day. Never mind, let's play it safe. This month, I already sold the finished soul calming potion. Selling other finished potions could attract attention better to keep a low profile. On the Copper Tree home, posts about the consortium hunting civilian potion-making prodigies had completely vanished. One glance reveals the whole picture. For now, it is wise to act discreetly. At this moment, a message chimed in. Du Xiu looked at it. It was a message from his forum friend Soft Boss. Soft Boss, where did you see these combinations you sent? Recently, Du Xiu had been combining and using toxic potions to cultivate the poison scripture, but the side effects of the potions were quite significant. The first potion only caused digestive issues and gas. However, the second and third potions directly intensified the pain, causing immense discomfort to Du Xiu. He wanted to improve the poison scripture formula, but discovered that many of the combinations were unfamiliar to him, so he disassembled part of the formula and sent it to Soft Boss for clarification. Soft Boss, I saw these combinations in a book. What level of potion-making knowledge do they represent? Soft Boss, this is not current potion-making knowledge. It's from the civilization of the previous empire. Du Xiu was taken aback. The divine creation era had lasted for 10,000 years. The Ninth Empire had established itself for 1,000 years. Before the Ninth Empire, there were several generations of empires that perished for various reasons. Is the poison scripture a product of the previous empire's civilization? Soft Boss, I've seen these combinations. They represent some of the top potion knowledge from the previous empire's civilization. Kid, did you obtain a formula from some imperial ruins? Not just one, there are 108 formulas for toxic potions in the Poison Scriptures Vitality chapter. Soft Boss, no, I saw it in a book. Soft Boss, what a pity, I'm quite interested in these. Soft Boss, which is superior the potion making of the previous empire? Soft Boss, there's no distinction of superiority, each is formidable. However, over time many herbs have gone extinct or become extremely rare, and the potion making system needs to be updated accordingly. Soft boss, moreover, your combinations bear a striking resemblance to auxiliary cultivation potions from a certain extreme sect in the civilization of the previous empire. The gene potions popular within the empire were inspired by this extreme sect, which has a unique potion-making system filled with many extreme potions. I've always wanted to piece together this sect's potion-making system, but unfortunately their legacy has been lost in the annals of history. The poison scripture given by Lao Lung is a legacy of an extreme sect from the previous empire. Does this extreme sect have its own independent potion-making system? Is the inspiration for gene potions derived from this extreme sect? Soft Boss revealed quite a bit of information, leaving Du Xiu deep in thought. He had studied gene potions for a period and found some strange herbal formulas within. He couldn't even make slight adjustments to the gene potions. It turns out it was because they belonged to different potion-making systems. Du Xiu realized. Soft Boss, what's the name of this extreme sect? Soft Boss, I've long forgotten. I came across it randomly in an ancient book. I only have a deep impression of the sect's extreme cultivation methods, which are quite radical but impressive. Du Xiu nodded secretly. Lao Lung had indeed mentioned that the cultivation method of the poison scripture was very extreme and quite powerful. Soft Boss, besides that, are there any other records? Soft Boss, I seriously suspect you obtained this sect's cultivation methods. Soft Boss, I really didn't. Soft Boss, haha, this civilization of the previous empire has long lost its legacy. Once it appears, it must have been dug out from some ruins. How could it only be these few combinations? Du Xiu fell silent. Soft Boss, forget it, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Just a piece of advice, the methods of this extreme sect seem incomplete, and the herbal resources required for auxiliary cultivation are quite scarce. Don't recklessly replace them. Though their methods are extreme, the potion-making knowledge involved is very advanced. Most potion masters can't handle it. If you blindly replace them, you might end up with a decline in realm and suffer hidden injuries. Soft Boss, additionally, I just took a look and feel you should choose wisely. This sect has a hint of sinister techniques. Fast cultivation, great power, but also considerable side effects. According to records, many people from this sect died from excruciating pain. Potion masters can't handle it. Du Xiu was astonished. Only 5th level potion masters are worthy of that title. Is the method Lao Lung passed down really that advanced? As an outlier at a high level, does Lao Lung hide his identity in Burt City because of reckless behavior that led to a decline in his realm? And this method can actually cause people to die from pain. Is it really that extreme? Du Xiu maintained a skeptical attitude towards what Soft Boss had said. Soft Boss, didn't you just say you didn't know? Soft Boss, come on, you still doubt that I'm fooling you. I just found out about it. When you encounter difficulties, send them to me, perhaps I can help. I am not talented, but my potion-making skills are Soft Boss, I believe your nonsense. Soft Boss, you mediocre talent will never understand the loneliness of a genius. Moreover, take some time to earn money and cultivate your extraordinary abilities. When you awaken, let me know, and I'll give you. Du Xiu, what good thing? Are you giving it to me for free? Soft Boss, you'll find out what it is when the time comes. It certainly won't be free, but I won't scam you. It's a fair trade. Discussing this now is too far off. I've got to go. Soft Boss gracefully went offline. Du Xiu smirked. After a long period of contact, he discovered that Soft Boss was indeed very mysterious and peculiar. Soft Boss gracefully went offline. Du Xiu smirked. After a long period of contact, he discovered that Soft Boss was indeed very mysterious and peculiar. He aided an aroma of romantic love, or the scent of a sycophant. A big shot with such high potion-making skills actually cooks every day? Du Xiu despised sycophants the most in his life. At night, after consuming the original power potion, Du Xiu painfully took out another potion. It was concocted primarily from the highly toxic herb heavenly wormgrass. After Soft Boss reminder, Du Xiu abandoned the idea of improving the poison scripture formula and honestly accepted. As the potion entered his stomach, Du Xiu's body began to convulse as if someone were meticulously carving out his internal organs with a knife. Within just a few minutes, he was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, and his eyes bloodshot. Calculating the time, Du Xiu quickly settled into a meditative position. After the pain subsided slightly following the energy nodes outlined in the Poison Sutra, he began to absorb the original force into his body, guiding it to circulate according to the prescribed technique. After several hours, Du Xiu let out a long breath. The fluctuations of original force in his body intensified once more. A wisp of original force manifested at his fingertips. Originally white and only detectable through sensation, the original force now exhibited a faint gray hue. Though faint according to the records of the Poison Sutra, his original force had indeed been tainted with a trace of poison. However, the toxicity of this level of original force was very weak. Fortunately, everything is worth it. Now he had already reached the level of 3 pathways in the Blood Chi realm. According to the words of the soft-spoken elder, although the Poison Sutra is extreme, its power is extraordinary and the future is promising. However, the improvement to physical fitness is minimal. Stronger than an ordinary person, but not comparable to original practitioners of the same level. Typical original practitioner techniques involve absorbing original force into the body, condensing blood chi, and nourishing the body. The Poison Sutra cultivates poisonous original force, and its method of operation is quite unique, unable to nourish the physical body and improve physical fitness. In the later stages, one needs to consume unique refining pills from the Poison Sutra to enhance their physical abilities. The next day, dressed in pajamas and half asleep, Du Xiu got up to use the bathroom and was startled to see a figure on the sofa in the living room. Old Lung. Master, what brings you here? Master Lung looked at Du Xiu calmly, though the corners of his eyes twitched. Old Lung, has this little brat gotten carried away? Du Xiu forced a smile in embarrassment. It was a casual remark made in jest. He hurriedly ran over to Master Lung, flattering, "Master, have you had your meal yet? No need, you pack your things and come with me." Master Lung responded with a light snort. "Going out? Into the wilderness?" Du Xiu asked curiously. Last time Master Lung had mentioned taking him to a... Yes, the journey is quite far and will likely take a month. Pack some luggage and we'll meet at the apothecary hall in an hour. After saying this, Master Lung turned and left. Du Xiu looked at the sunken sofa and muttered, "Just wake me up when we arrive. Don't wait for me to wake naturally." Oh, what a... More than half an hour later, Du Xiu, carrying a hiking backpack, arrived early at the apothecary hall. Master Lung was conversing with Hu Yanlai at the entrance. "Old Lung, why do you insist on bringing Du Xianzi to the wilderness? The exam for first-level apothecarist is in June and he needs to focus on his studies. Isn't going to the wilderness a distraction?" Hu Yanlai said earnestly. Master Lung naturally informed Hu Yanlai about his trip, since he often sought rare herbs in the wilderness, so Hu Yanlai was accustomed to it. However, upon hearing that Du Xiu was going too, he was immediately displeased. "It's all right, I will teach him along the way," Master Lung casually replied. After all, Du Xiu was just an apprentice apothecary, and guiding a mere apprentice was naturally a trivial matter for him. Hu Yanlai shot a sideways glance at Master Lung, inwardly murmuring, "What can you teach? You're just a slacker apothecist. Did you arrange for a hunter team for this outing?" "Of course. That's good." Hu Yanlai nodded. It's common knowledge that apothecarists, being physically weak, must have a hunter team for protection when going outside. "All right, no need for more words, I shall take my leave now," Master Lung said as he noticed Du Xiu approaching, addressing Hu Yanlai. Du Xiu followed behind Master Lung, and after completing the exit procedures at the fortress gate, he left Burt City under the protection of a certain hunter team. The hired hunter team was small in number with 4 vehicles and 6 members, but all were original practitioners of the enlightened realm, holding great renown in Burt City. Not long after leaving the fortress range in a secluded area, Master Lung signaled for the hunter team to stop. The one-eyed captain respectfully approached Master Lung and knelt down. "I am Wang Hong, greeting the master." "Greeting the Holy Sun." Master Lung nodded casually. Meanwhile, Du Xiu looked utterly astonished. "Wait, master. The leader of the Tianyi sect. Old Lung is the leader of the Tianyi sect. Then, the Holy Sun he mentioned, is that me?" Du Xiu's expression turned grim. Although everyone condemned the anomalies, their numbers were vast, and if they wanted to hide, it was not easy for others to investigate. However, being the Holy Sun, now he was standing at the center of attention. Du Xiu was not excited about the identity of the Holy Sun. With his top-tier apothecist talent, his future was bright. He had no need to leverage the Holy Sun's status for benefits. Moreover, he was also a possessed seed of abilities requiring a low profile. "Old Lung, you really didn't have to be this. In the past, I was unaware of the true identity of the master, and if I have shown any disrespect, I hope the master..." Wang Hong and the others knelt down, their heads bowed low. This morning he received orders from the master and felt a chill down his spine. The master had been silent for too long. The members of the Tianyi sect had begun to treat him as a legendary figure. Now the living legend personally issued orders to them, and the shock was indescribable. When they saw the instructions, they were even more alarmed. "Escort the master out of Burt City. The always mysterious and terrifying master is hiding in Burt City, right beside them." Upon seeing Master Lung and Du Xiu at the rendezvous point, Wang Hong's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The master actually disguised himself as the deputy head of the apothecary hall. Moreover, the class genius of Burt City is actually the Holy Sun of their sect. No wonder they demanded Du Xiu be captured alive last time. "No worries." Master Lung shook his head, then looked at Wang Hong with a half-smile. "Did you send out news of my whereabouts?" Wang Hong was instantly horrified, stammering, "Master, you wronged me. How could I betray the master's whereabouts?" After speaking, the few of them immediately tensed up. "Over the years, I have concealed my identity and acted low-key. The Church of the Western Continent has had much to say about me, and the share of cultivation resources has also been significantly reduced, causing suffering among the sect members. Many have even defected to other sects, but due to the toxins in their bodies, they do not dare to openly oppose me without knowing my whereabouts. Otherwise, many within the sect would probably want to kill me. What others think Wang Hong does not know, but my loyalty to the master is as bright as the sun and the moon. If I am not mistaken, the deputy leader should be coming soon, right? He must have put in a lot of effort to find this place." Master Lung said calmly. Wang Hong is the leader of the aberrants in Burt City, involved in the kidnapping of Ma Juanhao and the rescue of Du Xiu. According to him, these 2 incidents have already raised suspicions among certain members of the sect. The news came from Wang Hong. Before he could plead for mercy, Master Lung waved his hand, triggering the toxins within the bodies of several aberrants, and in an instant a black flame rose from them. The few of them quickly turned into ashes. Du Xiu, standing nearby, dared not even breathe. Master Lung's unpredictable temperament made Du Xiu feel a bit spine-chilling. "Master, if you kill them, it will be hard to explain if we encounter someone familiar in the wilderness." Du Xiu scratched his head and reminded him. He and Master Lung were somewhat famous in the Burt City Hunters Guild, and many people knew them. 2 pharmacists were walking in the wilderness without original bodyguards, making them prone to suspicion if they encountered hunters from Burt City. "There is a disguise technique in the poison scripture. Have you learned it?" "Not yet." Du Xiu shrank his neck. With the original power nodes being so difficult to comprehend, he had no time to practice the original refinement techniques. Foolish. Master Lung snorted lightly. Although he understood why Du Xiu was so obsessed with cultivating original power, his disciple's talent in original cultivation truly frustrated him. This item is for you. Master Lung handed Du Xiu a prepared human skin mask. This item is called Qinyan. It runs on original power and can change your appearance at will. It is quite precious, so you must take care of it. This was a rare item he had collected for Du Xiu during this period. Du Xiu put on the human skin mask, feeling a chill on his. After activating the original power, the mask adhered to his face, and his features became indistinct. Imagine the appearance of a person in your mind, and you can disguise yourself as them. Master Lung reminded him. Du Xiu recalled the appearance of Lien Ruofei. The originally vague and somewhat eerie face gradually revealed its features. Moments later, Lien Ruofei appeared. The features were stiff, the eyes cold, and the expression quite gloomy. Du Xiu took out his phone to take a picture, utterly amazed. So magical. At this moment, Master Lung had also transformed into the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. After the two changed their appearances, Du Xiu with a flattering demeanor jogged to open the car door for his master. After Master Lung got into the car, Du Xiu took the driver's seat. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle headed towards the vast wilderness, bouncing along the way. The journey was silent. The bumps were sometimes not only due to the poor road conditions, but also because of Du Xiu's poor driving skills. The silence was not only because Master Lung was not good with words, but also because he felt regret. Those few people were killed too early. Otherwise, why would they suffer the boat ride in such a manner? Nightfall arrived. Du Xiu set up the tent and lit a fire. The two sat beside the fire. Master Lung spoke. Tomorrow you will seek a merchant caravan, give them some money, and get a... Is it because my driving skills are poor? Du Xiu handed the grilled meat to Master Lung. Is it only because of my poor driving skills? Master Lung glanced at the burnt meat in Du Xiu's hand. Sometimes when you do nothing, I can feel your filial piety. Du Xiu awkwardly smiled, took back the grilled meat, and hurriedly changed the topic. Master, where is our destination this time? The Divine Ruins. Divine Ruins? What is that place? Du Xiu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard this term. Do you know about the Creator God? I know about the disciples of the Creator God. The entire world was created by him. Strictly speaking, there is only one God in this world, and that is the Creator God. He created the world and gave life to all beings, and when life reached its end, he gave humanity the opportunity to slay the gods. Before slaying the gods, this world was not as colorful as it is now. It was only after his death, when divine power returned to the heavens and the earth, that this world, after millennia of evolution, became so vibrant. And the Divine Ruins are other worlds created by the Creator God. These small worlds, unlike the East and West continents, are not vast and boundless, but they also have their own heavens and earth with resources that are extremely rich. You can understand that the Creator God is a craftsman. He built an extremely large mansion, and after completing it, he felt that although the mansion was nice, it was not exquisite enough, so he built many delicate small houses. The large mansion is the East and West continents, and the small houses are the Divine Ruins filled with countless rare treasures. After Master Lung finished explaining, Du Xiu understood. The continent they are currently on is equivalent to a rough house, while the Divine Ruins are like a fully furnished house. Then Master Lung fixed his gaze on Du Xiu and said, I have never actively inquired about your secrets. Now I ask you, do you have anything you are hiding from me? Du Xiu lowered his head in silence. His biggest secret was the ability seed. Yes. Even though the soft boss repeatedly reminded him to keep the ability seed a secret, Du Xiu still intended to tell Master Lung the truth. Master Lung had saved him twice. The first time was in the snow forest. Without Master Lung's rescue, he would have been frozen to death after failing to absorb spiritual energy and fainting in the snow forest. The second time was during the kidnapping. Without Master Lung's appearance, it would have been a certain death situation. In addition, Master Lung had also given him an identity and a platform. Relying solely on himself, he might not even have the qualifications to enter Bird City. No matter how high his talent was, without a platform, it was all in vain. What is it? I am an ability user, but I have not yet successfully awakened. Du Xiu looked up, his gaze intense. Opposite him, Master Lung had a smile at the corners of his mouth. This trip to the Divine Ruins is precisely for your ability awakening. Did you know this all along? Don't think of me as too foolish. Master Lung said with a rare smile on his face. As the leader of the Tianyi sect, a cunning and scheming person, he would likely eradicate an enemy's entire family for a mere grudge. Now that he accepted Du Xiu as his heir, how could he not investigate carefully? He learned from the traffickers that Du Xiu had a head ailment since childhood. Just a short time after Du Xiu became his disciple, he somewhat abruptly asked him for the concentration potion. At that time, he had some suspicions. Coupled with Du Xiu's obsession with the soul calming potion and his immediate consumption of it after concocting it, these actions all proved that Du Xiu possessed an ability seed. Master said that the journey to the Divine Ruins is precisely for the ability seed within the disciple. What does that mean? Du Xiu asked excitedly. In this Divine Ruins, there is an item called the Soul Fruit. This kind of rare treasure is of the greatest help to ability users and is something they can encounter but cannot seek. It can assist in awakening abilities. Master Lung said calmly. His demeanor exhibited the presence of a master. Du Xiu's brain instantly surged with blood. The information on abilities sent by the soft boss. The Soul Fruit is reputed to be the most potent awakening item for ability users. Its value is immeasurable and cannot be measured in gold coins. However, the opening of the divine ruins will surely attract many petty individuals. This journey is quite dangerous and you must be mentally prepared. Master Lung doused water on the excitement. Du Xiu took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Disciple understands. I have one more question. How did you know you possessed the seed of extraordinary abilities?" Master Lung asked curiously. Given Du Xiu's background, he should not be aware of matters related to extraordinary powers. Du Xiu recounted how he came to know the soft big shot at the bronze tree house. After listening, Master Lung nodded and said, "This person is indeed commendable. Master, there is one more thing." Du Xiu then explained that the poison scripture was the technique of an extreme sect from a previous imperial civilization, and the toxic potions paired with it should not be replaced casually, or otherwise it could lead to a regression in one's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Master Lung fell into a long silence. The air seemed to freeze. After a long while, Master Lung bitterly said, "I must thank you for this, my disciple." 20 years ago, he had fallen from the condensation realm to the meridian realm, nearly losing his life. Little did he expect that it was due to his unauthorized replacement of the potion formula, which led him astray. For all these years, he had been dedicated to researching the formula for the poisons in order to return to the condensation realm. Now, after hearing Du Xiu's words, he felt as though he had been trapped in a great dream. He did not alter the formula due to the side effects of the toxic potions, but rather because many of the herbs within were indeed difficult to find. If he followed the original method, he did not know how long it would take to improve his cultivation. Moreover, he did not dare to recklessly alter the operation route of the technique. He merely modified the auxiliary formulas. Who would have thought the problem lay there? "If it weren't for your reminder today, I wouldn't have known how long I would have wandered on the wrong path," Master Lung murmured. Having identified the crux of the issue, Master Lung fell into a brief silence. Instead of regretting the path he had taken for so many years, he wore a smile. This divine ruin is precisely the imperial relic spoken of by that person. It is a small world occupied by that extreme sect. It is thanks to it that I gained fame in the world. After saying this, Master Lung took out a yellowed ancient book. This is the original poison scripture. Cultivate according to this book. Du Xiu opened the book and began to flip through it. The cover bore the 4 characters disaster cultivation method. So the poison scripture was originally named the disaster cultivation method. Just seeing the name of this technique was enough to convey its sinister nature. Du Xiu skimmed through the book. Master Lung had not changed the operation route of the technique, but he had altered more than half of the toxic potions used for auxiliary cultivation and the refining potions needed for body tempering. Fortunately, the formulas for the initial few toxic potions had not been changed. After a brief glance, Du Xiu felt a sense of realization. No wonder Master had modified the formula. Although the original poison formula contained some unheard-of herbs, their proportion was only about 40 to 50%. In contrast, for the true disaster cultivation method, he had not heard of 8 to 9 of the herbs. Although the original poison formula contained some unheard-of herbs, their proportion was only about 40 to 50%. In contrast, for the true disaster cultivation method, he had not heard of. From behind, a large convoy of 20 or so vehicles approached. After Du Xiu waved at them, an off-road vehicle broke away from the convoy and drove towards them. A man in his 30s got out of the car and called out to Du Xiu, "Is your vehicle broken down?" In the wilderness, vehicle breakdowns were quite common. "I took a look, it seems to be an engine problem," Du Xiu casually replied. "Engine problems are troublesome. Oh, I can't help with that." The man scratched his head. "Big brother, where are you headed?" "Into the wilderness, forbidden zone. Could you give us a ride for a..." The man glanced at Master Lung, who was resting in the vehicle, and involuntarily shivered, secretly lamenting. "So it turns out he is an Awakening Realm original practitioner. May I ask your name, young brother?" He forced a smile and asked. "I am Lian Ruofei, and my master's surname is Ling. Are you independent original practitioners?" "Yes." Upon receiving a positive response from Du Xiu, the man's face lit up with joy. In the wilderness, dangers abound, and only extremely powerful original practitioners dare to travel alone. Looking at Mr. Ling's temperament and the fluctuations of his original force, he was likely a formidable opponent even among independent original practitioners. Such independent original practitioners were the most favored by merchant associations as convenient passengers. "It would be no problem to take you. We can provide you with a caravan. However, if the merchant association encounters trouble, we hope you too can lend a hand." The man put forth his request. Master Lung lifted his eyelids slightly and replied, "Of course." Hearing a promise from at least an Awakening Realm original practitioner, the man felt greatly relieved. Excluding Master Lung, there were only 2 Awakening Realm practitioners in the entire convoy. Now, with one more, the safety of the merchant association had greatly increased. After the man clarified the specific route of the merchant association, the 2 joined the merchant convoy. This merchant convoy was not merely a group of traders purchasing herbs. In the convoy, Du Xiu saw many young people around his age crammed into several vehicles. From the confusion and naivety on their faces, it was evident they were newcomers to the wilderness. Were they here for recruitment into the Imperial Cultivation Academy? Aside from potion masters who only needed to brew potions, the entrance examinations for other Imperial Cultivation Academies were quite complicated. In addition to basic cultural knowledge, there were talent assessments and physical fitness evaluations. After several tests, the final assessment would involve a practical exam in the wilderness. Organized by the Hunters Guild, students would enter the wilderness to engage in combat against the insect race and would be evaluated based on their performance. The purpose was to weed out students who had high aspirations but low abilities. Once all the examinations were completed, rankings would be determined based on the results in each subject. These young people had come to the wilderness to get a preview of fighting against the insect race so as not to underperform during the exams. In the night, 8 or 9 young people aged 16 or 17 set up tents and gathered around. Which cultivation academy do you plan to apply to this time? The one we want to apply to the most is the original cultivation academy, but according to our teacher it's too competitive this year, and he doesn't recommend us applying. Indeed, in previous years, as long as one performed decently in cultural subjects, they could easily get into the original cultivation academy, but this year's standards seem a bit daunting. Which academy are you applying to? The War Academy, the Firearms Academy, or the Mecha Academy? The Mecha Academy. The Imperial Mecha Warriors are so cool. Facing the insect race, bang 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 bang. A young man mimicked shooting with his hands continuously, making gestures as if firing a weapon. Not everyone can pilot a mecha. I think the Firearms Academy is also good if firearms masters are impressive. I feel that the War Academy is quite nice. Please call me Commander. Come on. You'd struggle to be a sanitation class monitor, let alone a commander. Hey, what are you planning to do after the tourism? Transportation costs for this batch of examinees are all waived and entry tickets are free. I want to go to Happy Valley. All the amusement facilities there are free for examinees. After the exam, I plan to go to the Hunters Guild to practice shooting. Taking advantage of the free time, I want to get some practice with the original Force firearms. Didn't you see the recruitment video from the Firearms Academy this year? I bloom in the midst of slaughter, just like a flower before dawn, or it's simply exhilarating. Several young people chatted freely, filled with fantasies about the future. Surroundings. The herbal merchant sat around the campfire. On the high ground, the original repair guard held a firearm. Members of the Merchant Association rested and smoked in their vehicle. They all looked at the group of young people with envy. This group of young people was like the blazing fire at this moment, grand and the recruitment of the Imperial Cultivation Academy was the most important event of the time. The entire world made way for these candidates. This was their only chance to change their fate in this lifetime. Old Zhu, how many Dao values do you have? 19 Dao values, a serious-looking chubby boy replied. Impressed. No wonder you are the #1 genius of our Burt City. What #1 genius? In Burt High there are several people whose Dao values are higher than mine. The chubby boy corrected seriously. That's not the same. Those people drink energy potions every few days. They rely on energy potions for cultivation rather than their own perception. How can such people be called geniuses? Exactly. Those who rely on energy potions for cultivation are all useless. During the assessment, they won't even pass the talent evaluation. A group of people voiced their indignation. They came from ordinary families, and the only pride they had was their own talent. Nearby, in front of another campfire, Master Lung had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Du Xiu suddenly spoke. Master, is it funny? Average, he replied. Master, I have a few questions about potionology that I'd like to ask you. I'm tired, let's talk another day. Master Lung said, patting his backside, and turning to leave, going back to the tent to rest. Du Xiu snorted softly, then turned to look at the group of young people animatedly discussing, feeling curious about the Imperial Cultivation Academy, so he took the initiative to walk over. The group of young people saw Du Xiu approaching and made space for him. Just as Du Xiu sat down, a tall and talkative boy spoke up. Classmate, which school are you from? I haven't attended school, I'm training with my master, Du Xiu replied. Is your master an original cultivator of the Qi Awakening Realm? One person asked. Yes. Master Lung only revealed his strength at the Qi Awakening Realm. That's great, several people said with a hint of envy. By the way, you must be a hunter, right? Have you heard of Du Xiu? The chubby boy with the highest talent in original cultivation said seriously. Du Xiu had a strange expression. I've heard of him. Have you seen him? What does he look like? The chubby boy pressed on. He looks similar to us. Du Xiu stroked his chin and said, why? Do you have a grudge against him? No, I just heard others say he is the #1 genius in potionology in Burt City, and I'm a bit curious about him. The chubby boy casually explained, revealing a hint of envy in his expression. He didn't know how stunning Du Xiu's talent in potion making was. He only knew that on the day Du Xiu went missing, the entire Burt City was shaken. His mother worked at the bus station and his father worked in the transportation department. That day was his 18th birthday, but his parents were working overnight, leaving him alone at home. Not just his parents, many classmates' parents were also working overtime searching for Du Xiu. Of course, he didn't hold a grudge against Du Xiu, it was just that he learned for the first time. It turned out that one person could be so important. Du Xiu? That's a big shot. I heard from the Hunters Association that Du Xiu is not just the #1 genius in Burt City, but also among the top talents in the Linda region. Potionology. I also studied potionology back then, but after just over a month I chose to give up. It was just too compared to that. Cultivating original power is much simpler. Such a person shouldn't have to worry about the future. A group of young people exclaimed. Young people in the Fortress City looked at the world of the inner city with both envy and curiosity. Those young people who cultivated original power had just stepped into the world of hunters and naturally wanted to learn about the stories within the Burt City Hunter Circle. They climbed over the mountains of ordinary people and heard the story of Du Xiu. One day Zhu Jingxuan will definitely stand in front of Du Xiu as a big shot. The chubby boy Zhu Zhengxian gritted his teeth. In the distance, a group of hunters from the association burst into laughter. Being young is great. You've set yourself a very challenging goal. Chubby boy, you need to keep working hard. Zhu Zhengxuan's face turned a bit red, and without explaining his determination grew stronger. Du Xiu looked at Zhu Zhengxian and encouraged, I believe you can definitely achieve it. Thank you, Zhu Zhengxian said with a flushed face. What's your name? Lian Ruofei. Are you also participating in the Imperial Cultivation Academy recruitment this year? Yes, I will participate. Which cultivation academy are you planning to apply to? I haven't thought about it yet. No worries, I believe we will definitely choose a satisfactory cultivation academy. The campfire flickered in the darkness. The young people dreamed of the future in groups. The original repair guards were on high alert for any potential enemies. The herbal merchant browsed the market prices online, estimating the cost of this herb acquisition. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. As they delved deeper into the wilderness, the ground gradually revealed patches of snow left over from winter due to the sparse human presence. The caution on the faces of the original repair guards grew stronger. There weren't many dangers near the outskirts of the wilderness, but the risks increased significantly in uninhabited areas. Apart from the expensive satellite phone, common communication devices lost their significance. Inside the RV, Master Lung took out a blue crystal and said to Du Xiu, drop some blood on it. Du Xiu bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall. The blood seeped into the blue crystal and a dense network of tiny blood threads appeared inside, slowly converging to outline a small figure resembling Du Xiu. In an instant, the blue crystal emitted a dazzling light, merging into the back of Du Xiu's hand, forming a blue eye mark, which disappeared after a few seconds. Master, what is this? Du Xiu asked in surprise. You can understand it as a communication channel between the Tianyi sect and 12 other unorthodox sects. After Master Lung finished speaking, he added, have you read the book by Dai Lixing? Yes. Science is merely a branch of theology. The specific applications of science can only exist within a relative range, while theology is the creator of that range. Though it is just a branch, it must be said that the Empire's application of technology is imaginative and quite convenient. The Church borrowed the Empire's technological ideas to create this means of communication, a method unaffected by any factors. Master Lung explained. He understood well the despair that Dai Lixing felt when he sided with the Church. The Empire's war against the Church mostly faced the insect race, fierce beasts, and various endowed races under its command. But whenever truly confronting the deities, they would be swiftly defeated by their towering power. Just like this method of communication, the Empire still needs to rely on devices such as mobile phones to complete information transmission, while the deities within the Church, finding it amusing, casually created more advanced means of communication. Humans are the users of rules, while deities are the creators of rules. Concentrate your spiritual focus to activate the mark. Du Xiu closed his eyes and gathered his mental energy, directing it toward the back of his hand. Moments later, a faint azure interface materialized within his mind. It was a chat interface, sparse and austere, containing only 2 channels. One was labeled Tianyi Sect, the other Den of the Anomalous. Within the Tianyi Sect channel, 132 members were listed, most identified by regional designation plus name, or title plus name. He tapped on the member list and selected an individual's profile. Instantly, a private chat window formed in his consciousness, and as if guided by unseen threads, he sensed that person's location. Yet the distance was too vast for precision. He could discern only a general direction. Then he tapped the profile of the group owner, Master Toxin. This time, though the chat interface appeared, no positional awareness followed. Master Lung lifted his gaze, glancing at him with quiet appraisal. When you sense another, they feel it too. Moreover, those of lower authority cannot perceive the whereabouts of those above them. Within the Tianyi Sect channel, only I hold higher authority than you. So, apart from you, I can locate any member of the sect. Indeed, but only down to the level of city-level overseers. Ordinary disciples remain beyond your perception. Mid and lower-tier anomalies are numerous, constantly replaced, and unworthy of such tracking. A new message had appeared in the Tianyi Sect channel. Zhang Long, Qingmu City Overseer, is the Deputy Sect Master summoning me. Just moments earlier, he had sensed a subtle call, a summons from someone ranked above him. Only the Deputy Sect Master and the Sect Master stood higher. Shun Jinzhang, Deputy Sect Master of Tianyi Sect, not me. Zhang Long, Qingmu City Overseer, Sect Master. Du Xiu willed his name to change, and instantly it updated to Sect Heir of Tianyi Sect. Tianyi Sect Heir, it is I? No matter. Zhang Long, Qingmu City Overseer, the Heir. Has our sect appointed a new heir? Wang Yu, Jiangxing Overseer, greetings, Heir. Lu Changhan, Nanfeng City Overseer, honored, greetings, Lord Heir. Shun Jinzhang, Deputy Sect Master of Tianyi Sect, greetings, Heir. The Tianyi Sect channel erupted into sudden, effervescent chatter. And yet how could it be otherwise? Other anomalous sects bound their followers through resources and profit, but the Tianyi Sect wielded poison seeds. The Sect Master, as the one who sowed the seeds, could activate them at will, annihilating disciples with effortless command. And the Heir, as the Master's chosen disciple, almost certainly possessed the same terrible art. With a blade pressed to their throats, even the most taciturn anomalies would break into song and dance. Du Xiu sighed inwardly. No wonder the Empire had failed for decades to eradicate these sects. Such a clandestine network rendered even the Divine Adjudication Hall powerless. No matter how tirelessly they hunted, they could never trace the anomalies' movements. Henceforth, should you arrive in any city and require loyal hands, this channel shall guide you to them, Master Lung reminded. Du Xiu nodded in silent assent. Then he turned his attention inward once more, to the second channel, Den of the Anomalous. Including himself, it held only 25 members. Their avatars and names were starkly minimal. 12 bore only the name of their sect by Lee's sect, Tiani sect prostrators, guild nightwalkers. The remaining 11 appended suffixes to their sect names, such as prostrators guild, imperial envoy. Imperial envoy likely equated to heir, a title varying across sects. Others followed suit, nightwalkers, rank I. Dushio renamed himself, Tiani sect, heir. The most singular figure in the channel was its owner, the one bearing supreme authority, whose name blazed in 3 luminous characters. Dai Lixing. This channel remained perpetually muted. His arrival stirred no ripple, no welcome, no acknowledgement. The Den of the Anomalous serves as the confidential liaison channel for sect masters and heirs across the empire. Normally silenced, it unlocks only when missions are issued. Should you seek alliances with other sects, private messages are permissible, but I advise against prolonged entanglement. Master Lung spoke with detached calm. They are all treacherous, cunning souls. Disciple understands. Dushio bowed his head, his heart heavy with bitter irony. His identity as an anomalous heir was now irrevocably sealed. By the way, Master, if one sect betrays another, does the Imperial sect oversee such matters? The Den falls under Dai Lixing's sole jurisdiction. He is utterly devoid of sentiment. So long as the mission is fulfilled, he cares not if every anomaly perishes. And if the mission fails, then the fanatics of the Bailey sect will come knocking. Is the Bailey sect the Empire's hidden blood? A flicker of wounded pride crossed Dushio's face. His master's disdain for his innate cultivation talent was neither subtle nor sparing. After the Divine Ruins expedition concludes, I may depart the Eastern continent for the— I see. I do not recommend betrayal, Master Lung said, appraising Dushio from head to toe. Your current strength is ill-suited for it. A flicker of wounded pride crossed Dushio's face. His master's disdain for his innate cultivation talent was neither subtle nor sparing. After the Divine Ruins expedition concludes, I may depart the Eastern continent for the Western continent. Master Lung's expression hardened. Are you seeking herbs for the calamity cultivation art? Seeing his master speak as though arranging final affairs, Dushio had already suspected such a journey loomed. Yes. Now that the root cause is known, I must reforge my cultivation path. The herbs required for the calamity cultivation art have vanished from the Eastern continent. Only the Western continent may still yield them. Indeed, Master Lung affirmed, then added, you will soon enter the Imperial Academy. Your safety need not concern me. Upon your graduation, I shall have gathered all necessary herbs and return for you. Only then shall you commence the calamity cultivation art. Dushio gazed at Master Lung and read plain as ink upon parchment the unspoken words etched across his master's face. For the next few years, forget entirely about your wretched innate cultivation path. Devote yourself wholly to mastering alchemy. It is far more vital than anything else. Disciple understands, Dushio murmured, eyes lowered. One more thing. Do not entertain thoughts of switching cultivation arts. Though the calamity cultivation art demands extreme methods, it imposes negligible innate requirements, far lower than any other path, and yields astonishingly rapid progress. It suits you perfectly. Must you continue? Dushio retorted, voice edged with indignation. How many times have you criticized me these past days? If you disapprove, say so plainly. No need for veiled barbs. Indeed, I do disapprove. I don't believe you. With that, Dushio turned sharply and stalked away sulking. A faint knowing smile lingered on Master Lung's lips. Then Master Lung gazed out the window, at the endless desolate wilderness stretching to the horizon. That day, the day he met Dushio, was your death anniversary. In my dreams you arrived before me leading a young man by the hand. You pointed straight at my nose and accused me of bloodshed beyond count, warning that retribution would find me. So you brought me a disciple to tend to me in my twilight years. By fate's twist, I found Dushio. If 20 years ago you had not died, our child would be a few years older than Dushio, perhaps not that old considering that back. Then you were wholeheartedly focused on reaching the pinnacle of the original cultivation. I had never thought of wanting a complete family. But no matter what, our child should not fear me like others do. I estimate he would be like Dushio, begging me while playing the victim. When it comes to painful topics, he would just turn away. After a long while, Master Lung collected his thoughts, his mind immersed in the communication channel of the Tiani sect. In Zanqing, tens of thousands of miles away, in a building under the Ma family's financial group, Ma Juanhao sat expressionlessly in the first seat on the left side of the table. Surrounding him were the leaders of various hunting teams affiliated with the Lin Tower and the Ma family. Third uncle sat in the foremost position, looking grim. So during this period we have found none of the high-ranking members of the Tiani sect, have we? The powerful original cultivators below kept their gazes down, eyes on their noses, noses on their mouths, mouths on their hearts. No one dared to speak, fearing to provoke the bad mood of this financial magnate. Seeing everyone bow their heads in silence, third uncle angrily waved his sleeve and left. After he left, many original cultivators looked at Ma Juanhao, feeling a sense of dread. The name of the sixth young master's brutality was widely known throughout the Ma family. This operation to capture the anomalies was in a sense meant to boost the sixth young master's standing. After all, he had not officially been promoted and had yet to take on the core powers of the family. If this capture of the anomalies succeeded, he could rightfully wear the Lin Tower Ma family's golden wing badge. Now this operation, which was all noise and no action, could almost be declared a failure. The sixth young master's face was devoid of light. With his brutal methods, what good outcome could this group of his expect? Many original cultivators felt extremely uneasy. In fact, they felt wronged. On several critical occasions the anomalies had escaped their encirclement, as if they knew their plans. It was exceedingly strange. Brother Hao closed his eyes to rest for a while. A glint of suspicion and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Then he adjusted his emotions and scanned the room. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Does anyone have anything to say to me? Ma Juanhao drummed his fingers on the team leaders present lowered their heads, each feeling anxious. Forget it, since no one is speaking, let me share my opinion, Ma Juanhao said lightly. One of you has a mole from the Tianyi sect. The crowd instantly changed color, glancing at each other. Yes, there must be an insider, otherwise how could that group of anomalies evade the net of pursuit? That person thinks their actions are seamless, yet I have already detected their insider identity. After Ma Juanhao finished speaking, the hunting team leaders all began to speak. Sixth young master, who is that person? I will definitely make him suffer for your name. Yes, please let me know, sixth young master. I will personally punish him. How despicable to betray us and side with the anomalies. This person deserves 10,000 deaths. Ma Juanhao sneered. My people have already transmitted the location information to me. Please issue the orders, sixth young master. I am willing to pursue. Ma Juanhao sneered. My people have already transmitted the location information to me. Please issue the orders, sixth young master. I am willing to pursue these anomalies for you. Me too. In the Qingshi hunter town. In the wilderness, there were many hunter towns for hunters to rest. Initially, this was just a small gathering spot for wandering refugees. As more and more refugees gathered along with the hunting team leaders trekking through harsh conditions, they sought to rest and settle for some time. Various shops sprang up for trade, dining, lodging, weapon repairs, and more, causing the gathering spot to expand in scale and evolve into a town. Various people, including bandits, refugees, and hunters, all gathered here. A convoy entered the town. The residents around had long grown accustomed to this, merely glancing and then ignoring it. Some original cultivators with fierce auras scrutinized this group, assessing the convoy's strength, only retracting their gazes after determining they were not to be trifled with. Mr. Ling, it's been a pleasure collaborating you. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation next time. The head of the Merchant Association shook hands with Master Lung. Master Lung nodded, and then disappeared into the town with Du Xiao. Brother Lian, see you at the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Among the merchant group, Zhu Zhengxian suddenly called out, watching Du Xiao's back. Du Xiao followed Master Lung, not looking back, and waved his hand towards the sky. See you at the academy. Leaving everyone with a dashing figure. Manager Lu of the merchant team sighed. This journey has been quite stable. We haven't encountered any danger along the way. Stable? The captain of the guard named Zhang shook his head as he looked at Master Lung's back. Not at all stable. At least for 4 nights we faced dangers, only Mr. Ling's intervention resolved them. Is that so? I have felt fluctuations of primal energy outside our camp several times. When I went to check, there were only corpses left behind, bandits, insectoids, and fierce beasts. My subordinates do not possess such strength. It must have been Mr. Ling who acted. Moreover, from my judgment, when the insectoids attacked, there was also a mother insect commanding them. Manager Lu gasped. Mother insect? If that terrifying creature appears, it would trigger a tide of insects, right? With Mr. Ling's chi refinement stage strength, how could he possibly contend with that? From the looks of it, this group of insectoids died in an instant. Not to mention the chi refinement stage, even a typical meridian opening stage cultivator would find it impossible. Who exactly is this Master Ling? Why have I never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse in Burt City before? Captain Zhang instinctively pondered. Manager Lu patted his shoulder. Don't think too much, as sometimes it's better to be a little confused. Haha, that's true. Alright, find a fighting arena for the original cultivators of Burt City. Let them see some blood. 3 days after Du Xiao left Qingshi Hunter Town, several figures appeared in the town. The leader, tall and imposing, wore a dark red suit and had a pale face. A dark-faced man at the street entrance hurriedly walked up to the man. Your Highness, the Holy Sun sect leader Shun and the elders have been waiting for you for a long time. Holy Sun. Mei Jianyuan's face displayed a hint of sarcasm. The Holy Sun is my dear junior brother. I cannot bear this title. You jest in my eyes. You are the true Holy Sun of the Tianyi sect. The dark-faced man wiped his sweat cautiously. He secretly muttered to himself, pretending to be something special. You don't know how many people the new Holy Sun has killed when he went berserk. Crazy guy. Haha, is that so? Mei Jianyuan's narrow eyes looked at the dark-faced man. Lead the way ahead. In a secluded room within a tavern, dozens of masked members of the Yuan cult sat in the conference room, each emanating the powerful aura of a chi circulation realm expert. The middle-aged man at the head of the table surveyed the room and said, well, those who dared to come have arrived. Let's not wait any longer. Elder Su, share the intelligence you have. A masked individual stood up and said, a few days ago my confidant Wang Hong, the head of Burt City, received orders from the master to escort him out of the city. At the rendezvous point he met with the deputy hall master, Master Lung. He hurriedly sent me a message, and there has been no word since. He must have been killed. Elder Su continued, according to the information I gathered, Master Lung of Burt City is highly likely to be the hidden identity of the master. Our new Holy Sun is actually the disciple of Master Lung, Du Xiao. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Elder Su, has the master discovered that Wang Hong disclosed his whereabouts? After the question was asked, all gazes turned to Elder Su. I do not know, Elder Su replied, his expression fluctuating. No one could tell if the master was angered by Wang Hong's actions or if he killed him after discovering his treachery. The masked individuals fell silent once more. A person at the head of the meeting stood up and coldly scoffed. Does it matter if he discovered it? Of course it matters. If the master was unprepared, we might still have a chance, but if he is on guard, are we not courting death? Exactly. If he is prepared with the master's ruthless methods, if we take the initiative to attack, it would be like throwing ourselves into a trap, someone questioned. Shun Jinzhan, the deputy leader of the Tianyi sect, sneered. Apart from the Holy Sun, may everyone here is a qi circulation realm expert, while the master is at most a qi circulation realm. With dozens of us against one, why are you still hesitant? Do you want to be subjugated for life? We have the master's poison in our bodies. Who dares to be careless? Did I not provide you with the antidote? That was a formula personally crafted by a master alchemist. Deputy Master Shun, it's not that I don't trust you, but my subordinates simply do not dare to take such risks, said one person, voicing the sentiments of the others present. Although the master alchemist is indeed formidable, if the antidote fails, it would be their demise. In that case, the master has revealed himself, this time likely for the divine ruins. Divine ruins. Is it true that the master has control over a divine ruin? How can you be sure the master is here to open the divine ruins? Divine ruins? Deputy Master Shun, are you serious? A multitude began to chatter at once. All right, quiet. Deputy Master Shun of the Tianyi sect said, the master is indeed here to open the divine ruins. Our holy son, Mei, has been to the divine ruins before, and the opening location is in the nearby mountains. If you don't believe it, you can ask Holy Son Mei. Everyone turned to Mei Jinyuan, who smiled slightly, and said, yes, that divine ruin is indeed in the nearby mountains. I was wearing a blindfold at the time, so I cannot be sure of the exact location, but the commotion from opening the divine ruins is immense. Anyone nearby will surely sense it. The upper echelons of the Tianyi sect felt their breaths quicken. They had joined the sect for the resources for cultivation. The divine ruins are filled with resources, and once entered they are sure to gain something. Fortune favors the bold. 200 kilometers south of Qingstone Hunter Town, a vast and undulating mountain range stretches across the wilderness. Countless towering mountains echoed with the calls of strange beasts and birds. After 3 days of arduous travel, Du Xiu was utterly exhausted. Had he not known that the journey through the wilderness was arduous and carried energy potions with him, he would have collapsed from fatigue long ago. Is the energy potion you made? Master Lung looked at Du Xiu as he downed the energy potion in one go. Yes, it took me a day to prepare. Du Xiu replied calmly, as if he were speaking of something inconsequential. In the realm of alchemy, I am a genius, and you can mock me all you want. Not bad, just as I expected from my disciple, Master Lung said with the attitude of someone who anticipated this. Du Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Master Lung. It has nothing to do with you. You are merely a stumbling block on my path to success in alchemy. Master Lung nonchalantly continued, you acted impulsively in Zanqing. I am not surprised that Master Lung knows what happened in Zanqing. Who knows how many channels of information he has. Master, can't I enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy? Do not worry. If you cannot enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy, then you can enter the Ecclesiastical Academy. There is an Ecclesiastical Academy. Of course, but let's prioritize the Imperial Cultivation Academy. The alchemy instructors at the Ecclesiastical Academy are rather mediocre. After Master Lung spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face as he asked, who is that girl? Oh, just a friend, Du Xiu casually replied. Master Lung smiled without saying a word. Soon they arrived at a valley. Endless gray toxic gas pervaded the surroundings. Master Lung's aura surged as a layer of faint black energy shielded them. As they reached the valley entrance and caught the scent of human presence, a commotion arose within the valley. Dozens of one-metal red spiders quickly approached. Upon seeing Master Lung, the red spiders gathered around him, lying on the ground and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. These little creatures I raised are quite adorable, aren't they? Master Lung said proudly. They are truly cute. Du Xiu remarked with a stiff smile, while observing the group of red spiders that emanated a terrifying aura. They were at least Qi Awakening Realm red spiders, yet in Master Lung's eyes they became mere little creatures. Along the way, giant pythons, centipedes, and bats the height of a person wandered around the valley. Upon seeing Master Lung, they all lay down to show submission. The two of them arrived deep in the valley at the edge of a cliff. With a wave of his hand, Master Lung dispelled the dense gray toxic gas, clearing a vacuum around them. He walked and paused, searching for a long time before finally stopping at a certain spot. Then, taking Du Xiu with him, he leaped down. After a few minutes of falling, their figures halted midair, revealing a giant bronze door over 100 meters tall in the stone wall. Is this the entrance to the divine ruins? Du Xiu was astonished. Countless exquisitely carved figures adorned the bronze door. Staring at the bronze door, Du Xiu felt a sense of insignificance. It felt as if he were facing the entire universe. Master Lung raised his hand, and a pitch-black energy struck the bronze door. The black energy quickly spread along the patterns of the bronze door. Moments later, all the carved figures were saturated with the black energy, their eyes glowing with a red light. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two large doors slowly opened a crack. In the sky, a massive whirlpool of energy appeared. The intense energy fluctuations shook the world, sending ripples through the air. Around the mountains, countless Yuan cult members suddenly looked up at the sky. The energy vortex. It's the divine ruins. The divine ruins have opened. The master is in the northwest direction. Notify the deputy leader. The members of the Tianyi sect lingering around the mountains shouted excitedly. In the distance, hundreds of powerful armored vehicles equipped with various formidable weaponry advanced steadily towards the mountain's edge. These vehicles bore the emblems of different hunter guilds, yet each emblem was accompanied by the white or blue double-winged insignia of the Ma Corporation. Numerous drones armed with missiles hovered in the sky, filling the air with a constant buzzing. A massive, luxurious RV was surrounded by dozens of black-clad original practitioners. Inside the vehicle, Brother Hao, clad in a finely woven silk robe, lounged on the sofa, monitoring video feeds from the drone's perspective, watching the enormous vortex of original energy appear in the sky. Sixth young master, that place truly has a divine ruin. We discovered the anomalies of the Tianyi sect. As expected of the sixth young master. Truly remarkable. Reports several wanted figures from the Hunters Guild detected ahead. A murmuring arose among the crowd. Ma Juanhao tapped his fingers, his gaze lingering on the back of his hand. Let's go. Master Lung took Du Xiu and stepped into the divine ruin. Soon the bronze gates swung shut with a resounding thud. The vortex of original energy in the sky slowly dissipated. With Master Lung's assistance, Du Xiu managed to stabilize himself in the air. Then his vision brightened as the surrounding scenery came into view. The sky, untainted by imperial industrial pollution, was a deep blue with massive white clouds lazily drifting through, carried by the gentle breeze. On the vast, boundless land, lush greenery spread out like a sea. In the distance, majestic mountains stood tall, while countless ruined structures from various elevations could be faintly seen amidst the mist. These were the strongholds of extremist sects from the previous imperial era. The tallest peak soared into the clouds with a white waterfall cascading down, its roars echoing. It was as if a pure white ribbon had descended from the heavens. What do you think? My family's estate isn't too shabby, right? Master Lung smiled faintly. Strolling through the divine ruin, he was the king of this realm. After I pass, this will all belong to you. Du Xiu hesitated to respond. Your physique. Master, are there no other life forms here? There were a few races in the past. Du Xiu fell silent. There were. None now. Very much in line with old Lung's style. No more chit-chat, time is of the essence. I will bring you to explore this divine ruin another time. Master Lung grasped Du Xiu and formed an original energy shield, flying towards the tallest peak. Half an hour later, the two crossed through the remnants of the extremist sect left by the previous imperial civilization, arriving at a waterpool near the mountaintop. The original energy in the surroundings was exceptionally dense, and even Du Xiu, with his mediocre qualifications, sensed the threads of original energy seeping into his body. Ahead, in the center of the pool, lay a small island of several hundred square meters. On the island, a solitary crimson herb grew. The herb bore 3 dark green fruits resembling pearls. Soul fruit. Du Xiu recognized it instantly. There were records of it in the materials sent by Soft Boss. It is one of the most valuable treasures for possessors of extraordinary seeds. This rare treasure could not be classified as an herb, but rather as a divine object. Du Xiu glanced at it, his mind instantly captivated by the soul fruit. It felt as if a demon was whispering in his mind. Eat. Devour it. Hurry, hurry, eat it. Master Lung watched as Du Xiu was entranced, guiding him to the center of the island. Go. Consume it. Master Lung commanded. Du Xiu nodded, dashing forward without worry, reassured by his master's presence against any lurking beasts. He directly plucked a soul fruit and swallowed it whole. Boom. A ringing sound echoed in Du Xiu's mind as he fell into a daze. An eerie sensation rose within him. A certain power seemed poised to break free from the depths of his mind. Within the divine ruin, the originally azure sky suddenly roiled with wind and clouds. Moments later, the world dimmed, and the sky gradually turned a bloody hue. The original energy throughout the realm was in upheaval. Superhuman beings that stole the divine authority. This is a heavenly taboo, unapproved by the world. Beside him, Master Lung's face displayed a hint of astonishment, such a degree of divine punishment reaction. Could it be that several of the primary divine authorities have been stolen? A tremendous force descended from the sky. The air was distorted. Du Xiu felt his body sink, collapsing to the ground, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. The weight of this force intensified. Every bone in his body felt as if it were being crushed. Excruciating pain enveloped him. A sense of impending death instilled a threat of fear in Du Xiu, marking the closest he had ever come to death in his life. Blood flowed from Du Xiu's ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. His vision turned pitch black. The rich sensations of original energy, the sound of cascading water, and the earthy scent of grass vanished completely. He could see nothing, hear no sounds, make no sounds. Blinded, deafened, and silenced. All his senses were... The only thought remaining in his consciousness was one. He was about to dissolve into nothingness. In his final moments, a glimmer of light appeared in the pitch-black world. This glimmer of light grew larger. Sounds, light, taste slowly returned. He strained to raise his head. The entire divine ruin was drenched in a blood-red hue. Thunder rolled ominously. The shrill roar of thunder surged and echoed through the sky. Moments later, a crimson, world-destroying thunderbolt struck down upon the peak. Countless crumbling remnants of the extremist sect collapsed with a thunderous crash, throwing up a cloud of dust, completely turning into ruins. This thunderbolt seemed to have drawn back the curtain on divine punishment. The remaining thunderbolts descended from the heavens. Numerous gigantic red thunderbolts resembling celestial pillars connected from the clouds to the ground. The red thunderbolts surged across the earth. Mountains crumbled. Boulders rolled. Rivers dried up. The earth split apart. A scene of world destruction that was terrifying. A figure not particularly imposing rose into the sky. Countless red thunderbolts aimed at Du Xiu were blocked by Master Long. With a mortal body, he faced the divine punishment. Du Xiu stared blankly at the sky. In that moment, his world contained only that figure. Swallow the remaining soul fruits. Master Long's voice echoed through the air. Du Xiu struggled towards the soul fruit, reaching out his hand, enduring the sharp pain as he plucked the remaining soul fruit, placing it in his mouth and swallowing it. Moments later, a colossal wave surged in his mind. A massive tide crashed towards Du Xiu in wave after wave. Deep within his mind, a small seed sprouted and grew. Then in the void it shattered, transforming into myriad star-like fragments scattered throughout Du Xiu's mind. A peculiar energy spread throughout his body. Afterward, Du Xiu fell into a coma. The crimson scenery of the world gradually faded until it disappeared completely. The disheveled Master Long descended beside Du Xiu, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the slumbering Du Xiu. A hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Master Long sat cross-legged beside Du Xiu. Around them the earth sank. The mountains crumbled. Rivers dried up. The original energy dissipated. Under the divine punishment, the entire divine ruin was swiftly reduced to ruins. In the distant western continent, within a magnificent palace suspended in the air, a stunning woman, sitting cross-legged, suddenly turned her head, gazing towards the eastern continent, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Beside her, a handsome man of refined demeanor was passionately narrating a story. Noticing the woman lost in thought, he paused and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just reflecting on how there are such generous and tragic tales in this world that stir my heart." The beautiful woman smiled brightly, illuminating the entire world. "So beautiful." The man gazed adoringly at the stunning woman. "Oh, how beautiful." He stroked his chin in distress, saying, "In the past, at times like this, I always felt my knowledge was lacking. And now I realize that it's not my knowledge that is lacking, but that any beauty praised in this world pales in comparison to yours by a billionth. How could the words that flatter ordinary women ever apply to you?" After he finished speaking, the woman let out a melodious laugh. After a long while, Du Xiu slowly opened his eyes, the pain radiating throughout his body, making his lips twitch. Master Long opened his eyes, saying, "Awake." Du Xiu replied. He delved into his inner self, wanting to see what sort of ability he possessed. Master Long reminded him, "There's no need to rush regarding your abilities. When the time is right, you will naturally sense them." After speaking, he revealed an object, saying, "This is for you." Du Xiu accepted it, inspecting it with curiosity. It was a light blue beast skin adorned with faint golden patterns. "Master, what is this?" "An imperial artifact," Master Long declared, leaving no room for doubt. Du Xiu stared at the beast skin and Imperial. An imperial artifact. The terror of imperial artifacts was something Du Xiu had read about in various historical texts, all of which described them as possessing terrifying or unfathomable abilities. "Do not be surprised. I have possessed this item for many years, yet it has not recognized a master, indicating a lack of affinity. You are an ability user, perhaps you can give it a try." Du Xiu gradually came back to his senses from the shock. Imperial artifacts were weapons crafted by the creator god and bestowed upon subordinates. They were rare, each possessing astonishing capabilities. Correspondingly, imperial artifacts were very selective about their users. Only beings with the most outstanding talents were worthy of wielding them. Some imperial artifacts stored within the treasuries of top-tier families had remained dormant for hundreds or even thousands of years due to the lack of a suitable master. There's no need to rush regarding your abilities or the recognition of the imperial artifact. You can study them slowly in the future. Master Lung stood up and said, "I will take care of some matters for you. From now on, you need not worry about your identity as an abnormal holy son being exposed. Thus I can rest easy and head to the western continent." "Master, is it because of me that your identity was exposed?" In Burt City, when he killed the abnormal King Hong, Master Lung had mentioned that his whereabouts were discovered by people within the sect. Upon reflection, Du Xiu realized that Master Lung's identity was exposed because he saved him in the snow forest during their first meeting and then later sought him out in Burt City. These two instances revealed his whereabouts. "There's no need to think too much about it. Without you, I wouldn't have lingered in Burt City," Master Lung said with a slight smile. "Moreover, saving you was your master's wife's intention." "Master's wife?" Master Lung showed a touch of nostalgia without further explanation. "Now that today's matters are settled, will you be heading to the western continent?" "Master." Du Xiu took a few steps back, kneeling on the ground, bowing his head. "The first bow is to thank you for saving me from the wilderness and from Zhou Cheng. That is a life-saving grace. The second bow is to thank you for bringing me into the city and giving me an identity. That is the grace of recognition. The third bow is to thank you for teaching me the calamity cultivation method. That is the grace of imparting the Tao. The fourth bow is to thank you for helping me awaken the seed of my abilities. That is the grace of nurturing. The fifth bow is to thank you for bestowing me the imperial artifact. That is the grace of bestowal. The sixth bow is to complete a harmonious 6. Du Xiu heavily bowed 6 times, then stood up with a playful smile, saying, "I estimate that I can never repay you in this lifetime, so I won't try. However, I will definitely destroy your divine ruins and later offer you one that is 1,000 times better." "Foolish child, good." Master Lung smiled faintly. Let's go. Follow me to kill. After speaking, Master Long took Du Xiao and left the divine ruins. On the outskirts of the mountains, in a sprawling camp under a sunshade, Ma Juanhao lay in a rocking chair with red wine and fruits on the table beside him. Wearing sunglasses, he gazed at the sky. The sunlight in May is truly blinding. A figure approached quickly from a distance. A hunter leader stepped forward, saying, "Sixth young master, our men have surrounded this place. What is happening inside?" Ma Juanhao asked. According to the intel, the bronze door leading to the divine ruins has shattered, with 2 people emerging from within, their identities unknown. What? The bronze door leading to the divine ruins has been shattered. How fierce. Ma Juanhao tightened his heart. The bronze door was the entrance and exit to the divine ruins. Generally, if the bronze door shatters, it signifies that the divine ruins world has also collapsed. Typically, only top-tier powerhouses engaging in fierce battles within the divine ruins could generate a force of heaven and earth that exceeds the ruins' limit, resulting in the shattering of the bronze door. One can only imagine how devastating the mysterious battle within the divine ruins must have been. The higher-ups of the Tianyi sect better not be completely wiped out. If they are, who the hell will give me the antidote? Ma Juanhao thought to himself. The hunter leader was exceptionally excited, saying, to shatter the divine ruins world, at least a core-forming expert, or even higher. Subordinates boldly speculate it might be the leader of the Tianyi sect personally coming. Have the people outside the divine ruins started fighting? The specific situation is unclear, but it's estimated that the Tianyi sect is in a conflict with another organization. Our men do not dare to get too close for fear of attracting trouble. Let's wait a moment. Ma Juanhao seemed to remember something and added, is there an opening left in the southwestern direction of the mountains? There's one. The hunter leader hesitated, saying, "Sixth young master, our manpower is quite sufficient. We are not afraid of the other side dying together. Leaving an opening like this makes it easy for the abnormals to escape. There are drone swarms in the southwestern sky. As soon as they emerge from there, it will be a dead end." Ma Juanhao snorted coldly. Tell the people below that no one should go in that direction. If they get blown up, don't blame. Sixth young master is brilliant. I am in awe. The hunter leader hurriedly flattered him. In the southwestern direction of the mountains, a large red spider was carrying a young man swiftly leaving the mountains. The back of sixth young master felt a warmth, then he closed his eyes to rest. A minute later, he slowly opened his eyes and commanded, "Shell this mountain." "Young master, is it indiscriminate shelling? Our people haven't come out yet." The hunter leader exclaimed, shocked. Ma Juanhao let out a sneer. Those in the mountains were either extreme outliers or marauding bandits. They could also be oppressive conglomerates. There were no good people among them. You have 3 seconds, either the people inside die, or you die. Ma Juanhao chuckled coldly as he recited the private command issued to him by Master Long to his subordinates. While the hunter team leader was shocked, a swarm of drones armed with missiles roared toward the mountains. The hunter team leader wiped the cold sweat from his brow, seeing how obedient the other hunters were. He quickly grabbed the radio and bellowed, "All gunners of the peaceful hunter team, fire. Fire for F's sake." In an instant, countless missiles flew toward the mountains. The explosions were deafening. The forest turned into a sea of flames. The high-ranking members of the Tianyi sect, struggling to hold up their force shields against the bombardment, exchanged bewildered glances at Elder Su. Wasn't Ma Juanhao one of their own? Wasn't Ma Juanhao here with the conglomerate to prevent the sect leader from escaping? By the way, where was Mei Jianyuan? He was the one who forced Ma Juanhao to kill the young master of the Ma family. Ma Juanhao was most afraid of Mei Jianyuan. How could he be missing? The high-ranking members of the Tianyi sect shouted in the mountains. Deputy sect leader, Shun, what is going on here? Right? You initiated the action. Where is Mei Jianyuan? Why did Ma Juanhao suddenly take action? The effect of the potion given by Shen Jinzhan was minimal. With just one encounter with the sect leader, their combat power had diminished drastically. They could only watch helplessly as the sect leader escaped. Shun Jinzhan's face turned grim. Damn it, I was tricked by Mei Jianyuan. He is in cahoots with the sect leader. Damn it. As a group of people were cursing in anger, the sound of roaring echoed from the sky. Missiles came rushing in. The intense shockwaves destroyed the entire mountain range. In the air outside the mountains, a tall outlier with a pair of blood-red wings looked at the red spider, carrying Du Xiao, as they vanished into the hunter town. A pale smile crept across his face as a few books appeared in his hands. The complete poison scripture. Master, you have finally passed the complete poison scripture to me. One day you will know that I am your most capable disciple. Mentioning Master Long, Mei Jianyuan's sickly smile bore a hint of an obsession with being recognized. Except for Ma Juanhao, everyone who knew your true identity and that of my junior disciple is dead. Oh, let my junior disciple act as a mouse. I will take on the responsibility of revitalizing the Tianyi sect. The Divine Ruins gate has collapsed. Ooh, what happened inside? Your aura is disordered. Oh, were you injured in the Divine Ruins? Mei Jianyuan's face revealed confusion, and after pondering, he showed a fierce expression. As you said, I used strength to bully the weak. It's not glorious to defeat my junior disciple. Hurry up and grow stronger. One day in the same realm, I will take your head to prove myself to master. Silver Fox Hunter Team. Wang Dahai, deep within the wilderness forbidden zone, was drowning his sorrows at a tavern in Qingshi town with vice team leader Lu. The strength of that bandit faction is so formidable. Why did they hide when they first saw us? Wang Dahai looked regretful. They had recklessly barged into the wilderness forbidden zone, and after failing to cooperate with the bandit faction, they turned against each other and ended up being severely punished. They had to pay a hefty sum to escape. Team leader, maybe you should drink less. Vice team leader Lu advised. I know drinking is bad for my health, but I feel it's so embarrassing. Wang Dahai lamented, while pulling vice team leader Lu tears in his eyes. No, I meant that the drinks here are quite expensive. Vice team leader Lu sneered. Wang Dahai opened his mouth, but fell silent. Vice team leader Lu glanced at him and said impatiently, come on, we didn't suffer any casualties, it's just that your fire control system was extorted. It's not that bad, we can start over. The brothers won't abandon you. That's true. I still have my brothers. I'm not drinking. Let's go. We'll go back and start over. Wang Dahai cheered up and said boldly. As the two stepped out of the Qingshi tavern, they saw a few people gathered on the street. One person lay on the ground. Wang Dahai curiously walked over. Let me see what's going on. Wang Dahai squinted his mouth agape in shock. Oh my god, Lao Lu, come quick, this person looks just like Du Xiu, like a twin. You idiot, this is Du Xiu. Hurry and take him to see a doctor. Damn. The two quickly lifted Du Xiu and headed for the medical clinic. After treatment under the escort of the Silver Fox Hunter team, Du Xiu returned to Burt City. Meanwhile, several explosive pieces of news quickly spread through the Linta district. The 9th Empire's wanted list placed him at number 27. The number 1 on the Linta district's wanted list is the poison man Lung Li Dao. 20 years ago, during the 13th Imperial Expedition, he slaughtered many gifted races, claiming millions of lives single-handedly. This drew the attention of the Chuch's higher-ups, who attempted to surround and kill him, but he annihilated several domain-level powerhouses from their ranks. An unparalleled genius, he fought beyond his level as easily as drinking water, causing the Chuch's races to tremble at the mention of Lung. Enraged, Lung Li Dao killed several core members of the conglomerate and countless others under his command. After months of being hunted by the Empire, Enraged, Lung Li Dao killed several core members of the conglomerate and countless others under his command. After months of being hunted by the Empire, he turned to ally with the Church and quickly gained prominence, becoming the leader of the Tianyi sect. He became one of the most brutal henchmen of the Church during the Imperial Expedition, dominating both continents for years. Ultimately, he was besieged by numerous Imperial powerhouses, and in a desperate attempt to break through his realm, he failed and was severely injured while escaping. He vanished without a trace. Now, after 20 years, this fearsome powerhouse re-emerges, appearing in the wilderness. He leads a group of outliers alongside a mysterious organization, engaging in a fierce battle in the Divine Ruins, shattering the world of the Divine Ruins. Meanwhile, the core members of the Ma family's 6th young master, while investigating the outliers in Zhanqing, secretly followed one outlier. By chance, they encountered a fierce battle among the outliers. They then ambushed from the periphery and ultimately slaughtered many outliers. It can be confirmed that the highest-ranking casualty was Deputy Sect Leader Shin Jinzhan of the Tianyi sect. A fully realized powerhouse of the Meridian realm, he had roamed the Linta district for over a decade, his reputation formidable. In addition, there were dozens of other powerhouses of the Meridian realm, most of whom were elders of the Tianyi sect. The remaining unfamiliar individuals seemed to be high-ranking members of another mysterious organization. It is a pity that the Bronze Gate has completely shattered and this Divine Ruins has returned to nothingness. What happened inside remains unknown to all. The entire Linta district was jubilant. Any elder of the Tianyi sect whose name could be found was someone who could quell the cries of children in every fortress city. While public opinion raged inside the Divine Adjudication Hall, Du Xiu sat with bloodshot eyes, pallid skin, cracked lips, and a vacant stare fixed ahead. Du Xiu, was Master Lung abducted by aberrants in Qingshi Town? Yes, Qingshi Town. That night my master suddenly knocked on the door and ordered me to flee immediately. He ran in the opposite direction to draw the assailants away. I hid outside all night, then lost my way, wandering for 2 or 3 days, only to inexplicably circle back to Qingshi Town. Can you recall any further details? For instance, the physical traits of the aberrants who seized Master Lung, or whether you encountered anyone unusual upon entering Qingshi Town. I never encountered any aberrants. As for strange individuals, I paid no attention. Du Xiu clutched his head, voice strained with anguish. I'm sorry, I truly don't know. I'm sorry. A moment later, Du Xiu abruptly lifted his head, trembling with raw emotion. It's Wang Hong. Yes, it must be Wang Hong. He's an aberrant. He abducted my master and has surely taken him to the Tianyi sect for reward. Please, rescue my master. Bring him back no matter what. Du Xiu, please remain calm. You need to regain composure. 2 divine adjudicators stood nearby, brows deep. In the surveillance room, Ding Yao, his face etched with sorrow, turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Master, who my junior brother's mental state is deteriorating rapidly. I beg you halt the interrogation immediately. Who head of the Burt City Divine Adjudication Hall hesitated. Young Ding, I understand your concern for Du Xiu, but he is the sole witness to Master Lung's disappearance. If we delay questioning now, Master Lung may suffer irreversible harm within days. Ding Yao fell silent, his throat tight with dread. He knew full well his master teetered on the brink of catastrophe. Yet the Divine Adjudication Hall had subjected Du Xiu to an entire night of grueling interrogation, pressing him relentlessly for fragmented memories, until his younger brother hovered at the edge of collapse. Brother Hu, step out with me. Yanlai Hu called out sternly. The 2 men retreated to a corner. Master Yanlai, what is it? Are the details you're extracting from Du Xiu even verifiable? This incident occurred deep within the Wilderness Forbidden Zone. Do you possess the means to corroborate them? Indeed, verification is impossible. Master Hu sighed. The wilderness forbidden zone lay far beyond the divine adjudication hall's reach. Cease the interrogation. Du Xiu cannot endure much more. He'll break. Do you think I'm unaware? But Master Lung's disappearance is grave. No margin for negligence. Even if we cannot verify facts in the forbidden zone, perhaps Du Xiu will recall distinctive traits of the aberrants, or identify witnesses, yielding vital clues. Master Lung cannot possibly still be alive. You know this better than I do. Du Xiu is Burt City's sole-rank alchemical prodigy, on the cusp of his first-tier alchemist certification, Yanlai who stated bluntly. Do you truly wish him to shatter now, eh? Aberrants commonly slay alchemical masters, photograph the corpses for bounty claims, then discard the bodies in the wild, where beasts inevitably devour them entirely. Most missing alchemical masters meet precisely this fate. Very well. Interrogation shall pause for now. Tell me, Master Lung bears the surname Lung, and the newly emerged patriarch of the Tianyi sect shares that same surname. Could they be one and the same? Yanlai who regarded him with the look one reserves for utter fools. Master Lung is 60, older than I am, while Lung Lida is barely 50. To voice such speculation is sheer madness. Have you grown desperate for merit? Master who chuckled at his own fleeting fancy. Indeed, the age gap was insurmountable, and the gulf between a legendary apex-tier aberrant cultivator and a third-tier alchemical master was simply too vast to bridge. Enough jesting. Master who shook his head with a wry smile. Master Lung's case will most likely be classified as he was simply unlucky, venturing into the wilds to gather medicinal herbs only to stumble directly into an aberrant bloodbath. Dozens of Meridian Link realm cultivators perished there. I warned him repeatedly to avoid the wilderness, but he refused to heed me. This is pure misfortune. With so many aberrants converging there, it's hardly surprising someone recognized him. Yanlai who sighed. It was plain to all Master Lung had merely been gathering herbs when he blundered into the crossfire of an aberrant clash. Moreover, alchemical masters heading fortress city halls carried exorbitant bounties on aberrant sect hit lists. Within the wilderness forbidden zone, populated solely by aberrants, it was unsurprising he'd been identified and slain. Shortly thereafter, Yanlai who escorted Du Xiu and Ding Yao out of the divine adjudication hall. For several days straight, Ding Yao and Du Xiu drowned their sorrows in drink. Many visited to offer comfort. Wang Dehai, Li Huiping, Hu Chui among them, all offering gentle counsel and solace. In Master Lung's villa within the study's concealed chamber, Du Xiu retrieved a stack of yellowed tomes. The sacred ruins, where the soul fruit grew, had once served as the stronghold of an extremist cult from the previous imperial civilization. The cultivation path of cataclysmic arts inherently integrated profound alchemical knowledge, forming a self-contained system. According to Senior Soft, this cult's alchemical tradition was extraordinarily sophisticated. Master Lung had collected every alchemical text recovered from the ruins and stored them all within this hidden chamber, thousands of volumes in total. Under the pretext of mourning his late master, Du Xiu secluded himself in the villa, affording him perfect opportunity to study. During this time, he leafed through these texts extensively. He gained a preliminary grasp. The cult's alchemical framework diverged radically from that of the current imperial civilization. Modern alchemy emphasized gentleness. Its formulas chiefly focused on purifying beneficial energies and synergistically amplifying their effects. By contrast, the cult's formulas pursued the purification of malignant energies, operating on a paradoxical principle akin to negative plus negative equals positive, and thereby forged an entirely alternative alchemical paradigm. Their extreme elixirs invariably inflicted catastrophic collateral damage, inflicting 10,000 wounds upon the foe while sacrificing 8,000 of one's own vitality. Clearly, they lacked the stability of contemporary alchemical systems, yet proved indispensable in extraordinary circumstances. Take gene-enhancing elixirs, for instance. So, gene elixirs were indeed developed by adapting principles from extreme alchemy, Du Xiu murmured, closing the tome and massaging his temples. Having read these texts, Du Xiu began to discern patterns in the herbal formulations used in gene elixirs. Take gene-enhancing elixirs, for instance. So, gene elixirs were indeed developed by adapting principles from extreme alchemy. Du Xiu formulated a clear hypothesis: commercial gene elixirs induced severe side effects, drastically shortening lifespans, destabilizing bodily functions and emotions, and necessitating regular injections of specialized stabilizing agents. These consequences stemmed from the developer's misapplication of several core extreme alchemical formulae. For Du Xiu, minor recalibrations would suffice to dramatically improve efficacy. Yet for those unversed in extreme alchemy, such corrections were utterly inaccessible. As incomprehensible as an unknown language without prior study, not a single term could be deciphered. Knowledge is priceless. Du Xiu looked at the dark room, filled with thousands of extreme alchemy books, feeling quite pleased. He plunged back into the system of extreme alchemy, absorbing knowledge. It wasn't until over a week later that Du Xiu left Old Lung's villa and stepped into the alchemy room, picking up the study of imperial alchemy once more. After entering the room with facial recognition, he securely locked the door. Du Xiu rubbed his face, transitioning from sorrow to joy. Just a couple more days of pretending, and then I won't have to anymore, he thought. During this time, many people visited him, especially Ho Yanlia, who came the most frequently. Pretending to be in mourning every day is truly exhausting. But senior brother doesn't seem quite right. Ding Yao had been drinking heavily lately, particularly saddened by Master Lung's passing. Du Xiu believed that the term pure of heart suited Ding Yao better than him. Unfortunately, I can't tell senior brother the truth. They'll comfort him in a few days. He took out a light blue piece of beast skin. This was the imperial artifact given to him by Old Long. He had dripped over half a pound of blood on it, yet it showed no reaction at all. Could it be that I'm not worthy of using it? Du Xiu wondered. He then opened the forum for the Bronze Treehouse and sent a message to the soft big shot. Last time the soft big shot said he would give him a gift once his abilities awakened. Du Xiu still trusted this mysterious. He unraveled a mystery that had troubled his master for many years with just a few words. He truly was a big shot. While waiting for a reply, Du Xiu browsed the forum. With the Imperial Academy's enrollment approaching, netizens were exceptionally active. There are 2 weeks until the Level 1 Alchemist exam. Is everyone anxious? Listing the alchemical questions from past Level 1 Alchemist assessments, how to score high on the Level 1 Alchemist assessment. Pure practical advice. Shock. Insider news. This Level 1 Alchemist assessment will be hellishly difficult. Du Xiu casually skimmed through the posts. Aside from netizens arguing, there was no useful information. He then clicked on the last post. Moving to the adjacent forum, this year's Imperial Academy will be a mixed bag. According to reliable sources, this year's enrollment at the Imperial Academy will lift restrictions on races, allowing not only humans, but also many endowed races to participate. Mom, I must still be dreaming to see such news. Silly child, you are already awake. Damn it, the Empire has fought against the Church and the endowed races on the Eastern continent countless times. Why has it suddenly become peaceful? This is truly a historical oddity. After so many years of war, how can there suddenly be a compromise with the endowed races? Aren't all endowed races except for the human and wolf races just the Church's lackeys? Not entirely. The endowed races on the Western continent are the Church's lackeys, but those on the Eastern continent are more like fence-sitters, not quite lackeys. Speaking of which, are endowed races really that powerful? Pretty powerful. They act as mercenaries between the Empire and the Church. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? If it weren't for the humans being able to reproduce, we would be little brothers in front of them. It's one thing to flatter the Church, but why flatter other endowed races? You're asking me why I flatter. Image of a mermaid girl in a 3-piece outfit. Flatter, what a great sin. Now I understand why heaven bestowed upon me a big tongue. Report 18 years of flattery applying for battle. Battle application denied. War wolves assemble. I knew it. The Empire's naval fleet is not clearing out the merfolk just for that little luminous pearl. By the way, are there any with long beast ears? You silly upstairs. Don't you dare be naive. If endowed races enter the Imperial Academy, our resources will diminish. Exactly. Isn't this just stealing our enrollment spots? Damn, how can we give up the whole forest for a small sapling? But on the other hand, this is all about the other academies. What does it have to do with our alchemy academy? Can endowed races even study alchemy? Haha. Burp. Seems like that's the case. How embarrassing. The academies open to endowed races do not include the Divine Judgment Academy and the Alchemy Academy. Misunderstanding cleared. Pervert. Warwolves gather. To be frank, this year's other academies are really tough. The combat power of endowed races is quite formidable. Don't mention it. I heard from a friend that the adjacent Original Cultivation Forum has gone crazy with insults. It's a literary extravaganza. I really want to have the identity code of Original Cultivation to check out the Original Cultivation Forum. The Original Cultivation Forum, I had the fortune to experience it. All I can say is the quality is explosive. Du Xiu's thoughts grew heavy. The Imperial Academy has 7 major branches. The Alchemy Academy, the Original Cultivation Academy, the Body Cultivation Academy, the Divine Judgment Academy, the War Academy, the Firearms Academy, the Mecha Academy. Aside from the Alchemy Academy, focusing on alchemy, the other academies concentrate on original cultivation. The other 6 major academies really are in dire straits. Old Lung had informed him about the endowed races. These races are few in number, but their individual combat power is extremely terrifying, with some possessing unique racial talents. In a sense, their power is not inferior to that of human ability users. Just as Du Xiu was lamenting, a message from the soft big shot arrived. Soft rice hard eater, your powers awakened. Is it true so soon? Relying on looks for a half-full meal, really? Soft rice hard eater, wow, you've got some luck. Relying on looks for a half-full meal, no luck, just hard power. Soft rice hard eater, keep bragging, and I'll delete this. Relying on looks for a half-full meal, alright, I encountered a few soul fruits. Soft rice hard eater, wow, impressive. You weren't even able to afford a level 1 potion before. How did you turn your— Relying on looks for a half-full meal, did you really join a consortium? Soft rice hard eater, you've got a good fate, having a good— Relying on looks for a half-full meal, I was just about to ask you. How do you know what your abilities are? Soft rice hard eater, there's no good way, just wander around. Fire ability users will have a reaction when they see flames, instinctively controlling them. Once your body has that instinctive response, you'll know what your ability is. Relying on looks for a half-full meal, alright. Speaking of which, big shot, how do you use an Imperial artifact? Soft rice hard eater. Did the Imperial artifact come looking for you? Relying on looks for a half-full meal, the Imperial artifact can actively seek people. Soft rice hard to eat. I just said your generation can't be that terrifying. How could there be so many Imperial artifacts recognizing their masters? Soft rice hard to eat, yeah. There are quite a few. The most ridiculous part is a little girl, that incredibly powerful Imperial artifact stubbornly recognized her as its master. Damn, I tried to make it recognize me back then, but that stupid dog completely ignored me. So infuriating. Soft rice hard to eat an imperial artifact is not an ordinary weapon. They possess autonomous consciousness. Some top-tier imperial artifacts can even transform into animals. What does the imperial artifact in your hand look like? Soft rice hard to eat, it's just a light blue beast skin. If I didn't know it was an imperial artifact, I would have thought it was just an ordinary beast skin. Soft rice hard to eat, light blue beast skin. I do have some impression of that, let me check it out. Soft rice hard to eat, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Soft rice hard to eat, the good news is that your imperial artifact is very easy to recognize its master. The bad news is that this beast skin can only be considered a semi-imperial artifact. Soft rice hard to eat, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Soft rice hard to eat, a semi-imperial artifact, is just an imperial artifact that is not very successful. Soft rice hard to eat, the impressive parts are not obvious. I've sent you the information to study it yourself. Soft rice hard to eat, last time I mentioned that when your abilities awaken, I would give you something good. Do you remember? Soft rice hard to eat, what are the conditions? Soft rice hard to eat, try to help me with 3 things without endangering your life. Soft rice hard to eat, aren't you afraid that I might back out later? Soft rice hard to eat, little brother, guess if I have any contract type imperial artifacts. Soft rice hard to eat, I advise you not to play with fire, it can easily get you killed. Soft rice hard to eat, upon reflection, a person who can casually access information about the drawbacks of calamity cultivation methods and imperial artifacts along with permissions to the bronze tree house is not a simple character. Soft rice hard to eat, you need to carefully consider my words. As much as possible without endangering your life. This as much as possible is quite subtle. Soft rice hard to eat, as much as possible. Soft rice hard to eat, well, to be honest, there may be life-threatening risks, you should think about it. Soft rice hard to eat, can I ask in advance what you will give me? Soft rice hard to eat, a spiritual power cultivation technique. Kid, you don't think that after awakening your abilities you can just overpower everything, do you? Soft rice hard to eat, I possess a top-tier spiritual power cultivation method rare in the world and absolute. Soft rice hard to eat, you can think about it. Soft rice hard to eat, it's up to you. Once you know what your abilities are, you can come back to find me. If your abilities are impressive, I might lower my requirements a bit. Soft rice hard to eat, Dushio, open the document sent by the big boss, which contained detailed information about the light blue beast skin. Imperial artifact pseudo-divine contract. Method of recognition, write your name on the contract with blood. The number of times needed varies, depending on the original usage. Anyone can write their name, including aliases, on the contract with any pen, which constitutes the signing of the contract. The number of contracted individuals is limited by the owner's strength, starting with 4 people, then 1632, and a maximum of 32 people. Ability 1, a dream form. The owner can summon contracted individuals into dreams at any time to discuss matters. Ability 2, pain transfer. The owner can transfer the pain they endure to the contracted individuals. Note, only pain is transferred. The owner does not transfer the damage sustained. Evaluation, come sign a contract with the devil. With the divine being. From now on your dreams belong to me. Congratulations, owner, you may never feel pain again, but you may die. Dushio finished reading the introduction to the divine contract and instantly felt a rush of blood to his head. Is this semi-imperial artifact powerful? Compared to other imperial artifacts, its abilities are not that exaggerated and do not possess strong combat support functions. However, for Dushio, its value is immense. The calamity cultivation method is a typical representation of rapid cultivation with tremendous power, but with exceptionally intense suffering. Especially later on, it is not impossible to die from the pain. Thus, the calamity cultivation method is known as the most extreme cultivation technique. But the divine contract perfectly solves this drawback. Pain is transferred to the contracted individuals. I enjoy my peaceful life, while the contracted individuals carry the burden for me. It is important to note that the divine contract can only transfer pain and cannot transfer actual damage. Just like being slashed, the contracted individuals will only feel the pain of the cut, while there will be no wounds on their bodies. Brotherly, what brings you here? Brother Do, I'm heading to another city tomorrow. How about we have a good gathering tonight? Li Huiping said with anticipation. The Level 1 Alchemist assessment will take place on June 7th. It requires going to the core city of the Lin Tower region, the Level 1 Fortress city of Lin Tower City, for the assessment. It takes several days on the road, so we must set out early. That works. Dushio pondered for a moment. Upon hearing this, Li Huiping's face lit up. With Brother Du participating, there will definitely be many attendees. The reputation of the top genius of Burt City still carries weight. Moreover, during this time, Dushio has sold quite a bit of soul-soothing potions to many senior apprentices. During this critical period leading up to the exam, Dushio's generous provision of soul-soothing potions made everyone extremely grateful. You go ahead, I will find Senior Brother Ding and go with him. Alright, let's meet at the same place where Nini hosted the banquet last time. Good. After Li Huiping left, Dushio made his way to Ding Yao's mixing room nearby. After waiting at the door for over half an hour, Ding Yao opened the door to the mixing room. Senior Brother, are you alright? Dushio glanced at Ding Yao, who appeared somewhat listless. It's nothing. I've been staying up late these past few days to refine potions. I just need to rest more on the road tomorrow, Ding Yao replied, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Remember to take the soul-soothing potion I gave you, Senior Brother, Dushio said with a hint of concern. Although he had publicly announced his success in refining soul-soothing potions, what he sold to senior apprentices were all diluted semi-finished products. After all, even a level 1 alchemist can't guarantee a particularly high success rate in refining soul-soothing potions. Selling finished soul-soothing potions consistently could easily draw attention. However, what Du Xiu provided to Ding Yao were all mid-grade soul-soothing potions. Their efficacy far surpassed that of ordinary soul-soothing potions available on the market. Ding Yao looked ashamed as he gazed at Du Xiu. "Junior brother, I truly apologize. Because of my situation, you've been unable to concentrate on your studies and have instead been distracted by refining soul-soothing potions. Senior brother, there's no need to be so formal. With our master missing, we need to support each other and progress together to honor our master's reputation," Du Xiu said with righteous fervor. Ding Yao, looking determined, replied, "Junior brother, rest assured, I will not disappoint our master. If you have no other matters, join me for the gathering with the apprentices tonight. Relaxation is key to performing better in the exam." Du Xiu invited. He was worried that Ding Yao was too tense and that it might affect his mindset. All right. As night fell, dozens of senior apprentices gathered together on the lawn. Upon entering, Du Xiu and Ding Yao were greeted with friendly smiles from everyone who had previously been chatting. As the exam approached, many senior alchemy apprentices were working tirelessly to refine various level 1 potions, generally suffering from mental exhaustion. Although Du Xiu sold soul-soothing potions at marked prices, in everyone's eyes it was seen as him being benevolent. During this critical time of review, Du Xiu devoted a considerable amount of time to refining and selling soul-soothing potions to help them. Wasn't this akin to sending coal in the snow? Although the coal was a bit expensive, Du Xiu smiled and chatted, and within a few minutes he blended in with the crowd. Under the vast starry sky, fine wine and delicacies were served, and people settled down in groups. A refreshing breeze carried the scent of grass, making one feel invigorated. Glasses clinked, and the splashes of wine stirred up the waves of dreams. These were the alchemy prodigies from various social strata of Burt City. They were the wave riders standing at the forefront of the era. Tomorrow, this river representing Burt City would merge into the ocean named Empire. There they would encounter the wave riders from different cities. They would meet, collide, and compete. The victor would obtain the admission ticket to the Imperial Alchemy Academy. They would go to a larger stage, squander their youth, and showcase their talents. They would gain fame at the Imperial Alchemy Academy, celebrated by countless citizens of the Empire. As for the losers, they would pick up the pieces of their shattered dreams and return to Burt City, clinging to their moldy aspirations, comforting themselves that a plain life is the true essence. If a plain life is the true essence, then why did they leave their hometown in the first place? The night was not deep. The wind was not strong. There wasn't much wine, yet the senior apprentices were tipsy and sprawled on the ground. Du Xiu sat in the gentle breeze, gazing toward the distant lake. Ripples spread out under the wind's urging. The ripples hurried along, inadvertently shattering a lake full of moonlight. Nearby, with a slightly flushed face, Hu Chui approached, Du Xiu raising her glass. "Junior brother, a toast to you." Du Xiu smiled and clinked glasses with her, and they both downed their drinks. "Senior sister has quite the drinking capacity," Du Xiu remarked, giving a thumbs up. Hu Chui wiped her mouth and stammered, "I'm not very good at drinking." "If you can't drink, then don't. Is senior sister still being polite with me?" Du Xiu thought Hu Chui was thanking him for the soul. Many senior apprentices had come to toast him earlier, expressing their gratitude this way. "I'm afraid there won't be another opportunity in the future." Hu Chui turned her head, looking at the drunken crowd sprawled on the grass, and said, "They are toasting you for the same reason, to thank you, but also to worry that there won't be another chance to drink with you. In fact, regarding entering the Imperial Alchemy Academy, many people lack confidence, including myself." Hu Chui lowered her head and said, "The level 1 alchemist assessment is not difficult to pass, but obtaining a high score is quite challenging. The admission to the Alchemy Academy is based on scores. But you will definitely get in. You are the one going to see the scenery for us. We are toasting you, but also toasting our dreams." Hu Chui gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Alchemy is really difficult." After she finished speaking, a group of intoxicated individuals opened their bleary eyes. They helped each other to stand up, preparing to leave. Someone said while walking, "Brother, do please take a look at the bigger world for us. If you have the chance, remember to tell us how the scenery of the Imperial Alchemy Academy is. Haha, ride the wind, and Sir Young, I wish I had extraordinary talent too. Ha ha ha, but alas. Heh. Hey, why is everyone so downcast? I don't want others to see the scenery for me. I will definitely get into the Imperial Alchemy Academy." The once lively lawn grew quiet as the crowd departed. Hu Chui reached into her pocket. Inside was an empty potion bottle. Once it contained a soul-soothing potion. She clutched the potion bottle and suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with fervent light in the darkness. "Junior brother, you can definitely do it. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister." Du Xiu squinted his eyes. "I believe you can do it too. See you at the Imperial." The evening breeze at the end of May. Most of the time it is gentle, but sometimes it also carries a chill. The strong wind rises for some unknown reason. In the year 962 of the Empire calendar, on June 1st, the entire empire became restless and tense. Countless fortified cities launched airships heading towards the core fortified cities of various regions. In the apothecary hall of the Hunter Guild in Burt City, over 60 advanced apprentice pharmacists gathered early. Many apprentices, either anxious or excited, assembled at the entrance of the apothecary hall, carrying luggage and whispering to each other. Hu Yanlia, accompanied by several apprentice pharmacists, stepped forward to address the crowd. "Victory is assured. Let's set off," he declared, raising his fist with great vigor. "Victory is assured. Victory is assured," the crowd shouted. A few days later, nighttime. Lin Tower City, the core city of the Lin Tower region, a first-tier fortified city. The towering fortress with countless arched battle windows lit up with numerous lights. A large number of garrison troops stood watch in the darkness. Behind them lay a colossal fortress city capable of accommodating billions of people stretching for thousands of miles. Countless neon lights illuminated the sky, creating a breathtaking beauty. In the sky outside the city, airships flashing red lights pierced through the night. They slowly approached the airport outside the fortress city. A multitude of young pharmacists led by the heads of various apothecary halls disembarked from the airships. Under the guidance of the Hunter Guild in Lin Tower City, everyone arrived at a hotel within the city to check in. The group from Burt City also entered their respective rooms to rest. Du Xiu engrossed himself in a book on extreme pharmacology. Suddenly a notification sound rang out. Du Xiu picked up his phone, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. It was a message from Jiang Zhaozhao. Jiang Zhaozhao, friend, the exam should be happening tomorrow. How do you feel? Du Xiu, I was quite nervous at first, but seeing your message made me feel at ease. You are the remedy that heals me. Jiang Zhaozhao, are you joking? Du Xiu, haven't I warmed you up all day? Jiang Zhaozhao, if you're sick, treat it quickly. Go to sleep, don't stay up late. Good luck tomorrow, bye. Those emotional chicken soup quotes are not accurate at all. Du Xiu muttered, putting down his unfinished book and turning off the light to sleep. The next day, in the vast Hunter Square, nearly 10,000 advanced apprentice pharmacists gathered from various fortified cities, forming hundreds of lines. At the forefront of the lines were staff responsible for body searches. Behind them stood a massive square building rising straight up to the clouds. Numerous guides stood on various floors. Advanced apprentices who passed the body search would receive a room number, and under the guidance of the staff wait outside the entrance of the exam's exclusive preparation room. At the top of the square building in the hall, over 100 heads of apothecary halls gathered together. Before the exam had officially started, the heads were engaged in conversation. It's still Lin Tower City. No other fortified city can organize an exam of this scale. I heard the announcement of the results has been delayed again. Is that true? It's true. This year's candidates, as long as they are within the age range, have all flocked to this exam. The number of candidates is at least double that of previous years, leading to pressure on the review process. Unlike the immediate results for advanced apprentices, first-tier pharmacist scoring requires review by the examiners from the Hunter Association and the instructors from the Imperial Refinement Academy before grades can be assigned. In addition to testing the efficacy of the potions prepared by the candidates, the review panel must also evaluate the preparation steps of the pharmacists. Generally, results are released a month after the exam. This year it will likely take 2 months. This year's candidates are both lucky and unlucky. The recruitment by the Refinement Academy will select from the scores. So many talented individuals might be left out. Who says otherwise? There are too many geniuses. Just yesterday I discussed with Old Wang that in the past 3 years in the Lin Tower region, over 100 fortified cities have produced more than 100 grade scores, with over 2,000 geniuses scoring a grade or above. How many geniuses must there be across the many regions of the empire? We are in an era crowded with geniuses. I hope these grade geniuses can continue to achieve grade scores in the first-tier pharmacist assessments and maintain their momentum. That seems a bit unrealistic. The grade score for first-tier pharmacists is much harder to achieve than for advanced apprentices. In previous years, at least 70 to 80% of grade genius apprentices only scored a grade, or even grade, in the first-tier pharmacist assessments. While everyone was discussing, a mechanical notification sound came from the speakers in each room. Welcome candidates to the 962nd first-tier pharmacist assessment. The assessment will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare, candidates. The assessment begins. Candidates, please enter the password 960103 on the electronic lock of the preparation room to unlock. The assessment topics and herbs are located to the right upon entering the room. This assessment includes 5 types of potions with a time limit of 6 hours. Candidates, please keep track of your time. The assessment timer starts. It has begun. It has begun, someone exclaimed. On the large screen in the center of the conference room, a random candidate's preparation room scene appeared. 5 types of potions. Didn't we only have 4 types in previous years? Yeah, they've added an extra potion, but the time hasn't increased. They are really ramping up the difficulty for this year's candidates. Those old men setting the questions are truly devious. What potions are on this year's exam? Stamina potion, bone strengthening potion, vitality potion, original force potion, and gene potion. This year's topics: the vitality potion and original force potion are both high-end potions. Among first-tier potions, usually only one appears, yet this time, they all appeared. The stamina potion and bone strengthening potion are also not easy. They are considered mid to high-end potions. What is this gene potion? There aren't many first-tier pharmacists who can successfully prepare such a potion right. Indeed, the gene potion is among the most difficult potions of first-tier pharmacist assessments. What do those old men setting the questions mean? Are they trying to make things hard for us? The questions are based on the Empire's situation, which suggests that the front lines are not looking optimistic, someone voiced. Some thoughtful heads of the halls fell into contemplation. Outsiders watched the excitement while insiders observed the subtleties. Every year the potions for the pharmacist assessments are intensely researched and improved by masters from all over. It serves as a barometer. Yet the gene potion. The consumers of the gene potion, apart from those in corporations, are mainly from the military of the Empire. Those soldiers engaged in fierce battles at the front lines are the major consumers of the gene potion. Only the fearless gene warriors can contend against the overwhelming bug army. The emergence of the gene potion this year signifies instability at the front lines, requiring improvements to the gene formulation across regions and an increase in the supply of gene potions. The hall fell into a brief silence. After a moment, the crowd resumed their discussions. This batch of examinees has turned pale. They are probably cursing under their breath. If it were me, I would be cursing too. The difficulty is high, the time is tight, and with the outrageous gene potion, not crying is already quite strong. After this exam, I absolutely will not ask the examinees about their scores. I won't ask either. I won't poke these kids' wounds anymore. Don't worry, aside from the gene potion, although the other potions are also difficult, they are reasonably well known, and the apprentices have practiced a lot. I estimate that the release of the gene potion this time is likely just a sign from the Empire. This explanation makes sense. Nearly 1 million examinees from the entire Empire are participating in the assessment. After this exam, they will definitely go back and cram knowledge related to gene potions, and the production of gene potions will quickly rise. This is the old man's goal in setting the questions. You guys still review after the exam. Which top student finishes the exam and doesn't review the difficult points they didn't understand? I won't review. That's why you're just an unremarkable apothecary. In the dedicated preparation room for the exam, Du Xiu picked up the test paper on the operating table, which listed the names of 5 potions. A strange look appeared on his face. He had prepared all of the potions listed above. Typically, the Level 1 apothecary assessment involves choosing 3 out of 4 potions, successfully preparing 3 within the time limit to pass. Then, based on the efficacy of the prepared potions and whether the preparation process with streamlined and efficient detailed scoring is conducted. This year, however, an additional potion was added. This assessment has indeed increased in difficulty. Du Xiu muttered to himself as he turned to the herb area. The variety of herbs on the operating table was abundant, with over 1,000 types. They were categorized into several areas based on their main effects, making it convenient for examinees to choose. Du Xiu did not immediately start preparing potions, but instead browsed the types of herbs. I didn't expect there to be gene potions among the exam questions. He had long wanted to improve gene potions and had a complete adjustment plan in mind after studying extreme alchemy. However, due to the impending Level 1 apothecary assessment, he had not been able to free his hands. There was no extra time for experimentation. Why not try here? Du Xiu thought to himself. Although he was the holy son of the Tianyi sect, he did not yet have any achievements and was not wanted. Moreover, very few people knew his identity. All potential threats had been dealt with, or he would not have been advised to go to the Imperial Academy. Du Xiu turned towards a specific area, and after lingering in the herb area for over 10 minutes, furrowed his brows. There are only 5 Linko 6-finger flowers and no dongnai grass and leaves, or baimujing. These 3 herbs are missing. The original gene potion did not require these herbs, but for the improvement, these 5, Lingxiao is the main herb for stamina potions and finger flowers are the main herbs for bone-strengthening potions. I need to use a substitution formula to save these 2 herbs. Dongnai grass can be replaced with donkue fruit plus Hunan flower. First apply the re-decomposition formula, and then the reduction formula to substitute for dongnai grass. Nan leaves can use the aggregation formula of herbs, then apply the enhancement formula and the harmonization formula. As for baimujing, that requires the pairing method of extreme alchemy. After pondering for a moment, Du Xiu took out the necessary. First, prepare the first 4 potions. If they all succeed, I will attempt to improve the gene potion. If any potion fails, just prepare the standard gene potion without making improvements. After all, it's an assessment, better to play it safe. With his mind made up, Du Xiu got busy. Time slipped away between his fingers. The first 4 potions went smoothly, all completed in one go. The Primordial Force potion was one of Du Xiu's specialties, the quality being the best, likely reaching the standard of a top-grade potion, while the other 3 potions probably met the medium-grade standard. Not bad without a single mistake. A satisfied smile appeared on Du Xiu's face. He glanced at the time on the wall. Only about 3 hours had passed, with 3 hours still remaining. There's still plenty of time left. I'll first attempt to improve the gene potion. If I can't succeed in the last hour, I'll just prepare the regular gene potion, honestly. Du Xiu picked up the herbs for improving the gene potion and began to try preparing it. As he delved deeper into the steps, the cold sweat on Du Xiu's forehead increased. The efficacy of Lingxiao seems different from the records in extreme alchemy. Has the potency of the herbs changed over the millennia? Not just Linko finger flowers are the same. I need to use the enhancement formula to boost their efficacy. In that case, the re-decomposition formula for donkue fruit and Hunan flower can no longer be used. The properties of the previous potions have changed, and using them again would result in a negative chain reaction. Damn, how come there's only 2 pieces of Minglan grass? I also have to use the reduction formula to lower the efficacy. Crap, the pairing method for baimujing also has to change. Damn it, I still have to use the substitution formula. How many formulas have I used already? Du Xiu was drenched from the very beginning. As the efficacy of the herbs changed, the entire process of preparing the improved gene potion had gone into an unpredictable unknown. Like a race car losing control on the highway, Du Xiu tried various methods to get the car back on track. After more than 2 hours, Du Xiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the potion in his hand, and let out a sigh of relief. The pairing method in extreme alchemy still needs correction. Fortunately, I managed to prepare it. But this improvement was truly taxing. This is only a level 1 gene potion and the knowledge involved is not profound. The reason why existing potion masters cannot improve it is that they do not understand the principles of extreme alchemy. In theory, if this gene potion improvement is successful, the specific efficacy still needs to be sent for inspection. I hope no one attempts to improve gene potions using my method. Du Xiu thought to himself. The steps in between were due to a lack of herbs and insufficient efficacy, resulting in him desperately circling around to make up for it. Moreover, he had used many pairing methods from extreme alchemy in between. Other apothecaries trying to replicate it might. Du Xiu looked up at the time. There were still 47 minutes left. At his speed, he would have more than enough time to prepare a normal gene potion. It's a pity that there aren't enough herbs. A hint of regret appeared on Du Xiu's face. Earlier he had used a large amount of herbs to improve the gene potion. However, that's alright. The efficacy of the improved gene potion will definitely be much better than what is available on the market. I have already rectified several critical flaws. Additionally, even if the gene potion fails with the quality of the other potions, I can still secure a place in the Imperial Academy. Du Xiu never doubted his talent in alchemy, just as he never believed in his innate talent for cultivation. As the assessment entered the countdown, a bell rang. The level 1 apothecary assessment will end in 15 minutes. Please be mindful of your time, examinees. After the next end prompt sounds, within 3 minutes, place the prepared potion into the electronic lockbox on the operating table. If it exceeds 3 minutes, the electronic lockbox will automatically lock, and those candidates who have not placed the potion will receive a score of 0. Attention, the assessment has ended. All candidates are to stop preparing and place their potions into the electronic lockbox, input their candidate number, and confirm before locking the number. Attention, the assessment has ended. All candidates are to stop preparing and place their potions into the electronic lockbox, input their candidate number, and confirm before locking the number. Attention, the assessment has ended. All candidates are to stop preparing and place their potions into the electronic lockbox, input their candidate number, and confirm before locking the number. Du Xiu placed the 5 prepared potions into the electronic lockbox. The electronic lockbox had adjustable numbers, and Du Xiu input his candidate number. 010238, confirming accuracy, clicked confirm number locked. Countdown 108, countdown 90 seconds. Countdown 60 seconds. Countdown 30 seconds. Countdown 29 seconds. Countdown 28 seconds. Countdown 3 seconds. Countdown 2 seconds. Countdown 1 second. The first level potion master assessment has ended. All candidates may exit the examination room in an orderly manner. The specific announcement time for the assessment results will be based on the notice from the official website of the Bronze Tree Home. Candidates can query using their candidate number and potion master identity code. This assessment is exclusively sponsored by the Lin Tama Group. For job opportunities or investments, the Ma Group sincerely invites everyone to join. As the mechanical prompt sound ended, staff entered and collected the electronic lockboxes with the candidate numbers. Candidates gradually exited the specialized preparation room. Most candidates appeared dejected, with some even sobbing quietly. After all, geniuses are a rarity. For ordinary candidates, this potion master assessment was of hellish difficulty. Many candidates walked out of the examination room like soulless bodies. At Hunter Square, the heads of various potion halls stood in different areas, each with signs displaying the names of their respective cities, eagerly awaiting their candidates. The candidates' performance was closely related to their achievements and promotions. The heads of the halls, seeing the expressions of the candidates, already guessed that the results might not be very good. With a slight sense of gloom in their hearts, they took a deep breath, forced smiles onto their faces, and comforted the dejected candidates. Du Xiu joined the crowd of candidates and arrived at Hunter Square. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Only a small portion of people appeared relaxed, whispering among themselves. Hu Yanlai stood under the sign for Burt City, craning his neck and looking around. How did you do, dear nephew? Upon seeing Du Xiu approach, Hu Yanlai hurriedly inquired. Not bad. We're all 5, sort of, Du Xiu replied. He was uncertain how the judges would assess the final improved genetic potion and whether it would be deemed successful. Sort of. What was the issue with which potion? The genetic potion. Was it prepared? It was prepared. That's good to hear. Hu Yanlai sighed in relief and then smiled, saying, It's all right. The genetic potion is one of the most difficult potions at the first level. Not being able to prepare it won't affect your admission. Seeing Du Xiu's lack of confidence, Hu Yanlai assumed that Du Xiu's genetic potion was a semi-finished product. At that moment, a few other apprentices from Burt City approached. Hu Yanlai didn't engage in much more conversation with Du Xiu and turned to speak with the other apprentices. From a distance, Du Xiu spotted Ding Yao coming over. Senior brother, was the assessment smooth? The genetic potion wasn't prepared, and I made a slight mistake in one step of the primordial force potion. I'm not sure if it will affect the efficacy, but I managed to prepare the others. Which step, eh? Ding Yao explained the situation in detail. After pondering for a moment, Du Xiu replied, That's fine. The effect of the contraction formula on the primordial force potion is minimal and won't affect its classification as a finished potion. That's good. Ding Yao said with joy upon hearing this, and then asked, Was this assessment smooth for you, junior brother? Just as usual, I suppose. Du Xiu casually replied. Ding Yao's eyes held envy. Although Du Xiu had never openly acknowledged it, Ding Yao knew that Du Xiu's level in potion-making had far surpassed his own. The potion-making knowledge Ding Yao didn't grasp was effortlessly deciphered by Du Xiu. Moreover, the soul-soothing potion Du Xiu provided him had an efficacy of at least mid-grade. It is worth noting that the soul-soothing potion is also considered a high-end potion among first-level potions, highlighting Du Xiu's skill level. As Hu Chui, looking dejected, emerged, all candidates from Burt City gathered. Hu Yanlai said with a smile, all right, no need to be so downcast. This potion master assessment is far more challenging than previous years. The potions you struggle with, others would have struggled even more. There's no need to feel pressured. I've asked the heads of potion halls from various regions, and their candidates' usual performance is even lower than ours. Just relax, don't overthink, and don't put pressure on yourselves. In normal circumstances, Hu Yanlai was most enthusiastic towards Du Xiu. This time, however, he changed his approach and offered warmth and guidance to. In normal circumstances, Hu Yanlai was most enthusiastic towards Du Xiu. This time, however, he changed his approach and offered warmth and guidance to several apprentices with less outstanding talents. In his eyes, Du Xiu's strength was beyond question, and the ones most in need of comfort were those with slightly poorer results. After finishing their meal, Hu Yanlai suggested taking a stroll in Linta City. The apprentices showed little interest, and Hu Yanlia, feeling helpless, could only lead them back. On the airship, Du Xiu opened his phone and sent a few messages to Jiang Zhaozhao. Then he chatted briefly with Lao Long through an alternate channel. Upon learning that Lao Long had arrived in the western continent, they exchanged a few simple words. Du Xiu then browsed the bronze tree home. I want to headbutt the old man who set the questions. This is the first-level potion master assessment. Shoo, everyone be quiet, this must be a dream. Yes, that's it. Why did the old man who set the questions go to such lengths to make me fail? Just say it directly, there's no need for all this fuss. I sat on the airship for 6 days, had a light diet for 3 days before the exam, went to bed by 10, and adjusted my emotions daily to ensure I was in the best state to face the assessment. I have great respect for the exam, but why doesn't the exam respect me? The operation table in the specialized preparation room was very clean with a wide variety of herbs, and the indoor temperature was well regulated. They'll come back next year. The view from the rooftop is truly beautiful. The Qi and Primordial Force potions both appeared. This is the twin moons in the same sky. Adding the genetic potion, the sun blazes fiercely. I am sweating profusely. I understand the reasoning, but why are there gene potions? Among first-level potion masters, not many can concoct gene potions. Oh, my apologies, everyone. I have concocted 3 types of potions along with 1 semi-finished product. Eliminate them, yes, kill both of them. What if I only concoct 3 types of potions, but among these 2 are intermediate-grade potions, and 1 is of superior quality? What would be the result? It would result in being awakened by my urine. True geniuses are always reviewing. Who the hell is messing around? And is there anyone who has concocted 5 types of potions? Please come forward and say a few words. Oh no, I forgot to put my potions into the electronic lockbox. Am I finished? Congratulations, you answered correctly. If I have signed a contract with the consortium in this situation, does the contract become void? Yes. How has Master Xiu been lately? I catch a glimpse of Master Xiu from a distance. I dare not approach him to greet him. He can only be viewed from afar. I saw him too. Master Xiu remains as handsome as ever. With my looks, I must retreat from the spotlight. After browsing through the silly comments of netizens, Du Xiu couldn't help but sigh. This year's exam questions have truly put the candidates in a tough spot. The competition at the Imperial Academy is indeed fierce. A few days later, the airship landed in Burt City. The following time returned to normalcy. The entire potion hall was shrouded in a oppressive atmosphere, all waiting for the results to be announced. Meanwhile, Du Xiu's life returned to monotony. He has mastered what he could, and the remaining knowledge needs to wait until he enters the system of the Imperial Academy for study. Moreover, his theoretical knowledge is not as solid as that of the teachers at the Imperial Academy. He also suggested that Du Xiu enter the system for study, fearing that he might not build a strong foundation. Du Xiu plunged into Master Lung's study, delving into extreme potionology. By mid-July, after more than a month, Du Xiu had read more than half of the primary texts on extreme potionology. Of course, most of it was superficial understanding and rough memorization. In the potion room, Du Xiu, with a pale face, set down the divine contract, writing his name for the 367th time. The divine contract recognizes its master. Failure. Du Xiu expressionlessly put away the divine contract, stood up, and left the room, taking 15 potions to the Silver Fox Hunter Corps. It is worth mentioning that from signing the cooperation in January to now 5 months have passed, during which the Silver Fox Hunter Corps has profited greatly from their collaboration with Du Xiu. Not only did they recover all their initial investment, but Du Xiu also reciprocated, allowing Wang Dehai to earn hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Outside, the academy vehicles were already waiting. The city within the city is quite large. It takes over an hour to travel from the central area, where Du Xiu lives, to the Hunter Corps station. After the last kidnapping incident, each time Du Xiu visits the Silver Fox Hunter Corps, someone comes to pick him up in advance. Mr. Du. As soon as Du Xiu appeared at the door, a middle-aged man who had been smoking in the passenger seat hurriedly got out and waved at Du. Brother Wang is responsible for protecting Du Xiu whenever he goes out, often stationed near the potion hall. Haha, Captain Wang has returned from the wilderness. Oh, I heard the harvest was good. Brother Wang is responsible for protecting Du Xiu whenever he goes out, often stationed near the potion hall. Haha, Captain Wang has returned from the wilderness. Oh, I heard the harvest was good. Brother Wang said with a smile, then handed Du Xiu a cigarette. After Du Xiu accepted it, Brother Wang quickly pulled out a lighter to light it for him. Du Xiu watched Brother Wang's fawning demeanor and then noticed a young man sitting in the driver's seat who bore a striking resemblance to Brother Wang and understood. As the vehicle drove off, you must have just finished your exams this year. Ah, yes, mister. Do I just participated in the Imperial Academy examination at the beginning of June. How did it go? It was okay. It was okay. Brother Wang in the passenger seat glared at Afeng with annoyance, then quickly added, to be honest, mister. This kid has no chance. He hasn't even cultivated his original power yet. He'll probably go to the Imperial Vocational School to learn a trade. For young people in the Empire, if they can't get into the Imperial Academy, they can only attend the Imperial Vocational School to learn management, economics, and technical skills, and after graduation, they must honestly work in a company. If they are unwilling to spend their lives working for a consortium, they can join the Hunter Corps as hunters. Of course, although they are called hunters, they are essentially logistics. Ordinary people who can enter and exit the wilderness are either skilled fighters or proficient with firearms. Ordinary people without any skills are not recruited by the Hunter Corps. Afeng, what do you want to do? I want to become a chi practitioner. Afeng said, lacking confidence. He knows that Du Xiu is a significant figure whose power dwarfs that of his father, whom he regards as a mountain, and that he must bow and scrape before Du Xiu. To become a chi practitioner. Du Xiu looked at the scenery passing by outside the window and said lightly, that's pretty good, keep at it. Brother Wang cautiously observed Du Xiu's expression through the rearview mirror. Seeing Du Xiu leaning back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. An hour later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Silver Fox Hunter Corps. Du Xiu got out of the car with his backpack. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said softly, Brother Wang, I still have a few semi-finished original power potions. Come find me tonight to get them. After saying that, Du Xiu stepped into the station. Brother Wang stared blankly at Du Xiu's receding figure. His body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed and said, hey. Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister. An original power potion costs over 10,000 gold coins. Ordinary people need several potions to cultivate original power. As a Chi and Blood Realm practitioner, although he has saved quite a bit, he still finds it difficult to purchase original power potions. Afeng stood there watching his father, who was beaming and continuously bowing in thanks. Du Xiu listened to the gratitude from behind and shook his head with a smile. He had plenty of original force potions, but lacked the herbs needed for the calamity cultivation method, rendering his original force potions useless. The reason he gave Brother Wang a semi-finished product was because of the saying, a favor in a grain of rice, a grudge in a bucket of rice. Moreover, the so-called semi-finished product he mentioned had about 70 to 80% efficacy, more than enough to make Brother Wang's son an original cultivator. At the hunter team's base in the courtyard, several trucks were loaded with a large number of corpses from the insect and wolf tribes. The members of the hunter team were all injured but wore excited expressions as they moved the bodies. Wang Dahai hadn't taken off his gear and had blood smeared on his face. Come on, everyone come take a look. I just took. Damn it, don't touch that. Do you think you're petting a dog? Old Lu, contact someone to see if anyone wants the wolf tribe corpses. These days werewolves are a rare commodity. What? 20,000 gold coins for a werewolf corpse. Let him go home and dream with his wife. Wang Dahai stood in the courtyard, hands on his hips, directing everyone. Mr. Du is here. Hello, Mr. Du. Mr. Do you look even more handsome? When the hunter team members saw Du Xiu, they all called out. Normally, Mr. Du would greet everyone with a smile. At that moment, he stood dazed in the courtyard, fixated on the werewolf corpse, his pupils shimmering with an inexplicable light. Upon seeing Du Xiu, Wang Dahai hurried over to greet him enthusiastically. Brother Du, what brings you here? Wang Dahai's robust figure blocked Du Xiu's line of sight. Du Xiu came to his senses and took out 15 potions from his backpack. Oh, I brought you some potions. Wang Dahai's face lit up as he hurriedly accepted them. 5 soul-stabilizing potions, 5 stamina potions, 3 blood-replenishing potions, and 2 original force potions. Some are fully finished potions, while others have only 70 to 80% efficacy, and the specifics are labeled on the potions. After Du Xiu finished speaking, Wang Dahai's smile grew even brighter as he exclaimed, has your potion-making skill improved again? The previous potions were mainly soul-stabilizing potions, but now there were so many different types. I've recently had some insights into potion making. Du Xiu replied with a faint smile. In fact, he simply had very few semi-finished soul-stabilizing potions left. Diluting them would at least yield intermediate-grade soul-stabilizing potions, which felt somewhat wasteful, so he took some other potions instead. Moreover, it had been over a month since the potion maker's assessment, and the day when the results would come out was getting closer. His results would surely attract attention, so it was only reasonable to enhance his skills a bit. Hey, old 7, take these corpses to the warehouse. Didn't you see that you just scared Brother Du? Which idiot parked the truck here? Wang Dahai, noticing Du Xiu's gaze, unintentionally glanced at the werewolf corpses, thinking he was scared, and turned around to curse. Got him on it. Old 7 replied with a hint of resentment. Clearly you told me to park the truck in the middle of the courtyard so that the brothers could see the world. Old 7, along with a few others, drove the vehicles containing the insect and werewolf corpses toward the warehouse. Captain Wang, could I trouble you with one thing? What do you mean by trouble? It's my honor to be of use to you, Wang Dahai said boldly. May I go to the warehouse to take a closer look at the werewolf corpses? Of course, absolutely. Wang Dahai led Du Xiu to. Old 7 had just delivered the corpses to the warehouse when he saw Du Xiu and Wang Dahai approaching. Old 7 curiously asked, Mr. Du, what brings you here? It's nothing, I'm just here to take a look at the werewolf corpses. Du Xiu took a step forward, suddenly halted, and turned to Wang Dahai, saying, Captain Wang, I want to be alone here for a while. Wang Dahai, bewildered, responded, Oh okay, old 7, let's step outside for a moment. The warehouse was spacious, filled with vehicles carrying the corpses, some car parts, and a floor covered in oil. Wang Dahai, bewildered, responded, Oh okay, old 7, let's step outside for. In the truck bed lay a werewolf corpse about 2.5 meters tall with a wolf's head and a human body covered in dark green wolf fur, muscles bulging, emanating a foul stench. The werewolf's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing chilling blue irises. It slowly rose and locked eyes with Du Xiu. Du Xiu felt a strange sensation. Who are you? I am a warrior of the Kangmang tribe, Garcia William. Two deep voices emerged from the werewolf's mouth. The werewolf was asking and answering itself. Du Xiu fell into contemplation. The first sentence was what he wanted to ask, and he controlled the werewolf to say it. The second sentence was the werewolf's response to him. With a thought, Du Xiu made the werewolf rise, standing on the truck, its towering figure brimming with explosive power. Du Xiu's expression grew somewhat rigid as he now had two perspectives. One was his own, the other was the werewolf's. His ability was to control corpses. No, it was more than just corpses. It seemed the werewolf still retained some instinctual memories. In your eyes, who am I? Du Xiu asked the werewolf. The werewolf revealed a hint of confusion, saying, I do not know you, but my soul tells me that you are my master. Then what about your tribe leader? Du Xiu countered. The werewolf's survival mode was based on various tribes, with werewolf warriors pledging allegiance to their tribe leaders. The tribe leaders of each tribe swore allegiance to the supreme power center of the wolf tribe, the summit of the mountains. The werewolf knelt on the ground, and when it raised its head again, its eyes glimmered with fervor. You above all. A few seconds later, the werewolf leaped down from the truck and rolled on the ground, tumbling as it muttered. Du Xiu stood in the dark corner, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. He could revive corpses, retaining their memories from life, and the revived beings would unconditionally pledge allegiance to him. In addition, he could control corpses, just like the werewolf's recent tumbling and self-talk. Reviving corpses meant they had autonomous consciousness, and Du Xiu could give commands for them to follow. Controlling corpses meant they had no autonomous consciousness, and Du Xiu would enter the perspective of the corpses and control them to complete certain tasks. His ability was to revive and control corpses. But why can't I control these insect corpses? Du Xiu approached another vehicle and looked at an insect corpse. The insect corpse showed no reaction to his mental summons. Du Xiu stared at the solidified insect fluid on the insect's shell, then turned to the still liquid blood on the werewolf's body. Is it because the time of death is different? The insect tribe has a longer time of death, so it cannot be controlled, while the werewolf's time of death is shorter, so it can be controlled. Thinking of this, Du Xiu suddenly felt an intense headache. The standing werewolf suddenly collapsed. The mental power is insufficient. Du Xiu gritted his teeth. The information provided by the soft big shot contained relevant records. The strength of supernatural abilities is related to the mental power of the ability user. Since the werewolf was resurrected, only about 3 minutes had passed. Currently, my supernatural ability can only last 3 minutes. I thought I could resurrect completely. Du Xiu chuckled in disbelief. He realized he had been a bit overly optimistic. However, as his strength increased, did it mean that the resurrected corpse could exist for a long time? Would the number of resurrected corpses also increase infinitely? Du Xiu speculated in his heart. The smile on his face grew wider. A scene appeared in his mind. In the war between the Empire and the Church, he raised his arm and shouted, Awaken. Countless corpses crawled out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. They surged toward the Chich's army. To be honest, just thinking about it felt quite exhilarating. Du Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Moments later, Du Xiu dragged the werewolf back to its original position. He stood at the door, took a deep breath, and the joy on his face vanished, replaced by a calm expression. As he opened the door, Wang Dahai and Old 7 were smoking and urinating in a corner of the wall in the distance. Seeing Du Xiu come out, Wang Dahai hurriedly shook himself and ran while fastening his belt. Du Xiu's expression darkened. Wang Dahai awkwardly smiled. Sorry to make you laugh, brother Du. Everyone in the hunter group is a rough man. Oh, we don't pay much attention to these things. Captain Wang, when did you kill the werewolf? What level was it? Du Xiu asked. Not long ago, at most 3 or 4 hours. I encountered this guy by chance on my way back, not far from Burt City, about 20 to 30 miles away. What about the insect race? That was some time ago. I encountered them in the wilderness forbidden zone about 8 or 9 days ago. Du Xiu nodded. As he guessed, the resurrection and control of corpses were affected by the time of death. He could not control corpses that had been dead for too long. He could only control corpses that had just died recently. As for the upper limit of the dead body's control time, it still needed for— I didn't expect you to be so interested in corpses, brother Du. If you like, I can send you a few corpse specimens later. Captain Wang misunderstood. I do not like corpses, it's just that I had relatives killed by werewolves while wandering in the wilderness, so I came to identify if it was the culprit from back then. Du Xiu said in a low voice. Wang Dahai was astonished. He only knew that Du Xiu was from the wilderness and did not know about this experience. He then said apologetically, Sorry, brother Du, I didn't know about your past. It's fine. Was he the culprit? No. Brother Du, can you recall what the werewolf looked like and what characteristics it had? Wang Dahai patted his chest and assured old Wang will turn the wilderness upside down to catch him. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Wang. It has been too long. Whether that werewolf is still around is another matter. No need to go through so much trouble searching. Du Xiu hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't expect that the excuse he casually made would resonate with Wang Dahai. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Wang Dahai, Du Xiu hurried back to the potion hall. He entered the mixing room with a swipe of his face. Du Xiu took a bottle of soul-calming potion from the cabinet. After gulping it down, the headache was greatly relieved. It seems I still need to ask the soft big shot for a mental power cultivation method. Resurrecting and controlling ordinary werewolf corpses can only last 3 minutes without combat. If it were a corpse of a higher realm resurrection, or controlling the corpses to fight, the consumption of mental power would definitely be greater. The issue of increasing mental power must be resolved. After much contemplation, Du Xiu decided to talk to the soft big shot again. The preciousness of the mental power cultivation method is beyond doubt. He wondered if there was a mental power cultivation method in the academy. Even if there was, it would certainly not be easily obtained. Even if he did obtain the relevant method, the fact that he had supernatural abilities would also be known by others. It would be better to trade with the soft big shot. At least the soft big shot didn't know his true identity. It would be safer. As for the 3 conditions, he would first see if he could negotiate. He opened the copper tree home. Eating half full by looks big shot. I understand my supernatural ability now. The soft big shot almost replied in seconds. Eating half full by looks, let's hear it. Eating half full by looks, resurrection and control of corpses. Eating half full by looks. Eating half full by looks. Du Xiu was surprised. Why was the other party so eating half full by looks? What's wrong? Eating half full by looks. Are you sure your supernatural ability is resurrection and control of corpses? Don't joke with me. I might really turn against you. Du Xiu fell silent. The soft big shot's reaction was a bit unusual, based on the information revealed in previous conversations. The soft big shot seemed to have dealings with multiple ability users and appeared unfazed by imperial artifacts. A true big shot's demeanor, sitting steadily unaffected by glory or shame. However, upon hearing about his supernatural abilities today, he behaved abnormally and became so agitated. There must be something unusual going on. Eating half full by looks. No, I was just joking. This time it was the soft big shot's turn to be silent. After a moment, eating half full by looks, you really awakened such a supernatural ability. Eating half full by looks, what exactly is your situation? Eating half full by looks, are you very handsome? Du Xiu was astonished. How could the soft big shot be so certain that he had awakened this kind of supernatural ability? Was it detected with some strange ability or imperial artifact? And what does being handsome have to do with his supernatural ability? Du Xiu was confused. Eating half full by looks, can't you tell if I'm handsome or not by the ID? Eating half full by looks, alright. Since the other party was certain, Du Xiu thought for a moment and decided not to hide his abilities. It would be better to be honest with such a big shot. Eating half full by looks, is my supernatural ability very powerful? Eating half full by looks, there is no such thing as a weak supernatural ability. The key is, forget it, I'll research it again later. Eating half full by looks, be careful when talking halfway, watch out for wearing a hat. Eating half full by looks, kid, don't play with fire. You can scold me, but if you maliciously speculate about my partner, you might not survive. Du Xiu snorted coldly. A clear sycophant. Eating half full by looks, can we lower the conditions from the last trade? Eating half full by looks, we can negotiate the trade, but the problem is I don't know where to place you right now. Eating half full by looks, big shot, can you be a bit more subtle about treating me like a chess piece? Eating half full by looks, sigh. When I get serious, even I am a chess piece. I've sent you the cultivation method, you can take a look. By the way, has the divine contract recognized its master successfully? Eating half full by looks, almost. How many times has the name been written? Surely it cannot be that you are afraid of the pain and thus have not written it. Dozens of times. Are you kidding? The previous host was a worthless iron fool who couldn't cultivate primal energy, and they only wrote it about 20 times before successfully recognizing it. You, an extraordinary ability user, have done it dozens of times. Dozens of times. Looking at these glaring messages, Du Xiu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. What are the requirements for the mental power cultivation method? I haven't opened it yet. If there are still 3 conditions, then hurry. After a long while, a message tone sounded. 1 condition. From an objective perspective, it should be a condition without life-threatening danger. Alright. The Great One is formidable. Are you sure there is no danger? There are 2 possibilities. Either I guessed wrong, and you don't have to fulfill this condition, in which case consider this cultivation method a free gift to you. If you need to fulfill this condition, you definitely won't be in any life-threatening danger. Du Xiu was puzzled. Could this generous big shot be so kind? Please don't put me in a situation where I have to draw my blade against those around me. That's fine. By the way, you really signed the divine contract dozens of times and still haven't recognized it. Thank you. Du Xiu decisively ended the chat. Then he opened the file sent by the Great One. Viewing the divine, it was a blurry portrait of a figure. Du Xiu stared at the image, lost in a daze. In a moment of confusion, his vision turned into a white expanse. A shadow flickered in the white light, as if it was about to step out from the brilliance. Du Xiu strained to open his eyes, but could not clearly see the figure's features. In just a moment, Du Xiu felt a splitting headache, as if his head were about to explode. The intense pain pulled him back to Du Xiu hurriedly closed the image. What kind of thing was that? He never managed to see the figure's appearance in the picture. Du Xiu quickly asked the Great One, what the hell is the thing you sent? Not that since your last message it's been less than a minute and you visualized for dozens of seconds. What's wrong? The image you sent is the cultivation method. What is that thing? My head is killing me. Divine, what do you think mental power cultivation is? The world is created by the Creator God. If extraordinary ability users do not visualize the Creator God, what should they visualize? Don't be ungrateful. This image is different from the God-slaying images on the market. This document is unique across the continent. It is a scorpion's feces, one of a kind. Viewing the divine. Truly is viewing the divine. Is mental power cultivation just about looking at him every day? But with your talent, I am truly speechless. It's suffocating. You a worthless, suffocating waste. As far as I know, every extraordinary ability user can visualize for at least 3 hours. Now I finally understand why the divine contract does not recognize you as the master. You are a solid iron fool. With your talent, how could you possibly awaken extraordinary abilities? I even doubt whether this testing imperial device. I am now somewhat regretting investing in you. Do you know? You make me feel like a joke. The series of taunts from the Great One left. Do show frozen in place. Very well, do not get angry. Do show smile. Great One, where are you residing? I will bring you some local specialties. Oh no, with your talent you are not worthy of breathing the air near my home. Du Xiu smiled. Not angry. Not angry at all. Really? You won't get angry, right? I look forward to meeting. After Du Xiu replied, he decisively exited the bronze tree house. Meanwhile, in the Panshui district, the core city Panshui, level 1 fortress city. In the city center, a mountain peak stood tall with buildings on the mountain sprawling like giant beasts, varied in height and width, each unique, yet complementing one another. They lay quietly on the mountain, overlooking the bustling urban landscape below. Inside a certain underground castle, a variety of treasures were displayed. In a corner inside a sandalwood box, a black feather that was originally resting inside began to gradually fade away. It vanished from the wooden box. Moments later, a black feathered crow with white eyes flew out from the mountain peak. Its feathers were an extreme black, appearing eerie from a distance. As if in the next moment one's soul would be devoured by this blackness akin to a black hole. Its pupils were an extreme white. Ominous. Unlucky. Death. It landed on a certain tree, its pale eyes gazing southward. Then with a flap of its wings it disappeared into the sky. Not long after, it left, the treasury door opened. 2 men, one old and one young, entered the treasury. This is where our Zhang family showcases treasures. Inside, some items are suspected to be imperial devices. You can select one and see if you can recognize it as your own. Suspected imperial devices. The young man asked in confusion. Yes, imperial devices are not something just anyone can use. They actively select their masters. Some picky imperial devices have not emerged for hundreds or even thousands of years. The middle-aged man explained. He then turned and said the reason for saying suspected imperial devices is that the materials of those treasures are extremely unusual, resembling imperial devices, but there has never been any information about them in historical records. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pointed towards the sandalwood box and said those don't need to be looked at. 80 to 90% of them are just useless items made of special materials. No one has ever been able to awaken them, nor is there any documentation about them. They are just relics accumulated by the past clan elders' collecting habits. The headquarters of the Hunter Guild. Tall buildings reach into the clouds. Each department's building showcases a distinct style. Some are minimalistic and grand with smooth lines, others are resplendent and intricately decorated. Yet more are filled with creativity and uniqueness. The headquarters of the Apothecary Guild. Dozens of skyscrapers stand tall with few pedestrians on the roads, and occasionally someone hurries by. Near every intersection, police tape is drawn with numerous members of the Divine Judgment Hall on guard, their expressions solemn and intimidating. Bright and dark sentinels, along with various firepower setups, ensure that dozens of buildings are under comprehensive surveillance. Inside the buildings, a middle-aged man in a white coat accompanied by dozens of apothecaries passed through layers of security and arrived at a 3-meter-high circular metal door. On either side of the door, several powerful guards stand watch. Above the passageway, several electronic surveillance cameras rotate to follow the crowd, glowing red and emitting beeping sounds. Behind the metal door lies a storage area for electronic lockboxes containing the results of the first-level apothecary assessments sent from various regions. Inside the boxes is the future of hundreds of thousands of apothecaries from the Empire. The man in the white coat submitted a document signed by a certain leader and affixed with an official seal. The security officer reviewed the document, confirmed its authenticity, and waved his hand, signaling the guards at the metal door to step aside. The man in the white coat approached the metal door, covered the keypad, and entered the first 3 digits of the password. The security officer entered the last 3 digits. After a brief pause, with a click, the metal door opened a crack and then slowly swung open. The group stepped inside. Behind the metal door, the space was vast, extending out of sight. The walls and floors were pure white. In this pristine white world, infiltrators had nowhere to hide. The group entered and continued deeper. As they entered each area, the cameras in that region would turn to focus on the crowd, emitting faint beeping alarms. Have the apothecary assessments from the purple region been completed? The security officer casually asked. No comment. The progress of the assessments is confidential, the man in the white coat replied. Come on. Before the assessments are completed, we are all locked in this building, unable to leave or contact the outside world. Are you afraid I will leak it? That's true. The assessments are done. Are there any promising candidates from our region this time? Haha, which region doesn't have promising candidates? Are there any S-level candidates? Do you think the first-level apothecary assessment is like that of advanced apprentices? The topics in this assessment were so difficult that originally S-level and above advanced apprentices had a 95 downgrade rate, dropping to a level or even B-level. Oh, then this year's first-level apothecary assessment will have very few geniuses with S-level scores. I don't know about others, but I only compiled the assessment results from one region. I won't tell you which region, but it was dismal, nearly a total loss. In that region, tens of thousands of apothecary candidates couldn't even muster one hand's worth of S-level scores. Well, the question setter is probably going to be scolded harshly this time. Which year hasn't the question setter been scolded? The man in the white coat chuckled. Enough chit-chat, we're almost there. Ahead, a sign hanging from the ceiling reads Lin Tower region. Below are neatly stacked electronic lockboxes in a square formation, each labeled with a number. Late at night, inside the Apothecary Guild headquarters, the lights are bright. On each floor, nearly 100 review mentors are engrossed at their stations, testing potions and reviewing videos of apprentices' concoctions. The man in the white coat stretched, placed the 5 completed potions back into the electronic lockbox, and picked up a seal labeled Review Completed 021-5864 to affix it to the box's seam. The reviewed electronic lockboxes must be sealed and archived. Tonight we won't end up with even one level, will we? The man in the white coat murmured quietly. He then took another box, extracted 5 potions from inside, sampled a portion from each, and placed them on the potion testing apparatus. Not bad, the color indicates at least 4 of them are finished potions. The man in the white coat nodded. Moments later, the testing results came in. Original Force Potion, Superior Bone Strengthening Potion, Intermediate Stamina Potion, Intermediate Vitality Potion, Intermediate. The man gasped. This is impressive. 1 Superior Potion, 3 Intermediates. As long as the brewing technique is smooth, it can definitely earn an S-level score. This should be the first student from Lin Tower region to achieve above S-level. Unfortunately, the Gene Potion looks like it will fail based on its color. However, as long as it isn't a failed potion, even a semi-finished potion can receive an SS. Why hasn't the system provided feedback on the Gene Potion's efficacy? On the computer screen, the analysis of the Gene Potion's efficacy continuously shows under testing with no results forthcoming. Shall you help me pull up the testing video for candidate 010238 from Lin Tower region? The man in the white coat looked at the candidate number on the electronic lockbox and turned to the young man behind him. Oh, okay. Moments later, a video began to play automatically on the screen in front of the man in the white coat. To ensure the fairness of the review, the video is shot vertically from above the workstation. For most of the time, only the candidate's hands can be seen.
评分，他想的倒是挺美，其他人都忍不住笑出来，尤其是赵永川，哈哈大笑2声。你这死老太。
Surprisingly, he is using multi-step operations. This method is the first I've seen in an apprentice. Impressive. The man marveled. Typically, apothecaries brew potions step by step. However, step-by-step brewing is slower, as some herbal formulas require waiting for tens of seconds or even a couple of minutes for reactions. Some experienced apothecary masters will perform multiple steps simultaneously. This can significantly save time, but it also increases the likelihood of errors. After all, a potion involves hundreds or even thousands of steps. Multi-step brewing makes it easy to misremember the order of steps. Additionally, some steps require timely adjustments using other potion formulas to control the potency. Therefore, multi-step brewing is an operation that not only apprentices, but even seasoned apothecaries hesitate to attempt. Perhaps this apprentice frequently brews such potions, gaining experience from thousands of attempts, which allows him to perform multi-step brewing. However, even so, it's still impressive. The man in the white coat speculated. Wait, he isn't following the conventional steps for... He even dared to adjust the potion formula. How bold. If he replaces the main herb, he has significantly increased the difficulty of brewing the bone-strengthening potion. Goodness, if he can succeed in brewing it under these conditions, that's truly remarkable. After watching for a while, the man in the white coat eagerly pressed the red button in front of him. They would conduct an initial round of assessment, and after grading the candidates, there would be a second round of reviews. The average score would be taken from the 2 rounds of reviews. If there was a significant discrepancy between the 2 assessments, a higher authority would make the final decision. Given the high standards for first-level pharmacists, every grade score had to be meticulously controlled. For an evaluator to give a score above grade, they needed to notify the head of the evaluation team for review. The man in the white coat pressed the button, and shortly after, an old man walked over. Evaluators at different stations nearby turned their heads in surprise. The arrival of the head evaluator indicated that a candidate was qualified for an S-grade score. Perhaps an S-grade candidate was about to emerge here. Team leader, this candidate can be given an S-grade score, the man in the white coat stated directly upon the arrival of the head evaluator. What? S-grade? Are you sure? What level is the potion he concocted? The team leader's expression changed in shock. 1 batch of superior efficacy, 3 batches of medium efficacy. Oh, there's actually a superior potion, which is quite impressive. How are his concoction steps? This kid is a bit astonishing. Looking at his concoction steps, I almost want to give him an SS grade score. The team leader looked at him in astonishment. Concoction steps worthy of an SSS grade. Was it really that exaggerated? The man in the white coat was the deputy leader of the assessment team and a 4th-level potion master. A candidate who could amaze him greatly interested the team leader. Let me see. Please have a seat. The man in the white coat relinquished his position. The team leader sat down, pulled up the video of the concoction, and watched it at double speed. As time passed, the team leader's expression grew more serious. After a long moment, he couldn't help but but exclaim in a multi-step operation, he even adjusted the formula and replaced the main medicinal herb. This kid is impressive. A genius. What he has shown is stronger than the previous S-grade candidates. This kid is truly outrageous. The man in the white coat couldn't help but express his amazement, saying, "At first, I thought he was just showing off by replacing the main herb, but unexpectedly he really succeeded in concocting it in the end." During past assessments, some candidates would replace the herbs of simple potions to complicate the concoction artificially. They used this method to prove their solid fundamentals and show off their skills. It is elegantly referred to as showcasing skills and colloquially known as showing off. Candidates who show off during assessments walk a fine line. If successful, they gain points, but if not, they are eliminated. His talent is indeed top-notch in the Empire, but he is also very bold to replace the lingsaw and finger flowers, which are both main herbs. The team leader commented that generally for such show-off candidates, he neither opposed nor supported. But Du Xiu was "This kid is taking his future too lightly." The team leader remarked with a hint of disapproval. "Fortune favors the bold. This kid is taking his future too lightly." The team leader remarked with a hint of disapproval. "Fortune favors the bold." The man in the white coat, relatively young and open-minded, said in any case, he succeeded in showcasing his skills, and this candidate is indeed impressive. At least he wouldn't have been able to pull off such operations during his time as a senior apprentice. "What about the genetic potion? Has he concocted it?" the team leader asked. "The analysis of the genetic potion was just completed. Oh, let me check the results." The man in the white coat went to the computer, manipulated the mouse, and brought up the analysis results. The two stared at the screen, momentarily dumbfounded. The analysis result displayed 3 large characters: perfect level. Perfect level. Are you kidding me? Is the potency analysis instrument malfunctioning? The team leader muttered instinctively. The instrument is checked and maintained daily. It shouldn't have any issues. The man in the white coat was filled with doubt, saying, "But this result does seem a bit outrageous. The genetic potion only has finished products and semi-finished products. There shouldn't be any classifications of perfect, superior, medium, or inferior. Because genetic potions cannot be improved or optimized to enhance efficacy. Even potion masters have no power over it." The Empire's higher-ups introduced the genetic potion in this first-level assessment merely to set a benchmark for the potion industry. They hoped that potion masters across the land could pay attention to genetic potions, increase their production, and find substitutes for genetic potions. As for improving genetic potions, the Empire's higher-ups had little hope. They never expected that an apprentice would successfully improve a genetic potion. So how could an analysis result yield a perfect-level conclusion? This candidate not only improved the genetic potion, but also concocted a genetic potion with perfect-level efficacy. Old Wang called up the person responsible for maintaining the potency analysis instrument. There might be a problem with the machine. The team leader made a phone call. The man in the white coat seized the opportunity to drag the concoction video to the later stage, moving the progress bar back and forth until confirming the beginning of candidate 010238's genetic potion concoction. Is he concocting a genetic potion? He looked at the herbs appearing in the video. Some were indeed required herbs for concocting genetic potions, while others were not. He even saw lingsaw and finger flowers. Aren't those the main herbs for stamina potions and bone-strengthening potions? Do you need these 2 kinds of potions to concoct a genetic potion? I've never heard of this. Wait, could it be that the kid just now wasn't showing off, but instead before starting realized he needed these 2 herbs for concocting a genetic potion and had to replace them temporarily? The man in the white coat was horrified. At first he thought the candidate was replacing herbs to show off and gain points. After all, stamina potions and bone-strengthening potions have quite a reputation in the first-level category. Some candidates predict that these 2 kinds of potions might be part of the exam questions and prepare by replacing the main herbs for rehearsing their showcases. Every year, a large number of talented candidates choose a few potions to practice their show-off concoctions in advance. After all, showcasing skills indeed earns points. But if this person was not showing off but had to temporarily modify the concoction steps and replace the herbs due to a lack of resources, that would be terrifying. Temporarily replacing the main herbs while also managing multi-step concoction. Isn't that just insane? The man in the white coat felt a storm rising in his heart. Not long after, a blue-clothed repairman carrying a toolbox came up. "Old Sure, which instrument is broken?" "Wait, perhaps not." Head of the Sure group replied without looking up. At this moment, both the man in the white coat and team leader Sure were fully focused, staring at the concoction video. This kid is indeed improving the gene serum. In the alchemist examination, choosing to enhance a first-level serum, a top-level difficult gene serum, this is too crazy. How many formulas has he applied? At least over 100. It's not just because of the herbs. There are several steps where the examinee is flustered, likely due to some herb reactions that were unexpected, which is why he's going back and forth with the formulas. Du Xiu has been concocting the gene serum for over 2 hours. The 2 dare not fast-forward, focusing intently on the screen, analyzing. Du Xiu has been concocting the gene serum for over 2 hours. The 2 dare not fast-forward, focusing intently on the screen, analyzing Du Xiu's adjustments and the meanings behind the formulas. Unbeknownst to them, behind the 2 stood dozens of assessment mentors, drawn in by the exclamations of team leader Sure and the man in the white coat. After a long while, team leader Sure stiffly turned his head. "The equipment is fine. This kid has very likely succeeded in improving the gene serum." A group of assessment mentors erupted in commotion. An apprentice improved the gene serum. He even received a... This is truly a prodigy. Observing his thought process in applying the formulas, it's imaginative that under the same circumstances my thought process would not be as agile as his. Seeing him flustered, this might be his first attempt at enhancement. Yes, terrifying. This is clearly an apprentice. Why do I feel he is even more formidable than some first-level alchemists? The application of those formulas completely deviated from the foundational ones. Most are approaches to basic alchemy formulas. I did not understand the crucial steps in between. I didn't understand either. Strangely, I remember there are no records of any formula applications between several types of herbs. Who is this examinee? I really want to ask him, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. I suggest giving him an SS level score. He absolutely deserves an SSS rating. His talent is terrifying. I have never seen a talent as outstanding as this alchemist apprentice. The birth of such a genius is truly a blessing. Team leader sure turned to the surrounding people. No one can speak of the perfect level gene serum. His sharp gaze swept across the group, and all the assessment mentors exchanged glances. They all understood the strategic value represented by the perfect level gene serum and nodded in agreement. Seeing them nod, team leader sure hurriedly left with the gene serum. That night, team leader sure stood in his office gazing at the moonlight outside. The moonlight in July was hazy and gentle. The old man lit a cigarette, opening the window halfway, and exhaled smoke. After a long while, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he extinguished the cigarette, and left the office. Under the moonlight, a team leader from the Divine Judgment Hall responsible for vigilance patrolled with several original cultivators along the usual route. In the distance, upon seeing team leader sure, his expression changed, and he turned to several original cultivators, saying, "You go check over there." After the original cultivators walked away, the team leader approached team leader sure. They whispered among themselves. Half an hour later, the team leader left. The next morning at the Hunters Guild in the Alchemy Hall, the originally quiet street was pierced by roaring sounds. Hearing the commotion, the members of the Divine Judgment Hall responsible for guarding the Alchemy Hall paused their actions, looking seriously into the distance. Dozens of military green trucks slowly appeared from the distant horizon and quickly approached. The vehicles halted. Hundreds of fully armed members of the garrison troops leapt from the vehicles. A garrison soldier stepped forward and opened the jeep door. A man in his 30s wearing an Imperial Colonel's badge and dressed in a high-ranking Imperial officer's uniform draped in a red-lined black cape stepped out. The leader of the guarding Divine Judgment Hall looked at the Imperial Colonel with an unfriendly expression. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here," the Divine Judgment leader said coldly. The garrison troops across the Empire have become private soldiers for various factions. The Divine Judgment Hall and the garrison troops have never gotten along. A secret order from the Emperor to summon all assessment mentors within this building, the Imperial Colonel said, taking. The Divine Judgment leader took the secret order and upon seeing the seal on it became suspicious. A secret order from the Emperor. The Emperor has not concerned himself with state affairs for years. This is known throughout the Empire. How could a secret order suddenly be issued? The first-level alchemist assessment is currently underway inside. Why summon the assessment mentors now? The Divine Judgment leader questioned. There are suspected rogue spies among the assessment mentors. We need to take them back for identification. New assessment mentors will arrive in the afternoon. Capturing rogues is our Divine Judgment's responsibility. When did it become your garrison troops' business? Ridiculous. Just because you Divine Judgment are allowed to capture rogues doesn't mean we garrison troops are not. The Imperial Colonel scoffed. Moreover, do you have no eyes? Don't you recognize the Emperor's secret order? Step aside. The Divine Judgment leader looked at the Emperor's secret order, his expression fluctuating. Although everything seems suspicious, the secret order is indeed real. He remained silent for a moment and stepped aside. The Imperial Colonel with a sneer waved his hand. The garrison troops surged in, pouring into the building. In less than an hour, hundreds of assessment mentors, internal guards, and service personnel were taken away. A few days later, in a certain conference room, 8 elderly men, all around 70 years old, sat in different positions. At the main seat, a rather imposing elder picked up a red-headed document and spoke. We will now proceed to the next agenda item, discussing the audit student system proposed by Director Jiang of the Divine Judgment Academy. A female secretary stepped forward, distributing documents to the various directors. In the conference room, only the rustling of pages turning could be heard. Someone spoke up. Director Jiang, I looked over this proposal. Our audit students enjoy the same treatment as formal students. Wouldn't this be unfair to those who entered through regular channels? The silver-haired, rosy-faced, and aristocratic Director Jiang countered. The audit student system is only open to the children of Imperial Medal recipients. Their parents have made outstanding contributions on the battlefield, some even sacrificing their lives. It is only right for their children to enjoy certain admission privileges, isn't it? That may be true, but what if these children have poor character and misconduct? Wouldn't that easily tarnish the reputation of the Imperial Academy? This year's admission quota for the Imperial Academy is around 4 million, and there are only a few hundred recipients of the Imperial Medal each year. Can these few people really tarnish the Academy's reputation? Moreover, as far as I know, some of the bestowed species even feed on humans. They can enter the Imperial Academy, yet you are worried that the children of Imperial Medal recipients will tarnish the reputation. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Why don't you, reasonable old woman? Being admitted to the assigned species is a decision made by the upper echelons of the Empire. What are you throwing a tantrum about? Of course I have to throw a tantrum. How many people died in our Divine Judgment's external race wars? And now, just like that peace is declared, even the sacred ruins, which are the foundation of the empire, have to be opened to foreigners. The burly head of the Body Cultivation Academy puffed out his beard and glared, "Did people not die in your Divine Judgment Academy? You know that people have died in the Body Cultivation Academy. Then why does your Body Cultivation Academy allow the assigned species to be exempt from exams for admission? How many benefits have you accepted from foreigners to the point where you've fed your conscience to the dogs, eh? Do not slander people. The exemption from exams for admission is a decision from above." All right. The Grand Dean of the Empire's Academy, sitting in the main seat, slapped the table. "Stop arguing. You fight over trivial matters every day. Oh, no wonder outsiders say the Empire's Academy is a loose organization. There is never a peaceful moment in the meetings of the 7 branches." The Grand Dean vented his anger and said, "Let's vote directly on the auditing student system." Everyone raised their hands to vote. The heads of the 7 branches cast 2 votes in favor, 3 abstentions, and 2 against. The result is a tie. The auditing student system is temporarily shelved. Dean Jiang will revise it for further discussion. Now we will proceed to the next agenda item. The Grand Dean scanned the voting hands and picked up another document, beginning to read aloud. The next agenda item is a proposal from Dean Zhang of the Alchemy Academy to reject a certain student's admission. Old Zhang, why is this the agenda item? The Grand Dean put down the document, puzzled. Was it necessary to discuss such trivial matters here? Dean Zhang of the Alchemy Academy, with a long, thin face, sharp chin, and narrow eyes, smiled lightly. Indeed, it is a trivial matter. This student has excellent grades, but his character is extremely corrupt. He has publicly assaulted 6 instructors from the Empire Academy and even threatened to kill them. As for rejecting the student, your Alchemy Academy can issue a separate statement without the need for a vote here. No, I mean to issue a public announcement in the name of the Empire Academy to reject his admission. After Dean Zhang finished speaking, an old man from the War Academy sneered. In the name of the Empire Academy. Are you not ashamed? I know that person, his name is Du Xiu, right? He merely exposed the ugly deeds of your consortium. Is it necessary to suppress a young man to this extent? Dean Yao, think before you speak. What do you mean by your consortium? Dean Zhang said with a mocking expression, my current position as dean was earned through true talent and skill. If others do not know, do you not know? If I were not exceptionally skilled, the one sitting in this position should be you. Dean Zhang said mockingly. Dean Yao from the War Academy slammed the table and said, you Zhang have the guts to compete. Back then I performed poorly. If we have a rematch, who will prevail is still uncertain. I truly do not regard your level of Haha, no time for that. Dean Zhang firmly rejected. I believe this student must not be admitted. Everyone, let's vote. Several deans appeared disinterested. In their eyes, this matter was indeed too trivial. Within the academy, the most abundant resource was talent. Du Xiu's assault on the academy instructors was neither a big nor a small matter. Since the dean of the Alchemy Academy had spoken, the other deans still showed respect. Apart from the War Academy and the Divine Judgment Academy, all other deans voted in favor. Then I hope the Grand Dean can issue a statement in the name of the Empire Academy to reject Du Xiu's admission before the grades come. Dean Zhang reminded, are you in such a hurry? The Grand Dean was confused. This way we can set an example and express the Empire Academy's disdain for those who disrespect their instructors while also demonstrating respect for the Academy instructors. Dean Zhang explained. Nonsense. I do not agree. Do not issue it in the name of our War Academy. Old man Yao opposed. The Grand Dean had a wry smile on his face. The Divine Judgment Academy and Body Cultivation Academy were at odds. The War Academy and Alchemy Academy were also at odds. The Mecha Academy and Firearms Academy looked down on each other. As for the original academy, this time the head of the original academy did not attend the meeting, only sending a director to take his place. Apart from viewing the Alchemy Academy as a favor, the original academy did not even regard the other 5 academies. It was too difficult. As the Grand Dean, nominally high, practically, he could not manage any academy and could only mediate. Alright, opposition is ineffective, the minority submits to the majority. The Grand Dean hurriedly added. Now we will proceed to the next agenda item. Moments later, the head of the Firearms Academy slammed the table and started to berate the Mecha Academy. What face do you Mecha Academy have to propose merging with us, the Firearms Academy? In recent years, your academy's achievements in the Sacred Ruins are not as impressive as those of a decent hunter group. Do you even qualify? Why wouldn't I qualify? The Mecha series is a national treasure. We do not act lightly. But when you do act, you end up losing big. The last Imperial expedition failed. Oh, what does that have to do with our Mecha Academy? It was due to traitors. The Mecha warriors had no room to act. Enough. The Mecha Academy does not act lightly, but when we do, we deliver a heavy blow. Are you looking for a fight? Just say it, unknown, or a group fight. Ooh, I want kill you. Dean Yao from the War Academy said, I don't believe you can truly get into a fight. The meeting room was in chaos. The Grand Dean was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared, slapping the table until his hands hurt. Until evening. The meeting concluded. The big shots returned to their respective places. The Grand Dean stopped Dean Yao. Old Yao, wait a moment. What's wrong? Is there something? Give me some face and do not dig at the Alchemy Academy anymore. The Grand Dean's face was dark. According to Functional Division, the War Academy is responsible for cultivating the Empire's officers. Why must you open a department of alchemy? While you are advising me, you might as well tidy up the atmosphere in the Alchemy Academy. What has the Alchemy Academy turned into now? More than 60% of the good seedlings graduating have entered various consortia, and those refining potions are only looking to make money. How many people are seriously doing research? In another 10 years, by the time that group of stubborn old fellows in the Alchemy Academy have all passed away, the Alchemy Academy will have become the garden of the consortia. Dean Yao cursed as he mentioned the Alchemy Academy. Future matters will naturally be handled by the next generation. If necessary, you can run for the dean of the Alchemy Academy next time it changes leadership. Now the problem is that there are already instructors from the Alchemy Academy who have complained to me. Dean Yao squinted and asked, what are they complaining about? I advised them to stay away from the mud pit of the Alchemy Academy and join the clean land of the War Academy, creating a good academic environment for them. Did I do something wrong? They are unwilling to transfer. You must understand, the War Pharmacy Academy has nothing in terms of pharmacology, lacking instruments, reference books, and supporting systems. It's strange that anyone would want to come here. I think they are blinded by money and unwilling to endure hardship. They've forgotten their original intention. Regardless, you can't write a letter to insult them. They are unwilling to transfer. You must understand, the War Pharmacy Academy has nothing in terms of pharmacology, lacking instruments, reference books. The headmaster's face darkened, and he sternly said, no more disturbing those mentors. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Well, see, I have things to attend to. Back home, Dean Yao pondered, feeling something was amiss. Given the style of old Ghost Zhang from the Pharmacy Academy, who never works without profit, how could he propose a topic to refuse a certain student from entering the school during the meeting? Clearly, matters that could be handled independently by the Pharmacy Academy were being unnecessarily complicated with a statement issued in the name of the main academy. There must be something hidden within. He dialed a phone number. Hello, Xiao Zhou, it's me. Dean Yao. What instructions do you have? Are you reviewing the grades of the advanced apprentices? Yes, but Dean Yao, I'm just organizing the list. The first and second rounds of reviews and the final evaluation have been completed, and the database is locked. Grades cannot be modified. Now there's just some preparatory work before the grades are announced, otherwise you wouldn't be able to reach me on the phone. What do you take me for, a fool? Dean Yao scolded irritably. I'm not asking you to change the grades. I need you to check a grade. Oh, check the grades. But that's against the rules. Hey, just joking with you. Checking the grades is fine since they can't be changed anyway. There was a pause on the other end of the line, but you have to promise me one thing. Spit it out quickly. Don't disturb my father anymore, okay? He's getting old and really doesn't want to go to the War Pharmacy Academy. Last time you called, you lectured him for half an hour, almost making him leave. Nonsense. I'm rescuing him from a dire situation. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, that old man is still quite robust. Even if I leave, he might not go. I'm just trying to make you settle down and get married soon. Being 40 and still single is quite pathetic. All right. The person on the line was speechless. As for your generation, I can't interfere. So who should I check? Dushio. Find out what grade he got. Dushio. Let me check. Which district and city is he from? From Linta District, but I forgot the city. Let me see. There are 17 people named Dushio in Linta District. The highest score is a grade and the rest are C to E grades. The highest is only an A grade. Dean Yao looked confused. It is indeed impressive to get an A in this year's first-level pharmacist assessment, but is it really necessary for that old fool Zhang Zonwang to go through such trouble? Could it be that they are trying to intimidate others by silencing Dushio? What's wrong, Dean Yao? Is something off? It's nothing. Dean Yao casually replied. Is this Dushio the one who exposed the consortium's hunting of pharmacists? Yes, that's him. No wonder that name sounds so familiar. During the review, did anything strange happen? Strange things. After thinking for a moment, the person on the other end suddenly said there really was one thing. My friend was taken away during the review by the Imperial Garrison, saying there was a spy among the reviewing mentors. After coming out from the garrison, my friend seemed a bit dazed, as if he had been tortured. Dean Yao, you must report the matter of the garrison torturing the academy mentors up the chain. Those people, in order to cover up the scandal of coercion, even eliminated some of my friend's memories. Isn't capturing aberrants the function of the divine judgment? Why did the garrison get involved? Dean Yao inquired. I don't know, but I heard they were acting under a secret imperial order. During the capture, which district's grades were being reviewed? It seems to be from Linta District. Think carefully. Is there anything else regarding Linta District? I really don't know anything else. The mentors reviewing the grades from Linta District afterwards were all sent by the Pharmacy Academy Consortium. Our academic faction hasn't had any contact with them. At the pharmacy headquarters, in a certain building, a slightly balding, middle-aged, plump man sat in front of a computer desk. He held the phone in one hand and twirled a pen with the other. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. He spoke into the phone. Hold on a moment, Dean Yao, someone is looking for me. I'll call you back. Okay. He hung up. Come in. A man in a white coat pushed open the door and sat down on the sofa casually, saying someone is inquiring about grades again. Indeed, you're the 7th today? Well, it doesn't matter if I'm one more or one less. Help me check a grade. Whose? No name. The plump man shot him a glare. How can I check if there's no name? Help me check the best score from Linta District. The top score from Linta District. The best score is S grade. The plump man pulled up the data and S grade. The man in the white coat frowned, muttering that shouldn't be. Isn't there an SSS grade score? I've been having dreams lately, dreaming about a candidate from Linta District who modified the gene potion, and it seems to be a perfect level gene potion. His talent in pharmacology is extremely terrifying. The lowest he could score would be SSS grade. Stop right there. modifying gene potions, and achieving perfect-level efficacy. How could that be possible? Even the masters in pharmacology wouldn't know where to begin, let alone a mere apprentice pharmacist. Your dream is too outrageous, the plump man complained. All right, maybe it's just that the recent assessments have been too exhausting, leading to daydreams at night. The man in the white coat sighed. Although that dream felt incredibly real, the facts were laid out before him, and he had to admit it. After the man in the white coat left, the plump man made a phone call. Little brat, there are quite a few people looking for you. Once connected, Dean Yao scolded with a laugh. It's nothing. The friend I mentioned earlier who was tortured and interrogated by the garrison came to ask about grades. He also inexplicably asked if there were any SSS grade scores from Linta district. I think he must have been brainwashed by the garrison's torture. An SS level rating. Did he evaluate an SS level apprentice during his assessment? Yes, he assessed it in a dream. Wait, you mean someone improved the genetic serum and its efficacy is perfect? You can't be serious? He am not. It's nothing, you go ahead and do your work, hang up. Dean Yao ended the call. SS level talent. Perfect level genetic serum. Dean Yao murmured. Is there a possibility that the person's dream is true? There indeed exists an SS level talented pharmacist apprentice who has improved and refined a perfect level genetic serum. The strategic value of the genetic serum is tremendously frightening. This level 1 pharmacist assessment included questions about genetic serums to compel pharmacists to learn about them, and they hoped that a pharmacist would improve the genetic serum. A candidate did improve the genetic serum. Some resorted to using the garrison to suppress this news, pretending to capture anomalies, and took away the informed evaluators for questioning. They used methods to erase the evaluators' memories and altered the candidate's scores. All of this was to seal all. The apprentice who improved the genetic serum is Du Xiu. This explains why Zhang Zhongwang wants to suppress Du Xiu. With Du Xiu's temperament of violently confronting the academy's instructors, he would certainly not bow to the consortium. Du Xiu entering the Pharmacist Academy would never mean joining the consortium faction. In this case, Zhang Zhongwang would not be able to obtain the formula for the perfect level effective genetic serum improved by Du Xiu. If the Pharmacist Academy issued a statement refusing Du Xiu's admission, he could still join other academies. Other academies also have pharmacist specialties. For example, the Divine Judgment Academy has a pharmacology program. However, the pharmacology program at other academies is considerably less significant compared to the Pharmacist Academy, but at least it would be a place to go and learn profound knowledge in pharmacology. If he were refused admission to the Empire's Academy, a pharmacist apprentice unable to enter the Empire's Academy would have almost no way to access advanced pharmacological knowledge except by joining the consortium. At this moment, if a prestigious master pharmacist were to extend an olive branch to him, Du Xiu would definitely be great. At that time, deceiving him into providing the formula would be as easy as pie. No, Dean Yao thought of something else. The strategic value of Du Xiu goes beyond that. The reason why the genetic serum is so difficult to improve is that it involves pharmacological knowledge from the last Empire civilization. This knowledge has been lost, which is why master pharmacists cannot improve it. If Du Xiu can improve it, there's a high probability that he possesses the pharmacological knowledge of the last Empire civilization. This means that as long as they control Du Xiu, they can learn this pharmacological knowledge. At that time, not only could the level 1 genetic serum be improved, but also the level 2 and level 3 genetic serums. Dean Yao stood there in a daze. He knows all too well the strategic value of the genetic serum. The more he thought about it, the more it resonated with him, and he dialed a phone number. Prepare an airship for me. Burt City. The Hunters Guild Pharmacist Hall. At the operation table in the mixing room, a gray mouse stood at the edge, stunned. Next to it, there were also a dozen dead gray mouse bodies. After a moment, the mouse suddenly collapsed. Du Xiu rubbed his temples. He casually took out a bottle of soul-calming serum and drank it. The maximum death time for the corpse is 6 hours. Beyond 6 hours, it cannot be revived or controlled. The time to revive and control the corpse is inversely proportional to the strength of the corpse. For weak creatures like mice, it's 15 minutes. Ordinary werewolves, 3 minutes. If it's a Chi Blood Realm practitioner, it might only be 1 minute or even a few seconds. The cultivation of spiritual power is indeed a long and arduous journey. Du Xiu sighed, gathered the dead mice into a trash bin, grabbed the garbage bag, and turned to leave the mixing room. Outside the pharmacist hall, a white-eyed crow perched on a branch. Du Xiu walked out and glanced at the white-eyed crow. Strange, why have there been crows around here these days? Du Xiu murmured. After throwing the garbage into the bin, he suddenly, could this crow be an imperial artifact? The white-eyed crow had been perching in the tree for several days, always in the same spot, never moving. The pitch-black feathers and the stark white pupils looked suspicious. It didn't seem like an ordinary crow. Moreover, recalling the exaggerated reaction of the soft big shot to his ability. His ability seemed quite powerful. It wasn't impossible for an imperial artifact to come seeking a master. But a mere quasi-imperial artifact, and he still hasn't successfully recognized a master. An apex imperial artifact that can transform into an animal comes seeking a master. Am I a bit delusional? Du Xiu subconsciously felt unworthy, but his body honestly walked under the tree, looking up at the white-eyed crow on the branch. The latter was also looking down at him. Du Xiu reached out his hand. The white-eyed crow spread its wings and flew onto Du Xiu's palm. Strange. It felt weightless. A surge of excitement suddenly flashed through Du Xiu's heart. This white-eyed crow is definitely not an ordinary creature. Could it truly be an imperial artifact? How does one recognize a master for an imperial artifact? Should I bow to it? Cough cough. That's going again. As Dushio was confused, the white-eyed crow suddenly pecked at his finger. Dushio stroked its beak. Suddenly the white-eyed crow transformed into a feather in his eyes, landing in his palm before disappearing. Dushio stood there in a daze. A tremendous wave surged in his mind. Imperial artifact crow usage method summoned by thought ability 1. Unknowable existence. The owner is not perceived, not recognized, not deduced, and has no past or future ability. 2. Soul devouring. The souls of enemies slain by the owner will be devoured by the crow, granting the owner a portion of spiritual power. Ability 3. Self-creating realm. The owner can use thought to store items in the internal space of the imperial artifact, in which time is stagnant and cannot contain living beings. Evaluation. Once there was a person who loved you for a long time. Can you see her? You cannot see her. Dushio was incredibly excited. He had been actively recognized by an imperial artifact. Moreover, this artifact crow is extremely powerful. Ability 1. Unknowable existence. According to the description, it should be a passive ability. Not perceived. It should refer to a capability similar to how the cold ones in the anomaly channel can sense their location. Not recognized. It should mean that the soft big shot recognized that he was speaking the truth, a similar ability. As for not being deduced, Dushio had not encountered that yet. As for the last point, having no past or future, he didn't quite understand and needed to continue researching. Ability 2. Soul devour. It is even more perverse. In simple terms, by killing enemies, he can receive a portion of spiritual power in return. Doesn't this mean that as long as he kills, he can become stronger? The growth of spiritual power was the most troublesome matter for Dushio. During this time, his cultivation of observing the divine was fraught with difficulties. The emergence of the soul devour ability solved his troubles. Ability 3. Self-creation of worlds. Spatial ability. Dushio casually picked up a leaf, and with a thought the leaf vanished in the next moment. Then it reappeared again. The ability to store items is simply too convenient. Moreover, time inside the space. Does this mean that within the space the time of death for a corpse remains unchanged? If a freshly deceased corpse is placed in the space, as long as the time spent using that corpse outside does not exceed 6 hours, can it be used indefinitely? After making a simple inference about the ability of the crow, a look of ecstasy appeared on Dushio's face. He couldn't wait to experiment with it. Dushio immediately returned to the preparation room and stored the hundreds of potions he had accumulated into the space. He then went to the villa area collecting iron rods, clothes, and all books related to extreme pharmacology into the space. Half a day's time passed. Dushio lay on the sofa in Master Lung's house, his face full of excitement. The fluctuations of original power on my body have vanished. Even bodyguard Lao Wang couldn't sense it just now. This should be an ability that goes undetected. The internal space of the Imperial artifact seems quite vast. For now, I cannot find its end. Moreover, time flow in the space is indeed stagnant, allowing for the placement of corpses that have recently died, facilitating their use at any time as they do not belong to the living. Dushio took out a gray mouse, and the moment he did, it stood up. In the chat channel of the church, Dushio clicked on Lao Long's avatar to enter the private chat interface. Heavenly One Sect Saint Child Master, can you sense me? A few seconds later, Poisonous Taoist, I can't sense you. Has that Imperial artifact recognized its master? Is it its ability? Heavenly One Sect Saint Child, it's not that artifact, it's another Imperial artifact. Poisonous Taoist, another one. Where did you find that Imperial artifact? Heavenly One Sect Saint Child, the Imperial artifact came looking for me, grinning. Poisonous Taoist, are you sure? With your qualifications, would an Imperial artifact seek you out as its master? Heavenly One Sect Saint Child, it's just a trivial matter, there's no need for alarm. Seeing Lao Lung's delayed reply, Dushio felt quite proud. With a slight show of force, he startled you. Dushio took out the divine contract from the trash can. Looking at it, he raised an eyebrow. They'll give you one last chance, but if you don't know when to back off, you'll find yourself confined to the trash can in the restroom. Dushio, having said that, he bit his finger and wrote his name on the divine contract. The blood letters lingered on the light green beast skin for a moment before slowly seeping in. The patterns on the light green beast skin seemed to activate, with golden lines quickly spreading out. Relevant information about the divine contract appeared in Dushio's mind. Imperial artifact pseudo-divine contract. Usage: anyone can write their name, including aliases, on the contract with any pen, which will be considered as signing the contract. The number of contracted individuals is limited by the owner's strength, starting at 4 individuals, later increasing to 1632, with a maximum of 32. Ability 1. A dream meeting. The owner can summon the contracted individuals into dreams at any time to discuss matters. Ability 2. Pain transfer. The owner can transfer the pain they endure to the contracted individuals. Note, it is only pain transfer. The damage the owner suffers will not be transferred. Evaluation: come, let's sign a contract with the devil. From now on, your dreams are under my control. Congratulations, owner, you might never feel pain, but you might die. Dushio was quite satisfied. You know your place. The successfully recognized divine contract was similar to the information sent by the soft big shot. The only difference was that the method of recognition was not displayed. Soft big shot, you are indeed mysterious. You managed to get the recognition method for a quasi-imperial artifact. Dushio couldn't help but sigh. The differences between these two imperial artifacts are not trivial. His thoughts returned to the two newly acquired imperial artifacts. Comparing the crow with the divine contract, the former utterly crushed the latter. The soul devour ability of the crow allows the owner to receive a portion of spiritual power after killing. This single ability alone outclasses the divine contract by a wide margin. However, the drawbacks of the calamity cultivation method raise the value of the divine contract. A human skin mask thousand faces appeared in Du Xiu's hand out of nowhere. This was a tool gifted to him by Lao Lung during the wilderness journey. As Lao Lung later mentioned, it is a special tool, exceptionally precious. If he wears thousand faces and combines it with the crow's undetectable ability, using this disguise to kill and commit crimes would be quite secure. He'll change into this disguise one of these days and try it out of the city. Before leaving the city, I still need to go to the Hunters Guild to register as a hunter. If I go to register, I wonder if the pupil and fingerprint collection will pass. The worst outcome would be that I can't be recognized. It shouldn't lead to my arrest. Oh, I can give it a try. Having multiple identities is ultimately a good thing. Even if I do get arrested, it's fine as long as I can explain things clearly. After thinking of an escape route, Du Xiu made up his mind to go to the Hunters Guild for a try. With the crow's soul devour ability, he urgently needed a disguise. Killing and committing crimes are better left to the... Du Xiu walked out of the villa area and headed to a secluded place. In an area without surveillance, he put on the human skin. His features gradually blurred. A moment later, he transformed into a cold, stiff young man. Du Xiu wandered around relying on his familiarity with the area and walked out into another shaded area. Hunters Guild. Inside the hall, it was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Du Xiu stepped inside. At the front desk, he asked where to register for a hunter's identity. He headed straight for his destination. Hunter Registration Management Office. At the office door stood 30 or 40 people, all there for paperwork, lining up into the hallway. Du Xiu looked up. The other Hunter Registration Management offices also had long lines. After more than an hour, it was Du Xiu's turn. He entered the office. 2 staff members sat in chairs. The short-haired man pointed to the inner room and said, "You first need to input your fingerprint and pupil." Du Xiu nodded and went to the seat in the inner room. Opposite him was a row of machines. Mechanical sounds echoed in the room. "Please raise your head and look straight at the pupil collector in front of you. Inputting, please do not blink." Due to blinking, input failed. "Please re-input after 3 seconds." Inputting, please do not blink. Comparing with database information. There are no matching pupils in the database. Input successful. Now proceed to the next step. Please place both hands in the mold. Please spread your fingers. Please keep your 10 fingers open and close to the mold. Inputting. Please wait. Comparing with database information. There are matches in the database. No matching fingerprints found in the database. Input successful. Input successful. Please go to the staff to complete the relevant procedures. Du Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of escape. The fact that his identity as Crow wasn't recognized indeed allowed him to deceive the system. He remembered the books written by Dai Lixing. Theology surpasses science. Does the Empire truly have the strength to fight against the gods? Name: Lien Ruofei. Address: None. None. The short-haired man exchanged glances with the person beside him. The former asked, "From the slums." Du Xiu lowered his head in embarrassment. The clothes he wore were a faded denim outfit. At this moment, he had removed the ability of Crow and a faint fluctuation of primal energy emanated from him. All right. The short-haired man shrugged helplessly. Looks like another lucky one. Every fortress city in the Empire has places where sunlight cannot penetrate. The slums. There live people who are bankrupt drifters and escaped slaves, all sorts of the lower strata of society. They survive by scavenging through garbage. Perhaps this lucky person from the slums found a tattered manual of chi techniques somewhere and cultivated primal energy. Upon realizing Du Xiu's background, the staff stopped their inquiries. People from such slums cannot provide any valuable information. After all, there was no information about Du Xiu in the database, and he also had primal energy fluctuations. Confirming these 2 points was already sufficient. They lowered their heads, marked a few check marks on the form, and handed it. Take this form to the review office. They will give you an identity code. Be sure to remember this identity code. You will need it for everything in the future. It is very important. The staff reminded him. Du Xiu thanked them repeatedly, and then headed to the review office to collect an identity code for primal cultivation. A flying ship landed outside Burt City. An elderly man in his 70s with white hair and beard, lively spirit, and sharp eyes descended from the ship with several powerful primal cultivation guards. Hu Yanli ahead, who from the Divine Judgment Hall, and other high-ranking officials of Burt City hurriedly came forward to greet him. "Professor Yao, it's been decades, yet you still retain your vigor from back then," Hu Yanli said excitedly. When he enrolled in the Empire's Academy, Director Yao was still at the Alchemy Academy and held a high position, and Hu Yanli had attended his lectures. Hu Yanli, right? Director Yao said. He had researched the high-ranking officials in Burt City before coming. You actually Hu Yanli's face flushed with joy. The elderly man in front of him was the current head of the War Academy, one of the top figures in the entire empire. "Whom I have some impression." Director Yao nodded, then continued, "Where is Xiao Jiang? Why didn't she come?" "Head Jiang's elder is unwell. She has taken a long leave to prepare medicine for her elder's recovery." "I see. Professor Yao, why don't we head into the city to talk?" "All right." The group stepped into Burt City. At the front of the crowd, Hu Yanli walked alongside Director Yao, taking half a step slower than him. "I want to ask you about someone. Do you know Du Xiu?" Upon hearing this, Hu Yanli's body trembled. He was still curious why Director Yao, a valuable person, would come to a remote place like Burt City. It turned out to be because of Du Xiu. A look of realization crossed Hu Yanli's face. It was likely that Du Xiu performed exceptionally well in this assessment, attracting Director Yao to personally come to accept him as a disciple. Du Xiu. Of course I know him, I can be considered half his teacher. Oh, there's such a thing. To be honest with you, Professor, Yao, Du Xiu's achievements today have a lot to do with my efforts, Hu Yanlai said, with a beaming smile taking credit. You haven't forgotten the original intent of being an alchemist, knowing how to support the younger generation, Director Yao praised. I always remember your teachings, Professor Yao, and dare not forget. Very good, very good. Tell me about Du Xiu's situation. Du Xiu is 17 this year, a wild wanderer. At the end of last year, he was brought into Burt City by a vice hall master of the alchemy hall. His original teacher's alchemy skills were average, but Du Xiu himself is quite intelligent. In less than a month, he produced a semi-finished product of the soul-settling elixir, and within 6 months, he produced 3 finished products: the soul-settling elixir, primal energy elixir, and qi and blood elixir. Wait a minute, Du Xiu is from the wilderness. Are you sure? Director Yao's face was filled with doubt. He didn't know much about Du Xiu, only that he had beaten up an academy mentor and nothing more. But how could an SS-level genius possibly come from the wilderness? The wilderness is incredibly chaotic and the living conditions are harsh. It's hard to even ensure one's life, let alone study alchemy with peace of mind. In such an environment, how could one possibly achieve an SS-level rating? I would not dare deceive you, Professor. Du Xiu indeed comes from the wilderness. Many people in Burt City can testify to this. If you have doubts, I can call them over. You go ahead and call them. Please stay in the alchemy hall for a while. Half an hour later, Hu Yanlai hurriedly brought Du Xiu's bodyguard, Old Wang, to the conference room. Old Wang was completely bewildered. Upon entering the room, he secretly glanced around and couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Sitting in the main seat was an elderly man who had no primal energy cultivation but exuded great authority. What terrified him was the primal cultivation guards standing beside the elder. He had once encountered strong practitioners in the wilderness. The sense of oppression these primal cultivation guards gave him was countless times stronger than that of those practitioners. These were not primal cultivators of the lower 3 realms, but of the upper 3 realms. Old Wang's scalp tingled. How could there be several primal cultivation guards of the upper 3 realms? What status does this elder hold? Why would such a high-status figure seek me out? Old Wang lowered his head in respect. Wang Cheng, you will answer every question I ask, truthfully and without hesitation. Beside him, Hu Yanlai reminded him. Mind your tongue. Dean Yao shot Hu Yanlai a sharp glance. The latter immediately retreated to the side. Do you know Du Xiu? Dean Yao regarded Wang Cheng calmly. Yes, I know him. Master Du is an apprentice alchemist who collaborates with our hunter squad. Wang Cheng paused briefly before replying. So, they were here about Master Du. I hear Du Xiu hails from the Du clan of Qingmu City. Is this true? The Du clan of Qingmu City. Wang Cheng pondered for a moment, then shook his head. You must be mistaken. Master Du is a wilderness refugee. I personally rescued him myself. He could never be scion of a noble house. Indeed, Wang Cheng had been among those dispatched by Wang Dahai to save Du Xiu. It was precisely because of this bond that just days earlier Du Xiu, moved by old affection, had gifted Wang Cheng's son a vial of primal energy elixir. You truly rescued Du Xiu from the wilderness. Absolutely. I even have the footage. Bring it forth for me to see. Wang Cheng retrieved his device, located the video of Du Xiu executing Zhou Yuan, and handed it to the middle-aged primal cultivator, who passed it on to the elder. Du Xiu's epithet, boundless martial virtue, had spread far and wide largely thanks to the Silver Fox Hunter squad. Nearly every squad member possessed the clip and often flaunted it over drinks with fellow cultivators. Dean Yao played the video from beginning to end. Throughout the room felt utterly silent. No one dared disturb him. Judging by this youth's ruthless bearing, he is unmistakably of wilderness origin. A faint smile curved Dean Yao's lips. In the footage, Du Xiu's gaze and movements embodied the raw predatory grace of a wild jackal. Beside him, the middle-aged primal cultivator, radiating palpable lethality, watched the clip to its end and for the first time allowed a glimmer of genuine admiration to surface. So Du Xiu arrived in Burt City only last winter, and within 6 months he independently formulated 3 grade 1 elixirs. To my knowledge, Du Xiu had studied some alchemical theory beforehand, but only superficially. Before entering Burt City, he had never learned the foundational formulae. Hu Yanlai added. To master the fundamental formulae of alchemy and successfully produce 3 finished elixirs, all within half a year, is exceedingly rare talent. Dean Yao murmured awed. This youth was truly extraordinary, his aptitude peerless. Do you possess any elixirs he has prepared? His curiosity burned bright. Wang Cheng replied, Master Du delivered several elixirs yesterday. Our squad leader is away on assignment, so they remain in my possession. Bring them forth for inspection. They're in the satchel outside. Wang Cheng had carried Du Xiu's elixirs with him at all times for safekeeping, though upon entering the guards had temporarily confiscated the bag. Moments later, Dean Yao held Du Xiu's elixirs in hand, scrutinizing them intently. Gradually his eyes grew brighter, sharper, with each passing second. Among these 20 vials were 3 distinct types. Qi and blood elixirs, finished, but mediocre in quality. Primal energy elixirs, and soul-soothing elixirs, some fully refined, others unfinished. The anomaly lay precisely in those unfinished vials. A veteran alchemist who had devoted decades to the art, Dean Yao instantly recognized these were no ordinary half-finished preparations. They were rather diluted versions of finished elixirs. There existed a fundamental distinction between failed half-preparations and deliberately diluted masterworks. He raised a vial of soul-soothing elixir and drank it in one smooth motion. A triumphant grin lifted his lips, his eyes gleamed with unreserved admiration. Brilliant boy, you've diluted a top-tier soul-soothing elixir into a half-preparation. Now that's audacity. In his youth he too had resorted to diluting elixirs to meet his academy instructor's assignments, reducing mid-tier elixirs into several inferior doses. But Du Xiu had diluted a top-tier elixir into a half-preparation. Wasn't that sheer extravagance? Xiao Nan, taste this primal energy elixir. Dean Yao instructed the middle-aged primal cultivator behind him. Yes, father. Hu Yanlai, observing the cultivator's stern, imposing visage, felt a flicker of recognition. He'd seen that face somewhere before. This is a diluted primal energy elixir, of no less than top-tier quality. Having drained the vial, the cultivator spoke plainly. Are you certain? Without doubt. During military shortages, we routinely dilute top-tier, or even flawless grade, primal energy elixirs. This formulation is intimately familiar to me. The cultivator responded with quiet reverence. Hu Yanlai's heart lurched. Xiao Nan, the military. Could it he whispered inwardly. A look of deep satisfaction softened Dean Yao's features. A wilderness refugee, utterly unversed in alchemical fundamentals, had in half a year produced both top-tier soul-soothing and primal energy elixirs. Such genius bordered on the mythical. Whether Du Xiu could refine gene-modifying elixirs mattered little now. The highest official rating for alchemists stood at SSS, yet this limit clearly did not bind him. This youth was fated to walk his path. Dean Yao's eyes gleamed with fervent desire. Hu Yanlai, summon Du Xiu. At once, sir. Hu Yanlai stood stunned. Top-tier soul-soothing elixirs, top-tier primal energy elixirs. Under my tutelage, young Master Du's mastery has ascended to such heights. When did my pedagogical skill rise to such heights, without my noticing? Naturally, it dwarfs cold old freak's paltry understanding of alchemy. Young Master Du's accomplishments rest squarely upon my guidance. Hu Yanlai departed. Dean Yao gazed again at the video, where the wilderness youth sat atop a snow-capped peak gnawing on dried meat, and found himself growing ever more fond of the sight. Turning to the middle-aged cultivator, he asked, Xiao Nan, what say you of this youth? Truly exceptional. His alchemical aptitude is unprecedented, and his conduct reveals no trace of dogmatic rigidity. The cultivator offered his assessment. A self-satisfied smile bloomed across Dean Yao's face, like a father hearing praise for his own child. Do you think he would make a suitable inheritor of my legacy? The cultivator blinked, then suppressed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Father, this seems most unwise. If you admire him, mentor him closely. That suffices. There is no need to formally name him heir apparent. Though Dean Yao was a grandmaster of alchemy, having taught countless students, he had never taken a disciple, let alone an inheritor. A student and an inheritor differed fundamentally. The former fulfilled institutional duty, ties dissolved after graduation. The latter required lifelong intimate mentorship, akin to raising a son. Given Dean Yao's stature, appointing Du Xiu as his sole inheritor would send shockwaves across the entire empire. Consider merely the imperial necropolis. Your father's son, and your own elder brother, would suddenly acquire a younger brother. Your brother's children would gain an unexpected uncle. The cultivator's expression turned strained. Their family's legendary temper was notorious throughout the imperial elite. Should Du Xiu truly become the inheritor, the volatile dispositions of those nephews would bring him peril, not privilege, as their new uncle. Dean Yao's face hardened. He cast a frosty glance at the cultivator. You blood-soaked brute. You understand nothing at all. The Hunter Guild. Du Xiu had just received his original cultivation identity code when the entire Hunter Guild was suddenly put under martial law. A large number of members from the Divine Judgment Hall were stationed at various intersections, 3 steps, a post 5 steps, a sentinel forming layers of defense. He was also pushed aside. Not far away, Hu Yanlai was running over, drenched in sweat. Before he even arrived, he shouted to the security chief master, Who have you seen Du Xiu? Du Xiu. He's not in the allocation room. No. He's neither in the allocation room, nor at home. That's strange. I saw him at the cafeteria at noon. In just half a day, where could he have gone? Quickly take people to search. Check the Silver Fox Hunter teams, base the Black Mamba bar, and the nearby wetland park. All right. Master Hu cautiously asked, who is the one that wants to see Du Xiu? Yes. Hurry up and find him. Don't keep the elder waiting too long. Call me when you find him. I'll go ask Ding Yao first. Understood. Master Hu said with a hint of envy. Du Xiu watched the two hurriedly leave, his expression filled. Someone's looking for me. Given the level of security, this person must be someone significant, perhaps a big shot from a consortium. Du Xiu was puzzled. Ma Juanhao had once told him that someone from a consortium would likely create trouble for him when enrolling in the Imperial Academy. Now that the results were about to be announced, the person searching for him was likely a consortium member. Their intention was probably nothing more than coercion or taming. No rush, let's see what's going on first. Du Xiu decided not to reveal himself for now and prepared to figure out which consortium it was. Just as Du Xiu was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. There was a message in the Chich's chat channel. Home of the Outcasts, all silence has been lifted. Du Xiu's pupils suddenly. The Home of the Outcasts had lifted the silence restriction. This chat channel coordinated and commanded all outcast organizations across the empire. Usually everyone was silenced, but now that the silence had been lifted, something significant must be brewing. While Du Xiu was puzzled, new messages appeared. Dai Lixing, everyone, the assassination list has been released. Please claim it. Various sects. Bailey sect received. Crawlers Guild received. Holy Water sect received. Polar Alliance received. Night Walkers received. In just a few seconds, countless messages appeared. Compared to the replies from the sect leaders, the responses from the holy sons of various sects were much more active. Money Empire Gold Coin Boss. Can the cultivation resources be exchanged for money? That would motivate me even more. Truth Sect Speaker Boss. I will persuade these people to return to the embrace of the divine. Night Walkers 1. I will take action. Blade Holder Blade received. Black Clad Group Black Crawlers Guild Empire Walker. I want to order a truckload of roses. How long will it take to deliver? By the way, the roses must be freshly bloomed, that kind that is stunningly beautiful. Crawlers Guild Empire Walker. Get lost. Black Clad Group Black. Are you cursing me? Holy Water Sect. Meow meow. I'm so scared. They're arguing. Hee. Money Empire Gold Coin Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. Welcome new members to our warm family. If you ever need anything, you can find me. I'm the strongest substitute at the same level in the Empire. Besides that, I also handle finding people, pets, partners, items, intelligence, gathering, and recycling secondhand gold coins. Money Empire Gold Coin. Shut up. Money Empire Gold Coin. Money Empire, how can you scold me? I'm just trying to expand our sex business. With an heir like me who is dedicated to the cause, you can enjoy yourself in bed. Money Empire Gold Coin. Get lost. Tiani Sect He. Money Empire Master Lung. I heard you had a rough time in the Lin Tower district. Do you need our Money Empire's assistance? I'd be happy to settle in the Lin Tower district. Crawlers Guild. I'd be willing to serve as well. Tion E Sect. Welcome. Money Empire He. Truth Sect Master Lung. Have you not recovered your realm yet? Tion E Sect. Not yet. I'm very weak now. Artist Association. Do you think I believe you? Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. Money Empire Gold Coin. I will find you. Holy Water Sect. Meow meow. Brother is so amazing. Tion E Sect. Holy Sun sister is also amazing. He. Holy Water Sect. Meow meow. Are you copying how I speak? Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. He. Get lost. Du Xiu revealed a hint of a cold smile. Striking back online was my specialty. Through the chat records, he discovered that the leaders of various outcast organizations were almost all sly individuals speaking in veiled threats. Meanwhile, the holy sons of these organizations were quite abstract. Madmen who reasoned. Money-obsessed fools. Quirky ones. In summary, there were hardly any normal people. At this moment, another message rang out. It was a private message from Old Lung. Tion E Sect. What commotion have you caused? Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. Commotion. I haven't caused any commotion. Tion E Sect. If you haven't caused any commotion, how come you're ranked number 1 on the assassination list? What the hell? Du Xiu was bewildered. I'm number 1 on the assassination list. What the hell? What merit do I have? Dai Lixing's assassination list was something Du Xiu hadn't even looked at. Old Lung certainly couldn't come back from the Western continent. He was merely at the 3rd level of Qi Blood Realm. Plus, with the internal strife in the Tion E Sect and heavy casualties in the Wild Forbidden Zone, he couldn't possibly be involved in this assassination business, so he didn't open it. Hearing that he made it onto the assassination list, Du Xiu hurriedly opened the group file. Without bothering to look at anything else, he directly looked at the top name. Assassination list number 1 Lin Tower District Burt City. Du Xiu, 17 years old. Apothecary task. Reward 1 Imperial Artifact. What the hell? I can actually receive an Imperial Artifact for my assassination. This is an Imperial Artifact. An Imperial Artifact that drives countless original cultivators mad. Am I worthy of having an Imperial Artifact as a bounty? Du Xiu was extremely speechless. Tion E Sect. What have you been doing recently? Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. I haven't done anything, just participated in the 1st level apothecary assessment. Could it be that my assessment results are exceptionally good? Tion E Sect. That shouldn't be the case. Even if you get the highest score, it wouldn't warrant an Imperial Artifact as a reward. Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. I haven't done anything else. I've just been reading. Tion E Sect. What is your abnormal? Tion E Sect. Holy Sun. Resurrection and control of corpses. Tion E Sect. Perhaps it's because of your In the Western continent, amidst a certain mountain range, a cold and indifferent middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes while sitting atop a 10-jong-long blood-red centipede. Based on the divine punishment observed when Xiu'er awakened his powers, it is highly likely that he has stolen the main authority. The Holy See has detected the anomaly and deduced Xiu'er's identity, thus issuing the highest level of wanted notice. Yet his abilities sound rather ordinary. Tiani Sect. If you wish to enter the Imperial Academy, it would be best to change your identity. With such a bounty, if you enroll under your real identity, it would almost certainly mean death. Tiani Sect. Within the organization of Avarice, there are many powerful individuals, including a good number at the level of the 12 sect leaders. Typically, they conceal their strength, putting in minimal effort, but the rewards from Imperial artifacts will surely draw them in. Du Xiu gazed at Lao Lung's message filled with immense grief and indignation. Not just them. I am also quite tempted. I even want to kill myself. While Du Xiu was chatting with Lao Lung, the channel of the Aberrant Society quickly amassed over 99 messages. Most were just the holy sons from various organizations engaging in verbal sparring. Money Empire Gold Coin. Holy Water Sect Meow Meow. Crawlers Association Imperial Walker. Truth Sects. The 4 of them were chatting the most animatedly. Meow Meow even mentioned Du Xiu several times. Du Xiu didn't respond. Out of sight, out of mind, it wouldn't be anything good anyway. At this moment, Dai Lixing everyone shut up. Dai Lixing 2 things. First, the reward for the top assassin on the list is effective long-term until the target is dead. Other bounties have a time limit of 1 week. Any expired rewards will be voided. I hope you can speed up. Dai Lixing's second, the Holy Seas Academy, is reopening enrollment. Aside from Lung Li Dao leaders and heirs from all organizations must come to the Holy Sea Academy for further training. In half a month, gather at Xinya Island in the first island chain of Shelon. There will be someone to pick you up. Those who do not come will bear the consequences. Bailey Sect received. Death Dance Troop received. Blacklad Group received. Truth Sect Speaker. This seems to be the first large-scale gathering in a Millennium Rite. Crawlers Association Imperial Walker, everyone, I look forward to meeting you. Money Empire Gold Coin. Dai Lixing boss, I want to go to the Imperial Academy as an undercover agent. Dai Lixing get lost. Money Empire Gold Coin, alright, I'm off to the Imperial Academy now. Money Empire, why doesn't Lung Li Dao have to go? Holy Water Sect, meow meow. Tianyi Sect, Holy Sun brother will be able to meet. Tianyi Sect, Holy Sun, hee hee, do you even deserve it? All chat has been muted. Private chat channel. Holy Water Sect, meow meow. Dushio looked at Meow Meow's private message and couldn't help but smirk. He promptly replied with a scathing essay targeting her clan, silencing her completely. Dushio snorted coldly. I've been wandering the streets since I was young, known as the street tyrant. If I can't beat you, can I scold you? The anguish of the bounty slightly eased. Dushio began to organize his thoughts. It might be due to the awakening of his powers that the Holy Sea detected him and issued the top-tier bounty. In this regard, even the soft overlord had been exceedingly astonished by his abilities, proving their extraordinary nature. Although the crow possesses the ability to remain unpredicted, it had only just been obtained. Perhaps the Holy Sea had deduced it earlier, but only now officially issued the bounty. In short, he needs to change his identity and enter the Imperial Academy. His assassination bounty is long-term effective, but once his true identity is exposed, it would undoubtedly be life-threatening. As for revealing his identity to Dai Lixing, Dushio had not yet considered that. Although Lao Lung is esteemed as the master of a sect, Dushio always feels that Lao Lung has not fully pledged allegiance to the Aberrants. It seems as if he sees the Holy Sea as a lucrative opportunity, something to take advantage of. Even if he confesses his identity, Dai Lixing as a loyal dog of the Holy Sea would certainly eliminate him to please the higher-ups. Moreover, the Holy Sea Academy is gathering the 12 aberrant organizations. The scale appears to be the most grand in a millennium, as if they intend to compete with the Imperial Academy. If Lao Lung does not go, it is likely that the higher-ups of the Holy Sea are aware of his presence in the Western continent. The gold coin from the Money Empire will also attend the Imperial Academy. This is something to keep an eye on. Now only one question remains. Tianyi Sect, Holy Sun Master, should I attend Dai Lixing's gathering? Tianyi Sect, no need, someone will go in your place. Tianyi Sect, Holy Sun, who? Tianyi Sect, Mei Jianyuan. Tianyi Sect, Holy Sun, Mei Jianyuan. Who is he? Tianyi Sect, he can be considered your senior brother. Tianyi Sect, Holy Sun, senior brother. Does he know my true identity? Tianyi Sect, he knows your identity, but don't worry, he will never admit you are the Holy Sun, nor will he expose you, as he wants to kill you himself. Upon seeing what Lao Lung said, Dushio hurriedly changed, tell my senior brother that I have offended someone, too. I hope my senior brother makes more friends. After chatting idly for a few more moments, the two ended their conversation. Dushio regained his focus. The surrounding original cultivators were gathering in greater numbers. I need to leave here quickly. Regardless of who is searching for him or how high their status, maybe Dushio definitely cannot reveal himself now. Once he exposes himself, it would be akin to a sentient imperial artifact walking under the sun. While they have yet to confirm my disappearance, I must hurry and leave. With all his belongings and extreme pharmacology books stored in the crow space, it saved him a great deal of trouble for his escape. Just as Dushio stepped out of the Hunters Guild city, a large group of original cultivators blocked all exits. Where should I go now? Dushio walked through the streets of Burt City distractedly, sensing the positions of Tianyi Sect members closest to him. At this moment, at a private airport in Burt City, wearing a Wynard suit and a top hat leaning on a cane, Mei Jianyuan stood on the staircase of the airship, removed his hat, and bowed to the young man on the ground. Brother Hao, thank you for your warm hospitality during this time, until we meet again. Mei Jianyuan said with a faint smile. Ma Jianhao with a reluctant expression replied, every banquet must eventually come to an end. Mister, may I wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you for your kind words. After finishing his words, Mei Jianyuan turned and entered the airship. A few minutes later, a roaring sound echoed. The airship vanished into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Until the last black that could no longer be seen, the reluctance on Ma Junhao's face faded, leaving only a coldness. Phew, he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Finally, he's fucking gone. I hope you die out there, and we never meet again. Afterward, Ma Jianhao toyed with a golden double-wing emblem, a smile, curving at the corners of his mouth. The Lin Tower Golden Wing Ma family emblem is finally in my hands. Not long ago, due to his achievements in exterminating the Tianyi Sect in the wilderness zone, he officially became one of the core heirs of the Ma Consortium. With my identity confirmed, the aberrants who died are dead, and those who left are gone. Everything is just so sublime. The air of freedom. Ma Jianhao spread his arms, embracing the sky. A few seconds later, his hand suddenly felt warm on the back. The smile on his face froze. A few hours later in the villa, Ma Jianhao hesitated as he looked at Dushio, who had transformed into Lien Ruofei, using the Thousand Faces technique, and said, are you the Holy Sun, my lord? Isn't the Holy Sun Dushio? How come the appearance doesn't match? Just some simple disguise, Du Xiu casually replied. May I ask what brings you to me, holy son? Ma Juanhao cautiously spoke. Du Xiu did not respond, his mind immersed in the private chat channel of the Outliers. Gold Coin had mentioned wanting to enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy. As an outlier, the other party must have disguised themselves to enter. Tian E sect, holy son, how did you get into the Imperial Cultivation Academy? Money Empire Gold Coin, do you want to enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy? Boss Day is summons, are you not going? Tian E sect, holy son, yes, I want to place a few spies within the Imperial Money Empire Gold Coin, I see, just hand them over to me, I'll help you, but well, I need a bit of gold coins. Tian E sect, holy son, how much? Money Empire Gold Coin, 5 million gold coins per person. Tian E sect, holy son. Tian E sect, holy son, are you serious? Money Empire Gold Coin, this is truly a fair price, I want to earn a single coin. Hee, why don't you go rob? Du Xiu thought to himself. He snapped back to reality and casually replied to Ma Juanhao. It's nothing, just came to see you. Thank you for your concern, holy son, I am very grateful, but unfortunately, I must leave Burt City shortly, so I might not be able to entertain you properly. Ma Juanhao said respectfully. Oh, where are you going? To be honest with you, holy son, I am heading to the Imperial Cultivation Academy and will be leaving shortly. The Imperial Cultivation Academy. Did you pass the entrance exam? Du Xiu asked curiously. Ma Juanhao thought to himself. Aren't you the one forcing me? If it's not destruction, it's a battle. I'm always cleaning up after you guys. If I don't leave now, I'll be played to death by you all. This time, I'll directly dive into the Imperial Cultivation Academy far from the Emperor, and we won't meet again. With your qualifications, how did you get into the academy? Du Xiu continued to question. Ma Juanhao, indulging in wine and pleasures, did not have a high realm in the original cultivation path, not better than Du Xiu. Such strength would not pass the original cultivation exam. I entered as an auditor. Auditors don't need to take exam. Du Xiu was instantly invigorated. This was a timely revelation. Yes, haven't you been following the forum lately? No, auditors refer to those exempt from exams for the children of Imperial Medal recipients. The official website of the Imperial Cultivation Academy recently released many announcements. You should take a look when you have time. Does this guy not know he has been rejected by the Imperial Cultivation Academy? The internet is in an uproar while he is calm. Can you help me get an auditor identity? Huh. You also want to go to the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Is there a problem? Du Xiu gazed calmly at Ma Juanhao, who looked pained. Of course there is a problem. As an outlier, holy son, what are you doing at the Imperial Cultivation Academy? That's one of the gathering places for the Empire's powerhouses. Do you wish to endanger yourself? No. No problem. Ma Juanhao suppressed his true thoughts and said with frustration. For him, getting an auditor identity is not difficult. Within the Ma clan, there are many recipients of the Imperial Medal. Just find someone and put it under their name. For ordinary people, the Imperial Cultivation Academy is a dream, but for the disciples of the clan, it is not hard to enter. Even without an auditor identity, they can find other ways to get into the academy. But Brother Hao feels distressed. Just sent one away and another arrives. And they want to go into the Imperial Cultivation Academy together. How can I be fine with that? Du Xiu closed his eyes to rest. In the Chuch's private chat channel, Money Empire Gold Coin boss. Why did you stop? Money Empire Gold Coin, I just asked 450,000 gold coins can do it too. Money Empire Gold Coin, well, since it's our first meeting, consider it me making a friend. 400,000 gold coins, it'll take a loss to help you. Du Xiu looked at the message from Gold Coin and sneered repeatedly. The next day, a luxury airship soared into Du Xiu and Ma Juanhao embarked on their journey to the Imperial Cultivation Academy. July 25th, the entire empire was in a frenzy. The results of the Imperial Cultivation Academy were announced. For most citizens of the empire, this is the only chance in their lives to turn their fate around. That is to enter the Imperial Cultivation Academy. Passing the exam is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. From then on, they can break free from the shackles of poverty and even have the chance to rise to the upper echelons of the empire, becoming a figure of importance. Countless candidates sat in front of their computers, their faces tense and anxious. Behind them, their parents were even more nervous. The results meant the joy and sorrow of countless families. At this moment, Du Xiu, sitting in front of the screen, was also quite nervous. Although he could not enroll based on these results after studying for so long, he was still looking forward to his score. Imperial Cultivation Academy Result Inquiry Portal. Du Xiu clicked to enter and input his candidate number and pharmacist identity code. Information appeared. Name: Du Xiu, Region Lin Tower District, City Burt City, candidate number 010238. Assessment score: A grade. Passed the level 1 pharmacist assessment. Du Xiu stared at his score in a daze. A grade. With 1 top grade efficacy and 3 medium grade efficacies, they only gave an A grade score. Is the level 1 pharmacist assessment that strict? Is it because the genetic agent modification failed? But even if the genetic agent failed, it shouldn't have only been an A grade. Du Xiu pondered for a moment and came up with an answer. Perhaps it was because he had arbitrarily changed the main herbs of the stamina and bone-strengthening potions, complicating the originally simple steps. The assessment score's height is determined not only by the efficacy of the potions brewed by the candidate, but also by the brewing technique. The potion efficacy sets the lower limit of the score, while the brewing technique determines the upper limit. At this moment, a message popped up on his phone. 2 messages. Ding Yao Jr. Brother, where have you been? The results have been announced. The Imperial Cultivation Academy admission list will be out in 3 days. Hope you can return safely, like last time. Hu Chui, many people say you've been taken by outliers, but I don't believe it. My intuition tells me you're still alive. Looking at these two messages, Du Xiu sighed softly. Just treat it as if I'm missing or dead. In recent days he had received over 100 missed calls on his phone, primarily from Hui Yinlia Ding Yao and others including Wang Dahai, Li Huiping, and Hu Chui. He hadn't replied. If he contacted these people it would only bring disaster upon them should the outliers find out. No one could resist the temptation of an imperial artifact. At this moment the outlier circle in the empire was probably already in a frenzy. Once his whereabouts were leaked to calamity, Du Xiu composed himself and browsed the forum. The Bronze Tree's home. Throughout the year this is the most bustling time for the forum. The results for pharmacists have been released how long until the Imperial Cultivation Academy admission list. The official notice has been released. The Imperial Cultivation Academy admission list will be out in 3 days. Haha, I have made it. Calmly analyze the pros and cons of the 7 major cultivation academies of the empire. Is the Pharmacist Academy the only one available for pharmacists to apply to? Results are out, Mom, cried another failure filled with confusion about the future. I just feel sorry for my parents. Perhaps I'm really not suited to be a pharmacist. In the forum some people rejoiced. Some were dejected. Du Xiu clicked open a pinned post about how to judge this year's Digua Shiyuan examinations. Comments poured in. People said they were too lazy to judge and that it was complicated to put into words. One user complained their computer was lagging and their level score only showed half, while another asked if there might be an S before. The results left people despairing. One comment said the so-called golden generation was for contemporaries competing against them, an era of hopelessness. Some posts exploded with anger and bravado, cursing the old examiners. Others admitted a different tone. Strong people never blame the environment, but as the weak we complain about everything. Our surroundings, the strong, everything. Someone asked what score would be required to enter the Yaoji Shiyuan this year. A reply remembered that last year a C sufficed, and guessed this year might need a straight C. Another suggested maybe a C and that within a single small grade there must be tens of thousands of alchemists competing. One voice boldly estimated hundreds of thousands. Damn, those above B were already packing and heading to the core fortress cities while the rest of us with C ranks waited anxiously. Someone asked when Digua Zayuan's term started. The answer came back: enrollment begins on August 1st. Gather at the core fortress cities of each region. You'll be met and only have 1 day. Go early because after the deadline the Shinshu gates to the Shiyuan will close. Shinshu. Is Digua Shiyuan located inside a Shinshu? Yes, apparently it's in the central Shinshu and is said to. Someone erupted. Damn it, Digua Shiyuan rejected Zai's enrollment, and just thinking about it made them furious. Others asked where they had heard that. They said the announcement came from the Digua Shiyuan official site. People marveled that given Zai's temper this would enrage him. Breaking news followed. Shoya had gone missing. Some doubted and accused the claim of rumor, while someone from the Linta region confirmed it and asked what. Over the past 2 days surveillance in Boat City showed Shoya entering a dense forest and then vanishing. There were suspicions he had been remotely coerced or threatened. The situation felt chilling. Digua Shiyuan issued a refusal of admission for Shoya and then Shoya disappeared. One poster suspected the deed was not by some aberration, but by a corporate consortium. Accusations flew that someone had framed him and that the Lintama family was nowhere near reconciled. Reading the forum comments, Du Xiu was astonished. Digua Shiyuan refused my admission and issued a public notice. Du Xiu hurried to the Academy's official website and searched through the announcements until he found a specific message. The notice read that according to investigation, Du Xiu of Boat City in the Linta region, candidate number 010238, was of corrupt character, disrespectful to seniors, and violent in temperament. After deliberation his admission was refused. This was hereby announced. At that moment there was a knock. Du Xiu answered and Ma Juanhao entered the room, carrying some fruit. Ma Juanhao said, Your Highness, these fruits are for you. They come from the Jimal region and soothe the mind and restore clarity, most suitable for alchemists. Du Xiu asked with a dark expression, Did you know Digua Shiyuan refused my admission? Ma Juanhao stiffened, inwardly thinking he should never have come at such a time. Ma Juanhao muttered that he must be the one to catch all the bad luck, then quickly pretended indignation. They refused your admission. Is that possible? I hadn't heard. Du Xiu narrowed his eyes and said, You don't know? I have a feeling the Lintama family put a lot of effort into this. He fixed Ma Juanhao with a stare. Ma Juanhao hurried to explain, Your Highness, you are wrong. I've clarified this with my family. They would never trouble you. It must be the work of other consortiums. Du Xiu snorted and withdrew his gaze, filing the matter away in his mind. Don't let me discover who is pulling the strings. Even if he were wanted by the church and unable to reveal his true identity, he would never allow himself to be controlled. Tell me what you know about the Shiyuan, he demanded. Ma Juanhao responded, Yes, Your Highness. He then calmly recounted what he knew. Digua Shiyuan is located within the central that Shinshu connects to many other Shinshu worlds. Some of those worlds are controlled by the empire and some by the church. Others fall under the dominion of certain gifted races. Digua Shiyuan is both a place of study and a bridgehead for the empire's external wars. The 7 great Shiyuan are Yuanxiu Shiyuan, Yaoji Shiyuan, Shunkai Shiyuan, Tisho Shiyuan, Zhanjing Shiyuan, Xiangxie Shiyuan, and Jijia Shiyuan. In many respects they serve as the empire's source of manpower. Each academy emphasizes different disciplines. Yaoji Shiyuan centers on alchemists and seldom engages in conflict. Yuanxiu Shiyuan cultivates Yuanli original force, admitting geniuses with high Yuanli talent and forming the main strength in external wars. Tisho Shiyuan cultivates Yuanli while tempering the body, pursuing ultimate physical power. The Zaishio FA disaster cultivation method includes techniques to forge the flesh. In essence, Zaishio FA is a threefold art. It trains Yuanli the body and poisons. Zhanjing Xiu Yuan is the cradle of imperial officers. Beyond Yuanli training cadets study strategy and tactics, firepower deployment, and the terrain of the eastern and western continents. Everything related to warfare. Xiangxia Xiu Yuan focuses on Yuanli gunners. Jijia Xiu Yuan, by contrast, is controversial within the empire and lacks standout combat achievements. Shinkai Xiu Yuan is the most specialized of the seven, the empire's spearhead for external war. Assassination, infiltration, and tracking are the students' specialties. Admission to Yaoji Xiu Yuan is determined by an alchemist examination. The other 6 academies use the Yuan Xiu entrance exam. Before testing, applicants must choose which academy to apply to. Different choices mean different exam emphases. For example, Yuan Xiu Xiu Yuan focuses on Yuanli talent. Tixio Xiu Yuan tests physical talent. Qiangxia Xiu Yuan assesses gun sense. Overall competition is fiercest for Yuan Xiu and Yaoji. Shinkai and Tixio are slightly less competitive. Qiangxia ranks 3rd, and Zhanjing and Jijia only matter in large-scale conflicts like racial wars or imperial expeditions. In other circumstances, they have little presence and thus less competition. So auditors can only enter Zhanjing and Du Xiu asked. Ma Juanhao explained that Yaoji and Yuan Xiu are too competitive to accept auditors. Shinkai won't accept auditors from consortiums. Tixio had many gifted races enrolling this year. Most imperial medalists were executioners in racial wars and thus not suited to take auditors, and Qiangxia required a certain gun sense. Therefore, auditors could only choose Zhanjing or Jijia. Ma Juanhao paused and then suggested, I recommend you choose Zhanjing. Why? Du Xiu asked. Ma Juanhao hedged, saying he didn't know the specifics. His father had suggested it. Very well, then Zhanjing it is. 3 days later, the Digua Xiu Yuan admission lists were announced, stirring the entire empire. Aboard the airship, Du Xiu used Lian Ruofai's identity to log into the Yuan Xiu forum. The number of posts was explosive. New messages arrived every second, overwhelming the viewer. At the top was a trending post marked as explosive, its replies reaching into the millions. The headline proclaimed the Digua Xiu Yuan results were out, and voices shouted that they were coming to Yuan Xiu. Messages called Tixio to his symbol, chanted Shinkai 3 times for emphasis, and summoned Qiangxia to gather. Taunting posts roared in laughter, gifted ones incoming. Tremble. Others urged everyone to be arrogant. After all, they were imperial geniuses. Some wondered whether all the gifted races had gone into Tixio, boasting they'd beat someone from Tixio today. Short replies questioned the madness. One poster declared his Shanghai region pride. His forebears had told him 2 things: to win racial wars and exterminate, and to succeed in expeditions and destroy the church. Others chimed in, delighted to find compatriots. Shanghai. I'm from Baidi region. Fellow countrymen. I'm from Weijing. The 3 Far East regions were all represented. Exclamations followed. Some jokingly called themselves Far East were criminals, others Far East were gods. One comment sketched the archetypal Far Easterner's life, early fame, enter the Xiu Yuan march to the imperial graveyard, die on the battlefield. Others from the 3 archipelagos, Shilin, Donghedeo, Wanyu, asked where their people were and urged them to show up so the Far East trio would not steal all the limelight. Insults flew back and forth, mocking the archipelagoers for past naval defeats and questioning their right to boast. Tempers flared, people demanded regions and challenged each other to settle matters directly rather than shouting online, asserting that the western regions were not to be ignored. Calls for battle songs and rallying cries filled the thread. Many complained that this year's standards were absurd. Yuan Xiu and Yaoji now required level talent or above to enroll. Some were relieved they were A-level geniuses, others mocked them. It was said Jijia and Zhanjing admitted at B-level, or many were surprised those 2 academies had raised their threshold to B. Tempers escalated with jeers and declarations that those from Jijia and Zhanjing were to be scorned. Insults continued. People accused others of playing contempt games, dared them to object, and some boasted openly of belonging to Jijia while belittling others. Questions arose as to how many gifted races had joined the Xiu Yuan. Replies noted there were quite a few. Any race that signed a mutual defense pact with the empire could enter Digua Xiu Yuan, amounting to dozens. Some complained that such alliances would hinder imperial expansion, while others countered that the church had hundreds of races on its side. Plenty of opportunity for glory. Voices argued over who was truly fit for achievement, mocking those who boasted without the deeds to back it up. Users asked if everyone had departed, yet reminding each other there were 3 days until enrollment. Many grumbled that results had been posted late, while the start date remained unchanged. Someone suggested hauling an airship to make the journey. Others demanded a compiled list of this year's geniuses, wondering why no one had tallied it yet. Finally, the roster began to appear, and people exclaimed that the list was full of prodigies. The thread filled with plans to move the trash talk to another place.